Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 6 terabytes chapter 194. The train takes off, and it's time to fall asleep. At dawn, rays of golden sunlight shone into the platform, and a few passengers came in and waited. Woo woo woo, a whistle sounded from afar, and a brand new train slowly drove in, with big silver letters on the front of the train. Unlimited. Half a month later, the infinite train returned to the track, and the fact that a large number of passengers had disappeared became a topic of conversation among people after dinner. Wah! What kind of beast is this? It's so long. Charge forward. The pig was running rampant in the crowd. People along the way looked at this strangely dressed guy with contempt, and many people showed resentment. Sorry, my friend has a problem with his brain. I'm sorry, please forgive me. Inosuke rushed in front, while Tanjiro and Zenitsu followed behind, frantically apologizing to passers-by. Just as Inosuke was about to draw his sword and chop the train, Zenitsu rushed over and hugged him, yelling curses. Inosuke, are you crazy? That's a train. The railway police will arrest you in a moment. Inosuke, calm down. Tanjiro had just finished apologizing to someone and rushed over to help Zenitsu. Fortunately, the three of them got on the train safely. Passengers who have not boarded the train, please note that the train is about to depart, please board as soon as possible. A soft female voice sounded, and there were almost no people around the railway. As the car door closed, a loud whistle sounded, and billowing white smoke spewed out from the chimney on the front of the car. Infinite train, set sail. Is this white thing as hard as my head? Inosuke, who was walking in the aisle of the carriage, suddenly jumped onto the passenger's table next to him and raised his head to hit the glass. Zenitsu's face turned pale with fear at this action, and he quickly grabbed the pig and roared. Inosuke, do you want to be thrown off the train? Come down here. Advertisement. Just as the passengers on both sides of the table were about to get angry, a big hand reached out and picked up Inosuke. It was Kamiyama. Inosuke, be quiet, or else. Kamiyama glared at him, and the piglet instantly wilted. After sincerely apologizing to the passengers, he took the three little ones to the corresponding carriage. Brother Kyojiro, long time no see, Tanjiro greeted from a distance. Kyojiro, who was busy eating, raised his head, swallowed it in one gulp, and laughed heartily. Hello, Tanjiro. After a brief greeting, everyone took their seats. Tanjiro sat with Kyojiro, Kamiyama sat with Pig, and Zenitsu sat with a stranger. Gradually, night fell. White searchlights pierced the night, illuminating the road ahead. The train was like a giant beast, galloping across the deserted wilderness at lightning speed. The friction between the wheels and the rails produced dazzling sparks, as dazzling as a meteor across the night sky. At the front of the train, the conductor slumped in his seat and fell asleep. That's right, the infinite train is now in an unmanned state, but even so, it still moves steadily. Suddenly, pieces of still throbbing flesh and blood dripped from the carriage. They gathered more and more, and finally formed a human shape. Enmu is the current train driver, or rather, it is the train. This crazy ghost has merged into the entire infinity train. Enmu was wearing a black tuxedo and white striped pants, with red highlights on the ends of his long black hair. He faced the door of the locomotive, with his hands across his chest, and bent down very gracefully, with a strange arc at the corner of his mouth, and said, Dear passengers, get ready to dream. Die in a beautiful dream. This is the tenderness I give you. He. As soon as the words came out, it melted like ice, and finally turned into a pile of flesh and blood, and merged back into the train. At the same time, the ticket inspector has started checking tickets in each carriage. The person in charge of checking tickets was an uncle who looked haggard, with a hint of longing in his numb eyes. As the puncher punched two circular holes on the tickets, the conditions for triggering the Enmu blood magic were met. Wherever the ticket inspector passed, the carriage became dead silent. People fell asleep with their lips raised as if they were having a sweet dream. Soon, the ticket inspector came to the carriage where Kamiyama and his companions were, which was also the last carriage. He was afraid that the scumbag boss had given Enmu something to target him, so he cooperated with the ticket inspector to successfully punch the hole. Advertisement The seal on the field taught him a great lesson. Because Kamiyama was the last one to check tickets on the train, Enmu was too lazy to monitor it. What it didn't know was that the ticket had been replaced with one without blood demon art. As Kamiyama closed his eyes, the ticket inspector was so excited that tears came to his eyes. He muttered frantically. Great, I've completed that person's mission. I can finally dream about my wife and daughter, ha 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 ha. The ticket inspector turned and ran towards the front of the train. He didn't have to worry about anyone because no one was awake. After running all the way, he arrived at the front of the car, where Enmu had been waiting for a long time. Please, give me a dream. The ticket collector knelt down with tears streaming down his face. You did a great job. Here's a reward for you. Enmu smiled slightly, activated the blood demon technique, and the ticket collector collapsed with a smile. But soon, his smile twisted and turned into a look of horror. Ha ha ha, nightmares are good too. Enmu slapped the ticket inspector on the mouth and said jokingly. After a while, everyone will become my food, so what if it's a pillar, ha ha. Enmu's triumphant laughter echoed in the silent carriage as it began to merge with the train for the final time. After an unknown amount of time, the door of the last carriage was opened. 5 pale and thin boys and girls walked in, holding a rope in one hand and an awl in the other, looking for something with a serious look on their faces. The desire in their eyes was exactly the same as that of the ticket inspector, except that what was tormenting them was a terminal illness, while what they wanted was to die in a sweet dream. That's why Enmu was able to take advantage of them. The dreams created by vampire magic do not extend infinitely, but form a dream circle with a certain range around the dream master. Outside the dream circle is the unconscious realm of the dream master. In the unconscious realm there's a spiritual core. If this core is destroyed, the owner of the dream will lose consciousness and become a disabled person. That hemp rope is the rope of dreams. You can use it to enter other people's consciousness, and then use the dream cone to destroy the spiritual core. This is the strategy Enmu came up with against the Demon Slayer core, a foolproof strategy. A young girl came to Kamiyama and after tying the dream rope, she was stunned because unlike what she had agreed, she did not fall asleep. After a brief moment of confusion, she turned her head to look at the other 5 companions. They were all asleep. Why am I not asleep? The girl murmured. Just then, a laughing voice sounded, but it was very small. Because I didn't sleep. Advertisement chapter 195 Sweet Dreams. The crystal clear snowflakes fluttered in the wind. Tanjiro stood in the snow with lifeless eyes. Crunch. Crunch. The sound of footsteps on snow came from a distance, and a tall figure gradually came into Tanjiro's sight. The figure is Tanjiro's father, Tanjiro. He had fiery red hair and eyes, an upright posture, and a ruddy complexion, and he did not look like a terminally ill person at all. Tanjiro suddenly woke up, but felt that he had forgotten something important. Until the gentle voice sounded, he didn't care about forgetting anything. Tanjiro, are you feeling unwell? Tanjiro stretched out his big hand and rubbed his son's head. Dad. You're dead, aren't you? Tanjiro was stunned, still a little uncomfortable with what he saw. Silly child, what are you talking about? Tanjiro was not angry, he just smiled and then comforted. I'm fine, aren't I? Tanjiro was about to ask something when Kamado Oi's voice came from behind her. It was full of love, she teased. What are you two doing standing there like idiots? It's cold outside, come in. Got it? Tanjiro patted his son's shoulder and said, let's go, your mother is urging you. Dad, did you miss me? Dad, did you bring anything delicious? One after another, little kids ran out of the house and surrounded Tanjiro with laughter. This? What on earth is going on? I wasn't. Tanjiro murmured, unable to remember what had happened. Just then, a sweet voice sounded, elder brother. Tanjiro shuddered at the words and looked up to see Nezuko smiling at him. At this moment, he cried and then joined the big family full of laughter and joy. In a bright cave, Inosuke still wears the boar mask, but his outfit has been changed. Wearing a tiger skin coat and holding a mace in his hand, he is the king here. Opposite Inosuke stood a row of people dressed as rats and wearing animal skins. They were Kochou Shinobu, Kamiyama, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Nezuko. The 5 of them looked at Inosuke with admiration, and Kamiyama suddenly raised his hand and said, Boss, I found a big snake over there in the cave, and I need your help. Yes, that's right, Boss is the most powerful creature in the world. The brown mouse costume made Zenitsu look fawning. Boss, please help. We are all relying on you, said Kochou Shinobu, dressed as a purple mouse, with tears in his eyes. Advertisement, ahahaha. Inosuke put his hands on his hips and laughed with his head tilted back. Brothers, follow me. Oh, Boss Inosuke is awesome. Boss Inosuke is invincible. Boss is the strongest in the world. The 5 of them cheered. In reality, Inosuke suddenly burst into laughter, scaring the girl who had not fallen asleep so much that her heartbeat accelerated, making her even more scared. In March, peach blossoms are in full bloom. The pink petals cascaded down from the sky like a waterfall, forming a dreamy rain of flowers. 2 laughing figures rushed out from the rain of flowers. They were Zenitsu and Nezuko holding hands. Zenitsu was in front, completely out of control because of Nezuko behind him. Nezuko, do you want a peach? The peaches in Momoyama are the sweetest. Nezuko's soft and sticky voice sounded, and she asked in a puzzled tone, but how can there be peaches in March? As soon as she finished speaking, Zenitsu raised the corner of his mouth, and a large, juicy peach appeared in the air. Nezuko, here you go, it's super delicious. Wow. Nezuko looked at Zenitsu with stars in her eyes and said sweetly, Zenitsu-kun, you are so awesome, I love you so much. Ahahaha. Zenitsu put his hands on his hips, laughed uncontrollably, looked at Nezuko lovingly and said, Nezuko, even if you want the stars in the sky, I can pick them for you. Zenitsu, I adore you so much, marry me? Zenitsu almost couldn't breathe from laughing when he heard this. The Rengoku family. Kyojuro hurriedly opened the door and saw Rengoku Luhuo walking in the yard holding a baby. Mother, is that my sister? Come and see, this is your sister. Kyojuro ran over quickly and carefully took the baby. Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was a cute baby that was giggling at his big brother. He carefully pinched the little girl's face, which was soft like marshmallow. Brother, how about my sister? Is she cute? Senjuro appeared beside him at some point and asked with a smile. Advertisement, is there any need to say that? Ha 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 ha. Kyojuro laughed and turned to see Mikijiro there. The Rengoku family smiled and gathered around the little girl, looking like a happy family. In the carriage, the girl was trembling, and different loud laughs could be heard from all sides. Ah ha 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 ha, little brothers, come on, beat him to death. Nezuko, hee hee hee, ha 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 ha, hee, Nezuko, ha ha ha, hee hee hee, ah. The girl screamed in fear, but apart from the two kinds of laughter, there was no other response in the car. What scared her the most was that the man tied to her was still asleep, but she still couldn't enter the dream world. How about it, are you scared? A faint voice sounded, coming from behind the girl. You. Are you asleep or not? The girl turned her head suddenly and saw Kamiyama breathing steadily and still sleeping. She is really going crazy. I was wrong. I shouldn't have hurt others for my own selfish desires. I'm sorry, woo woo woo. I was wrong. The girl cried and apologized repeatedly. Kamiyama slowly opened his eyes. He knew that these children were orphans, and they were terminally ill orphans. They were people abandoned by this society. Enmu might be able to give them false happiness, but that's no reason to hurt others. Fortunately, they did not cause any substantial harm to others, so he definitely helped them. Do you know you were wrong? I was wrong, kill me? Hearing someone's response, the girl felt relieved. Now she just wanted to die. Kamiyama took out a bottle of life-saving 3000 and threw it to the girl, saying, this medicine can save your life. Drink some and share it with others. Whether you can survive depends on your luck. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. After saying that, he walked straight to Tanjiro, then picked up the box, knocked it gently, and said softly. Nezuko, I need your help, come out quickly, soon. There was a noise in the box, a gap opened, and a pair of large light pink eyes looked outside curiously. Chapter 196 Awakening. Hunting time. A pair of small hands pushed open the box door. Nezuko looked up at the tall Kamiyama, and then jumped out of the alley. Kamiyama pointed at Tanjiro and was stunned for a moment before he realized a serious problem. Nezuko couldn't understand him. Taking a deep breath, he began to gesture. Nezuko tilted her head and looked at Kamiyama with her big eyes blinking. Fortunately, she understood it, and put her hands on her brother, and activated the blood demon art, blood explosion, and a rose-colored flame burned fiercely. Youth has no price, and brother fire is here right now. After the fire, Tanjiro suddenly woke up, a few tears fell from the corners of his eyes, and he shouted. Father. When he was fully awake, he realized that everything that had just happened was just a dream. The sadness in his eyes flashed away, and his firm belief returned. Kamiyama pointed at the others again, and as the flames burned, gradually, everyone woke up. Sorry, I fell asleep. Kyojiro scratched his head awkwardly and said a little embarrassedly. Ah. My happy life with Nezuko, brother Kamiyama, give me a shoulder massage. Zuzu seemed to be still in a dream and proudly ordered Kamiyama. Kamiyama raised his hand and crushed Zuzu's boss dream with one punch. He explained the current situation to several people in the simplest words, and everyone seemed to be thinking about it. Nezuko, Zenitsu and I will protect the passengers, and you go deal with the ghosts. Kyojiro made a quick decision. Good. Kamiyama nodded and immediately walked to the back of the carriage. He opened the last door of the entire train, and the cold wind rushed in, making the Haori rustle. He looked back, walked out of the carriage without looking back, and then jumped easily to the roof of the speeding train. Tanjiro and Zuzu followed him and jumped onto the roof. Looking around, everywhere within sight was stained with a thick layer of ink, and the whole world was immersed in endless darkness. There was a faint and dim light in the carriage, like a candle flame, burning lonely but tenaciously. The whistling wind passed by the three people's ears like a knife. They all looked towards the front of the car, and a figure gradually formed. At this moment, Enmu completed the fusion with the train. Advertisement. A strange laugh sounded, floating by like a ghost. I didn't expect you to wake up, but it doesn't matter, because I am the train. Can you defend? An entire train? As soon as the words came out, dozens of flesh balls emerged from the iron sheet on the roof of the car. In less than a few seconds, tall alien ghosts appeared one after another. These alien ghosts are 3 meters tall, blood red all over, and their faces are occupied by a vertical pupil. As the one-eyed demon blinked, the blood demon art of dream entry was activated. Dozens of one-eyed ghosts started to enter the dream at the same time, leaving no blind spots. Kamiyama and the other two fell asleep immediately, and even the pig wearing a mask was not spared. Ha 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 ha. Tien Dao Kamiyama, nothing more than that. Enmu opened his arms, his mouth almost stretched to his ears. He felt extremely happy now. At the same time, inside the carriage, the scarlet flesh and blood seemed to have life and quickly seeped out from the inner wall of the carriage. They were like long twisting bloody snakes, sweeping towards the sleeping passengers at an alarming speed. Seeing this, Kyojiro half bent over, assuming a stance to draw his sword. In an instant, orange-red fighting spirit surged, and breathing of flame type 1 Shiranui was activated. As he took a step forward, a blazing fire meteor rushed from the rear of the car to the front. In an instant, the flesh and blood along the line of fire turned into ashes. Kyojiro's cheerful voice still echoed in the last carriage. Zenitsu, Nezuko, I'll be in charge of the first 4 cars, and you guys will be in charge of the last 3. As long as Enmu is not dead, blood and flesh will continue to gush out, so Kyojiro and his companions must swing their swords endlessly, and they cannot stop for even a moment. Nezuko grew larger and kept running around in the last carriage, with rose-colored flames blooming inside the carriage like fireworks, but her ability was limited and she could only protect the passengers in one carriage. Zenitsu was so frightened that he held his head with his hands, not daring to move. Not to mention protecting the passengers, he couldn't even protect himself. Just as the flesh was about to devour Zenitsu, Nezuko waved her hand and flames ignited. Nezuko grasped Zenitsu's hand, staring at him intently with her big pink eyes. Nezuko, Zenitsu's voice was shaking, and suddenly, a flesh thorn pierced Nezuko's shoulder, and blood splattered on his face. Nezuko, advertisement, a hole, damn ghost. How dare you hurt Nezuko? Die. I saw golden lightning burst out from Zenitsu's body, and the surging thunder engulfed the flesh and blood of 3 carriages in the blink of an eye. This was also the first time Zenitsu was able to fully display his true strength while awake. Maybe this is the power of love. Looking from the side far away, in the suffocating endless darkness, the blazing flames and the dazzling lightning that streaked across the sky were intertwined with each other. The big net they weave is like an indestructible barrier, tightly wrapping every passenger in it and giving them the most solid and reliable protection. On the roof of the car, dozens of one-eyed ghosts had surrounded Kamiyama and his 2 companions. A sharp ghost claw was slashing towards Kamiyama's neck, and the claw made a buzzing sound as it broke through the air, but he remained motionless like a stone statue. Just as the ghost claw was about to cut his throat, a pair of golden eyes quietly opened. The red-gold lightning lit up the night, the long sword was unsheathed, and the unstoppable red-gold Qilin swept past the train like a long dragon. Enmu's silly smile froze and it was beheaded. How did you wake up so quickly? The voice of doubt echoed in the dark night, and Enmu's remaining body turned into a pile of rotten meat and merged into the train. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of one-eyed ghosts emerged like mushrooms after rain on the road leading to the front of the car. Kamiyama looked back and saw Tanjiro and Inosuke were still sleeping. He had already told them in advance that the condition for waking up from the dream was to commit suicide in the dream. Whether they could overcome it depended on their will. However, the key point is to get rid of the one-eyed ghosts around the 2 of them first. The lightning around Kamiyama turned into crystal-clear water droplets. The breathing of Dao, the shape of water, and the walking dragon. In an instant, a huge azure dragon shadow coiled and occupied the roof of the last carriage, and Kamiyama, who was in the dragon's head, had passed the last one-eyed ghost in this carriage. Ding ding ding! The roar of swords and spears resounded through the sky, and 38 one-eyed ghosts were beheaded together. The phantom of the dragon turned its head and stared at the densely packed one-eyed ghosts with its fierce vertical pupils. Chapter 197. The train about to derail. Tanjiro was standing alone in the snow in heavy snow. He slowly raised his head and saw several figures standing in the distance, waving at him with laughter. Tanjiro, come home and have dinner. Tanjiro, well done, I'm proud of you. Brother, play with me, okay? Brother, you've worked hard. Brother, that is Tanjiro's home, with his father, his mother, his brothers and sisters. There is the warmest love in the world. For a moment, he was moved and wanted to run over to reunite with his family. Tanjiro's foot was suspended in midair and he remembered everything. He was now on the roof of the car, and his companions were fighting bloody battles. Everyone, I'm sorry, I can't let my companions down, goodbye. He drew his knife and cut the throat without hesitation. He suddenly woke up in the darkness. Nearby was Piglet, who was fighting with a ghost. Based on his perception, he could tell that Piglet had already started swinging his knife with his eyes closed. In the distance was Kamiyama, who was blocking hundreds of one-eyed demons alone. Enmu focused all his energy on blocking him, and every clone he created had the strength to rival the lower moon. With more than 100 lower-ranked demons and a hypnotic vampire technique that could make people fall asleep instantly, it could only barely hold back Kamiyama. After digesting the blood injected by Muzan, its strength had already reached the level of an upper rank. Relying on the train and more than 100 passengers on it, it also achieved an excellent record of 1 ghost holding back 2 pillars and 3 small ones. There is no doubt that this is another war of attrition. If their hard power does not reach the level of Kokushibu or Hyakume, then other upper ranks will never be able to defeat Kamiyama in a head-on confrontation except in a war of attrition. However, Enmu's most important bargaining chip is not the blood demon art, nor the clone with the strength of the lower moon, but the passengers in the car. Tanjiro, Inosuke, I'll clear the way for you. The task of beheading is now left to you. Enmu's neck is right where the front of the train connects to the first car. Kamiyama yelled, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the howling wind. Charge forward, Zuzu roared, and gray fighting spirit continued to surge out of his body. He waved the 2 swords in his hands, trying desperately to keep up with Kamiyama's pace. But before he could step out of the last carriage, a dozen one-eyed ghosts surrounded him. Blood demon art. Dream entering was activated continuously. Sleep. Advertisement. Go to sleep. The one-eyed demon suddenly grew a mouth, and whispered lulling words to Inosuke's ears. Enmu already had a corresponding method for him. No, I won't sleep if I don't want to, ah. Charge forward, charge forward, charge forward. Zuzu yelled at the top of his lungs, trying to fight the sleepiness with his excited spirit. Although it's very tiring for your voice, it still has some effect. On the other hand, Tanjiro can only commit suicide again and again. Go to sleep, suicide, go to sleep, suicide. After dozens of repetitions, Tanjiro has become somewhat confused about reality. He fell asleep again, then woke up from suicide, but in reality, he turned the blade on himself again. Ah! At the critical moment, Tanjiro retracted the Nichiren blades in time. He took a deep breath and the scorching blade wind shot out from the blade. Right now, he must act quickly and decisively. Sun breathing is the best choice, but you can't lose the flexibility of water breathing. Thus, the mixed breathing method, life-living flame dance, was born. Tanjiro was surrounded by a layer of bright red flames like flowing water, and a burning dragon head condensed on the blade. His figure was agile, and wherever he passed, the sharp blade would cut down without waiting for the one-eyed ghost to use his blood magic. A tearing pain came from my lungs, and the combination of the life-flowing and round dance was indeed painful, but also very useful. Tanjiro raised his lips and charged forward, shocking the sleepy piglet as he rushed past Inosuke. How did Brother Tan Bailong become so powerful, hateful? Advertisement, I can't fall behind. Zuzu roared, his indomitable will burst out, his perception was raised to a higher level, infinitely close to Kamiyama's level of perception. The pace of suicide in a dream and waking up in reality was perfect. The ultimate result is that there is no difference between being hypnotized and acting normally. The two of them stepped out of the last carriage almost at the same time, one in front of the other. Kamiyama glanced back and laughed, he knew these two guys could do it. Then, the water droplets floating around him transformed into emerald green wind blades. The breath of Dao, the shape of wind, Fei Lian. I saw his figure like a ghost, moving quickly around the one-eyed ghost that was still being generated. Every step he took brought up a burst of emerald green light, like stars twinkling in the night sky. And wherever his steps went, countless extremely sharp wind blades appeared out of thin air and quickly intertwined and merged together. Finally, with a heart-pounding whistle, a phantom of a sickle weasel suddenly rushed out from the center of the vortex, opened its bloody mouth and let out a deafening roar. In just a moment, all the one-eyed ghosts were swept into the air by the hurricane, and a road leading directly to the front of the car appeared. Tanjiro and Inosuke passed by Kamiyama and smiled at each other. All I saw was blood and flesh falling from the sky like dense raindrops. Before they hit the ground, they turned into ashes. The flying ashes were blown up by the roaring wind, forming a gray barrier. Kamiyama stood in the gray. In front of him was the one-eyed ghost that kept coming out from under the iron sheet, and behind him were the younger generations who were desperately moving forward. He stood there with a sword in his hand, and this place was an insurmountable chasm. This trip is the best trial ground to hone Tanjiro and Inosuke. So he didn't plan to intervene too much, otherwise Enmu would not have been able to hold him back for so long. Enmu must have used up a lot of energy to hold him back with such fanfare, his hypnosis had almost lost its effect, and his body had merged with the train, restricting his movements. The situation has become completely one-sided. Soon, Tanjiro and Inosuke rushed to the first car. The two men jumped up and chopped at the connection between the front of the car and the carriage, and a lot of flesh and blood attached to the vicinity was cut off. A thick and strong spine was exposed, this was Enmu's knot. Before the two could take action, the train suddenly shook violently and then tilted to one side. From a distance, it looked as if the wheels on one side of the train had come off the track. Enmu planned to artificially derail the train and throw everyone on the roof off. Chapter 198, The Last Dance, Kagura, the God of Fire. The one-eyed ghosts on the top of the train melted away, and pools of flesh and blood returned to the train, returning to their original forms. After retrieving the clone outside, the flesh and blood at the connection between the front of the train and the first carriage grew wildly and returned to its original state in an instant. But the flesh and blood did not stop multiplying. Instead, it gushed out like a fountain. In the blink of an eye, a huge semicircular flesh and blood stand trapped Tanjiro and Inosuke inside. Then, huge, thick hands covered with densely packed eyeballs suddenly rushed out from the flesh and blood realm. They came like a surging tide, covering the sky and the earth. Their palms drew terrifying arcs in the air, and fell down as densely as raindrops with a whistling sound. Clang, clang, clang. The train was about to overturn. Kamiyama glanced in the direction of the two men, his eyes fixed, and he jumped directly off the speeding train. A stream of water hit the ground to cushion the impact. He gathered his fighting spirit and then swung it at the front of the train. The knife did not touch the train, but the surging fighting spirit pushed the train. The front of the train began to straighten up, but the carriages behind it were still about to fall down. Boom boom. In an instant, red gold lightning lit up the night sky. In less than 3 seconds, Kamiyama rushed from the front of the car to the back, repeatedly straightening the front of the car. He single-handedly pushed the train back onto the track. However, Enmu did not give up. It once again controlled the train to tilt to the other side, and Kamiyama also came to the other side. In this way, with the train as the carrier, a man and a ghost played tug-of-war. In the hemispherical flesh and blood area, the endless stream of fiery red blade wind kept cutting through the night sky. Wherever it passed, the hideous flesh and blood hands were broken. Inosuke, I'll make way for you, Tanjiro yelled, his brows furrowed. He knew that Enmu must be dealt with before the train derailed, otherwise all the passengers on the train would inevitably suffer casualties. Although Enmu had expended a lot of energy in dealing with Kamiyama, it was still not something Tanjiro and Inosuke could handle. A lean camel is bigger than a horse, at least it is a string. The infinitely regenerating flesh and blood palms and the hypnotic mental torture continued to consume the two. Suddenly, Tanjiro lost consciousness for a short time, but the price he paid was a huge fist of flesh and blood that hit him and pressed him into the scarlet flesh and blood. Cough cough cough. The Nichiren blade slipped out of his hand, and he coughed violently, his facial features squeezed together, and he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Having ribs pierced into the lungs was no joke. At this moment, a huge scarlet fist of flesh and blood fell like a meteorite. Wherever the giant fist passed, the surrounding air seemed to be squeezed to the extreme by its terrifying force in an instant, followed by a series of deafening explosions. This attack is Enmu's ultimate move against Tanjiro. Die, damn ghost hunter. Enmu's triumphant laughter echoed in the night, like the whisper of a devil from hell. Tanjiro. Advertisement surrounded by dozens of arms, Zuzu yelled anxiously. It was the first time he called Tanjiro's name correctly, but perhaps it would be the last time. Get lost. Get lost. Get out of my way. Zuzu swung his sword like crazy, and the gray blade wind shattered the flesh and blood palms around him like a whirlpool. Unfortunately, Enmu's recovery speed was much faster than his sword swinging speed. Right now, he simply couldn't spare the time to provide support. Tanjiro spat out a mouthful of blood, looked up, the blood blurred his vision, and in a trance, he saw Tanjiro. Father, I tried my best, he murmured, his eyes full of resentment. Tanjiro, you can do it. This is how the fire god Kagura dance is performed. Tanjiro's gentle voice sounded, and then he demonstrated the final Kagura dance. At the same time, Tanjiro could feel his heartbeat very clearly. Boom boom boom. His beating heart was like a huge bell, echoing in his mind, and his body temperature was also soaring. The scar on his forehead from a burn seemed to have burned, the edges expanding wildly until it covered half of Tanjiro's face. Stripes appear. The deep red markings looked like leaping flames, and an extremely powerful aura burst out. Coincidentally, at this moment, Tanjiro performed the fire god Kagura dance completely. The giant fist engulfed his figure, and Tanjiro's proud smile came into view. That was a father's recognition of his son, Tanjiro. You can't die, Inosuke yelled. He felt a tightness in his chest, he didn't know what it was but he just didn't like this feeling very much. Although Zuzu didn't know what sadness was, it was painful for him to see his good brother, who he had been with day and night, die in front of him. Tanjiro, I'll give you. Before Zuzu could finish his words, a scarlet flower blossomed from under the giant fist, and the hot breath made the Enmu at the source feel afraid. Advertisement: when you get closer, you will see that they are not flowers but slashing attacks formed by 4 huge blade winds. The blazing blade wind rose from the ground, and the surrounding flesh and blood turned into ashes. The god of fire Kagura. The burning red mirror. The sky was briefly illuminated, and under that light, Tanjiro held the flaming red Nichiren blades in one hand, his eyes like 2 suns, his gaze scorching. He looked at himself in disbelief, his body was burning, all the pain disappeared, and strength surged out. I can unleash the power of fire god Kagura. This is the pattern. As soon as he finished speaking, he bit off the pill on his wrist and took a step forward. With a swing of the sword, a red line of fire pierced through most of the flesh and blood area. The flesh and blood hands wrapped around Juju were chopped into pieces one after another. Tanjiro reached out and pulled him up, smiling and saying, Inosuke, thank you for calling me by my correct name. Charcoal seared milk. How come you suddenly became stronger? Juju asked in confusion. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, his heartbeat began to sound from his body and his body temperature rose rapidly. Another function of the markings is that they can resonate with nearby swordsmen. If one person has stripes, everyone has stripes. Under Inosuke's wild boar mask, gray spots similar to those of little pigs appeared, spreading from the left face to the shoulders. Oh, so strong. I am now extremely powerful. Ahahaha. Charge forward. Before Inosuke could charge, Tanjiro grabbed him and said sternly, Inosuke, activate the markings and take the medicine immediately. At this moment, Zuzu sensed a familiar breath on Tanjiro, and he obediently took the medicine on his wrist. That's right, he saw the vague afterimage of Kamiyama behind Tanjiro. At the same time, the flesh and blood arm that was burned and suppressed by the breathing of the sun began to gradually recover. If Tanjiro and Inosuke couldn't defeat the crippled Enmu before, then now. The attack and defense are alien. Chapter 199. The train stopped safely. Charge forward. Die, 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 go to hell. Ha 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 ha. Inosuke's arrogant shouts echoed in the dark night. He was like a knight in gray armor, unstoppable. Tanjiro followed closely behind Zuzu, occasionally swinging his knife to chop off the flesh arms that attacked him. Sensing the change in the aura, Enmu had to change his strategy. Apart from devoting a small amount of energy to controlling the train's rollover and devouring the passengers, it restrained its flesh and blood area and switched to defense mode. Circles of flesh and blood were wrapped around the connection between the front of the train and the first carriage. These flesh and blood seemed to be compressed by hydraulics, becoming thinner and harder. Finally, a dark red hard circle was formed. Inosuke and Tanjiro were back on the iron-textured roof of the car, with the howling wind blowing past. 2 5-meter-long hard arms emerged from the cylindrical defense. Although they looked bulky, they were actually extremely flexible. That hard arm was like an extremely sharp blade, flashing with an icy cold light. When it passed through the air, it seemed as if even the surrounding space was cut apart. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to have been hit by a huge impact, resulting in a brief fault phenomenon. A touch of bright red, a touch of hazy gray, a touch of dead silent dark red. Under the bright moonlight, 3 sword lights of different colors intertwined with each other like a nimble dragon. This dazzling display of light and shadow added a long tail to the speeding column. Every fierce confrontation will produce a series of dazzling sparks. The sparks were like gorgeous fireworks blooming in the night sky, flickering and jumping constantly, lighting up the originally pitch black night again and again. However, this brief moment of light could not conceal the tense atmosphere brought about by the battle. Even though Enmu used all of his remaining strength to attack, Tanjiro and Inosuke were not at a disadvantage at all. Suddenly, Inosuke's fighting spirit shone brightly, and he concentrated all his strength on the blade, intending to create a chance for Tanjiro to kill. It is not a solution to continue consuming like this. Inosuke jumped up and swung his sword towards the connection. Breath of the beast, fang of the 5 tearing wildly. At the same time, Tanjiro jumped to a higher place than Inosuke, and the fire god Kagura train started. The man moved along with the sword, and a huge flaming wheel enveloped him and Inosuke, knocking the 2 hard hands away, and the sharp blade wind even cut the hands to the point of breaking. Advertisement with the opportunity that Tanjiro had fought for, the pig smashed into the hard cylinder protecting Enmu's neck like a meteor. In just a few breaths, more than 100 gray blade winds overlapped together. From a distance, it seemed that the hundreds of blades became one, forming an incomparably dazzling slash. Crack. A long, clear sound echoed in the night sky, the hard layer broke, and Zuzu lost all his strength and rolled uncontrollably onto the roof. Just then, Kamiyama jumped out from the side and caught him. Seeing that Zuzu was out of danger, Tanjiro's eyes instantly became cold and a murderous aura spread. Instantly, the blade glowed with heat, emitting flames like the sun, and red fighting spirit burst out from Tanjiro's body. At this moment, the night is as bright as day. The god of fire Kagura, Weiwei Enku, or rather, breathing of the sun pickup type brilliant grace. The scorching light had a killing power comparable to that of the sun, and the healing hard layer stopped. The white bone was completely exposed in front of Tanjiro. At this moment, Enmu no longer had any defensibility. No, 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 impossible. How is it possible? I still have the strength. It let out a shrill whine and instantly retracted all its strength. The flesh and blood that was threatening the passengers in the carriage disappeared and the train stopped tilting. This also means that Kamiyama, Kyojuro, Zenitsu and Nezuko are all no longer constrained. Faced with the threat of death, the psychologically twisted Enmu panicked. It may not be afraid of dying at the hands of Muzan, but it is unwilling to die at the hands of a ghost hunter. Because of his twisted mentality, Muzan might spare its life, but a ghost hunter would never show mercy. Enmu, go to hell. Tanjiro roared, and it was useless to let the hard layer start to repair itself. He put all his strength into celebrating this blow. The raging flames came crashing down, and a fierce slash cut through the night. Tanjiro succeeded in decapitating Enmu, accompanied by his shrill screams. Upper rank, Enmu, go to hell. The tense battle ended, the markings faded quickly, and Tanjiro suddenly felt his limbs become weak, and he collapsed to the ground, his body falling uncontrollably. At this moment, the door of the carriage opened and Kyojuro jumped out. He caught Tanjiro with one hand and used sword skills with the other hand, and the two landed smoothly. Advertisement, Mom, I'm dying. Ah. Zenitsu screamed in fear and jumped off the train with Nezuko in his arms. Enmu died, the infinite train lost control and was about to overturn. Kyojuro put Tanjiro down and Kamiyama made eye contact with him. The next moment, Kyojuro was speeding along the speeding train. In just a few seconds, he surpassed the train and then stood alone in front of the train. He took a deep breath, and his fighting spirit as hot as fire rose into the sky. The terrifying pressure brought up gusts of wind. Breathing of flame type 5 flame tiger. A tiger made of fire emerged from behind Kyojuro, and he shouted, swinging his sword at the oncoming train. The flame tiger collided with the train and began to offset its powerful inertia. Although the train could no longer move forward, it was still about to overturn and it fell uncontrollably to the left. Looking at the train that was about to overturn, Kamiyama raised the corner of his mouth. In the game with Enmu, he had prevented the train from overturning dozens of times. Breathing of Dao Thunder type Kilin. The red gold lightning lit up the night for the last time. A ray of light moved back and forth along the first floor of the train. As the clanging sounds disappeared, the train stopped. Kamiyama held Tanjiro on one side and Inosuke on the other and ran towards the front of the car. Brother, wait for me, it's so dark, I'm scared. Woo woo woo. Zenitsu followed behind, holding Nezuko in his arms and crying. He used Thunderbolt Flash continuously in the carriage, and his legs were in terrible pain. But compared to the seriously injured Inosuke and Tanjiro, he was much luckier. Brother. Real. Kamiyama and Kyojuro laughed and bumped their fists together. Infinite trains, no casualties. The train stopped beside an empty wasteland, with deep woods in the distance. Kamiyama stared into the distance, his eyes deep as the abyss. Is that the end of the story? No, the infinity train is just the appetizer. Chapter 200 Upper Rank 2, Akaza. The night is as light as water, and perhaps it won't be long before the day breaks. Kamiyama fed Inosuke and Tanjiro a bottle of life-saving 3000, and the two fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Zenitsu kept pestering Nezuko the whole time, seemingly not caring about the lives of his two good brothers. Kyojuro stood aside, looking very leisurely. A thin layer of mist was hanging in the distant sky, and the moonlight was shining through the mist, dripping sparsely onto the ground. Suddenly, in the hazy mist, a pair of golden eyes suddenly opened. At this moment, the air seemed to become sticky, and an invisible ripple spread out. Except for Kamiyama and Kyojuro, the remaining 3 kids suddenly felt their chests sink and even breathing became difficult. A muscular figure walked out of the mist step by step, and the moonlight around it seemed to be distorted. Finally, the figure came into everyone's sight. Its short pink hair swayed in the wind, its pale skin was covered with countless dark blue tattoos representing sinners, its blood-red nails flashed coldly, and the rosary hanging on its ankles made crisp flashes. There were words engraved in the golden eyes. The right eye read, upper string, and the left eye had only one word, 2. Today's upper rank 2, Akaza, it seemed stronger. Kamiyama and Kyojuro simultaneously drew their Nichiren blades and stared at Akaza with a wary look on their faces. The other party just smiled, then looked at Kamiyama, sighed, and said regretfully, Tendo Kamiyama, if the Lord hadn't issued a death order against you, I would have turned you into a ghost. Just by taking a glance, I could sense the thriving fighting spirit. Hearing this, Kamiyama smiled and replied, Akaza, I want to kill you even more. Oh, you are the target of Baimu, but now that I have met you, you will return home disappointed? Also, it speaks so highly of you, I can't wait to fight you. Unexpectedly, just as Akaza finished speaking, a very unhappy voice came from the back. Akaza, luckily I'm following you. A dark red afterimage passed a distance of several dozen meters and arrived beside Akaza in the blink of an eye. Seeing the person coming, Kamiyama's mouth twitched, thinking why is this guy Baimu here too, it will be difficult today. Advertisement, Tiandao Kamiyama, long time no see. Why are you still so weak? Baimu opened his mouth with sarcasm. In fact, he couldn't wait any longer. After all, Kamiyama had not yet reached the state of clarity and had not reached his most ideal fighting state. In its heart, Kamiyama is the only human who is worthy of it using its strongest form. No use talking anymore, Baimu. Before Kamiyama could finish his words, the scarlet gold kirin lit up the night sky, and 50 scarlet eyes suddenly lit up, and the 100 eyes punched out. The dark red fist wind shot out like a laser, shattering the kirin and submerging Kamiyama's figure. Really big brother, boss. The 3 little ones who were watching the battle from a distance were frightened and hurriedly called out Kamiyama's name. At this moment, a sharp blade that was completely fiery red and flashing with scorching light suddenly cut out from the inside of the dark red fist wind. In an instant, accompanied by a sharp sound of metal tearing, the fist wind shattered into pieces like thin paper. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling silver beam of light rose from the ground and rushed straight into the sky. This beam of light was like a silver dragon emerging from the sea, stirring up the surrounding air violently. Under the bright silver light, day dawned. As the silver light faded, a full moon slowly rose. A layer of silver flame also attached to Kamiyama's body surface, and the black dragon pattern spread from his left chest to his left eye. Finally, the dragon eye overlapped with his left eye. He took a step, seemingly as slow as a turtle, but in fact his speed was invisible to the naked eye. With a sudden swing of the knife, one of Baimu's arms flew out and blood gushed out. Ha ha ha, just be serious, gurgle. There was a long sound of bubbles bursting, and one scarlet eye after another opened. In the end, there were 80 of them. From afar, 2 figures, one red and one silver, kept colliding, and dazzling sparks bloomed like fireworks. The fight between the 2 made Akaza, who was far away, feel itchy, but it was not a warrior's job to interfere in a fight between powerful men. He turned his eyes to Tanjiro in the distance. In addition to Kamiyama, that little guy was also on the kill list. Akaza appeared in an instant and passed by Kyojuro so swiftly, from beginning to end, it did not even look at Kyojuro. Advertisement: the fierce fist wind was approaching, but Tanjiro found that he couldn't even escape. This is a truly powerful evil spirit. Suddenly, an arc of flame swung out, cutting Akaza's arm in half, with the flame still rising, aiming for its neck. Oh, only then did it look directly at Kyojuro. After all, it always looked down upon the weak. You are not bad either, Akaza laughed loudly, seemingly not caring about the blade passing through its body, and instead praised it generously. Kyojuro was a little confused about this upper rank, but he still attacked with all his strength. Just when he thought he was sure to win, Akaza just casually took a step back. The knife cut crookedly, and the wound healed instantly. At this moment, in Akaza's eyes, Kyojuro was a burning fire, and an extremely vigorous one at that. You are not much different from Kamiyama in terms of fighting spirit. You are also a powerful human. My name is Akaza, what is your name? Akaza always gives the highest respect to the strong people he recognizes, regardless of their identities. Rengoku Kyojuro. Kyojuro replied coldly, he never had a good impression of ghosts. Kyojuro. Akaza raised his voice and extended his hand with sincerity in his eyes, he invited sincerely. Come on, be a ghost. Then you will gain eternal life and an immortal body, and your martial arts attainments will even surpass Kamiyama. My lord did not order me to kill you, so I want to invite you. If we become ghosts, we can fight once and for all. Don't you want to pursue the legendary supreme realm of martial arts? Akaza became more and more excited as he spoke. It hadn't encountered a decent opponent in a long time. Kyojuro didn't hesitate at all and shouted, I refuse. I'd rather die in battle than become a demon, otherwise I will be ashamed of my ancestors. That's a pity. Akaza sighed, and then the fire in his eyes became more intense. He murmured, "That I can only treat you with the highest etiquette of a warrior. I will kill you with my own hands." Chapter 201 Fierce Confrontation. If you want to fight, then fight. Kyojiru's eyes lit up, and an astonishing aura burst out, with leaping flame patterns emerging. He knew very well that he was not as powerful as the real one, but for the sake of the lovely juniors behind him, he was not afraid. The orange-red fighting spirit was like a flame, reaching its peak as the markings emerged. The fighting spirit was burning fiercely, and there were signs of it contracting slightly. The blade of the Nichiren blades turned visibly red, and the heat waves radiating from it distorted the air. Kyojiru bit off the pill on his wrist and stared straight ahead with burning eyes. The person standing in front of Akaza now is no longer the self-taught Rengoku Kyojiru who relied on a few old books. Instead, he is the strongest flame pillar in history, who was cultivated with great effort by the previous flame pillar and has the red pattern sword fully wielded. He is the descendant of the Rengoku family who is closest to the peak of martial arts in hundreds of years. Ha 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 ha, well, you've given me such a big surprise. I am in a particularly good mood today. Akaza's face was filled with excitement because Kyojiru was far more powerful than he thought. It extended its hand again and sincerely invited, "Kyojiru, become a ghost." "I refuse." "Good." The next moment, Akaza activated the blood demon art and destroyed the killing needle. I saw a 12-pointed ice blue snowflake emerging from the ground with it as the center. In an instant, a fighting spirit that was even more violent than Kyojiru's burst out. Unlike the hot fighting spirit, this fighting spirit was cold and violent, which made people shudder. This is the core of Akaza vampire magic. Its body surface was also covered with a layer of ice blue dochi, but unlike Kyojiru, this dochi was thinner and so concentrated that it almost penetrated into the body. Kamiyama's state is the same, even more concentrated into the body than Akaza, which is a state infinitely close to the state of transparency. Akaza rushed out at high speed and threw a straight punch. His indifferent ice blue fighting spirit suddenly lit up, causing the surrounding air to twist into a vortex. Destruction, killing and chaos style. This punch was unavoidable, and the powerful force it contained made Kyojiru feel a little nervous. He gripped the knife tightly and activated Type 5, Flame Tiger. A mighty flame burst forth and a huge, majestic tiger advanced forward. Advertisement with a loud bang, a huge shockwave spread out in all directions. The ground under the feet of the man and the ghost cracked open, and dust flew everywhere. Akaza immediately used the destructive killing kick style, Crown Cut. It kicked upwards, and the kick wrapped in fighting spirit drew a giant light blue blade in the air, and a series of sharp explosions sounded. The flaming tiger turned into pieces all over the sky. Kyojiru barely dodged the kick, but he still got a small cut on his chin. If he had reacted a little slower, his head would have exploded. This time, Akaza held back very little and used almost 90% of his strength. The remaining 10% was because he still wanted to recruit Xingzhou. Boom boom boom. Above the earth, blue and red fighting spirits intertwined, but the red fighting spirit managed to escape just barely each time. The fist wind swept in with a roar like a raging sea, and the dazzling sword light suddenly lit up like an erupting volcano. There was a loud bang, and the two collided fiercely. In an instant, a powerful impact force spread all around, and the ground under the feet of the man and the ghost began to shake violently. Accompanied by a series of terrifying roars, the originally solid ground quickly cracked and shattered as if it was being kneaded by an invisible giant hand. In just 10 minutes, large pits with a diameter of about 3 meters appeared. Looking from the sky, this land looks like it has been hit by countless meteorites. It is devastated and horrible to look at. Ha ha ha, so refreshing, take my punch, Akaza yelled. He was having a blast, so he invited her again, even more sincerely than the previous 2 times. Kyojiru, become a ghost, you can really get stronger. Kyojiru frowned and replied, I can do it without turning into a ghost. Breathing of flame, 9 forms, Rengoku. As soon as he finished speaking, the fighting spirit that had been lingering around him suddenly shrank. Although it was far from reaching Kamiyama's level, it had indeed become stronger. Kyojiru just wanted to end the fight quickly. In terms of a protracted battle, he was definitely no match for Akaza, and he had already noticed that this guy wasn't giving his all. As Kyojiru's fighting spirit was gathered to its limit, an extremely powerful aura burst out violently. The originally orange-red flame turned into rose-red, and the scorching aura caused the earth to crack. He took a step forward, and huge spiral pyrotechnic tails burst out behind him. The next moment, he turned into a meteor, lighting up the night and rushing straight towards Akaza. Advertisement wherever the fireball passed, the ground collapsed and soil and rocks turned inside out. At the same time, the compass under Akaza's feet was shaking wildly, not because of fear, but extreme excitement. He gathered his fighting spirit on his right arm, and ice-blue spots of light floated around like flowing snow. The ultimate destructive killing fist, the destructive killing and annihilation style. This is the strongest punch Akaza can deliver with his physical body, without relying on the Luo needle to release the Dochi missile. He raised the corner of his mouth and rushed towards Kyojiru, who was constantly emitting hot breath, like a missile. The distance between the two was getting shorter and shorter. When the distance was less than half a meter, the ice-blue fighting spirit in Akaza's hand reached its peak. He laughed and blasted out, and rose-colored flames followed. Just when the two extreme forces were about to collide, something suddenly lit up in the distance, and a dark red light shot straight into the sky. Circles of energy ripples that turned into entities spread out, and they were exactly Baimu. At this moment, its eyes have been opened to 95, and it has also become the guy in the whole arena who is closest to disappearing with the fighting spirit gathered. Without any bells and whistles, it punches Kamiyama in the face. An invisible fist blasted out, and the power it carried made Kamiyama feel his hair stand on end. The most outrageous thing is that the attack that was swung out was invisible. A beam of light that is invisible to the naked eye is advancing with unstoppable force. Damn it. It seems I have to go all out. This guy Baimu wants to kill me. Kamiyama was shocked, but out of the corner of his eye, he happened to see Kyojuro and Akaza about to fight, and the idea of saving his elder brother came to his mind. He gave up activating the Golden Crow and instead focused on dodging. The invisible energy beam flew past Kamiyama's chest, and the scorching air wave swept through his body, directly burning a big hole in his chest. Akaza and Kyojuro sensed this suffocating energy at the same time. In desperation, they retreated together and the attack was forced to stop. An invisible beam of light penetrated the space between the two of them and went straight into the woods in the distance. There was a loud bang, a dazzling white light appeared, and a small mushroom cloud rose. Chapter 202. We arrived just in time. Akaza was stunned. He frowned and turned to curse at Beimei in the distance. Baimu, you are sick. Why are you interfering with my fight with Kyojuro? It was very angry and wanted to defeat Baimu right now. After all, in Akaza's heart, dueling with a strong man was a very sacred thing. Of course, Baimu felt the same way. He felt a little guilty for rashly interrupting someone else's duel, as this violated his principles. Akaza, I'm wrong. You two can continue. The usually arrogant Hyakme apologized. He was the guy who looked down upon Muzan, but principles are principles and he would never violate Bushido. Hyakume, I propose to exchange opponents. I want to try Tendo Kamiyama. This. You can't beat him, Baimu said without hesitation, and it spoke very objectively. Whether you can beat him or not, you won't know until you try, Akaza pouted unhappily, but Baimu didn't agree and arrived in the blink of an eye. A punch was thrown out, and the ice-blue fist wind hit Kamiyama like a huge wave. Depend on. Kamiyama cursed, and the earth-brown fighting spirit suddenly burst out. A black tortoise shadow emerged, and countless silver blade winds surrounded him, blocking the attack. It's unethical. I haven't agreed yet. I don't need your consent. Akaza's eyes were burning, and the compass needles under his feet flashed wildly. It opened fire at full power, and the destruction-killing Ghost Core 8 cores were activated. In an instant, 8 phantoms appeared from all directions, surrounding Kamiyama tightly. This blood demon technique was not a clone, but Akaza's speed was increased to a higher level. It attacked from 8 directions at the same time in less than a second, making it look like a clone. At the same moment, a clear and loud birdsong rang out, and the sound seemed to be able to penetrate the layers of clouds and reach the sky. Then, a pair of flaming wings lit up the night sky, forming a brilliant sea of fire. Breathing of Dao fire form Suzaku. The vermilion bird flew out with dozens of scorching blade winds and swallowed up the 8 ice-blue energy balls in the blink of an eye. So strong. Ha ha ha. I love it. Killing you will make it valuable. Akaza threw his head back and laughed wildly, every cell in his body cheering excitedly inside. He wanted to surpass his limits and defeat Kamiyama. Baimu in the distance took a look and murmured, I told you that you couldn't beat me, but you just wouldn't listen. Advertisement. You're looking for death. Don't blame me for not warning you, Tisk. After finishing its rant, it looked off into the distance, its sharp eyes instantly locking onto Kyojuro. And Kyojuro also faced Beimei. When their eyes met, he felt a powerful pressure coming down on him and it became difficult for him to breathe. This is Baimu, and it is only the Baimu with 95 eyes opened. Kyojuro's hands were shaking. The fear that came from biological instinct was beyond his control, but that was no reason to run away. He cannot abandon his companions. Even if there is hell ahead, he will jump down without hesitation. You might be able to hold out for a few moves, Baimu spoke. Even though there was still indifference and disdain in its eyes, it was already a compliment to people other than Kamiyama. Breathing of Flame 9 type Rengoku. Rose-colored flames rose from the ground, and a fire tornado surrounded Kyojuro. The next moment, he turned into a lightning-like line of fire and rushed straight towards Baimu. You don't know your own limits, just like Akaza. Baimu sneered in his heart and said sarcastically. It simply makes a horse stance movement, then moves the right arm back and clenches the fist. Gurgle, gurgle, 1, 2, 3. One by one, eyeballs surged toward his right arm, and eventually, the number reached 80. Dark red spots of light fell like snowflakes, and the space beside Baimu's right arm was visibly distorted. When it finished doing all this, Kyojuro came closer. Buzz buzz buzz. The air around seemed to be ignited, and suddenly there was a series of roars. Baimu suddenly threw a straight punch, and a surging dark red wave surged out. The rosy Rengoku fire collided with the waves, and wave after wave of energy ripples erupted with the two of them as the center, rolling up hurricanes. 10 breaths later, Rengoku went out, and with a crisp click, Kyojuro's sword broke. Baimu's moves have no names, only fists, kicks and the most primitive rage. It is not like Akaza, which will show mercy to those it admires. Moreover, Kyojuro had already consumed a lot of physical strength, and he was not in his prime at this moment. Advertisement. Just as the dark red wave was about to annihilate Kyojuro, a huge blue dragon descended from the sky, and the two attacks cancelled each other out. With a loud bang, the intruder and Kyojuro were blown away. The two men crashed into the ground, and dust rolled up. Cough cough cough. Hyakimoku is still as perverted as ever. What on earth is that guy fighting against every day? I've already opened fire at full force, and I was sent flying with a bang. I'm going. Sabito's voice sounded, and Kyojuro looked over and saw that the other party had already activated the stripes and the red sword. You guys are just too bad. If you're not good at it, practice more. Xiao Banei's mockery was heard faintly, and then the shadow of a giant white snake meandered through the dusty smoke. Following closely behind Obana was Tomioka Giyu, who said nothing, but he still glanced at Kyojuro. Kanae's figure flashed by, bringing with it fluttering pink petals, and soft words rang out. Thank you for your hard work. Leave the rest to us. Sabito pulled Kyojuro up and said with a smile, we got here just in time. Why are you here? Kyojuro coughed a few times and asked with a confused look on his face. We arrived shortly after the Infinity train left the station, and then we kept running after it, but the train was running so fast that we almost couldn't catch up. I'm really exhausted. Ever since the incident at Nada Spider Mountain, for any mission that we really participate in, the Lord will arrange for several of the closest pillars to provide support afterwards. Look, there are two upper ranks. Does that guy have any special physique? Tisk tisk tisk. Unlucky child. Sabito started to complain, then glanced at his watch and muttered, it should be fine to delay it until dawn. Take a break. You've worked hard. After saying that, he patted Kyojuru's shoulder, then turned and rushed towards Beimei. In the distance, sword skills were flying all over the sky, like a gorgeous rain of light. Facing the siege of 4 people, Baimu remained calm, but it was difficult for him to kill someone instantly. After all, with the stripes, the red swords and their tacit cooperation, the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps are able to make up for the gap in combat power. The battle was at a stalemate for a while. Chapter 203, Breaking the Boundary, Day Will Come. Under the hazy night sky, the dark red light was as bright as stars. In the sky, one energy ball after another streaked across the sky like meteors, and with a fierce momentum, they slammed straight towards the 4 people below. Each ball of light took the shape of a fist, which was thrown out by Baimu one punch after another in just a few breaths. They intertwined into a huge net, completely blocking this space and leaving no escape. Seeing that the situation was not good, Giyu swung his sword in an instant, and his fighting spirit dissipated into nothingness. Water-breathing 11th form Nagi, tick-tock. The sound of water drops falling into the lake echoes between heaven and earth, clear and pleasant. In an instant, a calm lake without a single ripple spread out with him as the center. After thousands of sparring sessions with Kamiyama and his own understanding, Giyu's Nagi can not only protect himself, but also protect his teammates from attacks. Of course, if he protects more people, his consumption will increase exponentially, and he can only use it once a day. Boom boom boom. The violent fist winds were like a torrential rain, smashing down all over the sky and earth. They hit the ground fiercely, making loud noises that shook the earth, and the dust flew and gravel splashed everywhere. As the fist wind raged, huge deep pits appeared on the originally solid ground. But the fierce attack did not hurt anyone. Baimu narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but exclaimed, what a unique sword skill. This generation of humans is really full of talents. Then, it changed the subject and said, but you are nothing more than that. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 figures emerged. Giyu looked a little pale and his breathing became much weaker. The other 3 attacked Baimu without hesitation. Just drag it out until dawn, Giyu murmured weakly. At this moment, a beam of fist light passed through the crowd at an extremely tricky angle and headed straight for his head. The punch light was extremely fast, and it would be difficult for him to dodge unless Giyu launched Nagi again. At the critical moment, an arc-shaped slash surrounded by flames fell. The half-broken Nichiren blades forcibly split the fist wind, and Kyojuro blocked in front of Giyu, and a hearty laugh rang out. I'm here, everyone, ha 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 ha. Even though he almost died just now, Giyu remained calm. He glanced at his watch and murmured. It will be dawn in about half an hour, and thank you, Kyojuro. After saying that, Giyu raised his sword and slashed at Beimei. Kyojuro held half of the sword and stared at the distance, ready to support and block the sword at any time. Advertisement: the 5 men held back Beimei, while Kamiyama was still fighting fiercely with Akaza. The silver light surrounding him has turned into incandescent color. This is Kamiyama's strongest form at present, breathing of Dao heavenly form Golden Crow. He has already firmly defeated Akaza, but the opponent's Luo Gen is very difficult to deal with. The core of its blood magic can sense the opponent's fighting spirit like a compass, making its own attacks and avoidance movements as precise as being attracted by a magnet. The stronger the opponent's fighting spirit, the stronger the Luo Needle's reaction will be. Unless you reach the state of clarity, it will be difficult to behead Akaza. Its blood demon technique is specifically designed to counter fighting spirit. Even though Kamiyama has used the Golden Crow to restrain the fighting spirit to its current limit, the Luo Needle can still sense it. However, Kamiyama still has a way to behead the third brother. After all, he has a trick that can instantly hide his fighting spirit. Kamiyama, fighting with you has helped me improve quickly. Are you ready to accept my latest move? Ha 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 ha. Akaza laughed out loud, and there seemed to be fire in his eyes. It must be said that he was indeed a genius in martial arts. Huh? Kamiyama's face darkened. After fighting for such a long time, I became your experience bag? Damn it. The compass needles under Akaza's feet shrank rapidly, which was somewhat similar to the feeling when he launched the destructive killing final move, blue-silver random light. But Kamiyama could clearly sense that it was very different. At this moment, the fighting spirit lingering around Akaza seemed to have disappeared and could not be sensed. There was a flash of surprise in Kamiyama's eyes. Could it be that this guy has mastered the realm of transparency? No. Absolutely not. Suddenly, the Lujun technique appeared at the soles of Kamiyama's feet, and he found himself unable to move. Destroy, kill, Lujun, change, and fall silver. In an instant, a silver flower bloomed with the compass needle as its center. Akaza's figure flashed and he was already in front of Kamiyama, and he activated destruction, killing, and world annihilation. An extremely violent and destructive force poured out from his clenched fists like a torrent. An ice-blue beam of light enveloped Kamiyama in the blink of an eye. As this terrifying energy flooded over him, Kamiyama disappeared without leaving any trace. Akaza frowned. He had no real sense of being hit. Coincidentally, at this moment, a deep blue pool covered the Lujun technique, and in the pool, golden vertical pupils locked onto Akaza. Advertisement as early as the beginning, Kamiyama used the Zixing Yinglong. This trick even fooled Kokushibu, not to mention Akaza, who was only close to the state of clarity but had not really reached that level. By the time Akaza reacted, it was too late. The battle between two masters only took a short time. The hot red blade drew a graceful arc behind it, and Akaza was beheaded. Its head rolled to the side, its face full of unwillingness, even though it was already infinitely close to the pinnacle of martial arts. Why would I lose? This is impossible. I had just broken through a limit that had remained unbroken for hundreds of years. Die? How can I die? Ghost, beheading, will die. No, I won't die. I will become stronger and stronger. Akaza was filled with a strong belief that Kamiyama should be the one to die. Ah, I won't die, it's just a beheading. Akaza roared, blue veins crawling like little snakes all over the remaining half of its head. At this moment, the collapse of its body stopped. It breaks through the boundaries of ghosts. Decapitation failed. From then on, Akaza was only afraid of the sun. The flesh in the gap of its neck squirmed wildly, and a new head grew out, and the half of the head that was left disappeared completely. Oh my god, I knew it. Kamiyama frowned. Although he knew the result, he was still very unhappy when it actually happened. There is no way around it. Akaza is not like that idiot Doma, whose inner obsession is too strong. Destruction killing Luo needle unfolds. The 12-pointed snowflake ritual reappeared. Akaza stretched out his hand, raised the corners of his mouth, and said confidently, "Come on, we can fight to our heart's content." The sky was turning pale and daybreak was approaching. Chapter 204, Infinite Train, End. You're right, my sword may not be able to kill you, but what about the sun? Kamiyama pointed to the sky. The sun was already covering the land behind him. Beimei had already left. Next time, either you die or I die, Akaza said in an excited tone, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. After all, the other party was right, the sunlight could still kill him. As soon as it finished speaking, it turned and rushed towards the dense forest behind it like an ice-blue meteor. Looking at Akaza's receding back, Kamiyama shouted, "Are you becoming stronger for someone? Is becoming stronger just for the sake of becoming stronger? What can you do if you kill me? After all, you haven't protected anything." Akaza, whose figure had been swallowed by the shadow, suddenly turned around and looked at Kamiyama with confusion in his eyes, not understanding what he was talking about. What a weird thing. Akaza glared at Kamiyama and completely disappeared from his sight. It shuttled through the dense woods and soon came to a dim cave on the top of a mountain. Suddenly, a gentle female voice appeared in its ears. "Kamaji ni-san." This voice came from Akaza's mind, or rather, from the depths of its memory. It has broken through the boundaries of ghosts, and something is also about to break through the limits. Who is Kamaji? Who are you? Akaza's eyes widened and he growled. Tick, tick, tick. Water fell drop by drop from the top of the cave, and the cave was empty and silent. There was no sound in response to Akaza. It roared, mixed with anger and sadness it had never felt in hundreds of years. Suddenly, a dazzling ice-blue light burst out from Akaza's body. This ray of light was like an arrow shot from a bow, rushing straight to the top of the cave above at an astonishing speed. The violent impact caused a deafening roar, and the entire mountain began to tremble. The dazzling light gathered on its right arm, and it punched out. A terrifying beam of energy instantly penetrated the mountain. From afar, a ray of light was gradually swallowed up by the dark tunnel. At the junction of light and darkness, a blurry figure appeared, her smile as beautiful as a flower. Akaza arrived in an instant, and when he looked closely, there was no one there. Advertisement, however, after throwing a punch, he felt extremely happy and no longer cared about the figure or the strange voice. At the same time, the empty land has been completely covered by the warm sunshine, and everything seems to have been reborn. It is so beautiful. Kyojuro and Giyu supported each other and walked towards Kamiyama. Behind them were Kanae, Sabito, who looked tired but smiling, and Obanai with a sharp look. Zenitsu carried the box with Nezuko on it, while Tanjiro and Pig also supported each other. Kamiyama placed one hand on the hilt of the knife and the other on his waist. His flaming ponytail moved with the wind. He looked at everyone with a gentle gaze, raised the corner of his mouth, and said, "Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Why didn't that upper rank one die?" Obana asked softly. He saw clearly that Akaza was beheaded. "That's right, if it doesn't die after being beheaded, is it still a ghost?" Sabito's eyes were full of shock, and that scene was beyond his understanding. The others all had the same doubts. Kamiyama spread his hands and said helplessly, "I don't know. Maybe just like us opening the stripes, the ghosts have also broken through some kind of boundary. But don't worry, there will always be a way out when you get to the mountain." The rest of the people. 1_1. There must be a way when you reach the mountain. This explanation is so far-fetched. Forget it, since the knife can't kill it, there's still sunlight. It can be killed by dragging it. It's impossible for every ghost to be like that, Xiao Bane complained. "Just be careful next time." Kamiyama nodded. Everyone walked forward side by side, the sun shining in their faces, and their feather robes rustled in the wind. The perspective moved, and the sunlight finally stopped on the dark front of the car, with two large silver words shining brightly. Unlimited. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on the ramen restaurant next to the railway, and it was almost closing time. The owner of the ramen restaurant was cleaning confidently with a smile on his face. After all, the Ripper case had been closed, the murderer was shot dead on the spot, and the restaurant's business was booming. In a trance, he thought of the two young men again and the promises they made before leaving. "Boss, once we solve that problem, your business will definitely pick up." "That's right, we guarantee that your business will be prosperous, ha ha ha. Thanks to your good words, I will let you eat ramen for free." Thinking of this, the boss murmured, "I wonder if I can meet those two people again?" Jingle, the wind chime at the door rang, and the boss looked back and saw Kamiyama and Kyojuro at the door. "Yo, how's business? It's definitely getting better." Hearing this, the boss was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, "Advertisement, the ramen is free, so we won't close today." He actually guessed that the identities of the two were not simple, but he just couldn't guess what they did. Soon, the steaming ramen was served, and Kamiyama and Kyojuro began to slurp it. After the meal, the two chatted with the boss for a while. "Boss, please stay here. We will come again if we have the chance." "Yes, the road is long and the mountains are high. We will meet again if we are lucky enough." "Ha ha ha, it'll be free next time." Kamiyama and his partner left the ramen restaurant and went to the station to buy return tickets. Although it was dark, unlike the deserted days ago, there were many passengers on the road and many bento shops in the station had reopened. "Yo, business is booming." Kyojuro smiled and waved. Xiaofu, who was entertaining the guests, was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up and he greeted from a distance. "Mr. Rengoku, and me." Kamiyama smiled. "Mr. Tiandao is here too." Grandma Xiaofu took over the work from her granddaughter, who picked up the two still hot bento boxes, hurried out of the store and came to the two of them. "Here, it's free, thanks. Are you leaving?" Xiaofu asked. "Yes, tickets are available right now," Kamiyama replied. As soon as he finished speaking, a soft female voice sounded. It was the station announcer. "Dear passengers, hello, the train is about to depart, please get on board as soon as possible." "Oops. It's time to go. See you next time, young man." Kyojuro rubbed Xiaofu's head and said with a laugh. "Yeah." Xiaofu's eyes were a little moist. She watched the two of them leave, and she suddenly shouted. "I wish you two good luck in martial arts. You should keep working hard." "New, of course, ha ha ha, woo woo woo." The train whistle sounded and the return train started. The journey on the infinite train ended here, and no one in the Demon Slayer Corps died. One step closer to the final battle. Chapter 205. This is what Butterfly House members should do. Demon Slayer Corps Headquarters, Butterfly House. A week has passed since the Battle of Infinity Train. Tanjiro and Inosuke, who were the most seriously injured, are still recuperating, and Zenitsu, who was hardly injured, is also shamelessly staying in the Butterfly House and refusing to leave. Kanzaki Aoi pushed open the door of the ward, and the smell of disinfectant hit her nose. Glancing at the bed, the corners of her mouth twitched because Inosuke was missing again. She had never seen such a noisy patient. His injuries were obviously not healed yet, and running around would tear the wound. She sighed, turned to look at Zenitsu, who was sitting with his legs crossed and humming a little tune leisurely, frowned, and said, "Mr. Zenitsu, you could have been discharged the day before yesterday. Why are you still here?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zenitsu, who was originally leisurely, immediately hugged his ankle and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. "Ah, my legs are hurting again. Hurry, call a doctor." Kanzaki Aoi. Just then, a head popped out from the door. It was Kanao. She lowered her head, her face was red, and she was holding a food box in her hand. Excuse me, Tanjiro, is he awake? I made some soup, it's good for your health." Kanao said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, a little embarrassed. Kanzaki Aoi glanced at him with an anti-smile, then grabbed Zenitsu by the collar and said, "Come on, I'll take you to check it out." Zenitsu hugged the bed legs tightly and screamed, "I want soup too. I didn't make it for you, so you need to have a good eye." Kanzaki Aoi gave Zenitsu a violent blow and dragged him out of the ward. "Ah, I want to file a complaint, you violent nurse." "I want to complain," Zenitsu cried, but he couldn't do anything to the other party. After seeing the two leave, Kanao carefully sat down next to Tanjiro's bed, who was still sleeping. Seeing that Tanjiro's hair was a little messy, Kanao reached out to straighten it for him, and at this moment, he opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he saw a beautiful girl sitting at the head of the bed. He was stunned and his face turned red. Your hair is messy, let me fix it for you. Kanao retracted his hand as if he had been electrocuted, and looked away guiltily. Oh, then. Thank you. Tanjiro also avoided the girl's gaze and did not dare to look at her side again. After a while, he slowly spoke and asked softly, Kanao, do you have something to talk to me about? It was not until this moment that Kanao remembered his purpose and said, I made some soup to nourish you. Advertisement. Thank you very much. Tanjiro showed a silly smile, his eyes full of sincerity. After a while, a bowl of steaming chicken soup was brought to Tanjiro by Kanao. Because the arm was the most seriously injured, Tanjiro's hands were still shaking a little, and he almost spilled the bowl when he took it. Seeing this, Kanao hurriedly took it back, then picked up a spoon. She blushed to her ears and stuttered nervously. I'll feed you. If it gets cold, it won't taste good. Hearing this, Tanjiro was dumbfounded. He said very embarrassedly, No, that's too troublesome. I can do it. As he finished speaking, he scooped up a spoonful of soup and then spilled it. Tanjiro. Iota_. It's okay, just consider it as a thank you for helping me stop relying on coins, and taking care of the wounded is what the Butterfly House members should do. This sentence is to convince Tanjiro as well as herself. Yes, I am a member of Butterfly House and this is what I should do. There is absolutely no selfish motive at all. Kanao mentally prepared himself, then scooped up a spoonful of soup, blew on it to warm it up, and passed it to Tanjiro's mouth. Well, thank you for trouble. This action made Tanjiro blush and her heart beat fast, and she was absent-minded the whole time. At this moment, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open, and Kamiyama made a brilliant appearance. Did you miss me? At this moment, the air seemed to freeze. The three of them looked at each other, and the spoon stopped at Tanjiro's mouth. Their faces turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then they hurriedly explained. My hands don't work well, Shang. Kanao is a medical staff, helping. Yes, this is what medical staff should do. Kamiyama. Excuse me, sorry. I'll be leaving right away. He left the ward with an Andy smile on his face and closed the door gently. Shin, what are you doing sneakily? Asked Shinobu, who was wearing a white coat, as he happened to pass by. Kamiyama shushed and whispered, Kanao is feeding Tanjiro soup. Kochou Shinobu's eyes widened and his mouth opened into an O shape. Let's go, let them stay here, she whispered, pulling Kamiyama away from the ward door. Advertisement in the ward. Kanao's voice became quieter, and he asked, do you want to finish it? Why don't I do it myself? Tanjiro said very embarrassedly. The next second, a spoonful of soup was stuffed into his mouth. Kamiyama and Kochou Shinobu crossed the corridor corner, and the latter complained. Inosuke, you run around all day. I wish your wounds would be torn open 800 times. As a master, can't you take care of it? Well, if you can't control it, do you think the pigs will listen to me? Kochou Shinobu glared at Kamiyama and asked, am I that scary? No, Shinobu is the most gentle. It's pig that is too noisy. Kamiyama said with a smile, full of desire to survive. This is not henpecked, but deep love. Suddenly, the window opposite burst open with a bang, and Inosuke rushed in with a knife in hand, yelling. Ahahaha. If there is no door, I will create one myself. How could this small, broken yard possibly hold me back? Reckless. Before he could finish his words, Zuzu sensed a murderous aura approaching. He looked up and dared not say a word. Kochou Shinobu frowned, looking very kind, and said angrily, Inosuke, how dare you run around in the Butterfly House with a knife? Have you forgotten all the rules I taught you? What if the patient is hurt? Get down on your knees. Okay, big boss. Zuzu knelt on the ground with a wrong look on his face, quietly put away the Nichiren blades, and trembled. Seeing Zuzu's pitiful look, Kamiyama smiled and said, considering that Zuzu is still injured and didn't hurt anyone, let him go this time. Besides, Kamiyama said a lot of things, trying to save Zuzu's life. Kochou Shinobu snorted and gave a death stare. Oh, I was wrong. I shouldn't have begged for mercy. After saying that, he knelt down obediently beside the pig, and Kochou Shinobu said unhappily. You dare to say that you want the pig to squeeze mustard into the rice balls in banana, and Kochou Shinobu began to list the evidence. Shit, when did Pigsy tell on you? You little b******************. Kamiyama looked helpless and had to be scolded. Chapter 206. I think I still need to hone my skills. Demon Slayer Corps Headquarters. The Lord's Residence. A wisteria flower slowly fell and landed right on Tanjiro, who was walking on the cobblestone path. He gently brushed away the purple flowers, raised his eyes, and greeted her with a gentle smile. This is Yubayashiki Kagaya. He was pale and looked sick, but not disfigured. The childishness of his youth had faded away, and there was gentleness in his brows. Tanjiro, thank you for your hard work on the Infinity Train. Kagaya's voice, as warm as a spring breeze, sounded, and Tanjiro's head felt light. He bowed hastily and said sincerely, "Thank you, my lord. You have always been such a polite child." Kaguya praised without reservation, and then pointed to the stone chair in the pavilion. "Please sit down." Oh. Tanjiro walked obediently opposite his lord, and through his sense of smell, he admired his lord more and more. "Excuse me, what can I do for you?" he asked a little nervously. Kaguya personally poured a cup of hot tea for Tanjiro, which made the latter a little flattered. "Tanjiro, I heard from Shin that you can now use the sun breathing. Congratulations." Kaguya pushed the hot tea in front of Tanjiro and smiled even more. "That's right, but I still need more practice." Tanjiro scratched his head embarrassedly and answered honestly. "Good. And to be honest, Enmu's strength is enough to rival the upper ranks, and you were the one who beheaded it. This achievement is enough to allow you to be promoted directly to the rank of pillar." Kaguya's gentle words were like a bolt from the blue, leaving Tanjiro stunned. The pillar is the highest goal pursued by every warrior and represents the strongest combat power of the Demon Slayer Corps. Have you touched this threshold unknowingly? To be honest, Tanjiro was very happy. He has the inheritance from his ancestors, carries the expectations of his elders, and has the long-cherished wish to turn Nezuko back into a human. To be a pillar means to be able to respond to everyone's expectations. Suddenly, Tanjiro's mind flashed back to his elder brother Kyojiro, Zenitsu, and Nezuko who had protected the passengers, his elder brother Shin who had cleared the way for him, and Inosuke who had always fought side by side with him. The decapitation of Enmu and the decapitation of the upper-ranked gods was not his alone. Put yourself in their shoes. If you were alone, it would be impossible for you to do it. Thinking of this, he raised his head, looked directly at Yubayashiki Kaguya, and said, "My lord, I think I still need some training. I'm sorry, but I can't be a pillar with a clear conscience." "Good. I respect your idea. Come on, sooner or later, you will be able to become an excellent pillar with peace of mind." Kaguya smiled and encouraged. I will definitely work hard. Go." Kaguya waved his hand. Advertisement. Tanjiro left the mansion, and Kamiyama came in from the side over the wall, looking at Kaguya with a smile. "Really, he has grown up a lot, that's right. Tanjiro has always been an excellent junior. Are you okay?" "No, I was just passing by." "Then why not go through the door?" I'm used to it. Ha ha ha." The two of them chatted with each other from time to time, not like superiors and subordinates but more like friends. After leaving the lord's mansion, Tanjiro first went home to take a look and then went to the butterfly house to get the box. "Hello, Kanao." Tanjiro, who was leaving the butterfly house, ran into Kanao, who had just returned from a mission, and greeted him with a smile. The latter's heartbeat accelerated unconsciously, and he responded in a low voice. Are you going on a mission?" "Yes, all the injuries have healed. Zenitsu and Inosuke have set off. I have to work hard too." "Goodbye." "Goodbye." After chatting for a while, Tanjiro and Kanao passed by each other, and the latter blushed and whispered, "Stay safe, idiot." When the girl came to her senses, Tanjiro had already disappeared at the end of the horizon. As soon as Tanjiro left, the door of the butterfly house opened, and Kanzaki Aoi dragged the screaming Zenitsu and cursed, "Agatsuma Zenitsu, when did you hide in the pharmacy? 2 weeks ago, you were completely fine. Now, immediately, get out of the butterfly house. We only see patients." "No, I feel pain in my chest, check me again." "Ms. Aoi, save me, I can't die, I haven't found a wife yet." Zenitsu cried heartbreakingly, and Kanzaki Aoi looked disgusted. She slammed the door and shouted angrily, "Get out of here." Kanao walked past Zenitsu expressionlessly, and seemed to remember what Kamiyama had taught her, and muttered, "Tanjiro has already left with the box." Hearing this, Zenitsu's crying stopped abruptly, and lightning flashed under his feet. He rushed towards the exit with a whoosh, cursing and shouting, "Tanjiro, where are you taking my Nezuko UB *********D. Advertisement, damn it, 7 days later, Sound Pillar Mansion. Huali brother pushed open the door with a worried look on his face, cursing. "Damn it, you better not hurt my wife. Tisk, this isn't fancy at all." Uzui right. He began to laugh at himself. After all, he had lost contact with all 3 wives he had sent to investigate Yugo, and he was worried to death. He knew his wives' abilities well, and unless it was a waxing moon, they still had many ways to escape. Brother Huali went into the house, packed up and got ready, then quickly left the mansion and walked towards the butterfly house. This mission requires female team members to provide cover, and Shoya is the only team in the entire Demon Slayer Corps that has female team members. The situation was urgent and he had to discuss it with Waju. Arriving at the butterfly house, Brother Huali climbed over the wall. As a ninja, he had no habit of going through the door. The sheets were drying in the yard, and the 3 little ones with big eyes and Kanzaki Aoi looked at Huali brother with a confused look on their faces. "This is the butterfly house, this is a hospital. Why are you climbing up the wall when you have nothing better to do? Why are they all like Inosuke? It's so infuriating." Kanzaki Aoi got angry and pointed at Huali Jie and scolded him. Since Brother Huali seldom comes to Butterfly House, the few people don't know him. "Hello, as a girl, can't you speak more gently? That's not fancy at all. Wah, you head, get down from the wall." "That's right, sir, the Butterfly House has clear rules that you are not allowed to climb the walls," Xiao Cheng reminded in a baby voice. That's right, Come down quickly, be obedient. The other two also advised. Brother Huali ignored them and asked, is Waju here? Sister Wei is not here, what about the insect pillar? Nei's sister isn't here either. Oh, Brother Huali frowned, as he was in a hurry to hire someone. At this moment, he finally remembered his identity as a pillar, and it seemed that he didn't need to ask anyone for permission to give orders to his team members. Then, the four people in the butterfly house noticed a strange feeling, which was not good. Chapter 207. The Three Little Ones and Brother Huali. Hey, you. What do you want to do? Kanzaki always stared at Huali brother with a vigilant look on her face, protecting the three little ones behind her as if they were chicks. Huali brother touched the diamond pendant and said in a somewhat showy manner, first of all, I am not that person. Don't call me by such a vulgar name, I am your superior. He stood up, looked down at the four people, and said seriously, Sound Pillar, Uzui Tengen, I am the god who presides over the magnificent festival. After hearing the slightly childish self-introduction, the four members of the butterfly house were stunned at first, and then looked at Huali brother with contempt. Hey, what are you looking at? You have no respect for your superior at all. How despicable. Brother Huali almost broke through his defense, and before the others could see clearly, he had already arrived in front of them. The big hand like a steel clamp fell down, easily picked up Kanzaki Aoi and clamped her to one side, and then randomly picked up one of the three little ones. You. Let me go. You're a scumbag for robbing a woman in broad daylight. Kanzaki Aoi struggled frantically, but it was of no avail, as Wali Jie was much stronger than he could imagine. Woo, you bad guy, let Xiaokui and Zhao King go. That's right, you big bad guy, let them go. The other two were about to step forward but were forced back by a sharp look from Brother Huali. I'm the pillar, and I want to recruit these two to do the mission. What the hell are you talking about? Besides, I'm not a bad person. Be careful or I'll sue you for libel. The remaining two were so frightened that they dared not move forward and could only cry and shout anxiously behind. On the small road far from the butterfly house, Tanjiro was on his way. He not only completed the task smoothly, but also completed one more task. Help! There's a pervert trying to steal someone. Someone can save us. Xiao Kui, Xiao Qing, you two have to hold on. Crying mixed with screaming came from the direction of the butterfly house. Tanjiro frowned. How dare someone snatch someone from the butterfly house in broad daylight? He couldn't help but speed up, pushed open the door, and saw only a back. Putting the box containing Nezuko aside, he rushed over yelling. That guy, let go of Sister Xiaokui and Zhao King. As soon as he finished speaking, Tanjiro jumped high and sent a flying kick over. At the same time, two dusty figures ran over from both sides of the wall. Advertisement. It was Zenitsu and Inosuke who had also returned from a mission. They didn't know what had happened, but since their good brothers were on the move, they couldn't just stand by and watch. The three little ones, one behind and two on the left and right, will do the job. Sensing the murderous intent, Huali Jie leapt into the air and returned to the wall, cursing. What do you three want to do, rebel? You still have nothing to do, so you come back and beat me up. Hearing the familiar voice, Tanjiro turned back suddenly and said in surprise. Brother Tengen? Who else do you think it is? Brother Huali glared at him. Who is this guy? Inosuke, who was not very good at remembering people, suddenly asked. Zenitsu, who had never seen Wali Jie, shook his head and said with disgust. Have no idea, but if someone bullies a girl, it's obvious that he's not a good person. Pooh, Huolage. Min filled down pointing triangle. Inosuke, I think I didn't hit you hard enough, he said speechlessly. As soon as these words came out, Inosuke suddenly realized what was going on and immediately started to mock them, saying, so you have a stinky tongue. You be asterisk D. Why are you stealing women? Listening to Zuzu's speech, Huali Jie was struck by lightning. He had never been so speechless in his life. Facing the questioning of the three people, he took a deep breath and shouted, I said, we need female team members for the mission, I am not stealing them. I have to leave, or my wives will die. Do you understand how I feel? There's an upper string. The word, upper rank, was well known to everyone, and Tanjiro and the other two were stunned. After all, they had actually fought against the upper rank. Brother Tengen, we can't let them go. Let us do it for you, okay? When facing an upper rank enemy, anyone without the ability to fight will die. Huali Jie glanced at Kanzaki Aoi and Zhao King, then at Tanjiro and the other two. There is no need to hesitate at all, the latter is obviously more useful. Okay. He threw the two people in his arms and said, come here, all three of you. There are 3 places where we need to get information. Tanjiro caught Zhao King and Inosuke caught Kanzaki Aoi. Advertisement, we agreed, ha ha ha, am I going to behead the upper ranks and reach the peak of my life? Inosuke laughed with his head raised, as if a promotion and salary increase were just around the corner. Zenitsu dog retreated to the back stealthily, complaining in his heart. I didn't agree to it at all, upper rank or something, he will die miserably. No, I definitely won't go. Huali brother saw Zenitsu, pointed at him and shouted, you yellow-haired guy, don't run. Seeing that he was exposed, Zenitsu ran away. Unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. Huali Jie flashed, grabbed Zenitsu's collar and lifted him up. Just like that, he dragged Zenitsu with one hand, with Tanjiro and Inosuke beside him, and walked out of the butterfly house without looking back. Tanjiro. Thank you, Tanjiro, you three should be careful. Come on, I'm sorry for causing you trouble, keep trying. The four people from Butterfly House gave their parting wishes. Brother Tengen, are those three sisters in trouble? Tanjiro asked with some concern. After all, those three sisters were very kind to him and he didn't want anything to happen to them. Yes, all three of them are missing. My condolences, added Zuzu. The corner of Huali's mouth twitched and he smacked his chestnut, cursing, my wife isn't dead yet, please accept my condolences, you big-headed ghost. Zenitsu caught a very important message in the conversation and asked, what does three mean? Of course it's because I have 3 wives, Brother Huali said proudly. What? Zenitsu screamed as if he had received a shocking shock, and then an invisible resentment rose into the sky. He shouted word by word, 3 wives, you be asterisk 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 D actually have 3 wives. I clearly don't have any, but you have 3, damn it. A hole. Well, what's wrong with this guy? Brother Huali sighed and suddenly felt a headache. Damn it, damn it, damn it. One-on-one, I want to fight you, this evil guy. Jealousy can make a person look unrecognizable. After a while, Zenitsu, with a bruised face and nose, could only cry and complain quietly, and Huali suddenly felt a lot more at ease. Chapter 208 Flower Street. Under Brother Huali's powerful fist, the 3 little ones didn't dare to act rashly and they followed him obediently. Kamiyama and Kochou Shinobu, who were walking together, came over and happened to meet the 4 people. With just one glance, Kamiyama knew what was about to happen. In the prelude to the Flower Street chapter, Brother Huali brings his 3 little ones. Before he could speak, Brother Huali stepped forward and asked seriously, are my wives treating you too well? Very good, Kochou Shinobu nodded, then asked, what's wrong? The place I recently investigated definitely had an upper string appear. The 3 of them are missing. What? Shinobu opened her mouth in disbelief. As for her 3 sisters, she knew their strength well. Although they were not pillar-level swordsmen, they would have no problem staying alive. Kamiyama had a calm expression. He patted Huali on the shoulder and murmured, my condolences. I'm your mother, Huali was about to draw his sword and duel with Kamiyama on the spot, thinking that this B asterisk 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 D was worthy of being Inosuke's master, because he always said the same thing. Brother Tengen, calm down. Tanjiro hurriedly grabbed him, fearing that a fight would break out. Fight, fight, fight. Zuzu looked like he was enjoying the fun and even added fuel to the fire. Suke. Kochou Shinobu gave him a look and the piglet instantly turned into a coward. You two come with me. The Lord said that I will be responsible for this mission, Huali said. With Kamiyama, there is security. But we just executed. Stop talking nonsense and let's go. Before Kamiyama could finish, Huali interrupted him with a curse, grabbed his arm and dragged him away. I'm going back to the butterfly house first, you guys go first. Shinobu walked towards the butterfly house without looking back, and asked by the way, where is the mission location? Yoshiwara Flower Street. Hearing this, Kochou Shinobu was stunned, then his mouth twitched, and he turned around and followed without hesitation. The mission is more important, I won't go back to the butterfly house. As she said this, she glared at Kamiyama as a warning in advance. Yoshiwara Yukaku, commonly known as the Flower Town, is a favorite place for men in a city that never sleeps of desire, love and hate. The streets full of lights and wine are filled with intoxicating fragrance. Although it is night, there are crowds of people. On the gorgeously decorated building, a woman with a beautiful face and graceful figure was posing coquettishly, and from time to time, half of her gray hair and voluptuous breasts were half revealed. The bustling city of Flower Street at night is comparable to that of a downtown area. 2 rickshaws slowly drove in from the street corner, with Huali and the 3 kids sitting in the front, and Kamiyama and Kochou Shinobu sitting in the back. Advertisement. This extremely shocking scene almost made Zenitsu's brain crash. He muttered like an idiot. Hee, so big, so white, so many beautiful sisters. This is a great time to propose. He did it right away and was about to jump out of the car like a rabbit, but was pulled back by Brother Huali. Yellow hair, sit down. You still want to propose? Be careful you get beaten to death. Do you think this is a place where you can do whatever you want? Ha ha ha, so many people. Zuzu put one foot on the guardrail behind the car. There was no desire for the beauty in his eyes, only a burning desire to fight, and shock. After all, Zuzu had never seen so many people at the same time in his life. Before Huali could pay attention, Zuzu rushed into the crowd and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Forehead. I give in. He sighed deeply, feeling very tired. On the other hand, Tanjiro hardly dared to look up the whole time. There was nothing he could do about it, as if he looked up he would see some scenes that made him embarrassed. For an honest kid like him, places like Red Street were a bit too exciting. Tanjiro, look, there's the Oran over there, Zenitsu squealed happily and shook his brother's shoulders frantically. I won't watch it. Let's just hurry up and carry out the mission. Where is the Oiran? Kamiyama in the car behind raised his head and looked around. Oirans are the hallmark of the red light district. Not only are they proficient in all kinds of talent and performances, but their looks are also definitely among the best. And the most important point is that the target of this trip, Upper 6, Docky, is the Ouran. Kamiyama's main purpose was to find an enemy, not just to look at the Ouran. Cough cough cough. Did you find it? I found it, but there were too many people and I couldn't see it, Kamiyama replied. Then he felt a sharp pain in his waist. Turning his head, he saw Kochou Shinobu pinching the soft flesh around his waist. Do you want to come a second time in the future? Ren had a kind face, a frown, and a cold tone. What? I'm a serious man, how could I come to such a place? Kamiyama said seriously, after all, he didn't want to die. Advertisement, okay. Shinobu nodded and silently pushed the unsheathed knife back. But they're everywhere here. It's not that I want to see them, but I can't prevent them, Kamiyama explained with a distressed look on his face. As soon as he finished speaking, Kochou Shinobu raised her hand to hold his head, then pressed down, pressing Kamiyama's head into her chest. It's okay, just keep your head down. Kamiyama rubbed it, gave a triumphant smirk, and gave a thumbs up. Thanks to Waji and this beautiful environment, otherwise I would never be so proactive. Don't move, it's itchy, Kochou Shinobu muttered quietly, and gave Kamiyama a slap on the face. Oops, it hurts, it hurts. After a while, Kochou Shinobu pushed Kamiyama away. His purple eyes seemed to see through everything and said, Did you do this on purpose? After hearing these words, Kamiyama felt a chill down his spine. This was definitely a failed question. After weighing the pros and cons, he replied, It was not intentional, it was an accident. I'm not asking about the Oiran, what is that? What do you think? Shinobu punched Kamiyama in the chest without saying anything, and said angrily, Bringing your girlfriend to the flower street, you scum. Ah, just carry out the mission, and you're the one who came along, Kamiyama muttered softly. Why don't you just hold me down, otherwise it will be hard to control my eyes. As he spoke, he lowered his gaze and said with an obscene smile. Pervert. Kochou Shinobu raised his fist and cursed softly. I'm the only one who's into you. Kamiyama spread his hands, looking innocent. Kochou Shinobu couldn't find any flaws in this, so he said, just close your eyes. All right. Kamiyama closed his eyes, then felt a hand wrap around his head from behind, and then his body tilted and he fell into Shinobu's arms. The couple at the back were flirting with each other, while the gorgeous guy at the front felt hopeless. It took him a lot of effort to catch the pig back, and he even regretted bringing it with him. Chapter 209. No, who are you, beautiful lady? Entertainment District. Fujino's house. Huali sat opposite Kamiyama and others. He slowly opened his mouth, ready to share information. First of all, I want to tell you that after my wife's investigation, we can basically identify 3 stores, namely Tokudoya, Ogimotoya, and Kyogokuya, and the ones who sneaked into the 3 stores are Suma, Makio, and Hinazoru. The last person I had contact with was Hinazoru, and that was 5 days ago. Our plan is to. Before Huali finished speaking, Zenitsu started to complain again, cursing and shouting. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Why is it that we are fighting so hard, but you can have 3 wives? A-hole. Big A-hole. Why don't I have any? I want to duel with you. Gorgeous brother. Filled down pointing triangle Minhash, he slowly stood up, his tall body blocking the light, and pointed at Zenitsu, cursing. You damned B****************** D. My wife's life or death is unknown, and you're interrupting me. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up you little B************* D. After the overwhelming criticism, Zenitsu could not just keep silent and started speaking passionately on the microphone. After a while, Zenitsu's limbs were tied up and his mouth was gagged. Huali clapped his hands, sat back in his original position, took a long breath, and said, It's much quieter now, let's continue. My plan is to sneak into 3 stores separately and find my wife. They must have disappeared because they caught the ghost. Then distribute it. Tanjiro, I am here. You go to Shibuya. Okay. Inosuke, Ogimotoya. Oh, that yellow-haired guy, Kyogokuya. Zenitsu crawled back and forth like a caterpillar, but judging from the way he shook his head frantically, he was extremely unwilling. Oh, right, one person needs to stay behind to provide support, and the remaining one can go to any of the 3 stores. Huali suddenly looked at Kochou Shinobu and Kamiyama. I don't think you'll agree with what Kochou Shinobu said, so you should dress like the other 3 and wear women's clothes. Advertisement, huh? Kamiyama's eyes widened, his face full of reluctance, and he asked back, then what are you doing? Looking for a wife, Huali said seriously, for me, my wife comes first, followed by friends, then ordinary people, and finally myself. Kochou Shinobu's eyes sparkled, even a little hot. She stared at Kamiyama intently, raised the corners of her mouth, and murmured. I'm responsible for making up Shin and the other 3. Ha ha ha. Kamiyama. Yi_ye. Why don't I help brother Huali find a wife? You don't know anything, you might as well sneak in. Brother Huali waved his hand and refused decisively. Tolerate, I am here, can you bear to see me wearing women's clothes? How can you bear it? As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed the desperate Kamiyama and dragged him to the back room. You, don't come over here, I don't want to wear women's clothes. In the room, Kamiyama screamed. Oh, it's for the mission. Sacrifice. Be good and listen to me. After a moment, Kochou Shinobu came out first, with a bright smile on her face, looking proud as if she had completed a masterpiece. She opened the curtain and raised her voice, a mysterious one. Thump, thump, thump. Please welcome our new teammate, Miss Jen. Kamiyama frowned and walked out reluctantly. Oh my god. No, who are you, beauty? Brother Huali looked confused and complained. So beautiful, Tanjiro exclaimed. Inosuke was so absorbed in eating that he didn't even look up. Zenitsu stopped making a fuss and stared, he was quite shocked. Kamiyama was wearing a purple kimono, with her dark red hair falling on her shoulders like silk, sparkling with a charming luster under the light. The slender thighs are faintly visible, and the originally heroic temperament between the eyebrows has been transformed by Kochou Shinobu and become gentle. The golden eyes are like a pool of spring water, captivating. Especially the slight hint of resentment in his eyes, which adds a unique charm to him. If it weren't for her average figure, she would definitely be a contender for the title of most beautiful courtesan. Advertisement, how about it? They will definitely be clamoring for it, Kochou Shinobu said proudly. When all the men in the room thought that the brothers smelled good, a very obvious male voice sounded, and Kamiyama said unhappily. Stop looking at me, I'm your brother, damn it. This scene is just like a sweet girl wearing pliers. Huali brother frowned and complained. Don't talk, or you'll be exposed. Come on, who's next? Kochou Shinobu looked at the three little ones with a smirk on her face. She waved at Inosuke. Piggy, come here. Oh, Zuzu put down his bowl and chopsticks and walked over obediently. No need to dress up, just change your clothes and Zuzu will be the most beautiful girl here. Oh my god, this B**************** D is so good looking. Seeing Juju in women's clothes, Brother Huali was stunned and shocked. Zuzu didn't say anything, walked aside, picked up the bowl and chopsticks, and continued eating. Then there are Tanjiro and Zenitsu, one of them is wearing a blue kimono and the other is wearing a golden kimono, they also look good with the help of makeup. At least it wasn't an abstract feminine look with a full face of powder and a bit of blush. Then let's go. Brother Huali changed into a lavender suit and removed most of the jewel decorations, revealing a 1.9-meter tall handsome guy. I wish you all the best. Kochou Shinobu smiled and watched them leave Fujiya. On the crowded street, a few people stood out. Which B***************** D touched my butt. Inosuke looked around angrily and shouted cursing. Shish. Brother Huali quickly covered his mouth. He was clearly told not to make any sound, but once he opened his mouth, he would definitely be exposed. As for Kamiyama, he exuded a chilling murderous intent, like a rose with thorns, and no one dared to approach him. Jen, please control your murderous aura, otherwise who would dare to want you? Brother Huali reminded him, trying his best not to laugh. Whispering sound. A-hole, don't tell anyone, or I will definitely kill you. My lifelong reputation, no, I definitely won't tell you, Huali said perfunctorily. When he saw Kamiyama, he couldn't help laughing, ha ha ha. He can laugh about this for another year. As they walked down the street, the old ladies in various shops all looked at Kamiyama and his group. A man was walking on the red light district with a few girls, some of them were there to play with or to sell. This is the Red Street, where people's desires are indulged and cruel things happen every day. Such a place is the best breeding ground for ghosts in the world. After all, no one cares about people who die in Red Street. Chapter 210 Investigation in Progress Tokudoya. Seeing Tanjiro without makeup, the proprietress looked puzzled. She looked so rough, was she a girl? But when I think about it, since I've already paid for it and someone is doing the work, I don't think too much about it. Tanzi, clean up. Yes. After a while, Tanjiro came to the proprietress and said enthusiastically. The cleaning is done. The floor is mopped, the walls are wiped, the kitchen and all the corners are clean. The proprietress was shocked. She had never seen such a capable person. Well, then you should take a rest first, after all, it's only your first day here. Okay. By the way, move the gift from the courtesan Lixia over there. She's kind-hearted, so maybe you can get some small gifts or something. In recognition of Tanjiro's honesty and ability, the landlady gave her a little favor. At Tokudoya, helping the courtesan Koishia is definitely a good thing. Following the boss lady's order, Tanjiro came to the Oiran's door carrying large and small bags of things. He knocked on the door, but no one responded. Just then, a beautiful woman appeared at the end of the corridor, followed by a little girl holding up her skirt. Lixia saw Tanjiro, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she asked softly, "Are you new here?" "Yes." Tanjiro nodded and responded with a smile, "You can just call me Tanzi. The boss lady asked me to bring all your gifts over." "I see. Thank you for your hard work. Please help me move in, thank you." Good. After the move, Lixia invited Tanjiro to stay for dessert as a reward for his efficient work. "Why did you come to a place like this?" Li Sha started to talk. After all, everyone who came to such a place had no choice, and most of them were sold in. Lixia feels sympathetic towards children with the same background as her, so she treats them very well. Being asked this question out of the blue, Tanjiro almost choked to death. Although there was a script arranged by Huali in advance, he was really not suitable for lying. After a while, Tanjiro, whose face was red and neck was thick, could only start to speak the script lines for information. "Well, I came to look for my sister, she was sold here. By the way, My sister's name is Suma. Have you met her? After a lot of effort, Tanjiro finally finished speaking the script. So the Suma Oiran is your sister. A hint of surprise flashed across Lixia's beautiful eyes, and then she sighed and said, I heard she ran off with someone, and there are notes she left behind. Advertisement. When she said this, envy flashed in her eyes. Even though the Oiran have a high status, what most of them really want is freedom. So elopement is very common in Red Street. Well, can I see the notes then? Please, he is my only relative. Tanjiro drowned out his sorrow, but fortunately Lixia was kind-hearted and believed him. Don't be sad, I'll try my best. You go and get busy first, Tanzi. Thank you. Tanjiro stood up and bowed sincerely. Ogimotoya. Inosuke was surrounded by a group of older sisters, some rubbed his cheeks, some touched his head. Whether it's flattering or liking this new beautiful sister, Zuzu was very welcome. Zuzu frowned. If he could speak, he would definitely start to yell. He hated being groped by a group of women. In the following days, apart from learning some dancing moves, Zuzu was only responsible for some light work such as delivering meals. Among all the newcomers in history, he lived the most relaxed and comfortable life. After all, his handsome face was the favorite of the boss lady. Kyogokua. Kamiyama and Zenitsu entered the shop as sisters, and thanks to the former's stunning looks, the two didn't have to do much on a daily basis. Zenitsu learned the biwa and Kamiyama learned dancing, but both of them were resisting from the bottom of their hearts. At nightfall, Flower Street becomes truly lively. But for the two newcomers, it was particularly leisurely. Brother, my fingers are bleeding. When can we leave this damn place? Zenitsu complained. If you can find Wali Ji's wife or find that upper string, we can complete the infiltration mission. As soon as he heard the upper rank, Zenitsu immediately covered his head with the quilt and trembled with fear. Kamiyama sighed and said, I'm going to go out and look for someone. If anyone asks about it, you can cover for me. Okay, senior brother, you must come back soon. Zenitsu's trembling voice sounded. He felt insecure without Kamiyama around. Look at you, you're so timid, Kamiyama complained and then left the room. Advertisement. He walked quickly through the corridor, trying to avoid others, and finally, he came to the innermost room on the third floor. He has been keeping an eye on this place for several days. The door of this room has been kept closed, and the proprietress and the boss have always forbidden anyone to approach. Clearly there was something wrong with this room. Kamiyama pulled out the dagger hidden in his thigh and prepared to forcefully unlock the door. Before he could make a move, footsteps were heard at the end of the corridor. Then, the quarrel between the proprietress and the boss began. Old woman, you can't let Fern Lady do whatever she wants anymore. She is the most beautiful girl. She can bring us money, a lot of money. Everything else is not important. But she is killing recklessly. Before the boss could finish, the boss's wife covered his mouth and said unhappily. Are you crazy? Don't talk nonsense. Listening to the two people's quarrel, Kamiyama's vague memories of his past life seemed to loosen. He only remembered the general plot of Demon Slayer, and had long forgotten some specific details. After all, according to the theory of past and present lives, his memories were from decades ago. However, the quarrel between the boss and the boss's wife reminded him that if someone killed people without restraint, it must be a ghost. Docky is in this shop and she is the Oiran, but that doesn't matter. What matters is that this corridor is a one-way passage, it doesn't even have windows, and the boss and his wife are about to pass by. In desperation, Kamiyama jumped up and stuck his limbs to the ceiling. It happened that at this moment, two people passed by and took a deliberate look into the corridor. Why do I feel like there's someone there? The boss murmured. What nonsense are you talking about? The proprietress kicked him and the two left. Kamiyama on the ceiling breathed a sigh of relief, jumped down quickly, and then violently unlocked the door. When I opened the door, it was pitch black inside, without any light, and all the windows were sealed. In the dead silence and darkness, Kamiyama detected a faint breath. There is indeed someone in this room, he asked quietly. Sister-in-law Hinazoru, is that you? Chapter 211, Fern Princess. The room was still dead silent, no one answered, and Kamiyama felt something was wrong. He walked to the window by feeling, and a faint silver light flashed by. The wooden boards covering the window were cut off, and the light from the outside world shone in. In a corner of the room, the dark purple blood vessels were particularly obvious under Hinazoru's fair skin. Her limbs were tied with hemp ropes, making her unable to move. After her identity was exposed, she originally wanted to fake her death by taking poison to get away, but she was discovered by Docky, who left her to fend for herself. Seeing this, Kamiyama hurriedly took out the 3,000 life-saving pills and fed them to her, while cutting the rope at the same time. He carried Hinazoru on his back and left Kyogokua immediately. Saving your life with 3,000 can enhance your recovery ability, but it does not have the effect of detoxifying, so now it can only ensure that she will not die. If you want to save your life, you can either ask a ninja who is proficient in pharmacology to treat you, or ask Wali Ji, who is also a ninja, to get the antidote. Under the cover of night, Kamiyama moved quickly towards Fujiya. Meanwhile, Zenitsu, who had been waiting for his senior to return, left the room. He wandered around in the corridor like a headless fly, and before he knew it, he passed by a room where someone was crying. Zenitsu opened the door and found a little girl trembling and picking up cosmetics. You. What's wrong with you? Do you need my help? He asked in a soft voice. The girl looked at Zenitsu with a desperate look on her face, her voice trembling as she said, I broke the makeup box of the courtesan Urabahime. She will definitely beat me to death. Beat someone to death, is that so outrageous? Zenitsu was confused. It was just a makeup box, it wouldn't be necessary to take someone's life. At this moment, he felt a chill down his spine, as if his blood had frozen. Then, a figure appeared silently in front of him, glared at him with disgust, and scolded. Who are you, ugly B*******************. What are you doing in my room? Standing in front of Zenitsu was none other than Kyogokuya's most popular courtesan, Urabahime. Both her figure and appearance are flawless. I heard someone crying, so I went to see what was going on, Zenitsu explained tremblingly. He felt something was wrong because how could an ordinary human woman appear in front of him without making any noise? Also, although the woman in front of him was beautiful, her voice did not sound human. Ghost. This woman is a ghost. Zenitsu lowered his head, his face pale, and retreated out of the house while apologizing. Advertisement, I'm sorry, I'm new here, I'm definitely not a suspicious person. New here? Fern Princess was too lazy to pay attention to this ugly thing. She raised her hand and grabbed the little girl's ear, scolding, Are you a stupid pig? I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, please forgive me. Sorry. Do you know how expensive this box of cosmetics is? I can't even afford to pay you back even if I sell you off. Who allowed a piece of trash like you to enter my room? Go to hell, trash. Princess Fern raised her hand and slapped the little girl. The little girl fell to the ground with a thud, and blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. She cried and begged for mercy, and kowtowed madly, but this made Princess Fern even angrier. It grabbed the little girl's ear and lifted her up forcibly. As it gained more strength, the base of her ear began to bleed. That's right, Bracken was going to tear her ears off. No matter how the little girl cried and screamed, it was useless. Zenitsu stood at the door trembling all over. He knew very well in his heart that the woman was definitely in upper rank. If you fight against the upper rank alone, you will die. The little girl's cries for help echoed in Zenitsu's ears, causing him great torment. Finally, conscience overcame fear. Zenitsu flashed and grabbed Urabahime's arm. The icy touch must have been from a ghost. Let her go. It's just a makeup box, it won't kill anyone, right? He said the most domineering words in the most cowardly tone. Urabahime let go of the girl and turned to look at Zenitsu. Its face darkened, and a cold and angry voice rang out. You are a ghost hunter? Zenitsu didn't answer her, but hurriedly threw the girl out of the room, yelling, Run. This action has proved his identity, and Fern Princess's eyes are full of murderous intent. Suddenly, the boss lady's voice sounded, with a flattering tone. Fern Princess, what's wrong? Tisk. Now Princess Warabi couldn't kill anyone, as a pink ribbon emerged from her arms, instantly wrapped around Zenitsu, and dragged him underground. Advertisement. It was a long tunnel that was only wide enough for a child to pass through, leading to a large pit under the flower street. Zenitsu had already fainted from fright and had no idea what was going on. The landlady walked into the room and saw the mess. She probably guessed something and said with a smile. I'll ask someone to clean it up right away, and I'll definitely replace you with someone who's quick and skilled. But could you please restrain yourself? The proprietress didn't even dare to breathe, and just tried to persuade him in a humble and gentle manner. But what she didn't know was that at the moment, Princess Fern was very angry. She glared at the proprietress, and her fierce eyes made the latter feel unfamiliar. Sorry, I won't mention it again. She grabbed the landlady's hair and dragged her toward the window. The proprietress was stunned. How could an Ouran, such a delicate little girl, have so much strength? You. What are you going to do? I want you to die, Princess Fern said word by word. Hearing this, the proprietress struggled frantically, but it was of no use. Instead, a lot of her hair fell out. Fern Princess's hands were like steel pliers, tightly grasping her hair. When I opened the window, the sky was already turning pale and Flower Street had returned to calm from its bustling state. The few passers-by on the roadside were like zombies, and after the extreme desires, there was endless emptiness. Princess Fern looked at all this indifferently, sneered, and threw the proprietress down. Just at this moment, the owner of Kyogokuya opened the door of the shop, and warm blood splashed on his face. The proprietress died. People passing by didn't scream, but just avoided the place with disgust and remembered the name of the store. They probably won't come here again in the future. As for dead bodies, they seemed to be commonplace in Flower Street. Ugly freak. Damn it. Princess Fern sneered and closed the window with her backhand. A ray of sunlight hit the wooden window but could not penetrate. The boss rushed upstairs angrily, his eyes bloodshot, and kicked open the door of Fern Princess's room like a madman, asking loudly. Why would you do that? It's none of your business. Princess Fern was combing her hair and had no mood to pay attention to him. She had just killed someone and was in a good mood, so she threw out a few gift boxes. Several shiny objects rolled down, including gold, gems, and night pearls, all of which were valuable things. These were sent by her admirers. Her cold voice sounded. Go away, here's your reward, isn't this what you wanted? Chapter 212. The Underground Pit. Fujino's house. Huali opened the door in a hurry. In the living room, Kochou Shinobu was preparing medicine. Where is Hinazoru? Huali's voice was trembling. Just as he said, his wife would always come first in his heart. That room. Kochou Shinobu pointed and said helplessly, "Poison, I can't do anything." After hearing this, Yoriichi's heart sank immediately. He rushed into the room with red eyes and didn't even listen to what the other person said. "But he's fine. He'll be fine after you give him the antidote." Kochou Shinobu stood there in a daze, muttering. In the room, Hinazuru was lying flat on the tatami. Poison resistance is a compulsory course for ninjas, and with her recovery ability that can save your life 3,000 times, the purple color on her body faded a lot. "Tengen, don't worry, I'm fine. I'll be fine after taking the antidote." Seeing her husband's frown, Daisy comforted him with concern. She raised her trembling hand and gently stroked Yoriichi's cheek. Among his 3 wives, Hinazuru was steady, gentle, and considerate, and is the eldest sister. I'm sorry for the suffering you've endured." Thousands of words turned into an apology, and Brother Huali took out the antidote and fed it to his wife. The special antidote took effect quickly, and within 10 minutes, the purple color on the young crane's body completely faded away. Brother Huali hugged her tightly, afraid of losing the person in his arms. During the brief moment of tenderness, Hinazuru said nothing, because she knew that 2 of her sisters were still missing and there was still an evil spirit that had not been beheaded. She knew her husband must be very anxious, so she raised her hand and gently patted his forehead, smiling brightly on her pale face, and said, "Come on, do what you're supposed to do." Yoriichi didn't say anything, but just kissed his wife on the forehead and said gently, "Have a good rest, wait for me to bring Suma and Maki home." After saying that, he suppressed his emotions and left the room. Kamiyama also came back. He glanced at Yoriichi and asked, "Is sister-in-law okay?" "Yeah," Huali nodded, then asked, "The ghost is in Kyogoku-ya?" "That's right, we'll act at night. Also, Zenitsu is missing, so we can't alert him for now," Kamiyama said with a serious face. "Good." The sun passed by quickly and did not stay in the sky for long. The setting sun was blood red and the afterglow was scattered. The fiery red light shone on the newly opened door of Ogimotoya, and Street youths began to come out to solicit customers. Because of his stunning looks, Zuzu has long been considered a key training target by the boss lady. He is usually very leisurely. Advertisement strolling in the corridor, while no one was paying attention, he came to a staircase. After a whole day of investigation, Zuzu has figured out where Makiyu is and will be able to complete the task soon. "Zuzi, what are you doing?" The proprietress's voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Inosuke frowned and wanted to turn around and punch her. Beads, beads, beads every day. It's so annoying. However, the moment he turned his head, he immediately regained his obedient expression. The target was right in front of him, so he just had to deal with it. He made a few random signs, but the other party couldn't understand them anyway. "Remember the dance lesson this afternoon?" "Yeah," Zuzu nodded and responded softly. Can speak?" The proprietress was surprised, and then she smiled. Although a beautiful mute would not affect the reception of customers, those who can speak can still earn more. She smiled and gave a few instructions. She had already made up her mind to train Zuzu to be an Ouran as good as Lixia and Weiji. In terms of appearance alone, Zuzi was not inferior at all. After listening to the boss lady's chatter with all his heart, Inosuke was finally able to go upstairs. "You old woman, I won't be a worthless courtesan, tisk." He walked up the stairs cursing, and suddenly, he looked up and his keen perception told him that something had just passed through the ceiling. "It's a ghost, definitely a ghost." Inosuke's smile gradually grew more excited. At the same time, in a room on the 2nd floor, pink ribbons were everywhere like spider webs, and a woman was hanging in the air, tied up like a mummy. She is one of Yoriichi's missing wives, Maki Yu. One end of the ribbon curled up like a snake, revealing a pair of pink eyes and a pink mouth. The ribbon is alive and is Docky's clone. Maki glared at the ribbon like an unruly lion. "Snort, foolish human, just wait to become the master's food." The ribbon patted Maki's face and dragged her away. Then, Inosuke kicked the door open and yelled, "Die, evil spirit." The only response he got was the cold wind. He looked around, instantly locking onto the ceiling, then leapt up, smashing the wooden board, and then held onto his arms to float in midair. "Brothers, bring me my knife and mask," Zuzu shouted. Advertisement soon. 3 mice with muscular bodies and diamond necklaces on their heads appeared. 2 of them carried Inosuke's twin swords, and the third held a gray boar headgear. Muscle Rat, one of Yoriichi's ninja pets, can deliver weapons to his master in time. Inosuke took the weapon, and the 3 muscular mice began to show off their muscles. "I'm back. Ahahaha." He jumped back to the ground, tore off the kimono that was in the way, and rushed out with his upper body naked. Breathing of the beast's 7th form spatial perception is activated. Zuzu immediately locked onto a direction and slashed with both swords, creating a big hole in the ground. He jumped in and came to the 1st floor. This sudden change frightened the passing Street youths, and they screamed in fear one after another. "There's a monster, pig demon, it's a pig demon. Help, he has a knife." Pig ignored it and continued to chase the pink ribbon. Bang, bang, bang. There was a series of knocking sounds, and all the thugs who came to stop Pig were knocked away. Finally, he found a hole under the floor. The hole was very small, probably only enough for a child and a woman to pass through. The entrance to the cave was a little small for the sturdy Pig, but it was not a problem for him at all. After all, his flexibility is better than that of a cat, and he can get through any place his head can fit into. Caw caw caw. Zuzu's bones made a series of noises, and then his arms went limp. Garbage. Do you think this little problem can stump me? Dream. The taunting ended, and the pig dove headfirst into the hole, then snaked its way through the narrow hole. His movements were smooth, as if he were walking on flat ground. After an unknown amount of time, Piglet arrived at the cave entrance, and below was a very empty underground space. His bones returned to their place and he landed safely. Looking around, the ground was covered with bones, and they were human bones, forming a whole layer. Such a horrifying scene makes one's scalp tingle. Chapter 213. Docky takes action, and a war is about to begin. In the huge underground pit, there are many pupae hanging upside down. They are in the shape of teardrops, but they are not filled with Kochou, but living humans. This is Docky's granary. Over the centuries, countless people have died here. Inosuke was shocked by the scene before him and couldn't calm down for a long time. The stench of decay in the air was sickening, and with every step one took, the rotten bones would make crisp cracking sounds. He sensed the breath of more than a dozen living people, and light gray fighting spirit emerge, completely illuminating the underground space. Inosuke locked onto those pupae that had the aura of living people, and swung out several sharp blade winds filled with fighting spirit. Sniff sniff. The blade wind cut through the air, cutting off the dozen or so pupae, and the people inside woke up among the dry bones one after another. With the fighting spirit in Inosuke's body, screams of fear rang out one after another. Some of the **street youths fainted on the spot, but the women here had one thing in common. They were all very beautiful. Apart from the crying and panic, there were two people who were exceptionally calm. One of them was Zenitsu, who had fainted from fright a long time ago, and the other was Maki, who had just been captured not long ago. She took out the broken blade and looked around with a vigilant look, realizing that Zuzu was a ghost hunter. Are you support? Inosuke looked at Maki with a confused look on his face and said nonchalantly, who are you? Where's the ghost? Woo 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 woo, Maki, are you here to save me? It's so dark here, I'm so scared, woo woo woo. Suddenly, a beautiful girl with snot and tears came into Maki's arms. She had black hair and blue eyes and looked very charming. Suma, one of Hualigo's 3 wives, is timid and always crying. Stay away from me, snot, it's disgusting. Maki pushed Suma away with a look of disgust and said unhappily. You're Lord Tengen's wife, and you're crying all day long. It's shameful. Stay away from me. Maki scolded with a look of disappointment. Ah, I almost died, and you still want to scold me. Where is Sister Hinazuru? I want to find you. Suma continued to cry. Inosuke frowned and cursed quietly, so annoying, just like that damn yellow-haired guy. Advertisement. He walked quickly to Zenitsu, kicked him a few times, and then cursed, you damn yellow-haired man, stop sleeping and get up and fight. Hey, now is not the time to sleep. After calling for a long time, Zenitsu didn't move. Piglet became even more annoyed. He turned his head and glared at Suma, and yelled. That stinky woman, stop crying, it's so annoying. As soon as these words were spoken, the air suddenly became quiet. Maki gave Zuzu a thumbs up and praised him with a smile. Well done, little pig head. Wow, woo woo woo, Maki, you actually helped outsiders to be mean to me. I'm going to tell Master Tengen. Shut up, you coward, Maki sighed and scolded. In the spacious underground space, 2 hot-tempered people were cursing and talking to 2 crybabies, surrounded by confused ordinary people. This situation and scene are extremely joyful. Zuzu's personality seems to overlap with Maki's. The underground space was filled with darkness and despair, while above the ground the full moon was as bright as the sun, and the earth was bright. The silver moonlight shone into Tokitoa Oiran's room. Lixia was packing her luggage. She was muttering with a smile on her face. I can leave here tomorrow. I'm so happy, her every smile, every move is so gentle. Sister Lixia, are you there? Tanjiro's voice suddenly rang out. He came to say goodbye and to apologize. He felt bad for lying to such a kind person. It's Tanzi, come in, okay. Tanjiro pushed open the door, bowed 90 degrees without thinking, and said. Sister Lixia, I'm sorry, I lied, Suma is not my sister. Besides, I'm a man, but I'm definitely here to find someone. Okay, okay. Lixia smiled slightly, gently helped Tanjiro up, and said, I know. Tanjiro. No what, is my acting not good enough? Seeing his bewildered expression, Li Sha covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, you must be a boy, after all, your voice has given it away. Advertisement, is that so? Tanjiro was shocked. From the moment she entered the door, Lixia noticed Tanjiro's outfit. She asked curiously, what are you doing with the knife? Fight a man-eating monster hiding in the flower street. Tanjiro's eyes were full of sincerity. To ordinary people, what he said was absolutely crazy, but Lixia believed in this child. By the way, wait for me. She took out a gold-studded purse from the cabinet beside her and stuffed it into Tanjiro's hand. I sewed this myself. For you, hey. Tanjiro exclaimed, very embarrassed. It's too expensive. In the past few days, the courtesan Lixia has been very nice to him. It would be too shameful for him to accept things from her again. No, I'm leaving tomorrow. He bought my freedom and wants to marry me. He loves me very much. Li Sha smiled with curved eyebrows and eyes. Every time she mentioned him, her eyes were full of affection. I'm going to be free. It's customary to give a purse to a friend before leaving. So that's how it is. Although Tanjiro didn't quite understand the rules of the red light district, he still gave his blessing and said, I wish Sister Lixia happiness. The same to you. At this moment, a sharp silk ribbon cut through the wooden window behind Lixia. The breath of death made her face pale and she was completely stunned. But a long black knife flashed past her eyes, and with a clang, the silk ribbon was bounced away. Tanjiro's urgent voice sounded, Sister Lixia, run. At this moment, Lixia realized that Tanjiro was not joking, and the monster he was talking about was real. At the same time, she felt extremely grateful that she was lucky to have met this child, otherwise there would be no tomorrow. Thank you, Tanjiro. Be careful. Lixia came back to his senses and said worriedly. Sister Lixia, don't worry, I'm very strong. Tanjiro moved away and protected Lixia behind him. She fled the room, and then, the 8 ribbons fell together, cutting off a quarter of the house in an instant. Tanjiro took a deep breath, exerted force with both arms, and activated the fire god Kagura round dance. In an instant, a dazzling circular slash was swung out, and the attack wrapped in flames cut the ribbon in half. He took a step forward and landed on the street. Fortunately, after the carnival on Flower Street, there was no one on the street. Looking up, on the rooftop opposite Tanjiro stood an enchanting white-haired woman, with 8 clone ribbons floating behind her like a tail. A man and a ghost looked at each other, and a war was about to break out. Chapter 214 Tanjiro vs. Docky. Under the full moon, Docky's long white hair fluttered in the wind. She stared at Tanjiro fiercely. She was very angry about being interrupted during dinner. So, she pointed directly at Tanjiro and yelled, Turn around, you're so ugly, I'm going to vomit. Tanjiro. No, shouldn't you kill me at this time? What's wrong with being too ugly? He thought about it briefly and said seriously, I don't want it. Just as he finished speaking, 8 silk ribbons pierced through the air, and wherever they passed, the air made a sharp explosion sound. Tanjiro used his legs to leap into the air before the ribbon fell. The exploding flames burst out with him as the center, and the scorching heat wave made Docky feel palpitations. This is the oppressive feeling that sun breathing brings to demons. Tanjiro had already landed on the roof. He held the knife in both hands and thrust it forward. In an instant, spiral flames shot out from the tip of the Nichiren blades. The god of fire Kagura Yangwadu. Docky's clone was outside and not at its strongest, so it had difficulty dodging such an attack. The thorn pierced through its right shoulder, leaving a spiral wound, and the burning pain quickly spread throughout the body. Tanjiro was confused, because the woman's eyes clearly said, upstream, it was upstream. Why is it so weak? Could it be a clone? Countless speculations emerged, but his attack did not stop. He quickly changed the blade and activated the red mirror of the scorching sun. 4 petal-shaped red blade winds slashed towards Docky from 4 directions at the same time. From a distance, it looked like a blooming flower. Hateful. How dare you hurt my beautiful body, you little brat. Go to hell, go to hell. Docky, like a petulant little girl, started to lose her temper. In the blink of an eye, pink ribbons crisscrossed together, and a large net appeared in front of her. Ding ding ding. A series of clashes of swords echoed in the empty streets, and Tanjiro's slashes turned into spots of light all over the sky. Docky tried his best and barely blocked the slash, but the silk ribbon was made by blood demon magic and its recovery speed was so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye. The next moment, the big pink net enveloped Tanjiro. Advertisement: there were attacks from all directions. Tanjiro was like a bird in a cage, with no escape. At times like this, attack is the best defense. The god of fire Kagura, Halo Dragon, head dance was activated, and Tanjiro swung the Nichiren blades in his hand quickly, and the blades turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. He did not use wrist force to press, and there was no other knife to collide with, but the red knife was still opened. This is the unique enchantment effect of sun breathing, and only the advanced version of the sword skill has this effect. Countless flames swam around Tanjiro. At first, they looked like carps. As his speed increased, the carps gradually gathered together. A giant dragon with scales of fire emerged, and amidst the faint roar of the dragon, silk ribbons fell one after another like moths to a flame. Tanjiro took a step forward and rushed towards Docky at a rapid speed. At the same time, the fire dragon wrapped around him began to move. The fire dragon opened its huge mouth and bit towards Docky. At the same time, in Tanjiro's eyes, he saw a thin red line connecting the blade and the evil ghost's neck. The gap line was triggered, he shouted loudly, and slashed down with all his strength. At this critical moment, countless ribbons streaked across the sky like shooting stars. They all drilled into Docky's body, and in order to avoid being decapitated, she was forced to recall all of her clones. With the clone entering his body, Docky's aura became much stronger and his physical fitness made a qualitative leap. She dodged Tanjiro's fatal blow and retreated more than 10 meters away with a vigilant look on her face. Her hair grew longer, the white at the ends faded and turned emerald green, and the 8 ribbons floating behind her increased to 18. Tanjiro was breathing heavily. Although Kagura dance was powerful, its shortcomings were also obvious. It consumed too much physical strength, especially the advanced version of the moves. What? Where's your arrogance, you ugly brat? Docky looked at the panting Tanjiro, immediately became proud, and shouted sarcastically. Tanjiro did not refute. He turned into a scorching flame and attacked again. If he couldn't decapitate him once, he would try again. Docky manipulated 18 silk ribbons to fly up, and the knife and the ribbons collided violently, sparks flying. A few streets away, a figure was standing still and watching. There's a fight going on there, Yoriichi murmured. Kamiyama on the side slowly opened his eyes, looked down, and said, right here, there's something underground. Okay. Yoriichi took out a few black gunpowder pellets and reminded Kamiyama, back off. Learn. As Kamiyama retreated, Yoriichi threw a projectile toward the ground, and he instantly drew out his dark gold double swords and chopped down. Advertisement sparks flew between the knife and the bullet, and there was a loud bang. The impact force of the explosion blew through the soil layer several meters thick. A large pit more than 10 meters deep appeared. Under the big pit, Inosuke and Yoriichi's 2 wives looked up in confusion, and then shouted. Run. No, save them quickly, or they will be smashed. Maki gave a slap to the dazed Suma, who then started to cry and rescue the girls who had fainted from fear. Thanks to the efforts of several people, no one was injured. Earth and rocks poured down, raising clouds of dust. There was a loud bang, and something seemed to fall into the big pit. Inosuke and the other 2 were staring at the dust curtain. A tall figure slowly walked out. It was Yoriichi. You're all okay, that's great. He looked at the 2 ladies, and the heavy stone in his heart was finally put down. Wow, Master Tengen, you finally came to save me. Maki is bullying me again. Woo woo woo. Suma cried and threw himself into Yoriichi's arms, telling tales like crazy. Suma, stop talking nonsense, I'll beat you to death. Okay, it's okay. Yoriichi brother said in a gentle tone, gently rubbing Suma's head and comforting him. 2 hemp ropes were dropped from the top of the pit, and Kamiyama's voice rang out. Stop spreading dog food, save people. Got it, replied Yoriichi. Inosuke, on the other hand, had tied a rope around Zenitsu. After making sure it was strong, he sat on Zenitsu and shouted, Boss, pull me up. Okay. As soon as he finished speaking, Inosuke experienced the feeling of riding a roller coaster. Both he and Zenitsu were thrown into the air, just in time to see Tanjiro fighting Docky in the distance. Kamiyama's voice sounded at this time. Pig, see that? That's the upper string. Go chop it up. Oh, by the way, Nezuko is there too. The 3 words? Nezuko seemed to turn on a switch, and the area around the sleeping Zenitsu suddenly became bright, and countless golden arcs lit up the night sky. Chapter 215 So beautiful. Boom boom. Thunder roared, and the golden lightning in the sky above Flower Street bloomed like a flower, a moment of beauty. Zenitsu was suspended in midair, half bending like in stop-motion animation, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword, hot white air gushing from his mouth and nose. The steady voice echoed between heaven and earth. Breath of thunder, thunderbolt, flash, 8th combo. In an instant, a long, winding golden line divided the night sky. Inosuke landed on a roof. When he came to his senses, the friend who had been with him was gone, and there was only a piece of burnt rope in his hand. Hateful. You damned yellow-haired fellow, how dare you get ahead of me? Inosuke cursed because he felt that his record was no longer secure. Ah! Charge forward. At the thought of being overtaken by the yellow-haired man, gray fighting spirit surged out of Inosuke's body like a tide, and he moved quickly towards the battlefield between Tanjiro and Docky. Wherever it passed, it blew away a large piece of roof. Meanwhile, a few streets away, Tanjiro and Docky are fighting again. Tanjiro was seen holding a scarlet-red sword, and every time he swung the sword, there was a blazing flame, as if to ignite the surrounding air. Docky, on the other hand, wielded his extremely sharp belt slash, creating streaks of cold light, and attacked Tanjiro as fast as lightning. For a moment, the blazing flames and the icy light intertwined and collided with each other, bursting out countless dazzling sparks. No one noticed the changes in the distance. Suddenly, Docky felt a chill down her spine, and her 6th sense told her to get out of the way, but by the time she realized what was happening, it was too late. The next moment, a dazzling golden lightning flashed across the sky, like a roaring dragon. In an instant, the entire world was illuminated by the golden lightning and became as bright as day. At the same time, the golden blade whistled and swept over, slashing Docky's neck at lightning speed. This was accompanied by curses like those of a nagging woman. A-hole, who allowed you to hurt Nezuko? Die, die, die. Go to hell, go to hell. Docky's pupils dilated, and her neck instantly turned into a resilient silk ribbon. The powerful impact force was dispersed throughout her body. She was knocked back more than 10 meters and fell heavily to the ground. Zenitsu slowly fell down, and even with his eyes closed, the murderous intent he exuded was still frightening. Of course, this murderous intent was directed at Docky. The most confused one is Tanjiro, but he is also the happiest one. Advertisement: the good brother came to support, but it seemed that it was not for himself, but for his sister. Docky, angry and humiliated, stood up from the big pit on the ground, shook off the dirt and rocks on his body, pointed to the distance and roared. How despicable. A sneak attack. B**********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************่************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ off. You ugly B asterisk 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 D. Ah. It was so angry that it let out a sharp explosion, and 18 silk ribbons intertwined endlessly, forming a large net covering an area of dozens of meters in radius. Blood Demon Art. Double slash. Damn Ghost Hunter, I will make everyone around here die with you for your shameless behavior. Docky's face was ferocious, and it started to roar. It couldn't kill Tanjiro and Zenitsu in a short time, so it took its anger out on all the ordinary people nearby. Not good. Protect ordinary people, Tanjiro frowned and said to Zenitsu. He had experienced the eightfold slash, which was powerful enough to cut buildings within range into pieces in an instant. No matter if it's a person or something else, there will only be one result, and that is destroy. As Docky swung his hands, the pink net suspended in the air fell down. Live flame dance, thunderbolt flash, 8th company. Tanjiro and Zenitsu moved at the same time, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into two streams of light. Before the belt slash fell, the two of them chopped all the ribbons within the attack range into pieces. The debris in the sky turned into ashes, protecting all the people within a radius of dozens of meters at once, and the two of them were exhausted. In just 10 seconds, they went back and forth, swinging no less than 1,000 swords. Looking at the two people gasping for breath, Docky laughed triumphantly and mocked them unscrupulously. Idiots, all the members of the Demon Slayer Corps are idiots. A bunch of fools, a bunch of ugly monsters. The price of protecting some people who have nothing to do with you is that you will be exhausted of all your physical strength and die in my hands. Unfortunately, I don't eat ugly things. After the sarcasm, Docky jumped onto the roof nearby. She liked the feeling of standing high up and looking down at others. She raised her hands, and the ribbons behind her stretched out wildly in all directions. In just a few breaths, they covered a larger space than at the beginning. She jokingly said, "Go for the sake of those common ugly freaks. Until you die stupidly." Advertisement. Tanjiro and Zenitsu said nothing, and once again put all their efforts into protecting someone they had never met before. You don't understand, that's not stupid. We, the Demon Slayer Corps, don't protect ordinary people, we respect life. The powerful force is in our hands, we must protect the weak. Life is fragile, but also tenacious. You may have never been protected by anyone, but I won't allow you to insult the Demon Slayer Corps. They all work very hard to respect life. What do you think of life? Docky kept scolding Tanjiro herself, which didn't matter to him, but he was angry that she shouldn't insult those who worked hard to protect others. Life? Oh, a bunch of ugly freaks, you dare to mention life? Docky snorted coldly, raised its arms, and the pink ribbons were woven into a large net again. Go to hell. I want you to know that you can't protect anything. As soon as he finished speaking, a gray slash came down and Docky watched his arm fly out. Garbage ghost, what are you barking about? Die, die, die. I'll send you to hell, you stinking sewer rat, you idiot. Inosuke came out laughing, spouting the curse words he learned from Kamiyama. Inosuke, good job. Tanjiro praised happily because the blood demon art was interrupted. What kind of monster are you? Docky looked at the wild boar headgear with disgust. Inosuke didn't care about this and just started chopping with the knife. Docky had to take back the ribbons. As the two continued to fight, one of the ribbons knocked Piglet's headgear off. A beautiful face came into view and Docky was stunned. Even someone like her who claims to be the most beautiful person in the world couldn't help but sigh. What a nice view. Facing the praise from others, Zuzu pulled back the wild boar mask and cursed. You are sick. Then, without saying a word, he drew his sword even faster and more fiercely. Chapter 216. Guutaro appears. The grey blades rained down like a torrential rain, chopping Docky to pieces without any chance of fighting back. She had consumed too much energy due to Tanjiro, so naturally she could not match the full-powered Piglet. With Pigsy joining the battlefield, the situation instantly reversed. Zenitsu cut in from the side, and a calm and steady voice sounded. Inosuke, its neck can be transformed into a flexible ribbon. Your dual sword style may be able to decapitate it. The pig's pupils trembled, and the sleeping yellow-haired boy could actually speak. The golden thunder roared. Zenitsu pressed forward step by step, not giving Docky any chance to release the blood demon technique, and he created opportunities for Piglet. After many times of cooperation, Zuzu has developed the awareness of cooperating with his teammates. He consciously stepped aside and stared at Docky like a predatory beast. Finally, under the continuous fierce attack of the Zenitsu 8th Company, fatal gaps appeared in Docky's 18 ribbons. In an instant, the grey fighting spirit turned into surging waves, perfectly passing through all the ribbons, and the breathing of the beast Three Fangs Fang Tearing was activated. The two serrated knives were stacked together like a pair of scissors, trapping Docky's neck in the middle. It had no idea of the seriousness of the situation, and its neck was transformed into a resilient silk ribbon in the blink of an eye. This might be useful for high-impact sword techniques, but this move of Pigsy's isn't about decapitation by sheer wrist strength. This move relies on pulling back and forth quickly. It's a saw, not an axe. By the time Docky reacted, it was too late. Piggy had already let out a loud shout of victory. Ha ha ha, I'm beheading the upper string. I am the strongest. While showing off, he did not forget to taunt. Rubbish upper string, bah. Docky's head rolled off, while Inosuke and Zenitsu retreated back to Tanjiro. The three little ones stood side by side and smiled at the same time. But the next scene shocked the three of them. Docky's body did not disappear after being beheaded. She sat on the ground like a wronged little girl, holding her head and crying. Brother, my head has fallen off. Brother, someone is bullying me. Brother, woo woo woo. 3 little ones, equals. Advertisement, why didn't she die? Zuzu yelled angrily. The victory he had obtained was gone just like that, which was really infuriating. I don't know. Tanjiro shook his head. The situation before him was a little beyond his understanding. There's a problem. Back off. Zenitsu's ears moved and he heard a very strange sound. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 curved blade winds as thin as cicada wings shot out from Docky's neck. There were 2 slashes formed by blood. Tanjiro drew his sword in time to block it, but less than a second after the 2 blade winds came into contact with him, he was flung away and crashed straight into a wooden building behind him. The blade wind directly cut off the load-bearing pillars of the wooden building. With a loud bang, most of the wooden building collapsed and buried Tanjiro. Tanjiro. Zenitsu turned and rushed towards the collapsed wooden building, shouting with great concern, Nezuko is still on your back. Zuzu stared at Docky in disbelief, and suddenly a light gray hand stretched out from Docky's neck, followed by another one. Soon, a humanoid creature emerged from her body. That was a new demon, or rather, it was the real upper-rank demon. Docky's older brother, Guutaro. The upper 6 are twins. The sclera on Guutaro's eyes is yellow, and the irises of his left and right eyes are engraved with Lu and Shanglu, respectively. Its upper body was naked, with messy black and green hair fluttering in the wind, its light gray skin carrying a strong aura of death, its lower body wearing blue loose pants, and its arms wrapped with red and black ribbons. An unprecedented sense of oppression surged from Guutaro, and just a glance at Inosuke made the other party feel suffocated. So strong, this is the real upper rank. Inosuke was not afraid at all, but a little excited. Guutaro was in no mood to pay attention to the pig, or rather, it didn't care at all. It was very angry now because someone made its beloved sister cry. It half knelt in front of Docky, and the moment it saw the sister, the murderous aura on its body turned into endless tenderness. It gently held the sister's head and a hoarse and gentle voice rang out. Wouldn't it be better if the head fell off and was put back? You're still a fool. My silly sister. Guutaro put Docky's head back while preaching lovingly. It gently wiped away the tears from the sister's eyes and said, don't cry. You are so beautiful. It would be bad if you cried your eyes out. Brother, the 3 of them beat me together. Advertisement. They are so despicable that they bully the minority with their numbers. Help me get revenge. Also, I'm going to eat the guy wearing the boar mask. Elder brother, Docky started to act like a spoiled child. Guutaro clenched the blood sickle in his hand, rubbed his sister's head, then stood up and said gently. Of course, no problem, my silly sister. It slowly turned around, its gentleness dissipated, and a huge murderous intent burst out. This murderous intent instantly locked onto Pigsy and Zenitsu in the distance. This terrifying feeling of oppression was terrifying. There was a loud bang, and the air in front of Guutaro exploded. The next moment, it passed the pig and appeared directly in front of Zenitsu. Because the sister said she wanted to eat the pig, it decided to let the latter go first. Zenitsu's face was solemn, and he activated the Thunderbolt Flash 8th consecutive technique. A series of golden lines connected end to end crossed the night sky and collided violently with the oncoming blood sickle. Ding ding ding, a series of crisp sounds echoed under the sky. Guutaro had no intention of using blood demon arts at all, he was just simply swinging his sword. Even so, it managed to defeat Zenitsu with just one hand, leaving him helpless. If Docky wasn't a burden, Gyutaro's rank in the waxing moon might have had room to rise. Ehole, why are you ignoring me? Inosuke raised his double swords and chopped down Guutaro from behind. Just when he was about to succeed, the blood demon art, Flying Blood Scythe, was activated. Guutaro compressed his blood, and 2 razor-like arcs of blood shot out from both sides of his shoulders. The slash passed close to Inosuke's neck. If he hadn't retracted the force in time, he would have been decapitated. But the flying blood blade did not stop, but turned back like a boomerang. Ding ding ding. A series of golden sword sounds were heard, and then another 18 bloody blades emerged from Gyutaro's body. These 20 blows seemed to have self-awareness, trapping Pigsy without killing him. But if this happens, Zenitsu will suffer. He had to withstand the full-strength attack of the upper 6, full of anger and killing moves, all by himself. Chapter 217. Lao Lu Lekong, dividing the battlefield. Relying on his extreme speed, Zenitsu barely blocked a few of the sword attacks, but Guutaro had no patience. He just wanted to quickly deal with the little devil in front of him and then send the pig head to his sister. At the same time, in the ruins, Tanjiro was pinned down by a load-bearing column. Although he had no broken bones, the angle was very tricky and he was unable to get up. However, he still felt the suffocating oppression from the outside world. The Nichiren blades were inserted not far away. Tanjiro stretched out his arm but couldn't reach the knife. Without the knife, he couldn't get out and support his teammates. Hurry up, hurry up! His brows were furrowed, veins bulging all over his body, but he was always just a little bit away from the knife. At this moment, the wooden box hanging on the side trembled slightly, and then a small hand stretched out from it. Nezuko wakes up. She jumped out of the wooden box and looked at her brother eagerly with her pink eyes. Seeing this, Tanjiro was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Nezuko, hand me the knife." Nezuko tilted her head and looked at Tanjiro eagerly. After a long while of reaction, she ran to the Nichiren blades and pulled out a sword as tall as her. She dragged the knife to her brother, lowered her head, and begged for a touch. Good job, Nezuko. You are my lucky star. Tanjiro touched his sister's head lovingly, then swung out a slash, and the supporting column broke. He picked up Nezuko and jumped out of the ruins. Inosuke and Zenitsu's situation was in full view, and the moment he landed, he let go of his sister and swung his sword in a flash. The god of fire Kagura round dance. A circular slash wrapped in flames came close to his face, and Guutaro gave up attacking Zenitsu and slashed at Tanjiro instead. At this tense moment, a dazzling silver meteor streaked across the inky black night sky at an astonishing speed. The silver streak of light concealed an indestructible blade. It swept past Inosuke, and 20 bloody blades shattered in an instant. Guutaro immediately sensed something was wrong and burst out with all his strength, activating the blood demon arc jump, swinging his blood sickle wildly. In an instant, countless blood blades wrapped around it like a cicada pupa. Facing Gyutaro's full force, Tanjiro and Zenitsu beside it were completely invisible. Death was like an impenetrable barrier, covering the two of them. Just when they thought they were dead, a flash of silver light appeared and the death barrier shattered instantly. In an instant, countless silver blade winds, along with a whistling gale, enveloped Guutaro. Advertisement ding ding ding, the continuous sound of metal collisions echoed under the sky. At this moment, the situation reversed and Guutaro fell into a disadvantage. As the silver light faded, only a deep red ponytail could be seen flying high under the shadow of a full moon. A figure stood before the two of them, and Tanjiro shouted happily. Really, big brother, thank you for your hard work. The hostage rescue over there is over. Leave it to us next. Just help the members of Hidden to evacuate the people around. As soon as the words fell, the silver blade wind wrapped around Guutaro suddenly shattered, and red and silver light spots fell like snowflakes. A man and a ghost looked at each other, and the silver light and the red blood light divided the space. Kamiyama didn't activate his markings and didn't use his sword, but he still had the upper hand over Guutaro. Tiandao Kamiyama, are you here to die? Are you dreaming? Kamiyama rolled his eyes at Guutaro and said sarcastically. To kill you and your brother, I need to behead you both at the same time. It's actually not that difficult. Tisk. How dare you hurt my sister? I'm going to kill you. Guutaro was furious. As long as his sister was involved, he would lose his mind and start scratching his body frantically, leaving hideous blood marks, and then recover instantly. Kamiyama spread his hands and said helplessly, it wasn't me who killed your sister. Just as he finished speaking, a loud explosion was heard in the distance. Amid the dust raised by the explosion, a tall figure suddenly rushed out, waving the golden double swords in his hands and slashing towards Docky with unstoppable force. Just when the latter was about to be beheaded, a yellow vertical pupil suddenly opened. Strangely, Docky actually dodged this blow that should have been fatal. At this moment, Guutaro and Docky's vision was shared. The battle was completely taken over by Guutaro, causing Docky's reaction speed to increase. Oh, isn't this gorgeous? Otherwise how can I show my strength? Huali-Ge said with a smile, and at the same time used the sound-breathing fourth form Hibiki Mujian. Advertisement especially made gunpowder ball and a brilliant slash attacked Docky. A series of thunderous explosions echoed throughout the entire block, and Docky's ribbon broke in an instant, and the two swords drew graceful arcs in the air. Two slashes, one from the left and one from the right, fell at the same time. Now let me see how you hide, Brother Huali complained in his heart with a confident smile. At the same time, Guutaro was also forced into a dead corner by Kamiyama, and the silver slash had already cut halfway into his neck. It's over, he and Huali-Ge said in unison. At this critical moment, two pools of dark purple mud wrapped up the brother and sister, and they disappeared. Kamiyama's face darkened and he cursed, damn you, I'm F********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** feet of Tanjiro, Nezuko, Inosuke, Zenitsu and Wali Jie. There was no chance to react as they fell in together. Boom boom. The ground beneath Kamiyama's feet began to crack, and he jumped aside with a gloomy face. As soon as he walked away, a huge dark purple sphere emerged where he was standing. The sphere quickly climbed to 10 meters in the air, blocking out the sky and the sun. At the very top of the sphere stood a skinny ghost, its body covered with dark purple circular lines and emitting a faint fluorescence. Kamiyama, I'm right here. Are you surprised? Are you shocked? Yaikong opened his arms and laughed. Without you, those people would be dead. They're definitely no match for Guutaro. And I am the great upper rank 4, Lazy Sora. Build a special arena for them. Kamiyama stared at the devil in the sky fiercely and roared, Dakong, you damned old man. Lululu. What can you do to me? Come and chop me up if you dare. Lazio stuck out his tongue and laughed continuously. The next moment, Kamiyama jumped onto the roof nearby and threw several pieces of broken wood into the air. Then, something happened that made Daikong dumbfounded. From a distance, one could see a silver cannonball rising from the ground. In just a few breaths, Kamiyama had already reached the top of the giant purple ball. Chapter 218 Red Blood Cocoon. A man and a ghost stared at each other from a distance, endless fear shrouded Duokong. The human in front of him was his psychological shadow. Without any hesitation, Daikong activated the space-based vampire magic. His body melted into the dark purple mud and disappeared in an instant, leaving only a trembling threat. Tiandao Kamiyama, can you protect the people in this neighborhood by yourself? Just as he finished speaking, a gurgling sound came from the bottom of the giant purple ball, and transparent bubbles swelled up like boiling water. On the street, Kochou Shinobu, holding a slashing knife, looked up with a frown on his face. One after another, round balls that looked like insect eggs were hanging in the air, and inside them were pitch-black evil spirits. The aura emitted by each ball was equivalent to that of the lower moon. This is the purpose of Lekong's trip, which is to test the waters. Those black evil demons were mass-produced by Muzan. The frequent losses of the upper ranks finally made it realize that this generation of Demon Slayer Corps was different. Looking around, the earth was devastated and people's faces were full of fear. What was happening now was far beyond their understanding, and they were even beginning to lose control of the situation. Bang, bang, bang. There were a series of explosions in the sky, as if someone was setting off firecrackers. More than 100 black evil spirits opened their scarlet eyes at the same time, and their shrill roars resounded through the sky. The black evil ghost broke out of the cocoon and fell like a meteorite rain. Run! Get away from this place! Kochou Shinobu shouted to the ordinary people around him, otherwise many people would die once the ghost rain fell. Before the disaster, people were in chaos and didn't care about anything except running away. Damn it, Lekong, Kamiyama cursed, then jumped down from the top of the giant ball. Under the dark sky, a silver light suddenly bloomed, and Kamiyama turned into a flowing thin line, using the black evil spirit as a stepping stone, and walked in the air as if it were flat ground. At this moment, the people who were fleeing were stunned and looked up at the sky at the same time. The black monsters in the sky disappeared one by one, leaving only a bright silver light that became brighter and brighter. Before the last black evil ghost landed on the ground, a sharp slash flew past, and the next moment, a pair of burning wings suddenly spread out. The burning sword skills slammed onto the ground, and amidst the surging fighting spirit, a figure holding a knife in one hand slowly walked out. He looked ahead and saw a series of explosions behind him. The black and gray smoke disappeared into the night. Keep running, or you will die. The resounding voice reached the ears of all the stunned people around, and the crowd became agitated again. Don't panic, follow the instructions of the man in black. If you don't want to die, advertisement. It turned out that naked threats were far more effective than kind persuasion. People were still fleeing for their lives, but the situation was not as chaotic as it had been at the beginning. Kamiyama's appearance shocked the whole audience. Most importantly, people have never seen anyone jump from the sky and survive. That was beyond their understanding. Gurgle gurgle. The sound of bubbles bursting was heard again, and nearly 100 black evil spirits appeared at the bottom of the giant purple ball. In a dark purple space far away from the battlefield, Daikong was watching everything that was happening in the distance, silently recording the data. Is this damn guy Kamiyama still a human being? This is a bit too strong. No, we need to consume more. I don't believe I can't kill you. Hateful. On the dilapidated street, Kamiyama waved to Shinobu, his voice a little weak. Shinobu, come here. Good. The moment Kochou Shinobu ran over, Kamiyama hugged her and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Kochou Shinobu happened to block the scene, so Shinobu couldn't see anything. Really, you? Kochou Shinobu's eyes instantly turned red, but Kamiyama put his index finger between her lips and said softly. It's okay. I just had some internal injuries from the sudden outburst and the fall from 20 meters in the air. Although the sword skills can offset the impact force, there is still a very small amount of recoil. Don't show any sadness, because there is a harbinger hiding in the dark. We can't show our weakness, Kamiyama explained. I understand. Kochou Shinobu hurriedly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and his eyes became strong again. At the same time, the black evil ghost fell again, and its bloodthirsty roar enveloped the world. Kamiyama has only one mission, which is to guard this place and not let any ghost escape. Inside the giant purple sphere, explosions continued in the boundless dark purple sky and earth. Yoriichi waved his double swords, Guutaro held the sickle tightly, and the man and the ghost fought fiercely, causing the space to shake continuously. Advertisement with his stripes and red sword fully activated, Yoriichi is only evenly matched with Guutaro. But on the other hand, Docky was still being suppressed by the three little ones, not to mention Nezuko was added. Brother, kill them. I can't beat these ugly guys. Brother, help me. Docky cried and yelled, boom. There was another violent explosion. Yoriichi and Guutaro each retreated a few meters and had a brief respite. I've had enough of you damn ghost hunters. Why do you want to disturb our peaceful life? Guutaro's hoarse voice sounded, and it squeezed the two sickles together. As blood poured in, a 2-meter-long death scythe condensed into shape. Blood demon art. Death blood scythe is activated. This is the latest blood vampire magic it has mastered after accepting Muzan's new blood. Holding the death blood scythe in his hand, Guutaro's aura soared to a level that frightened Yoriichi. Why is this guy doing this? It's not fancy at all. Brother Huali frowned and complained in his heart. As the blood scythe appeared, Docky seemed to be summoned by something, and she teleported behind Guutaro. The pink ribbon behind her turned into a crystal clear blood red, and then the red ribbon wrapped it layer by layer. In the blink of an eye, a blood red cocoon was formed. Docky hugged his legs and curled up in the blood-red cocoon. Then, two bloodlines connected Guutaro and cocoon, the muscles under its forehead squirmed, and a blood-red vertical pupil suddenly opened. Circles of red ripples spread out in all directions with Guutaro as the center, and Tanjiro and his companions hurriedly jumped up to avoid them. The ripples hit the edge of the purple sphere and spread rapidly along the inner wall. In an instant, the entire space was dyed with a layer of solemn red. Guutaro tightly grasped the death blood scythe, and his cold voice echoed throughout the space. "Are you ready to die, pathetic bug? This is the strongest blood demon art of the Upper Moon's 6 siblings, the red blood cocoon." Guutaro protected his sister in the red blood crystal and endured all threats from the outside world alone. But correspondingly, it also threw away the burdens and responded to the challenge with the strongest attitude. Chapter 219 Speed. I'll be the main attacker, and you guys assist me. Yoriichi took out a dozen gunpowder balls and threw them at Guutaro. Before the explosion could begin, a blood blade several meters long came across, and no one even saw Guutaro make his move. The gunpowder balls were cut into pieces and fell to the ground. Strangely, they did not explode because they were covered with a thin layer of blood. Tisk. Brother Huali frowned and complained in his heart, "This guy is a bit too strong." Suddenly, Zuzu, who was wrapped in light gray fighting spirit, rushed forward first. For him, as long as there was no oppressive feeling like Kamiyama, he could fight. "Follow me." As the stripes opened and his heart beat faster, Piglet felt that he was fine again. A loud roar is reckless. Stupid. Guutaro didn't even look at Inosuke. He swung his knife behind him with his backhand, and with a clang, Zenitsu was knocked more than 20 meters away. Ha ha ha. Inosuke laughed. Although he didn't know when the yellow-haired man came up, he definitely succeeded. Just as the blade was about to touch Gyutaro's neck, several blood blades as thin as cicada wings shot out from under the latter's skin. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere. At the same time, a circular slash wrapped in flames appeared between Pig and Guutaro, blocking all the blood blades. It was Tanjiro who took action. Without any hesitation, he quickly changed his sword skills and activated the god of fire Kagura, Birodon, and the exploding flames flew towards Gyutaro's face. At this moment, the red blood cocoon behind made a sound like a heartbeat, and a layer of blood-colored barrier blocked the slash. The three of them attacked together, but they didn't even touch Guutaro. "Get out of the way." When Hualiji's voice sounded, the three little ones flashed away in an instant, and more than a dozen gunpowder balls fell, followed by golden blades. Boom boom boom. The sharp blade wind slashed down under the cover of the raging flames, landing on Guutaro without missing a single blow. The heartbeat sounded again, and it was Docky protecting his brother again. As the move was blocked, Guutaro swung the death blood scythe at a speed invisible to the naked eye, and the blood slashes crossed in the air. Countless blade winds gathered into a tornado, engulfing Hualiji. Although he swung his sword wildly to resist, his body was still covered with blood. "My blood is poisonous, idiot." A large amount of toxins entered his body, and Hualiji's speed slowed down a lot. Gyutaro's fatal blow fell from above his head. Advertisement. At this critical moment, the rosy flame intervened in the battlefield from the side like a fire dragon. The flames engulfed Hualije, and Tanjiro swung his sword to block the fatal blow. Guutaro was confused. People were burning each other. What was going on? But Hualije, who was in the flames, smiled because all the toxins in his body were burned away by the flames. In his peripheral vision, it was Nezuko who was giving a thumbs up to everyone. "Girl, you are so gorgeous, ha ha ha." Hualije laughed in his heart and gave Nezuko his highest praise. He gripped both swords tightly, aimed at Gyutaro's neck and swung with all his strength. The fighting spirit, sparkling like a gem, hit the protective shield, causing many cracks to appear on its surface. Then there was a crisp sound, and the blood-colored barrier shattered. But Gyutaro's skin began to boil violently. The next moment, countless blood blades shot out with it as the center. This move is both defensive and offensive. Hualije and the three little ones were blown into the air by the blood tornado. Guutaro aimed at Tanjiro, who was using sun breathing, and arrived almost instantly. In his eyes, this, not the pillar, was the most threatening. After all, demons have a fear of the sun breathing engraved in their cells. Tanjiro only saw an afterimage, and then the blood sickle emitting the breath of death was aimed at his heart. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. With a puff, blood gushed out and the blood sickle pierced a heart. But it's not Tanjiro, it's Nezuko. At the critical moment, Nezuko grew up to an adult. She pushed her brother away and blocked the knife. "Nezuko." Tanjiro let out a heart-wrenching roar, and he struggled to get up, with the flames of his fighting spirit suddenly erupting. But there was also a flash of lightning that was brighter than the flames. That was Zenitsu. He was seen bending his waist, holding the hilt of the knife with one hand, and the golden thunder covered half of the purple space. This was his strongest move at present, which had a great pressure on the legs and could only be used once a day. Breath of thunder, flash of thunder, super speed. There was a sudden thunder and the beauty was brilliant. Advertisement. The golden blade was filled with endless rage, and the Haori behind Zenitsu turned into burning wings. The bloodline connecting Guutaro and Docky was instantly severed. Then, the blood barrier around Guutaro disappeared. Brother Huali was keenly aware of this. Feeling the powerful pressure, Guutaro gave up on killing Nezuko and quickly turned around to swing his sword. There was a loud clang and the sound of swords echoed in the space. Then there was a crisp sound. The blood scythe was shattered into pieces, but Guutaro's reaction speed was enhanced after all, and it turned its head to avoid the attack. A cut of several centimeters was torn, and the burning sensation spread throughout the body along the wound, and it frowned. Zenitsu had already sheathed his sword and caught Nezuko, who was shrinking rapidly. They both fell down together, and tiny beads of blood oozed from his calves. He and Nezuko fell to the ground in each other's arms. Great, well done, Zenitsu. Tanjiro breathed a sigh of relief, and the round dance started in a flash. He turned into a deep red afterimage and arrived in an instant. Yoriichi then threw out 3 gunpowder balls. The red blade wind rubbed against the gunpowder, and the roar of the explosion forced Guutaro back. Tisk. Guutaro frowned, and grasped the air. In the blink of an eye, the death blood scythe was formed. At the same time, 2 bloodlines flew from the direction of the red blood cocoon. Pig, stop those 2 lines, charge forward, Inosuke responded in seconds, slashing out with both swords. Just when the blade was about to touch the bloodline, the line turned. Ha! Zuzu cried out in surprise, and with a twist of his 2 knives, he forcibly rolled up the silk thread. Breathing of sound, form of 5, playing of strings. Brother Huali tightly grasped the chain connecting the 2 swords. A buzzing sound was heard, and the 2 golden swords began to rotate like propellers. Guutaro turned the blood sickle, and there was a loud clang sound, and the golden blade and the scarlet sickle blade collided violently. In an instant, sparks flew everywhere, as dazzling as meteors across the night sky. The powerful impact generated by the collision made the surrounding air seem to tremble and emit a buzzing sound. At this moment, Yoriichi's music score is about to be completed. Chapter 220. End the music score is a battle calculation formula created by Yoriichi. By studying and judging the rhythm of the enemy's attack movements and converting them into music, we can understand the opponent's attack habits and blind spots. Just like adding chords to a song, you can hit the enemy by attacking the gaps in the music. But the biggest disadvantage of this method is that it takes a certain amount of time to complete the analysis. From the moment he swung his first sword at Guutaro, the calculation of the score had already begun. Boom boom boom. The sound of strong heartbeats continued, and Docky in the red blood cocoon suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were red and blood vessels all over his body were bulging. At the same time, the bloodline wrapped around Pigsy's double swords expanded rapidly, and its hardness increased a lot, and the bloodline shrank like a blind monk. With a snap, the 2 swords broke, and the bloodline rushed towards Guutaro like crazy, and then stabbed into its back. In an instant, thin layers of blood barriers emerged. Guutaro curled up the corners of his mouth, gave up defense, and attacked with all his strength. He attacked even more fiercely than before. In the blink of an eye, there were more than a dozen bloody wounds on Brother Huali's body. As the poison spread, Brother Huali's movements slowed down. Just when the death blood scythe was about to chop off his head, a circular blade wind rushed out from his side. It was Tanjiro who made the move. Then, a small hand was placed on Brother Huali's shoulder, and the rose-colored flame burned away the poison. Once again, Nezuko turned the tide. At this moment, a gleam of light flashed in Yoriichi's eyes, and the score was completed. In his ears, Guutaro's attacks became a rhythmic piece of music, with a few missed beats in between. "Ehole, your music isn't gorgeous at all." Yoriichi took a sudden step forward, and his body shot out like a bullet. He held both swords tightly, and took over from Tanjiro who was covered in blood. After only a few seconds of fighting with Guutaro, Tanjiro had more than a dozen cuts on his body. The smaller version of Nezuko trotted over to his brother, put her little hand on him, and directly detoxified him. Tanjiro panted heavily, looking at the gorgeous brother who was once again on par with Guutaro, and murmured. Brother Tengen seems to have suddenly become stronger. It's amazing. The flashes of swords and sickles intertwined, and blood blades burst out of Guutaro's body like flying snowflakes. But Brother Huali seemed to have predicted it and was always able to accurately block every bloody blade. The completion of the score gave Sanshao some time to catch his breath. Advertisement. As time passed, Yoriichi's sword-swinging speed slowed down a lot. At this moment, Juju, who had recovered some strength, intervened in the battlefield. Even though his knife was broken, he was still able to fight. The gray, diamond, and blood-colored fighting spirits were intertwined with each other, like 3 colorful ribbons dancing in the air. Tanjiro, go kill that woman, Yoriichi shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, Tanjiro, who was about to join the battlefield, quickly changed direction. He passed the 3 anxious people and approached Docky as quickly as possible. This action directly angered Guutaro. It roared, and a blood-red tornado composed of countless blood blades erupted with it as the center. The terrifying impact force directly sent Yoriichi and Inosuke flying. This blood demon technique consumes a lot of physical strength. Guutaro can only release it twice a day at most. This is the last time. Not because it was going to die, but because my sister was going to get hurt. This is something it will never allow. This move could have been released at a critical moment to kill the ghost hunter. At the moment when Tanjiro's red sword was about to touch the red blood cocoon, a huge blood sickle appeared between him and the cocoon. Guutaro arrived in an instant, his features twisted together, and he roared, "Don't hurt my sister." Damn ghost hunter. Suddenly, the bloodline on Guutaro's back pierced its body and went straight to Tanjiro. This is also the work of Guutaro. Tanjiro swung his sword to block, he bounced off the bloodline and was faced with a sharp blood sickle. In an instant, a figure caught the blood sickle with bare hands, and blood gushed out immediately. It was Nezuko. She bared her teeth and glared at Guutaro fiercely, as if to say, "Don't hurt my brother." Whether it's the brother protecting the sister, or the sister protecting the brother. Blood is thicker than water, whether human or ghost. The two pairs of siblings met by such a strange fate. The moment Nezuko gained was enough for Yoriichi to come to support her. The golden sword fell like a mountain, and rose-colored flames bloomed between the blades. The death blood scythe shattered with a bang. At the critical moment, Guutaro used his hand as a blade. The blood-red blade glowed and stabbed straight into Yoriichi's heart. This time, Yoriichi gave up on defense. He threw both swords with all his strength and dodged with all his strength. With a puff, the knife pierced through Brother Yoriichi's chest, but did not hit any vital parts. Advertisement, tisk. Guutaro snorted coldly, and clenched his other hand into thin air, and the death blood scythe condensed. Before the blood sickle could take shape, the crossed gray blades slashed down, interrupting Guutaro's blood demon art. At the same time, Brother Yoriichi tightened the chains, and the big knife swung back, breaking the two thick bloodlines. Tanjiro, now. As soon as the words fell, a blazing flame blossomed out like a blooming rose, with Tanjiro as the center. The god of fire Kagura Enmu. The markings on Tanjiro's forehead turned red, and the scorching heat made Guutaro shudder. Within a breath, dozens of arc-shaped slashes wrapped in flames overlapped each other, just like the midday sun. The red blade embedded itself into Guutaro's neck, and with a graceful crimson arc across the purple space, the beheading was successful. Guutaro's head fell off, and a mocking voice sounded. "What a bunch of idiots! My sister is still unharmed. If one of us survives, we all survive." Hearing this, Brother Yoriichi raised his middle finger, with a wanton sneer on his face, and said, "We have left one person behind." The next moment, a golden ray of lightning rushed over from the distant sky. A thin golden line ran across the sky, and the red blood cocoon was cut off along with Docky's neck. Zenitsu, with his upper body naked, put away his sword handsomely, and blood kept oozing out from his calves. In this battle, he broke through his own limits and swung the second sword at great speed. No, Guutaro's eyes widened and he let out a heart-wrenching roar. The red blood cocoon turned into blood-red fragments all over the sky. Docky's body fell down, and his head rolled in front of Guutaro. "Brother, how did you lose? Didn't you promise to protect me forever?" "Brother, it hurts so much, elder brother." Docky opened her tearful eyes and burst into tears. In the distance, Brother Yoriichi spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down. The three little ones also became exhausted and collapsed. Chapter 221 Brother and Sister Born in the Wrong Era. "Brother Tengen, drink the medicine quickly." Tanjiro struggled to stand up, tremblingly took out a bottle of $3,000 to save your life, and after giving it to Brother Yoriichi, he fell back. Tanjiro's knife, like him, had reached its limit and broke into several pieces. A few feet away, Docky was still angry at Guutaro. "Brother, you broke your promise, now we are all going to die." "Woo, I don't want to die, it's all my brother's fault. Why didn't he kill them earlier?" Somehow, Guutaro got angry and yelled at Docky. "Shut up, you idiot. If it weren't for you, there's no way I would have lost." After hearing this, Docky cried even harder. "Brother, you big fool. You're starting to be mean to me. Woo, big fool, big fool." As siblings, Tanjiro couldn't bear to listen anymore. Maybe he could empathize with the siblings, he didn't want them to quarrel, especially before they died with anger towards each other. "Nezuko, can you help me over there?" Tanjiro rubbed his sister's little head. Yeah. Nezuko nodded like a chick picking at rice, but picked up her brother and threw him up, then ran over with him on her back. Guutaro and Docky were still arguing, shouting out centuries of anger. Suddenly, two warm big hands covered their mouths, and Tanjiro's gentle voice sounded. "You are brother and sister, you are each other's relatives, don't act on impulse, don't say angry words. Treasure each other. I hope you won't become ghosts in your next life." After persuading, Tanjiro slowly raised his hands, and the upper six brothers and sisters shut their mouths. After a brief silence, Guutaro spoke first, his hoarse voice sounded. "Xiaomei, I'm sorry, brother shouldn't be so mean to you. If there is an afterlife, we can still be a family." Before he could finish, Guutaro disappeared, and Docky was left with only a pair of eyes filled with tears. "Brother, don't go. I'm sorry, I won't lose my temper again." As soon as she finished speaking, she completely disappeared, and a drop of remaining tear fell, reflecting two small figures. Advertisement: the red light district in ancient times was far more cruel than it is today. Beauty was considered a sin in such places, especially for people from the lower classes. It was the greatest disaster. A girl named Mei was born. When she was born, her mother died in childbirth. She has silver hair and big watery eyes like a pair of blue gems. Despite her young age, her beauty even surpasses many popular courtesans. Time flies, and Mei is 13 years old this year. She was waiting for her brother to come home as usual. In her eyes, her brother was the greatest person in the world. Because she had no parents, she was raised by her brother, who always left the best things for her. Xiaomei's dream is to become the most powerful Oran one day and let her brother live a good life. Suddenly, a drunk warrior kicked open the door of the thatched hut. He had been coveting Xiaomei for a long time and finally waited until her crazy brother was not at home. He pushed Xiaomei down roughly and tore her clothes apart. "Brother, save me! Elder brother," the helpless little girl screamed. The warrior frowned, slapped her, and then approached her with a lewd look on his face. At this moment, Xiaomei remembered her brother's warning and took action before being robbed by others. She stopped crying and pulled out the broken wooden hairpin that tied her hair. The drunk warrior naturally would not take a powerless little girl seriously and just took off his pants. The next moment, Mei blinded one of the warrior's eyes with a wooden hairpin, and warm blood splashed all over her face. "Ah! You *ch, you lunatic!" The warrior covered his eyes, cursed and ran out of the shabby thatched hut. As night fell, Mei was still waiting for her brother at the door, her eyes full of worry. "Normally, my brother should have come back long ago." Gradually, a figure appeared on the distant horizon, and Mei Xing ran over excitedly. Then the smile on her face froze. It wasn't her brother, it was the warrior who wanted to insult her during the day, and he brought a few people with him. The screams echoed in the red light district, but no one cared, because everyone born in the lower class could only take care of themselves. After a while, several warriors walked out of the broken thatched hut with a look of unsatisfied desire. The warrior whose eye was stabbed came out carrying the naked Mei, cursing as he walked. "BCH, why are you pretending to be so noble? Advertisement. You *ch, I'll play with you whenever I want, go die now." Bah. Several people dug a big hole on the ground and threw the bruised Mei into it. They poured some oil and started a fire. Mei's screams and the samurai's perverted laughter intertwined together, making it creepy. At this moment, a skinny boy rushed over from a distance, his eyes were red and he was roaring like crazy. Mei's brother came back, but it was too late. Guutaro held the sickle tightly and fought desperately with the three samurai. After an unknown amount of time, there were 3 more corpses on the ground and the fire on Mei's body was extinguished, but she had turned into charcoal with only one breath left. Guutaro was covered in wounds, and it was unknown how many bones were broken. It seemed that he would not live long. Gradually, a big hole was torn in the black sky, and snowflakes poured down from the hole like white feathers. At first, the snowflakes were falling sparsely, but soon they became dense, and the flower street was covered with white. Guutaro, who was seriously injured and dying, curled up in the charred pit and wrapped his sister tightly with a torn straw mat. The brother and sister hugged each other as the snow engulfed them. Guutaro's dream is to work hard to save money, so that one day he can let his sister marry into a wealthy family, completely leave the cannibalistic place of Red Light District, and live a happy life. He believed that with his sister's beauty, this dream might still have a chance of coming true. However, their dreams could not be realized because both siblings were about to die. Suddenly, an emotionless voice sounded, like the whisper of a devil. "Do you want to live?" Guutaro said with all his strength without any hesitation. "Let my sister live." "Interesting. Then I'll let you live. After all, I'm in a good mood today." In this way, the brother and sister obtained ghost blood and were reborn. So, Xiaomei and Guutaro died. The one who survived is the evil spirit, who will become the upper six in the future. The 2 siblings were born in Rengoku and brought endless disasters to others. They may deserve sympathy, but they should pay the price for their actions. The price is going to hell. Chapter 222, Magnificent Ending. Strange space. On the left is burning a fire that devours souls. If you step into it, you may never be able to reincarnate, and your soul will be punished forever until you pay for your sins. On the right is a pure white space with a milky white halo falling from the top, perhaps the holy light welcoming people to heaven. The warm light enveloped the girl. She had white hair and her eyes were like a deep blue lake, clear to the bottom. "It's Mei." Her mind was a little dazed, as if she had forgotten something, and she walked step by step towards the direction of the holy light. Just as she was about to cross the edge of the holy light, her body trembled and she turned her head. Not far away, the karmic fire was burning, and an extremely ugly evil ghost was walking towards the edge of the fire. "It's Guutaro. Brother, where are you going?" Mei asked softly, looking uneasy. "Huh? Where I go is none of your business. We are already dead, and I can finally get rid of you, this burden." "Stay away from me," Guutaro cursed, not even willing to look back at his sister. "Brother, I have already apologized to you. You still want to be mean to me?" "Woo woo woo." Mei burst into tears immediately, feeling extremely aggrieved. "I don't forgive you. Get out of here." Guutaro was very emotional and cursed even more harshly. Soon, Mei's crying stopped. Guutaro also breathed a sigh of relief, muttering to himself, "Go to hell or something, I'm enough. Whatever sin you commit, come at me, da da da." Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps, and the girl hugged her brother from behind, with a happy smile on her face, and she revealed the other person's thoughts with one word. "Brother, you can't fool me. We are brothers and sisters and will never be separated. I will go to hell with you." "Idiot." Guutaro sighed. The next moment, it shed its ghost appearance and turned back into the brother that Mei had been waiting for. The brother and sister held hands and walked into the fire together. In the dark purple space sphere, Nezuko carried Tanjiro back to the Huali brothers. She gently put her brother down, and then rubbed his rough big hands like a cat. "Nezuko, thank you for your hard work." Tanjiro rubbed his sister's head lovingly. At this moment, a ray of gentle sunlight fell from the top of the dark purple space. Advertisement before the sunset, Tanjiro hurriedly opened the box. The brother and sister smiled at each other, and the door of the box closed. The sunlight was like a mother's warm hand, gently caressing Tanjiro's cheek. Boom boom. The dark purple giant sphere trembled violently. This blood demon technique of Kong required a core. With the death of the core Upper Moon siblings, the space naturally could not be maintained. After shaking like a landslide, the dark purple sphere broke into pieces and turned into a sky full of purple light rain. Under the blue sky, Kamiyama looked up, looking a little tired, and smiled for the first time in a long time. They did it. Ah, why didn't Master Tengen use his sword skills to slow us down? Suma, who was helping to protect the common people, shouted in panic, we'll be smashed into pieces. Ooh, Master Tengen is going to die, you big-headed ghost. Maki yelled and cursed, and gave Suma a slap on the face. Isn't it still here? You idiot, wow, woo, Lord Tengen, she's bullying me again. Suma cried loudly, and even Huali brother in the air could hear it. He and Hinazoru both held their foreheads in their hands and sighed helplessly. Really, please, Hinazoru said with a smile. Sister-in-law Hinazoru, I'm here, no problem. As soon as the words fell, the emerald green fighting spirit suddenly rose from the ground like a roaring dragon. Kamiyama gripped the Nichiren blades tightly and swung them wildly, each swing of the blade coming with the sound of whistling wind and powerful fluctuations of power. In the blink of an eye, with him as the center, the fighting spirit quickly gathered into a huge hurricane. Wind type Fei Lian Kai's soft and strong wind, although it looks loud, it is actually very gentle inside. Cushioned by the hurricane, Tanjiro and his companions floated down gently and slowly like fallen leaves, and finally landed safely. Kamiyama sheathed his sword, stretched out his hand to the others, and said with a bright smile on his face. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Of course it was hard. I almost died. Brother Huali pointed to the penetrating wound on his chest. Fortunately, the bleeding had stopped and a simple bandage was given. Tengen. Adult. Woo. Suma pounced and hugged Hualiji's neck and began to cry. He felt a strong tearing pain in his chest and his mouth twitched. Pat your head, don't cry anymore. Huali brother sighed and touched Suma's head. You idiot, get down here, can't you see that Lord Tengen is injured? Maki pulled Suma down and started to teach him a lesson. Hinazoru quietly walked to Hualiji, carefully supported him, and said softly, thank you for your hard work, husband. At this moment, a deafening scream frightened everyone. Advertisement, my legs hurt, they hurt. It's going to break. Zenitsu woke up, holding his calf and howling heartbreakingly, which was even more unpleasant than a ghost's cry. Oops. I may not be able to carry out missions for half a year, Zenitsu said immediately. Let me show you, Zenitsu. Tanjiro squatted down and said gently. Inosuke held the broken swords, stared at Zenitsu with an unhappy look, and scolded. Wangmao, stop howling, it's so annoying, idiot. Not far away from the three people was Makiyu, who was teaching Suma a lesson. Kamiyama looked at the noisy scene and couldn't help laughing, muttering. That's great, these guys are still alive, ha ha ha. Suddenly, a soft voice with a hint of laughter sounded, and it was also a bit playful. Yo, what are you laughing at, great swordsman? Kamiyama slowly turned around, facing the golden morning sun, and the beautiful figure came into view. The haori embroidered with purple Kochou patterns fluttered in the wind, and her fair face looked like a little cat. Kochou Shinobu was also busy last night. Thanks to her, Yin, and Hualiji's 3 wives, no one died in the huge red light district. With their presence, Kamiyama can fully stop the black evil spirits released by Daokong. I'm smiling, you're so beautiful, my little Shinobu, Kamiyama replied with a slight smile. Why are you praising me all of a sudden? We're an old married couple, and I'm a little uncomfortable with this. Kochou Shinobu's voice suddenly became much softer and sweeter. Hey, stop showing off, that's right, please consider our feelings, brother Huali complained. Kamiyama turned his head and gave Hualiji a blank look. This guy has girls all over him, and he still talks about me. Seeing this, he gently held Kochou Shinobu's little hand. As the golden light enveloped the earth, the trip to Flower Street. A magnificent ending. Chapter 223, Big Brother, Help Me. Demon Slayer Corps Headquarters. The setting sun was like rain, illuminating 2 tall figures. One of them was holding 2 Nichiren blades, and was Inosuke's swordsmith, Tetsunamori Kozo. The other one was wrapped in a layer of almost materialized resentment, with empty hands and wind chimes tinkling under his hat. Hina, it's against the rules for you to not take anything, isn't it? Tetsunamori Kozo patiently advised. It's understandable for a swordsman to break his sword when fighting a powerful demon. Also, I heard that the one they were fighting against was an upper rank. Titsuzuka Hotaru remained silent, but the resentment on his body became stronger and stronger. A layer of dark red aura could be vaguely seen, filled with strong murderous intent. Iron Cave Forest Steel Storehouse. He stopped trying to persuade her. After all, Ying was a difficult guy to get along with, so he just let him be. When the time comes, let the village chief teach him a lesson, and quickly repair the swordsman's sword. I am obsessed with knives, alas. However, when it comes to forging technology, Tetsunamori Kozo admires Tetsuka Hotaru very much. The battle must have been fierce enough to be able to break the sword he made. Soon, the two arrived in front of a mansion, Daoju's residence. After knocking on the door, Muichiru opened it and said with a smile, "Welcome everyone, thank you for your hard work. Come in and have some tea and cakes. This child is so polite, not bad, not bad." Tasanomori Kozo nodded with satisfaction, and then said very kindly, "Hello, my name is Tasanomori Kozo, and I am Inosuke's swordsman." It's from Mr. Hotaru, also, welcome, Mr. Tetsuanamori. My name is Tokito Muichiru, just call me Muichiru. After a while, Muichiru took the two to the living room and served them tea and cakes. I'm going to go find Inosuke. Wait a minute. Muichiru, call Tanjiro over for me too. Hotaru Tetsuzuka said emotionlessly. You're not angry with Tanjiro? Muichiru looked surprised and left in a hurry. As he passed the front yard, he caught a glimpse of someone hiding in the direction of the warehouse. When I looked closely, it turned out to be the master who had been missing for the whole morning. Division. Muichiru was about to say hello when Kamiyama quickly signaled him to shut up. Lies, 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 lies. Muichiru had a question mark on his face. He walked over quickly and lowered his voice, saying, Master, you didn't break the knife. Are you afraid of Mr. Ying? Almost the entire Demon Slayer Corps knows about the love-hate relationship between Kamiyama, Tanjiro and Hotaru Tetsuzuka. Hearing this, Kamiyama suddenly realized, damn it. Advertisement yes, I didn't break the knife, so why are you hiding from your mother? Cough cough cough. The master is practicing, you go and get busy. Oh. Muichiru nodded with a puzzled look and left. So Kamiyama walked into the living room openly. The moment the door was opened, a chilling murderous intent enveloped him, and bloodthirsty scarlet eyes suddenly lit up. Hateful. I'll kill you, Kamiyama. Hotaru Tetsuzuka cursed, pulled out two kitchen knives from his arms, and rushed forward like a hungry tiger. Huh? What does this have to do with me, Hotaru? You can't just bite people randomly. Kamiyama dodged quickly and drew his knife. The blade is bright and you can tell at a glance that it has been carefully maintained. Hotaru Tetsuzuka was stunned in midair, withdrew his two kitchen knives, and his murderous aura subsided a lot. Since you have taken such good care of me, I will spare your life. Tetsunamori Kozo on the side looked confused. Could it be that Hotaru could joke with others? Unbelievable. While waiting for Inosuke, the three of them chatted, of course, only Tetsuzuka Hotaru didn't speak. In the living room, Kamiyama sat on the far left, and the other two sat on the far right. Tetsunamori Kozo always felt that it was a bit awkward to chat like this. Suddenly, Zuzu kicked the door open and shouted. I'm here. Where's the knife? Seeing this, Kamiyama silently picked up the feather duster beside him. Zuzu immediately became a good boy, his tone became much softer, and he said. Please give me the knife, thank you. Here, Tieshui Sen Gangzhong handed over the two swords and began to brag about his melons, saying with confidence. As for dual sword skills, I'm not bragging. No one in the entire Swordsmith village is better than me, and... Before he could finish, Juju rushed into the patio, picked up a stone from the ground and leveled one of the knives. Without any hesitation, clang clang clang, a knife with a beautiful arc turned into a serrated knife on the spot, and Tetsukane Morikozang's blood pressure suddenly rose. It was the first time he had seen what Pig had done. Advertisement. A hole. You be asterisk D. I'm going to kill you. Ying, who was standing by, silently handed over the kitchen knife. Calm down, listen to my explanation. Kamiyama hurriedly stopped Tetsunamori Kozo and said with a smile. Before he could explain, Inosuke had already started to attack the other knife. In this situation, Tesakamori Kozo's heart almost stopped. A hole, I will definitely kill you. Zuzu didn't take it seriously. He raised his two swords, laughed loudly, rushed to the roof in a few seconds, and disappeared in front of everyone. Kamiyama tried his best to persuade Kozo Tetsuo, and finally he managed to stabilize Kozo Tetsuo. Inosuke needs his sword skills, isn't he afraid of bothering you? Calm down. Come on, have some tea. Humph. Tetsukane Morikozang snorted coldly and said unhappily, don't let me see that be asterisk D, or I will definitely kill him. Okay. At the same time, outside the mansion gate. Tanjiro, who was carrying a lunchbox, shuddered. He had just arrived when he heard shouts like, I'll kill you, and I'll cut you into pieces. This made him panic. Taking a deep breath and preparing himself mentally, he pushed open the door. After all, it was I who broke the knife, and it broke into 5 pieces. The door to the living room was opened, and Hotaru Tetsuzuka immediately locked onto Tanjiro as if she had activated her observation hockey. Ha, you be asterisk D, you made me wait so long. He took out 2 kitchen knives that flashed with cold light and rushed forward. Tanjiro hurriedly blocked the food box in front of him and shouted. Mr. Hotaru, I made you the Midarashi balls myself. I'm sorry about the knife. Hearing this, Hotaru Tetsuzuka was stunned. She took the food box silently and put it aside as if nothing had happened. Just when Tanjiro thought that the other party had forgiven him, the latter said lightly. In that case, I'll just spare you one leg, Tanjiro, huh? The next moment, the two swords fell without any intention of showing mercy. Ah, I was wrong. Tanjiro dodged hastily, then ran towards Kamiyama and said pitifully. Brother Gen, help me. Chapter 224, Sword Forging Village. Kamiyama smiled bitterly and spread his hands helplessly. There was nothing he could do about this. Tanjiro dashed past him, bringing down a blade full of murderous intent, splitting the wooden table in two, and giving Kamiyama a chill in the crotch. Damn it. You're attacking indiscriminately, Hotaru? I didn't hit you. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Tetsunamori Kozo, whose sword had been forged by spirit and was hammered to pieces, could understand Tetsuzuka Hotaru's feelings very well and gave up trying to dissuade him. So, when Hotaru ran over, Kamiyama tripped the ladder, but his speed was so fast that he couldn't detect it. Since Hotaru Tetsuzuka often chased and attacked the two of them, he had developed good skills. He did a front flip and landed steadily, and continued to chase Tanjiro. Mr. Ying, I was wrong. I will never break the knife next time. I'll kill you. Go to hell. The setting sun is as red as blood, and the two men are walking one in front and one behind, which is a unique scenery of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. When passing by the butterfly house, a white and tender little hand suddenly stretched out. The seemingly weak hand was unexpectedly full of strength, and it pulled Tanjiro in with a light pull. Lie. Kanao pressed Tanjiro against the wall and placed his index finger between his lips, and the latter nodded with a slight blush. Just at this moment, Hotaru Katsuka rushed over, and Kanao walked out of the butterfly house with an expressionless face. Excuse me, have you seen that B************* D Tanjiro? Hotaru Tetsuzuka was still full of murderous intent, but his tone was much more polite. Kanao pointed in a direction and Hotaru Tetsuzuka angrily chased after it. Seeing the other party running away, she retreated back to the butterfly house and said with a smile, Tanjiro, it's done. Woo. Thank you so much, Kanao, you're an angel. Tanjiro gave Kanao a tearful hug, thinking that he finally didn't have to be chopped off. Mr. Hotaru is even scarier than an upper-rank monster when he's enraged. Kanao shuddered, lowered her head shyly, and replied in a low voice, No, it's okay. Night fell, and only when he could no longer hear Hotaru Tetsuka's roar did Tanjiro sneak back to the Michizuki residence, where Kamiyama was waiting for him in the living room. Brother Shin, where is Mr. Hotaru? Kamiyama was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly pointed behind Tanjiro and said hello. Hey, Hotaru, you're back again. Ah, Tanjiro's whole body was shaking, and he let out a Zenitsu-like scream. Ha 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 ha. Kamiyama laughed out loud, I was just kidding. Hotaru and Tetsunamori Kozo went back, and he left a letter for you. As he said this, he took out an envelope and handed it to Tanjiro, who opened it with trepidation. I'll kill you, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. The letter is centered on the word kill you, with red paint as the radius, and cordial greetings, of varying sizes covering the entire piece of letter paper. Advertisement. Tanjiro slumped to the ground, frowning and saying, Alas, Mr. Ying is completely angry. It's so uncomfortable. Kamiyama slowly stood up, patted Tanjiro on the shoulder, and said, Go to the Swordsmith village yourself. Go find him at Ying's hometown? Huh? Tanjiro exclaimed, Is there a place we can go to? Of course. Kamiyama nodded. Apply to the Lord, he will agree. It's too late now, go visit him tomorrow. Good. Then I'll go home first. Good night, real brother. Good night. The next day, Kamiyama and Tanjiro went to the Lord's mansion early. It is still the small pond and the small pavilion, and has not changed in the past 10 years. Every time I come here, I always miss it. Kagaya sat leisurely in the pavilion, and a soft voice sounded. You too, is there anything? My lord, I would like to apply for a trip to the sword forging village. Tanjiro saluted respectfully and replied. It's about Mr. Katsuzuka. I understand and agree. Let's get ready and set off today. Kagaya nodded and immediately arranged the itinerary. Thank you, my lord. That's fine. A swordsman can't be without a sword. I'll write a letter to the village chief. Then Kagaya looked at Kamiyama and said, Really, you want to go too? Ahem, I heard the hot springs there are pretty good. I'll give it a try. Anyway, it's been pretty peaceful lately. Ha ha ha, you guy, it's up to you. Waji has protected thousands of people. Thank you for your hard work. It's okay, it's not hard. Kamiyama waved his hand, then left the lord's mansion with a smile. As soon as he arrived at the door of his house, he found Shinobu waiting, so he asked with a puzzled look on his face. Shinobu, you're back. But I got another mission. Not allowed to rest. Kamiyama looked disappointed, as if the sky was falling. Advertisement, silly, it's a rest mission. Shinobu pinched Kamiyama's cheek. Let's go take a hot spring bath together. Mitsuri said there's a mixed bath, and she's already taken a bath with Benai. Kamiyama. Soon, he reacted and said with great gratitude in his heart. Kagaya, we are brothers in our hearts. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the three of them set off. If you go to the Swordsmith village from headquarter number 2, the journey is a little shorter, about 2 days' walk. Of course, the final destination is not the sword forging village, but a designated place. There, members of the Yin will meet you, and then you will need to blindfold yourself with a black cloth and be taken to the Swordsmith village by members of the Yin. During this period, someone else has to carry the child. So, even the person in charge of transporting people didn't know how to get to the swordsmithing village. In the entire Demon Slayer core system, the swordsmith village's confidentiality work is at the highest level. The swordsmiths hid in the mountains and continued to forge Nichiren blades for the swordsmen on the front lines. It can be said that there would be no swordsman without a swordsmith. The 3 members of the hidden clan first paid their respects and then received the tokens as per custom. 3 of you, please blind your eyes. A hidden team member took out 3 long black strips of cloth. The 3 of them took their orders and headed to the sword forging village in an orderly manner. On the way, Kamiyama counted and found that about 15 people had been replaced, a number that surprised him a little. I thought to myself, this is worthy of being called a swordsmithing village. After an unknown amount of time, the last hidden member stopped. You 3 can take off the strips now. Kamiyama removed the cloth and slowly opened his eyes. He was on an open hillside. Looking around, the blue sky is like a huge sapphire. Under the sky, the sparkling stream runs through the green valley like a silver thread. There are some wooden houses on both sides of the valley. They're half hidden in the bushes and are difficult to find if you don't look carefully. A refreshing breeze blew from the bottom of the valley, and wisps of smoke rose. Everywhere you look, there is peace and tranquility. This is the swordsmith village, a paradise hidden in the mountains. Pointing to the narrow path in the mountains, he said with a smile. 3 of you, go down this road and you will reach the swordsmith village. Please. Chapter 225, Old Tsunere. Walking on the bluestone path, you can hear the continuous ding-dong-dong sound, the crackling sound of the burning fire, and the crackling sound of the red-hot iron embryo being put into the water. This is the daily routine in the swordsmith village, and every craftsman is concentrating on forging swords for the swordsman. Hello. Hey, it's new faces I haven't seen before, but hello. Hi guys, would you like some snacks? Every swordsmith who passes by the Kamiyama trio will greet them warmly, as they respect the swordsmen fighting on the front line. In the eyes of knife makers, the sweat shed in the blacksmith shop is nothing compared to the bloodshed on the battlefield. Just by asking around, a few people could easily find out the location of the village chief's house. At the deepest part of the valley where the swordsmith village is located, there is a townhouse built against the mountain. One of them is the residence of the village chief, Tetsujin Tetsuchi Kawahara, and the rest are places to receive guests. Walk up the bluestone steps and arrive at the village chief's house. In the clean and tidy yard, a short old man wearing a fireman mask was basking in the sun leisurely. You must be the village chief, right? I am the pillar of the way, Tendo Kamiyama. Kamiyama bowed slightly and introduced himself with a smile. Hearing this, the village chief raised his head and narrowed his eyes slightly. He glanced around, slowly stood up and opened the gate. According to the custom of the swordsmith village, swordsmen should be treated with preferential treatment. Kochou Shinobu and Tanjiro also politely introduced themselves, and the village chief waved his hand and said, Young man, young lady, wait for me for a moment. Also, you can sit wherever you want, just treat it like your own home, and do whatever makes you feel comfortable. After a while, the village chief came out with a large tray of snacks. He put the snacks down, looked kind, and said, This is the village's specialty black tea, as well as Corinto and Derail. Please enjoy. Next, let's talk about why you are here. Grandpa village chief, this is a letter from the Lord. It's about this young man. Kamiyama took out the letter and pointed at Tanjiro, who was a little reserved beside him. Wait for me to see. The village chief opened the envelope and read it silently, but his temperament suddenly changed, the atmosphere became more solemn, and his eyes became serious. Tanjiro was shocked when he saw this, thinking that he had broken the knife so many times that the old man was angry. He stood up and began to apologize profusely. Sorry, it's all my fault. I'm not a good student, otherwise the knife wouldn't have broken. Advertisement, I'm sorry, This sudden action made the village chief even more ashamed. He supported Tanjiro and said kindly, Kid, it's not your fault. The fault is that the steel firefly forged a blunt knife. I'm sorry that the guy's bad temper caused you trouble. I don't know where he is hiding. When I find him, I will teach him a lesson. As for the young man's knife, I will arrange for someone else to get it as soon as possible. If not, I will do it myself, the village chief said solemnly. Tanjiro smelled a strong scent of guilt and anger, clearly directed at himself and Mr. Hotaru. Most importantly, it is not good for an old man to get angry, he hurriedly explained. Grandpa village chief, I think Mr. Ying is great. Of course, it would be even better if he didn't chop people. Yes, Hotaru is probably obsessed with swords. He loves this job and has poured his emotions into it, Kamiyama added. Don't you blame him? As the village chief and the raiser of Tetsuzuka Hotaru, Tetsujin Tetsuchi Kawahara knew too well the bad temper of that brat. To put it bluntly, it's an annoying temper. Don't blame me, Hotaru is my friend. Kamiyama patted his chest and said with a smile. Yes, Mr. Hotaru is an important friend. I have always been grateful for his care. Tanjiro laughed, his knife is very good. Please don't scold him. After saying that, Tanjiro bent down and asked again. Oh. The village chief was a little surprised and murmured, I didn't expect the brat could make friends. You two are really good people. On the hillside not far away, a tall figure silently watched this scene. He clenched his fists, looking very disappointed with himself, and said self-deprecatingly. Hatsuga Hotaru, Hotaru, is this how you harm your friends? You call yourself the best knife maker ever, how ridiculous. No, we must forge a sword with higher skills, which can guarantee the battle between the two of them. Hotaru Tetsuzuka made up his mind and walked back to the woods without looking back. In the yard, Kamiyama turned his head and glanced, muttering, "This guy is always so arrogant, ah." Afterwards, the village chief personally arranged rooms for the three people. Kamiyama walked around the village and inquired about all matters related to the hot springs. He quickly ran back to his residence, ready to take Shinobu with him. "Oh ho ho, mixed bathing, here I come." His face was full of smiles, and then Mitsuri walked towards him. "Yo, Shin, I'm going to take Shinobu to the hot springs, bye." "You can't go to the women's bath," advertisement. "By the way, you can take Tanjiro to the men's bath. It's my first time in the Swordsmith village, so I must experience the hot springs." Kamiyama. Stop, Mitsuri, shouldn't it be me and Shinobu who should go? What does it have to do with you?" "Wow. Shinobu and I haven't seen each other for 3 months, don't good friends want to catch up?" "You are so cruel, really, woo woo woo." Mitsuri started to act like a rogue. This trick worked on Xiaobane, but not on Fei. Just then, Shinobu came over. Before she could speak, Mitsuri the strongman picked up Shinobu with one hand and ran away at a high speed. Her playful voice echoed in the night sky. "Really, bye, attention, boys are not allowed in the women's bath." Kamiyama sad face, underscore. Just then, Ichiro's complaining voice was heard. "Master, why are you acting like a nagging woman? It's an eyesore to look at. Also, what are you doing in the Swordsmith village?" Kamiyama looked back and saw Yuichiro looking at him with disgust. "You traitor, what do you care about me? By the way, why are you here too?" "The knife is blunt, let's change it for a new one," Yuichiro replied expressionlessly. "Master, you are here today too?" The voice of the little angel Muichiro sounded. He rushed over with a smile and gave Kamiyama a bear hug. "Hey, Muichiro is here too. Well, I just arrived a short time ago, and I heard that the grandfather who forged my swords was sick, and he wanted to see me," Muichiro explained. "How's the old man? Feed him some to save your life, 3,000. The situation is much better. By the way, let's go to the hot springs, master." "Hot springs are the specialty of the Swordsmith village, they're super comfortable," Muichiro asked expectantly, his eyes shining. "Okay, go call Tanjiro," Kamiyama replied. There was nothing he could do about it, as what he wanted most was to take a mixed bath with the ninjas, but who knew he had so many acquaintances in the Swordsmith village. Also, he overlooked the most important point. The Swordsmith village was the area that Mitsuri was in charge of. Chapter 226, Fade 10. Simple wooden boards separate the natural hot springs, and looking out, the hazy water vapor blurs the moonlight. Several big men wearing white bathrobes, holding wooden tubs to one side and wearing wooden clogs walked into the men's bath. There was a circle of milky white pebbles, and a young man was leaning against the hot spring, with snacks placed on the floating wooden board in front of him. "Genya, what a coincidence," Tanjiro greeted with a smile. After all, the other person's coxcomb was too iconic. Hearing the familiar voice, Genya turned around and immediately laughed. There were quite a lot of acquaintances there. "Everyone is here, come on, it's super comfortable." He patted the steaming water beside him and urged. Several people entered the water and let out comfortable moans, as if they had buried their bodies in the warm sunshine made of water, and every cell in their body was cheering for joy. Time passed quickly while we were soaking in the hot springs and chatting. Although they were unable to take a mixed bath, Kamiyama was in a good mood and went to bed early. The next morning, after getting up and washing up, there was a breakfast provided by the Swordsmith village. After breakfast, he strolled around the village. When he passed by woods, he heard the voices of an acquaintance and a stranger. "Tanjiro, thank you. If it weren't for you, the Yoriichi Zero Shiki would have been dismantled by that poisonous kelp head." "It doesn't matter. Besides, Yuichiro is actually a good person. He's just harsh in words, but kind of soft-hearted." Tanjiro explained that if he hadn't spent a long time with Muichiro, he would probably have disliked him when they first met. "What? Just a hateful and poisonous man, humph." Kamiyama went over to the sound because he heard the words. Yoriichi Zero type. If he remembered correctly, there should be a knife there. "It is the sword of Yoriichi Sugakuni." Through the sparse branches, in the mottled light and shadow, a puppet with 6 arms stood quietly in the light and shadow. The craftsman who made this doll has very good skills and it is so lifelike that from a distance it looks like a living person standing there. The crimson horsetail swayed in the wind, and a powerful oppressive force emanated from the dead object. Xiao Tai happened to see Tien Dao Kamiyama not far away, his pupils shrank and he looked extremely shocked. The branches swayed in the wind, and Kamiyama's tall figure was looming, with the same crimson ponytail and the same oppressive aura. At this moment, Xiao Tai had an illusion that the puppet passed down from his ancestors had come to life. Advertisement finally, the golden eyes met Xiaoti's eyes. Kamiyama waved his hand and said with a smile. "Hello. Hello. Hello." In the blink of an eye, Kamiyama was already close. Xiao Tai's eyes moved between Kamiyama, Tanjiro and the doll. His mouth under the fireman mask opened into an O shape. The same hair color, a color like fire, and a temperament as warm as the sun. It is simply impossible to say that these two people have nothing to do with the dolls. "Are you two brothers?" Shao-Tsi suddenly asked. No, 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 Brother Gen is my guide and the goal I pursue. Tanjiro waved his hands and explained. Oh, by the way, don't you want to fight with the puppet? Kamiyama looked at Tanjiro with burning eyes and asked. This is not good. Tanjiro shook his head. He chatted with Shao-Tsi for a while and learned that the doll was an heirloom. It doesn't matter, I think this is fate. You may be the destined person mentioned in your ancestor's diary. If it's just a battle, it's fine. You're not that damned kelp head. Because Kamiyama and the other two have the same hair color as Yoriichi Zero Shiki, Shao-Tsi has a natural sense of closeness to them. After a while, the two followed Shao-Tai to a secluded courtyard. This is Shao-Ti's home. At present, he is the only one left in their family. Moreover, the manufacturing method and maintenance manual of the Yoriichi Zero have been lost, and even Shao-Tsi, the successor, only knows some simple repairs. As time goes by, Yoriichi Zero Shiki will eventually turn into dust. Shao-Tsi introduced the Yoriichi Zero style while debugging it, his tone full of pride. You too, the Yoriichi Zero style is the pinnacle of my ancestor's work. He imitated a swordsman, a very powerful swordsman, and only 6 arms could fully display his sword skills. However, due to years of disrepair and the loss of the repair manual, the puppet has long been unable to display its peak strength. If I can help you too, then I have accomplished my mission. After all, your hair color is very similar. As he was talking, Shao-Tsi had already finished debugging. He looked at Tanjiro and asked, do you need to replace the knife with a wooden sword for practice? Advertisement, if it's a real knife, it won't hurt you, right? Tanjiro pulled out the Nichiren blades that the village chief had temporarily equipped him with. The black blade flashed with a cold light. He smiled gently and said, I'm not that fragile, Shao-Tai. Yeah. Let's get started. Shao-Tai took out a key, and the gears made a creaking sound as they turned. Yuan Yi Zero style moved. Shao-Tsi quickly ran to the side, and Kamiyama also took a few steps back. He did not intend to take action. After all, this puppet could not withstand his sword. At this moment, the only person closest to the puppet was Tanjiro, so he naturally became the target of attack. Yenyi's Zero style was as fast as the wind, and he arrived in front of Tanjiro in the blink of an eye, and this step made the latter feel extremely familiar. As the 6 arms swung together, a blade wind with a circular trajectory fell in an instant. Breathing of the Sun One form round dance. Tanjiro's pupils trembled and his breathing became rapid. It turned out that the breathing method used by Yuan Yi Zero style was the initial breathing method. He quickly adjusted his stance, red flames bursting from the black blade as he swung out with the same blow. The god of fire Kagura round dance. Under the swaying shadows of the trees, red circles illuminated the ground. Clang, the crisp sound of golden swords echoed, and Yuan Yiling had no emotions. 6 swords suddenly fell like meteors. The red afterimage danced in the empty courtyard. There was no gap between each move, only the most efficient slashes. Tanjiro was fully able to handle it when all 12 styles of sun breathing were used. Just when he thought that Yuan Yi's sword technique would change, the move returned to the round dance. Kamiyama, who was watching the fight, laughed. The 13th style of sun breathing is the sun breathing itself. When the current 12 moves are connected, the perfect cycle is the strongest attack. The reason why he didn't tell Tanjiro was because what others said was far less than what he understood. Through Yoriichi Shikiri, he hopes that Tanjiro can realize the beauty of the breathing of the sun. As a level 0 swordsman, Katetsu was dumbfounded. Although he didn't understand sword skills, he could roughly see that Tanjiro and the puppet were using the same thing. Maybe Tanjiro is the destined person mentioned in the diary. Chapter 227 Ancient Sword. The fallen leaves drifted across the trajectory of the old long sword, splitting into 2. The long sword seemed to cut off the sunlight, and the flaw in Tanjiro's eyes disappeared. He thought that with his familiarity with the breathing of the sun, he could interrupt it before Yoriichi swung his sword. But he overlooked one point, that is, the person opposite was a puppet, without life, without breath, and only with designed instructions. Crunch. The gears rubbed against each other, and unstoppable blade winds blew one after another, and another complete cycle of sun breathing was completed. Tanjiro was defeated, but his eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Since the puppet could make such coherent movements, then as the inheritor of the sword skills, he must be able to do it too. He took a deep breath, gathered the fighting spirit that lingered around his body, and swung out the fire god Kagura round dance. Clang, a crisp sound of metal collision was heard, and Tanjiro did not hesitate at all, and immediately swung out the second knife, Beloshin. Yuichiro's sword collided with his sword, sparks flying. It's not over yet, keep attacking, it must be continuous. Tanjiro shouted in his heart, and the third sword followed, the god of fire Kagura the burning sun red mirror. But unfortunately, his combo was interrupted by Yoriichi Zero style. At this moment, he saw the gap line, and the opponent revealed a flaw. There must be something wrong with the gear. Tanjiro did not choose to attack but to dodge. He wanted to use the complete sun breathing to defeat Yoriichi Zero style. The battle lasted until the afternoon, during which Tanjiro never stopped. He was almost exhausted. Seeing this, Kamiyama picked up Shao-Tsi and said, "Get the keys ready." Shao-Tsi. Just as he was full of confusion, Kamiyama threw him hard, and Shao-Tsi screamed and landed on Yoriichi Zero Shiki's back. "Damn you." He inserted the key while complaining, and the Yoriichi Zero style gradually came to a stop. I'm so tired, I'm only a little bit away from connecting every time. Tanjiro sighed. He was very unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. After using the breathing of the sun for so long in a row, his physical strength could not keep up. Shoutzi sat on Yuichiroshiki's shoulders and said with a big laugh. It's okay, we can continue practicing tomorrow. Really? Will this be too much trouble for you? No, because you deserve it, and this is the meaning of Zero's existence. Shoutai patted Yuan Yi Zero's shoulder and said seriously. Advertisement. Thanks, Shoutzi. 2 days later, in the afternoon. Kamiyama and Shoutzi were lying in their respective rocking chairs, with a small table between them, on which there were snacks, fruit plates and tea. Do you think Tanjiro can succeed today? Shoutzi asked after taking a bite of the peach. It should be possible. Tanjiro's progress has been visible to the naked eye in the past 2 days. Kamiyama took a sip of tea and spoke slowly, but your heirloom will probably be scrapped. Hearing this, Shoutai spread his hands and said with a smile, it's better to scrap it than to break it meaninglessly. Our ancestors left this doll behind, and it might be used for this purpose. Yuan Yilingshi has waited for hundreds of years and finally met his destined person. I should be happy for him. Although Shoutzi is young, he speaks in an open-minded manner. But what he said was true. If he couldn't wait for someone like Tanjiro, there would be only one ending for Yuichiro, and that was to be scrapped in obscurity. While the two were chatting, a man and a machine in the distance had already fought several rounds. Today's Yuan Yilingshi is the highest level, and its speed and attack power are more than one level higher than the previous 2 days. Even so, Tanjiro was able to parry easily, and he even encountered more than 20 opportunities to defeat the latter. The flaming horsetail danced in the wind, and 6 old Nichiren blades fell like heavy rain. Ding ding ding, a series of knife lights flashed by, and Tanjiro used all his strength to deflect them. He took a deep breath, and red fighting spirit ignited on the blade, the god of fire Kagura Yunuma. As the circular blade wind wrapped with flames cut through the air, Tanjiro seemed to have opened up his Ren and Du meridians somehow. The battles of the past 2 days or so came to mind involuntarily, some of which were Yuan Yi Zero's and some of which were his own. Gradually, Tanjiro himself overlapped with those phantoms, and the fighting spirit in his body became more restrained. He really danced the Kagura dance. The 12 sun-breathing movements are linked together, the movements smooth as flowing water, without interruption. At this moment, the 13th move of sun-breathing makes a comeback. As Tanjiro and Yoriichi Zero's style continued to collide, the latter was knocked back. The long sword came down with great force, and Tanjiro hesitated. It was too immoral for him to destroy Shouti's ancestral things like this. At this moment, Shoutzi beside him stood up and shouted, Tanjiro, just do it. This is the moment that Yuan Yilingshi has been waiting for. As soon as the words came out, the red blade drew a graceful arc in the air. This time, there was no hum of knives against knives, only the sound of wood and metal breaking. Yuan Yiling's sword stopped in midair and a crack appeared on his chest. The golden sunlight shone through the crack, and a cold light came into view. Tanjiro saw clearly the object in the crack, which was a knife. Advertisement black knife. The ancient sword cuts through time and is presented to future generations in this way. Kamiyama and Shoutzi both came over and stared at the knife intently. The cold blade exudes an ancient atmosphere, with only one word engraved on one side of the blade. Destroy. No blade. This knife has a history of at least several hundred years, Shoutai exclaimed. Who would hide a knife in a training puppet? Who knows? Kamiyama smiled slightly. This knife might really belong to Yoshichi Sugumi, or maybe not. But he himself prefers the former. The ancient sword has appeared, and Muzan's death is getting closer. Pull it out and have a look, Kamiyama muttered as he reached for the knife. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed past everyone. When they came to their senses, the ancient sword had disappeared. The knife is gone. What a damn guy. Oh my, what a great sword, it's really a peerless sword, an extremely excited voice sounded. Following the sound, I saw it was the Iron Tomb Firefly. This guy came here just because he smelled the scent. Ha 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 ha, I must restore it to its former glory. Sharpen the knife, ha ha ha. So happy. Hotaru Tetsutsuga threw a forged Nichiren blades to Tanjiro, then he held the ancient blade in both hands and walked into the woods like a devout believer. What is going on? I don't know. By the way, where did Mr. Hotaru come from? What? It turned out to be that stubborn adult, Hotaru Katetsuga. Forget it, let's leave professional matters to professionals. Kamiyama spread his hands and smiled slightly. Chapter 228. Muzan's clone arrives. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, and the Swordsmith village was as peaceful and tranquil as usual. The silver moonlight shone through the swaying bamboo shadows and onto the mountain path. A swordsmith wearing a fireman mask walked leisurely by, muttering. Why are we evacuating? That's weird. Suddenly, he stopped and saw an exquisite white porcelain pot appear on the roadside. Pot? Who dropped it? The swordsmith approached the white porcelain pot curiously, and a powerful suction force quietly erupted, sucking a living person in like sucking jelly. During this time, the swordsmith didn't even have time to let out a scream. In the bamboo forest not far away, Shoutai covered his mouth in disbelief. His home was nearby and he happened to see this scene while taking a walk. Ghost, it's definitely a ghost. Although he had never seen a ghost, as the heir of the Swordsmith village, he was very familiar with ghosts. No, we must notify Tanjiro and the others immediately. The ghost is coming. Xiao Tai's eyes were full of fear. He covered his mouth, held his breath, and tried not to make any sound. The moment he turned around, Gyoko was staring at him with a smile. Little devil, did you see everything? A plain question with a smile, but it was like a chill that enveloped Xiao Tai. It's over, it's death. At this moment, Xiao Tsi was in despair. Seeing that the other party was so scared, Gyoko suddenly felt bored and conjured up a pot, ready to collect this guy as a decoration. Before it could make any move, a slash of light surrounded by thin clouds swept past, splitting the porcelain pot into two. Immediately afterwards, another figure carried away the weak-legged Xiao Tsi. When Gyoko saw who was coming, he immediately wanted to retreat. The people who came were the Tokido brothers. There is no doubt that it is Zu, or two guys it doesn't know. After experiencing countless beatings from Kamiyama, Gyoko's personality changed drastically. The arrogance he had developed over hundreds of years disappeared, and was replaced by caution. It quickly shrank back into the pot and then moved somewhere else. Gyoko would not take action easily unless it was absolutely necessary. Advertisement, thank you, Xiao Tai said in a crying voice. He was almost scared to death. He couldn't move just facing that ghost. Yu Yilong put away his knife, turned his back to Xiao Tsi, hesitated for a long time, and said in a somewhat arrogant tone. You little brat, I'm sorry for destroying your family's heirloom doll. Xiao Tsi. It's amazing that this venomous kelp head would actually apologize. Brother, you should look at the person when you apologize, you. Muichiru corrected him immediately. Muichiru, I already apologized, brother. Muichiru's tone became much more severe. I know, aren't puppets meant for training? Tisk. Okay, no need to apologize. The venomous kelp leader saved me, so we're even now. Xiao Tai hurriedly tried to smooth things over. I should be the one thanking you too. Look, he said it. Okay, brother, can't you just talk properly? Cannot. A weak little brat like this who is not sleeping in the middle of the night deserves to meet a ghost. Xiao Tai. Although he said this, Ichiro and his brother still sent Xiao Tsi back home, and then the two went to look for Gyoko. As for the village, they don't need to worry about it as Kamiyama is there. As the Tokido brothers rushed out of the bamboo forest, a loud noise was heard in the village in the distance. A burst of dark red fighting spirit rose into the sky, and in an instant, a powerful shockwave swept in from afar, and the surrounding grass and trees shook violently. So strong. This aura is from Master's nemesis, Muichiru muttered as he stared at the smoke rising in the distance. Don't worry, let's go find Gyoko, Yuichiro said with a smile, confidence in his eyes. Got it, brother. Soon, the two brothers disappeared into the bamboo forest. In the village, a large area of houses centered around the village chief's residence were reduced to ruins, with broken wood everywhere. Baimu crossed his arms across his chest, with a burning fire of war in his eyes. He had waited too long since waking up, and could no longer suppress the overwhelming fighting spirit in his heart. It decided that tonight, only one of it and Kamiyama could survive. Kamiyama, come on, a life and death battle. Baimu stretched out a hand and extended an invitation with a smile. Idiot, your first priority is to kill all the swordsmiths in the village, said the cloaked ghost standing next to Baimu coldly. Advertisement. Hearing this, Baimu threw a punch, sending the cloaked ghost flying 100 meters away, and said disdainfully. A clone has the guts to bark at me. That was the direction that the swordsmiths were evacuating, led by Tanjiro, Genya, Kochou Shinobu, and Kanroji Mitsuri. What is a clone? Kamiyama asked suspiciously. According to the plot development, it should be Gyoko and Hantengu who attacked the swordsmith village, but Hantengu died. Kamiyama would not be surprised if it was any other upper-rank monk who came. But it happened to be a clone who came. Muzan's cowardly clone thinks that the other party is a bunch of scumbags, and one arm is enough. By the way, you are not included in the rotten fish and shrimp. Realizing that there was something wrong with what he said, Baimu hurriedly corrected himself. Also, it's time to fulfill the duel you've been promising me. Tonight, right here, one of us must die. I can't wait any longer. Kamiyama drew his sword, stared at Beimei with a serious face, and said solemnly. Demon Slayer Corps, Daoju, Tendo Kamiyama, here we go. Now that Baimu has arrived, it is his job to hold this guy back. Those people should be able to deal with a clone of Muzan. After all, it is not the real person. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Seeing Kamiyama's statement, Baimu laughed a few times. He let his arms hang naturally at his sides, bowed deeply, then stared at Kamiyama with the same serious expression and said. Warrior, Hyakume Ryu, Hyakume, here I come. At the same time, at the entrance of the village, time went back to a few minutes ago. Under the organization of Kochou Shinobu and others, most of the swordsmiths in the sword-forging village walked out of the village in an orderly manner. Everyone looked in amazement at the village in the distance where smoke and dust were rising. Fortunately, there was no one near the village chief's house, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. His intuition is really incredibly accurate. He can even guess this? Mitsuri covered her mouth in disbelief. Of course, this was not the first time such a prediction had been made. You'll get used to it. At least no swordsmith was hurt. Kochou Shinobu said with a smile, her eyes full of pride. After all, that was her man. Sister Shinobu, Sister Mitsuri, I'm here to join you. Tanjiro's voice sounded, and behind him was a group of villagers. Just as he finished speaking, a black shadow flew past him, bringing with it a whistling sound of wind. Boom, the black shadow crashed into the mountain nearby, and large pieces of rocks fell and buried it. The next moment, a pale arm rushed out from the pile of rocks, the cloaked ghost slowly stood up, and a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly opened. Chapter 229. Fairy butterflies raining down. A powerful aura spread out from the cloaked ghost, and the rocks under its feet turned into powder. There was no fancy blood magic, just pure physical strength. It tore off the cloak, revealing a blood-red armor that tightly wrapped the Muzan clone, leaving only 6 pale arms and a pair of scarlet eyes exposed. Muzan did not leave his own consciousness on this clone, but only gave it 2 commands. First, kill all the craftsmen in the sword-forging village. Second, kill all the ghost hunters within sight. His cold eyes swept over Tanjiro and the others, confirming his target. Kill. With a bang, Muzan's clone shot out like a cannonball. At the same time, a large hole appeared on the cliff behind it, which was left by the impact when starting. Sensing the terrifying pressure, Tanjiro exerted force with his legs, and the red fighting spirit suddenly burst out, launching a round dance. We must not let this monster get close to the villagers, absolutely not. The aftermath alone could cause injuries to the villagers. Tanjiro kept shouting in his heart. Even without the number, he was absolutely sure that the ghost in front of him was definitely a very powerful upper-rank demon. The blade cut through the night sky, turning visibly red. When it collided with the pale fist, the circle of fighting spirits shattered in an instant. At this critical moment, a gunshot was heard in the distance. A projectile wrapped in brown blood vampire magic passed by Tanjiro, and in the blink of an eye, a skink entangled Muzan's clone. But it only restrained the opponent for a few tenths of a second, but this time was enough for Tanjiro to react. He stepped back a few steps and dodged a punch, but a large piece of the ground between the man and the ghost was cut off. Genya in the distance hurriedly took out another ghost blood capsule, which contained the blood of Baimugui, and was also the strongest trump card in his hand at the moment. He only had 3 capsules like this. After all, even if Kamiyama wanted to preserve Baimu's blood, it would be difficult. Although I can't become as perverted as Hyakume-ki, I can still barely entangle the guy in the distance. The most urgent task is to quickly evacuate the villagers. After swallowing the capsule, a light red fighting spirit seeped out of Genya's muscles, and several eyes slowly opened on his arms. He took a step forward, the ground beneath his feet cracked, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Muzan's clone. Genya cooperated with Tanjiro and was still in a passive position. Seeing this, Mitsuri grasped the handle of the knife wrapped around her waist. She pulled it gently, and the ribbon-like blade slipped away from her slender waist. She gripped the hilt tightly, a hissing sound was heard, and the originally light pink Nichiren blades turned visibly red. The red sword rises. She rushed towards Muzan's clone and said, "Advertisement, Shinobu, that guy has a very strong body and is protected by armor. You are not fit to fight him. Leave it to us, and the villagers will be in your hands." "Okay." Kochou Shinobu nodded. She raised her voice and shouted, "Everyone, run, we'll cover your retreat." On one side, the 3 of them and Muzan's clone were fighting bloody battles. On the other side, the knife makers ran away from the village with worried looks on their faces. Kochou Shinobu is like a dividing line, separating life and death. "You better be careful." "Yes, thank you, Swordsman. The Swordsmith village is with you." Even though the villagers who were gradually moving away were very scared, they still mustered up the courage to cheer for everyone. Suddenly, a pale light bullet flew from the side of the fierce battle, and the air made a series of explosions wherever the light bullet passed. The light bullet landed right among the villagers. "Run! Run! Quick!" The roars of Tanjiro and others rang out. At this moment, they were entangled by Muzan's clones and could not escape from the battlefield at all. At this critical moment, Kochou Shinobu ignored everything else and resolutely drew the second knife from his waist, standing alone in front of the villagers. Instantly, lavender Kochou markings appeared on her fair face, her heartbeat quickened, and a steady stream of power was generated. Kochou Shinobu's eyes were as sharp as torches, and he slashed down with his sword. The purple blade cut through the night sky and shattered the light bullet. Then she bit the pill on her wrist. Each man and his sword were like an insurmountable chasm, guarding the villagers. "Run, everyone run," Kochou Shinobu urged. Within a few seconds, more than a dozen light bombs attacked again. Muzan's clone had a total of 6 arms. It used only 4 of its arms to hold back 3 people, while the other 2 were throwing light bullets unscrupulously. Light rained down from the sky like meteors. Just as Kochou Shinobu was about to stand up, a small hand grasped her knife. It was Nezuko. Nezuko slid her small hand along the blade, and in an instant, a rose-colored flame burst into flames, and she helped Kochou Shinobu activate the red sword. "Nezuko, thank you." Advertisement. As soon as the words fell, only a pale purple afterimage was left standing next to Nezuko. She looked up and saw a group of dancing Kochou flying by in a continuous rain of light. They were like purple waves, surging in the night sky. However, in the boundless purple, a long rose-colored line quietly passed by, leaving a brilliant tail of light. Boom 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 boom. A series of explosions sounded, and bright rays of light burst out. At this moment, the night is as bright as the day. Kochou Shinobu slowly fell from midair like a fairy, leaving behind a trail of countless Kochou. From a distance, it looks like a fairy's long skirt, so beautiful. This is also a sword skill that she can only use when she is in the spotted state. Breath of butterfly fairy butterflies rain down. Great, well done, Shinobu. Mitsuri cheered. Of course, little Nezuko was great too. The villagers were moving further and further away, completely out of the dangerous battle line. A tall swordsmith was running in front with the village chief on his back. Tetsuji Kawara Tetsujin turned his head to take a look, but still did not see the figure of Tetsuzuka Hotaru. He couldn't help but worry about where the child Ying had gone. You just make people worry every day. The village is invaded by ghosts. Where on earth has he gone? Has anyone seen Hotaru? No, I didn't see it. So that guy isn't here. When Tishaheyu and Tiajun asked this, everyone realized that he was missing. I know he's hiding on a hillside far away from the village. There's an abandoned wooden house there. But I don't know what Hotaru is doing there, a villager said. It's very safe there. The evil ghosts are all contained in the village by the ghost hunters. Village chief, you don't have to worry. Oh, Tishikawahara Tetsujin sighed. Now that things had come to this, he could only pray for God's help. But that place is indeed far away from the village, so Ying must not get into any trouble. The village chief muttered to himself that he was usually very strict with Ying, but he cared about the child the most. Advertisement Chapter 230, The Heart of a Craftsman. Ding ding dong dong. The hammer fell on the red-hot blade, and impurities were constantly shaken off. Every time Hotaru Sachiya raised his hand, the landing point and even the angle was perfect. If the village chief were here, he would definitely be amazed. In his blazing eyes, there was nothing but clarity and sincerity. Let the environment be tattered, let the cold wind blow, let the sparks splash and burn the skin. He was indifferent, only the purest obsession with sword forging. A flawless craftsman's heart. A teasing look suddenly appeared between the cracks in the dilapidated wooden house, and a pair of baby-sized hands opened the door of the dilapidated wooden house. Crunch. The old door hinge made a harsh sound, and Gyoko walked into the wooden house. It stared at the man in the distance with an incredible look on its face. The man did not scream, did not turn around, and even his eyes did not move. As a fellow craftsman, it actually felt a little inferior. There are still people in this world who are so innocent about art. Even as a ghost that has lived for hundreds of years, for a moment it couldn't help but stand in awe. After a brief moment of admiration, there was intense jealousy. So, Gyoko decided to interrupt this human. It crept up behind Iron Suka Firefly, patted her on the shoulder, and said viciously, "Human, I'm going to eat you." There was no response. Unwilling to give up, Fang Gyoko waved his little hand, and the compressed air passed through the entire arm of Gangsuka Hotaru, leaving a bloody wound. He continued swinging the hammer, warm blood flowing down his arm, through his palm, and dripping onto the red blade. Swish, bang, the hammer fell, and the blood that had no time to evaporate melted into the knife. Damn it! Gyoko roared in dissatisfaction. It gently hooked its fingers, and the fireman's mask cracked, revealing a handsome and resolute face. Hotaru Tetsuzuka is a rare handsome guy. You don't even bother to pay attention to me? Gyoko was stunned, and then became angry. I don't want to play anymore. I don't want to play anymore. I'm going to kill him. Advertisement. Just as it was about to kill, a sharp blade fell along the dilapidated wall and forced Gyoko out of the hut. Yuichiro held the knife in one hand, stared at Gyoko with disdain, and said venomously, "You stinky pot player, have you thought about how to die? Your pot is as bad as your ghost, disgusting, ah." Hearing this, Gyoko's pale face turned blue with anger. It pointed at Yuichiro and roared, "A-hole, don't insult my pot, I'm going to kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Gyoko started to make a big move. It shed its skin, and the pot connected to its lower body disappeared, replaced by a fishtail covered with green scales. The deformed arms disappeared, replaced by two long arms also covered with green scales. In addition to the cyan scales, its entire body is covered with a layer of transparent scales that sparkle in the moonlight. Ever since the battle with Kamiyama left him with a psychological trauma, Gyoko prefers to go all out in a fight. Blood Demon Art. Array Killing Fish Scales is activated. The next moment, Gyoko's huge body was like an elastic fish scale, catapulting towards Yujilong. Yuichiro's eyes followed the attack, but he had no way of predicting where the opponent would land. It looks very regular, but in fact there is no regularity. When he came to his senses, the green claws had already fallen from the side, aiming at his throat. Die, stupid human. Gyoko's mouth curled up, and he felt very comfortable. But the reality is cruel. As the claws fell, there was only green mist in front of it. And Ichiro has appeared behind it, mist breathing type 1 horizontal mist slash. A horizontal slash wrapped in light blue mist came out, but Gyoko was not a lazy move. When it got serious, it was still very powerful. Clang, the scarlet knife slashed across the hard fish scales, splashing a series of sparks. Then, a green hand knife swept past, and the Blood Demon Art, Hand of God, was activated. The half of Yutaro's knife turned into several fresh fish and fell off. This is the most perverted aspect of Gyoko's vampire magic when he is in the shed skin state. He can turn anything his hands touch into a living fish. In the plot, if it wasn't so reckless and arrogant, it would be difficult for a single pillar to kill it. Advertisement. Unfortunately, Gyoko is a fool. But in this timeline, at least it is not a fool anymore. After all, it has experienced the beating from Kamiyama. Seizing this opportunity, Gyoko stabbed at Yuzilong's heart with a knife. If he just touched it, the opponent would be dead. At this moment, a slash surrounded by white mist came down, and countless clouds and mists fell like a waterfall, and one knife bounced off Gyoko's arm. Yuichiro took a few steps back, and a hole appeared on his chest, and a few small fish fell out. Brother, are you okay? It's okay. Be careful of that guy's hand. If you touch it, you will turn into a fish, Yuichiro reminded. Muichiro clenched the Nichiren blades, a touch of red spread across the blade, and the red blade was activated. Yuzilong glanced at the half-broken sword and murmured, I'll assist you. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into light blue mist and appeared in front of Gyoko in the blink of an eye. It's useless even if one more brat comes. Tisk! Gyoko's figure twisted and turned, and it was impossible to catch its trajectory, cooperating with the hand of God. It was difficult for Ichiro's half-short knife to hurt it, but its clothes were full of holes and a fishy smell filled the air. This is the ultimate showdown between the pillars and the demons. Life and death are just a matter of thought. If the Tokido brothers were not only 14 years old this year, I'm afraid that Yudihu, even if he tried his best, would not be a match for any of them. In terms of talent alone, the two brothers are the most talented after Kamiyama. Muichiro, who had been watching the battle for half a day, finally caught a tiny gap. At this moment, he was extremely anxious, fearing that something might happen to his brother. Mist breathing form 5C of mist clouds is activated. A large piece of white mist enveloped the space, and Muichiro turned into a shadow and appeared in an instant. The hot blade cut through the night sky and headed straight for Gyoko's neck. Just when he was about to succeed, Gyoko's thick fish tail suddenly hooked up, and with a ding, the Nichiren blades were bounced away. The cyan hand reached for Muichiro's heart, and Ichiro hastily turned the blade around to block the attack for his brother, but Gyoko's other claw slid across his chest. Even though he dodged in time, a large piece of flesh on his chest was gouged out and fell off like a live fish. Even the remaining half of the knife turned into a live fish. Elder brother. Muichiro was angry, and in an instant, deep red floating cloud patterns covered the side of his face and the patterns turned on. The markings are the most difficult ability to master for the current pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps, and only Kamiyama can activate the markings freely. Like other people, generally only in such a crisis moment will their potential be stimulated and the markings will be opened. At this moment, Yuichiro also resonated with his brother, and light blue clouds appeared on his left face and right arm. His reaction speed has been greatly improved. Chapter 231. Beheading Gyoko. With the improvement brought by the markings, Ichiro easily dodged Gyoko's fatal blow and used breathing techniques to quickly stop the bleeding. Even though only 1/5 of his sword was left, he still chose to cover for his brother, and activated mist breathing form 5 dropping mist, with 10 light blue mist slashes stacked on top of each other. In less than a breath, the two blades merged into one, and the dazzling blade light chopped off one of Gyoko's arms, causing the latter to step back in pain. Puff Yuzilong was unsteady and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Muichiro hurriedly supported his brother and took out 3,000 life-saving pills and gave them to his brother to drink. Muichiro, the next step is up to you, Ichiro said weakly as he slumped on the ground. There was a hideous bloody wound on his chest that went through his upper body. Fortunately, there was no internal injury, otherwise it would have been very serious. At this moment, Muichiro's hands were shaking. If her brother couldn't do it, how could she do it? This is the truest reflection of his inner self. He is very dependent on his brother. Yuichiro was keenly aware of his brother's uneasiness. He raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile. Muichiro, I want to tell you that the nothing in your name means infinite nothingness. You have infinite possibilities. You are the strongest genius. Go ahead, I'll be watching you right here. As they spoke, the two brothers smiled at each other and then bit off the pills on their wrists together. Muichiro's eyes became firm, and the moment he turned around, a large cloud of white mist rose up. In the blink of an eye, he came in front of Gyoko, and Gyoko's broken arm was still slowly recovering. This was the suppressing power of the red blade, and its combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. Large clouds of rosy clouds dropped from the sky, and hidden in the seemingly light attack were dozens of fierce blows. Ding ding ding! A series of crisp sounds of golden swords echoed in the night sky, and two afterimages, one white and one green, clashed fiercely. Muichiro's eyes were extremely determined. He knew that the fight had to end before the opponent's arm recovered, and he wanted to take advantage of the opportunity created by his brother to decapitate. This honor belongs to him and his brother. Kasumi's breathing 7th form Oboro is activated. In an instant, thick white clouds covered the space of dozens of meters in radius, with Muichiro as the center. From a distance, it looks like a hemispherical pure white area. Inside the haze, Muichiro's movement slowed down, at least in Gyoko's eyes. That's not good enough, he is indeed a rubbish kid. It muttered to itself, while swirling its green fishtail wildly in an attempt to blow away the clouds. Suddenly, Muichiro approached Gyoko, and the latter lashed out with his tail. Wherever the tail passed, the air was like a frying pan, and the surrounding clouds were distorted. Just when Gyoko thought he had hit him, Muichiro suddenly accelerated and easily avoided it. Advertisement soon, he slowed down again. It felt like the game character when the network was stuck. It seemed like he was standing still, but in the blink of an eye he was on the same line with the opponent. One slow, one fast, one stuck, one smooth. This is Muichiro in Gyoko's eyes, extremely weird. Damn it. Gyoko lost his patience and waved his thick tail and intact left hand wildly. Snap, snap, several live fish fell to the ground. When Gyoko looked over, he found that there was a piece missing from the corner of Muichiro's clothes. He was overjoyed. Hey, it seems like it's possible to meet him, ha ha ha. You little brat, you only know how to play tricks. Gyoko's confidence soared, and he waited and waited for his right arm to recover. Little did he know that all this was done intentionally by Muichiro. He deliberately allowed himself to be touched and let the other party see this flaw. Finally, he waited for the decisive moment. He held the Nichiren blades tightly in both hands, then swung them in a circle in the air, slashing at Gyoko from the right side. Gyoko raised his left hand to grab the Nichiren blades, the corners of his mouth raised, and he was secretly happy. A-hole, I knew you would attack my weak spot, go to hell. But soon, the smile on its face froze, because my hands were empty. The next moment, a scorching red knife appeared on the left, and Muichiro smiled. Waves of emotion rose in his heart, and he repeated his brother's words, that Muichiro's nothingness was infinite nothingness. You stupid B****************. The scarlet slash streaked across the night sky, leaving behind a full crescent. Gyoko suddenly felt dizzy, and when he came to his senses, he saw his body fell down. The white clouds covering the space dissipated in an instant. Muichiro, panting heavily, held the knife in one hand and looked at Gyoko coldly. He slowly spoke. Gyoko, I have bad news for you. My brother and I are disciples of Tendo Kamiyama. Advertisement, you shouldn't have faced our lineage after you ran away from Master. The ones who killed you were Tokito Muichiro and Tokito Ichiro. Go to hell, you evil devil. When Gyoko heard the 5 words, Tendou Kamiyama, his pupils suddenly shrank. My head hurts as if it exploded. Muichiro retracted the knife and without even looking at Gyoko, he ran towards Ichiro with a smile. Gyoko's head was half gone, and he was staring into the distance. There were 2 brothers, one sitting on the ground and the other jogging, with smiles on their faces that made it envious. As a gentle breeze blew by, Gyoko completely turned into ashes. Upper 5, Gyoko, go to hell. It died at the hands of the very people who were supposed to kill it. Brother, are you okay? Muichiro squatted down with a worried look on his face, looking at Yuilang's wound with a pounding heart. He won't die, the bleeding has stopped anyway. Yuichiro raised his hand, gently rubbed his brother's head, and then praised, Muichiro, well done, you killed an upper rank. No, Muichiro shook his head frantically, then corrected, my brother and I killed the upper rank together. Seeing his brother so persistent, Yuilang smiled and said, whatever you think. By the way, compared to me, you should go and see that guy. Ichiro pointed to a dilapidated wooden house not far away. Through the open door, he could see a pool of blood and Hotaru Tsuchiguchi who was still swinging a hammer. But his smile became brighter, as if he had discovered some rare treasure. His smile was like that of a possessed person. Muichiro opened his mouth and muttered, Mr. Kautsuka doesn't seem to know we were here, and... At this point, Muichiro's pupils trembled, and he ran to the broken wooden house anxiously, shouting. Mr. Tezuka, stop now, you are bleeding too much. You'll die. The only response he heard was the clang 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 sound of iron hammering. Before the ancient sword was repaired, this world had nothing to do with Hotaru Katetsuzuka. If Kamiyama were here, he would only say 2 words, awesome. Yuichiro took out his bottle of life-saving $3,000 and threw it to his brother, saying speechlessly, FK, let this psycho bleed to death. He'd rather die than use a knife. Brother, there is only one person as sincere as Mr. Kautsuka in the world, he cannot die. Muichiro took the potion and said with a smile. Chapter 232, All Eyes Open. Back in time to before the encounter between the Tokito brothers and Gyoko, Tanjiro and his men were fighting bloody battles with Muzan's clones with their spotted red swords fully drawn. Clang, the red and hot long sword cut through the air and slashed fiercely on the neck of Muzan's clone. The blood-colored armor hummed, but not even a crack appeared. The pale big hand grabbed the ribbon-like blade, and Kanroji Mitsuri was forced to play tug-of-war with Muzan's clone, and the 2 of them were in a stalemate. The next moment, a fist with surging power came crashing down. It was Genya. The power comparable to that of an upper-rank god was unleashed with all his strength, causing the earth to tremble. However, Muzan's clone remained motionless and even collided with Genya. Tanjiro, who was not far away, took a deep breath, and the red fighting spirit poured out of his body like a torrent. He took a step forward, and the ground beneath his feet cracked. With a bang, Tanjiro flew out like a missile, leaving a trail of afterimages on its track. When the afterimages merged into one, a blazing flame swept across the sky. A roaring dragon circled around him and opened its bloody mouth to bite at Muzan's clone. God of Fire Kagura Dragon of the Sun Head Dance. At the same time, rose-colored flames burst out from the top of Muzan's clone's head. Nezuko appeared in the air at some point, and as she chopped vertically, flames flowed down like a waterfall. Under the burning of the blood, Genya heard the sound of tiny glass breaking. His eyes flashed and he shouted, Tanjiro, now. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant dragon bit down with endless murderous intent. Snap. The bloody armor shattered, and the knife embedded into the neck of Muzan's clone. The powerful burst of sun breathing cut off the head of Muzan's clone, but strangely, it was still waving its fists and did not disappear. The pupils of several people suddenly contracted. Decapitation is not enough to kill? Can we just wait until the sun comes out? They thought it truthfully. At this moment, a dazzling light appeared in the direction of the village. Looking closely, I saw a dark red beam of light reaching into the sky, and on the surface of the beam of light, one black eye after another opened. 1, 2, 3. Finally, a total of 100 eyes opened. Rumble. Everyone seemed to hear a thunder, and in an instant, a terrifying aura like a huge wave came from the direction of the village. Just that breath alone made Tanjiro and the others feel palpitations. There is no doubt that it was caused by Baimu, advertisement. That guy, all his eyes were open. The blinding beam of light gradually faded, and was replaced by an incandescent glow and an extremely powerful aura. The only difference between this and the dark red beam of light was that the incandescent light was not just a single point, but radiated across the entire swordsmithing village. But the aura was slightly weaker than Baimu's. As the incandescent light faded, Kamiyama went all out, except for the one fight with Muzan. Stripes, red blade, breathing of Dao, the strongest domain sword skill, Golden Crow. He pushed his strength to the extreme, staring into the distance with burning eyes. In the sight, Baimu seemed to have shrunk, his body became slender and firm, his eyes were 2 bloody holes, but 100 scarlet pupils were distributed all over his body. The strongest form of Baimegui, with all his eyes fully open. I saw the dark red blood light condensed into a circle behind it, like an open vertical pupil. All of Baimu's 100 eyes were fixed on Kamiyama, and 100 times the burning fighting spirit enveloped the latter. Come on, welcome my strongest. As soon as the words came out, Baimu turned into a stream of light, and wherever it passed, the buildings were instantly reduced to dust. There is no need to attack deliberately, as everything around it simply cannot withstand the pressure it brings. There is no fancy blood magic, this is real, purest physical power. That seemingly soft punch seemed to distort the surrounding space. Kamiyama also swung his sword, and the incandescent blade wind swung out at a speed invisible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of swords merged into one. From afar, it looked like countless afterimages gradually solidified under Kamiyama's sword, and finally turned into blade wind that lit up the night. The fist shadow and the blade collided, and in an instant, it seemed as if the night sky was cut off. High in the sky, 2 invisible auras, one white and one red, divided the world. With this man and the ghost as the center, waves of air swept in all directions, and the stalemate lasted for a minute. The entire sword-forging village was razed to the ground. The man and the ghost were trapped in a pit several meters deep. If someone stands high in the sky and looks down, they will find that there is a meteorite crater where the sword-forging village originally was. Their attacks changed the terrain. The river flowing through the sword-forging village converges into this big pit. The sound of splashing water mixed with the clinking sounds of collisions echoes under the night sky. Baimu showed a relieved smile and threw another punch. Hundreds of swords merged into one incandescent blade wind shattered. Moreover, the Golden Crow domain seems to have only a very small effect in deterring ghosts. Advertisement straight punch, uppercut, kick. Baimu does not need weapons, because every move it makes is a weapon, and they are sharp weapons filled with endless murderous intent. Beimei had helped Kamiyama before, but his desire to kill him was pure will. Become stronger for me quickly. Not happy at all, is this your limit? Tiandao Kamiyama, you are a different kind of human. You are the strongest human who holds a sword. You are the opponent I have been waiting for thousands of years. Cut me. Baimu roared and his fists fell like heavy rain. With every punch, a small hole would appear in the meteor crater. At this moment, Kamiyama was completely at a disadvantage. He had completely turned into a bloody man, but even so, the incandescent light was still dazzling and becoming brighter and brighter. He didn't know how many times he swung his sword, but every attack was shattered by Baimu. Boom, another powerful punch came, and this time, Kamiyama was directly knocked into the wall of the pit. Even though the water had been flowing for so long, there was still only a shallow layer of water in the pit, only a few centimeters. Because water cannot be stored here, the confrontation between the two was immediately evaporated. The red Nichiren blades were inserted in front of him, and Kamiyama was embedded in the pit wall, gasping for breath. If it weren't for his incredible recovery ability, an ordinary person would have had his bones shattered long ago. Baimu walked towards Kamiyama step by step with a little disappointment in his eyes. This guy might have ended here. What a pity. My opponent, you disappoint me so much. Suddenly, more than a dozen darts attacked from the side, but they were crushed into pieces 1 meter away from Baimu. Even the splashing wisteria flower poison could not get close to Baimu. What is that? It looked to the side, but there was nothing. When it turned back, a woman was standing in front of Kamiyama. Oh, woman? Boring. Baimu snorted coldly. 7 terabytes Chapter 233. Transparent Realm Crash. The water flowed down the pit wall, and after passing Kamiyama, the water was stained with a faint blood color. The blood flowed under Kochou Shinobu's feet and stopped 1 meter away from Beimei. You, stay away from my man. Kochou Shinobu bared his teeth, holding the red sword across his chest, staring at Baimu fiercely. Get out of the way. I don't want to hit a woman, especially a weak one, Baimu said impatiently, without even looking at Kochou Shinobu. I won't let you. I want to protect him. Kochou Shinobu stared at Hyakume with a firm tone, even though her whole body was shaking. Facing Hyakume in his prime, the feeling of suffocation was something she couldn't control. It's completely a fear out of biological instinct. Fear is human nature, and protecting others with your own body is love. You will die. Baimu frowned. He really didn't want to kill the woman. After all, he lost the bet with Akaza. I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. Get out of here or die. Every word seemed to jump out from Baimu's mouth and seemed very heavy. Kochou Shinobu did not answer it, still protecting Kamiyama behind him like an old hen protecting her chicks. Staying together through life and death is not a vow, but her perseverance for the one she loves. Kamiyama heard and saw all of this. The stream was cold, flowing past him. At this moment, time seems to have stopped and the world is frozen in this moment. The reddish water seemed like a mirror, and he saw a baby. The crying of a baby broke the silence of the night. A peach blossom fell on the tip of his nose. A little old man with white hair and lame legs picked up the baby, opening and closing his mouth, but no one knew what he was saying. Tick. A drop of blood splashed down. He saw a child in the water holding a wooden sword and practicing sword skills. The child's eyes were shining and he loved the sword very much. A flash of golden lightning flashed across several peach trees. Breathing of thunder type 1 thunderbolt flash, when his eyes touched another drop of crystal clear blood. He saw two figures, one big and one small. They had fiery hair and bright smiles. They were a father and son. Next to the father and son, a young man with crimson hair held Nichiren blades and swung a red slash. Breathing of flame, type 1, Shiranui. This drop of water is covered by the stream, like a waterfall. Under the waterfall, there were two figures, one big and one small, with bare chests. The tall man put his hands together, and the young man followed suit. Both of them were carrying logs on their shoulders, and a faint earthy brown aura was visible on their skin. Breathing of rock, form 3, skin of rock, advertisement. The waterfall turned into a trickle, and then turned into a curtain of rain dancing in the sky. In the heavy rain, the boy held the Nichiren blades with a serious face. Next to him was the trainer who taught him how to breathe water. The young man swung his sword suddenly, and an arc formed a rain curtain. Water breathing first formed water surface slash. A drop of blood was hidden in the severed rain curtain, and in the blood, several young men in Demon Slayer Corps uniforms could be seen surrounding a man with crimson hair. The young man had a confident look on his face, and he swung his knife at a wooden stake not far away. An emerald green whirlwind destroyed the stake, and the onlookers applauded. Breathing of wind type 1 dust whirlwind slash. Suddenly, a Nichiren blades flew past Kamiyama's ear and stabbed into the rock, splashing a large amount of water. The water splashes in the air are like a kaleidoscope, carrying countless pictures. There is a drop of water closest to Kamiyama, and inside it is a young man with a scar on his head, wielding a knife. No, dancing with it. A circular slash wrapped in flames was completed, and the boy gasped for breath. The young man next to him clapped his hands with a smile and then imitated the same slash, making the same circle. Breathing of the sun first form round dance. The kaleidoscope formed by water droplets stayed in the air for a moment. At the core of the kaleidoscope, a red gold unicorn was galloping across the grass. Breathing of Dao thunder type Kilin. The past scenes followed Kamiyama like a shadow, as if someone had set up an old-fashioned projector in front of him, and as the film turned, they all emerged in his mind. Is this called a revolving lantern? No, because Kamiyama is not dying yet. Outside the water curtain, Kochou Shinobu, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, staggered to his feet and pulled out Kamiyama's knife. Cough cough cough. She coughed up blood but still refused to give in. Madness. Get out of here. We agreed not to kill women, so don't try to get yourself killed. Hyakume was furious, but he had lost the bet with Akaza, so he really wanted to crush Kochou Shinobu to death. If you think about it carefully, maybe it's not impossible. If I remember correctly, this woman is from Tendo Kamiyama. Killing her might unleash that guy's potential, then I can fight against the guy in his strongest state. When the mind is clear, one can act immediately. His figure flashed, and Kochou Shinobu didn't see anything at all, and the enemy came in front of her. Woman, I've given you many chances, advertisement. Kochou Shinobu was not afraid, but subconsciously opened his arms to protect Kamiyama behind him. She thought Baimu wanted to kill Jen. A punch filled with endless murderous intent came down, bringing up a sharp wind that blew away the water curtain. In an instant, a pair of golden eyes suddenly opened. Then, Kamiyama disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared between Beimei and Kochou Shinobu, protecting the person behind him with one hand and blocking the punch in front with a knife. Buzz buzz buzz. The air around made a sharp explosion, but the force was allowed to explode. Behind Kamiyama, the sun was shining brightly. The incandescent glow around him disappeared, and so did his fighting spirit. Just like an ordinary person, the fighting spirit is restrained and one does whatever one wants, which is exactly the manifestation of that state. Looking back on the past, time flies by. At that moment just now, Kamiyama saw a lot of scenery that he had never paid attention to. He kept moving forward, relying a little too much on his own special physique, so he didn't think he would die. It seems that he has forgotten that no matter whether it is the 5 basic breathing methods, the ancestral breathing method, or the breathing of Dao, every move and every style was chopped out one by one. The knife has been swung many times, but the only day that I will truly die is today. At this moment, he broke through his limit and reached that realm. The state of transparency. By Mu, should I thank you? Hearing this, Mu was stunned for a moment, then he smiled wildly and shouted loudly. Thank me? Stop joking, I should thank you. Because I think, at this moment, you are qualified to fight me. Mu's words became more and more passionate, like a madman, laughing desperately, his facial features twisted together. It's so cool, this guy's aura didn't disappear, it was retracted freely. Oh, by the way, Akaza calls this the state of clarity. Come on, a life and death duel. Here we go. Hearing this, Kamiyama smiled slightly and murmured. Mu, you will die. Chapter 234. Hyakume Ryu. Final form, please teach me. The scarlet-red blade swept across the night sky, leaving behind a seemingly ordinary trail. With just this one blow, Mu was knocked back dozens of meters. It crashed to the other end of the pit and broke through several meters of rock. Kamiyama took a step forward and in the blink of an eye he arrived in front of the dark cave, leaving a series of afterimages behind him. As he raised his hand, a deep pool quietly emerged, and his golden vertical pupils suddenly opened. He completely disappeared from the eyes of the 100 eyes, without a trace of breath. Snap! The circular rock walls shattered piece by piece, and vigorous dark red energy poured out. After a loud bang, a meteor crater, as big as the original one appeared. Most of the valley sank by several meters. Mu stood in the peeling rocks, his empty eyes lit up with two blood-red flashes, and at the same time, he caught a trace of breath. Behind you. It spun itself around at high speed and punched out. The knife and fist collided again, and the resulting shockwave directly flattened the big pit. You're not bad, Kamiyama teased, turning half a circle and slashing towards Mu's neck. Of course. Mu smiled, raised his forearm to block, then threw a straight punch. Ding ding ding. A series of crisp metal collision sounds echoed in the valley, echoing throughout the empty valley and sparks flying. The battle between the two changed the local terrain. It's just that they are all in their best condition, waiting for the moment when the other party makes a mistake. On top of the pit, Genya tore off one of Muzan's clone's arms, and similarly, he also broke one of his arms. Genya. Tanjiro, who was gasping for breath, roared, and swung his flaming sword across, blocking the fatal punch from Muzan's clone. Genya spat out the blood in his mouth and murmured, thanks, but I can still bear it. As he spoke, his broken arm had already recovered. This was the power of the Ghost Eater, who possessed a recovery ability as abnormal as that of a ghost. But the disadvantage is that it consumes a lot of physical energy, and Genya cannot replenish it by eating humans like ghosts. In the blink of an eye, Muzan's clone, which had been beheaded thrice, returned to its original state. Tanjiro and the others couldn't help but swallow. There's still half an hour until dawn. Hang in there, we can win. Mitsuri forced a smile and encouraged. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed towards the Muzan clone with her knife in hand, and Nezuko followed closely behind. Advertisement. Although the Muzan clone had no will of its own, it held back 4 people. Among them are 2 pillar-level fighters and 2 demons comparable to upper-rank ones. The most important thing is that Tanjiro and his companions consumed a lot of energy. Whether it can be delayed until dawn is a difficult question to say. Boom boom, there was another thunderous roar in the village, and the ground around them even shook slightly. Tanjiro glanced at it out of the corner of his eye, and just from the aftermath of the battle he knew that the battle over there was not simple. How strong is that Mu? Really, big brother, hold on. None of us can give up. Tanjiro prayed silently in his heart, then he rushed towards Muzan's clone with a determined look on his face. Mitsuri and her companions trapped Muzan's clone again. As long as they could behead it, they would have a moment to breathe. Among the people present, only Tanjiro's sun breathing is the most effective, so everyone defaults to him as the main one. Feeling his companion's kindness, Tanjiro gathered his strength and jumped up. The god of fire Kagura, Weiwei Enku. In an instant, a powerful fighting spirit gushed out from Tanjiro's body like a surging torrent. This fighting spirit quickly condensed into a blazing flame, like a roaring fire dragon dancing wildly in the air. Surrounded by flames, Tanjiro felt that the air around him became extremely hot, and the rolling heat waves swept towards him like a raging storm. At this moment, he is the controller of this heat wave. The red blade slashed down with tremendous force, and the blood-red armor of Muzan's clone shattered. At this critical moment, Tanjiro was a little exhausted. After all, he had been using the sun breathing for a long time. Among them, the 13th form was used several times. It doesn't matter if he's exhausted, he's not alone. Mitsuri spun the blade at high speed, and love-breathing land-style catfoot lovewind was activated. The ribbon-like Nichiren blades wrapped around the neck of Muzan's clone at an extremely tricky angle. Without that layer of armor, Muzan's clone would have no chance of withstanding the strangulation. As the head fell to the ground, the 4th beheading was successful. Muzan's clone stopped moving like a car without an internal combustion engine. Tanjiro and his companions took a few steps back, gasping for breath. Oh, it's so hard to kill. Mitsuri puffed up her cheeks and complained. Advertisement. Sister Mitsuri, it's almost dawn, we can win. Tanjiro's voice was weak, but still full of strength. Genya just gasped for breath, the power of the ghost blood in his body was almost exhausted. 5 minutes later, Muzan's clone moved again. At the same time, the battle between Kamiyama and Beimei has entered a white-hot stage. Hyakume was left with only one arm, and Kamiyama's left shoulder was pierced. Ha 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 ha. Baimu, whose body was covered with knife marks, howled to the sky and couldn't help but sigh. You are the first human who can force me to this point. Baimu, admit that you are strong. You are a worthy opponent. Kamiyama held his long sword across his chest, smiled, and said sincerely. Baimu, if you were not a ghost, maybe we could be friends. This is what he really thinks. Baimu has indeed helped him a lot over the years. And this guy is really principled. Unfortunately, there is no if. There was only one thing Kamiyama had to do now, and that was to leave it here. Friend. Maybe, you're a guy worth making friends with. In the journey of martial arts, you are not my end, but the opponent that I will remember for the rest of my life, Baimu said with great confidence. Tiandao Kamiyama, I will always remember you. As soon as he finished speaking, the scarlet eyeballs on Baimu's body peeled off one after another. They turned into red rays of light and rotated at a high speed with its right arm as the center. Those 100 points of light were like the twinkling stars in the night sky, and a thin golden thread connected them tightly together. Baimu took a horse stance, which is a warrior's basic skill and also the starting point of martial arts. Instantly, invisible ripples spread out across the entire valley, with Baimu as the center. Whether it was the four Tanjiro who were fighting fiercely on the side, or the Tokido brothers and Hotaru Katsuchizuka who were rushing in this direction, and the swordsmith hiding on the hillside. Whether strong or weak, they can sense this aura. A heart-pounding breath. This is Baimu's strongest move. Baimu Lu final style broken stars falling from the sky. Baimu raised his head, stared at Kamiyama seriously, and said solemnly. Tendo Kamiyama, Hyakume Ryu, final form, please teach me. Chapter 235. The sun is shining, and the smiles are bright. Hearing this, Kamiyama held the knife in both hands, placed it horizontally at his side, lowered his center of gravity, spread his legs, and looked at it with a sharp gaze. There was no chaotic aura around him, no dazzling fighting spirit. He was like the surface of the sea on a sunny day, without a trace of waves. But beneath the calm sea surface are the most violent ocean currents and immeasurable seawater. Breathing swordsman, Tendo Kamiyama, please teach me. As soon as the words fell, two figures moved at the same time. At this moment, time stood still. Looking back, figures appeared behind Kamiyama. A child holding a wooden sword, a boy holding Nichiren blades. A young man holding a red knife. Figures entered Kamiyama's body one after another, and each move appeared before his eyes. The Nichiren blades in his hands hummed happily. Buzz buzz buzz. As the air vibrated, Kamiyama closed his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Beimei. At this moment, he reached the state of unity between man and sword. Hundreds of figures wielding swords merged into one, and when the last sword was chopped down, the golden eyes suddenly opened. Baimu smiled. He noticed that Kamiyama's aura had changed, and it seemed to surpass it. It could have dodged the knife, but it didn't. It still punched with all its might. With one punch, the stars in the sky were dimmed. A terrifying force surged out, and Kochou Shinobu, who was in the pit, fainted directly. She was several hundred meters away from the man and the ghost. Kamiyama, one man, one sword, one flash. The next moment, he appeared behind Baimu. Behind Kamiyama, the night sky seemed to be cut off, and the stars in the sky became bright again. Puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body became unstable and he almost fell down. Baimu stood there in a daze, like a stone statue, motionless. After a few breaths, the man and the ghost turned around at the same time. Kamiyama wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, smiled and stretched out his hand, saying, "Thank you for your advice." Hearing this, Baimu smiled bitterly, shook the hand offered by his opponent, and admitted very cheerfully. "I lost." As soon as he finished speaking, a head rolled to the ground. The 100 eyes stared at Kamiyama intently, its head dissipating, a calm smile on its face as it answered a question very formally. "If there is an afterlife, we can be friends." Its voice became smaller and smaller, and it spoke softly, "But I will probably go to hell." Advertisement. You are the best opponent, goodbye. After saying this, Baimu turned into flying ashes. Its obsession was severed by Kamiyama's sword, and it could not regenerate after its head was severed. A gentle mountain breeze blew past, ruffling her deep red hair. Clang. The long sword scabbard made a crisp buzzing sound. This is a short farewell song, 100-Eyed Demon, the end. Kamiyama staggered towards the distance. In this battle, he gave it his all as a respect to Baimu. He walked over to Kochou Shinobu, picked her up with great effort even though she had fainted, and sat her down against the broken pit wall. The fragrance of wisteria wafts in the air, and when I look up, I see a hint of pale sky in the distance. It's getting light. The battle on this side ended, and the other side also came to an end. Tanjiro, Nezuko and Mitsuri were cooperating with difficulty, and not far away was Genya who had fallen to the ground due to exhaustion. That night, he suffered too much damage, either a broken arm or a pierced chest. After his last self-healing, he fell to the ground exhausted. Cough cough cough. Tanjiro coughed a few times. He was about to reach his limit, but Muzan's clone seized the opportunity. With a bang, he was knocked away along with his knife. Tanjiro fell to the ground, gasping for breath while holding his chest, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. 5 of his ribs were broken, but fortunately none of them pierced into the flesh. He hurriedly took out the $3,000 to save your life and drank it, then struggled to stand up. Every time he moved, his muscles would be torn. Ah! Nezuko yelled as she blocked a punch for Mitsuri and then held the Muzan clone tightly. Blood Demon Art. Blood Explosion is activated. In an instant, rose-red flames shot up into the sky and continued to burn. After performing the Blood Demon technique, Nezuko's body shrank rapidly and finally returned to the form of a child. Mitsuri's eyes were filled with tears. She tightly grasped the Nichiren blades and shouted in her heart. I will definitely not let you down. Ah, breathing of love, type 1, thrill of first love. The ribbon-like Nichiren blades snaked through the broken gaps in the blood-colored armor and slashed down with powerful force. At the same time, Muzan's clone delivered the final punch. Mitsuri flew backwards, but thanks to her extraordinary muscle density, she managed to block the punch. Ha ha ha, it worked. The markings disappeared, and she fell to the ground laughing, taking with her the head of Muzan's clone. The first ray of sunlight in the morning passed through the clouds and fell on Tanjiro. It's dawn. Advertisement, but Tanjiro couldn't be happy at all. He took off his haori and rushed towards Nezuko while spitting blood. Finally, before the sunlight completely covered the earth, he shielded Nezuko from the sunlight. But the dissipating body of Muzan's clone moved, and it threw a final punch. At this moment, only the Kamado siblings were with the clone. This punch was aimed at Tanjiro's head. If it hit him, he would be dead. Tanjiro, run! Tanjiro, run! Mitsuri and Genya shouted to warn, but it was too late. Tanjiro himself sensed that death was approaching, but he could not give up on his sister, absolutely not. Just then, he saw his sister bending her calves and pressing them against his chest. He already guessed what Nezuko was going to do. Don't want. No, Nezuko. No, absolutely not. You will die, you will die. Tanjiro's heart was bleeding, he was panicking, and his mind was blank. Nezuko straightened her legs and Tanjiro flew up, dodging the last punch of Muzan's clone. This time, Muzan's clone was completely unable to move. The sunlight corroded Nezuko's skin and she let out a heart-wrenching scream. Tanjiro lay on the grass with despair in his eyes, crying loudly. Gradually, the screams disappeared. Tanjiro's heart also died. Suddenly, Mitsuri screamed, and she kept pulling Tanjiro, saying excitedly, Tanjiro, look, look, look. Nezuko, she's not dead. Tanjiro knew that Sister Mitsuri was trying to comfort him, but he still propped himself up and sat up. The warm sun shines on my body, the refreshing breeze caresses the green grass, and the girl's sweet smile comes into view. Tanjiro rubbed his eyes hurriedly and looked again. Nezuko was sitting not far away, staring at him eagerly. I told you, I didn't lie to you. Mitsuri patted Tanjiro on the back, causing him some pain. It hurts, it's not a dream, Nezuko. She's still alive. That's great, Tanjiro started crying while laughing. Nezuko took the bamboo tube away, with a bright smile on her face. She moved her lips with some effort and said sweetly. Brother, good morning, chapter 236, it's great to have you. Nezuko, woo woo woo. Tanjiro used Nichiren blades as a cane, walked towards his sister step by step like an old man who was staggering, and gave her a big hug. On the side, only a pair of eyes remained on Muzan's clone's head, but he saw everything. Great, everyone is alive. Cough cough cough. Alive. Mitsuri cheered while coughing. Genya raised his head with difficulty, a smile on his lips, and he let out a long sigh. Hey, is everyone okay? Muichiru's warm voice came from a distance, full of concern. A few people turned their heads and saw a few people coming together on the golden horizon. Muichiru supported his brother, Hotaru Tetsutsuzuka carried Kamiyama on his back, and Kochou Shinobu followed slowly behind. Not one less, we won, ha ha ha. Mitsuri waved her hands and responded with a smile. Several people came closer, and except for Kamiyama, the others widened their eyes and looked at Nezuko in disbelief. A ghost, bathed in sunlight, incredible, unheard of. Is she still a ghost now? Yuzhilong asked, but she doesn't look like a human, or is she half human and half ghost? Is that how you evaluate cute girls? Shut up, Kamiyama gave his apprentice a slap on the face. Hiss, Yuichiro took a breath and said unhappily, using the words he learned from Kamiyama, it hurts, loud dang. Traitor, old dang, traitor, old, shut up, both of you. Okay, master's wife, I was wrong, Shinobu. The world finally quieted down. Hotaru Katsuzuka handed the sharpened ancient sword to Tanjiro, turned his head away with a bit of arrogance, and said, This knife is for you. Huh? Tanjiro exclaimed, then looked at Kamiyama. He felt that only the real big brother was worthy of him. Tanjiro, you are the descendant of the breathing of the sun. Kamiyama held the other's shoulder and said seriously, the ancient sword transcends time and space. The past that could not be cut off will end in our hands. It's yours, I have a knife for myself. After hearing this, Tanjiro stopped refusing, looked at the ancient sword with burning eyes, and took it solemnly. After hundreds of years of inheritance, it finally found its owner again. Advertisement: the wills of countless ancestors converged today. The bright golden sunlight poured down from the distant sky, passed through the sea of clouds, and enveloped everyone. After a great battle, the sword-forging village was destroyed, but the people in the village were not killed. Like the headquarters, the Swordsmith village also has number 2 and number 3. Kamiyama and his companions escorted the Swordsmiths to village number 2, and the mission was successfully completed. The hazy moonlight shines on the quiet hillside, and the sound of ding-dong-dong of iron hammering can be heard from time to time. The sword-forging village is still the same sword-forging village, full of peace and tranquility. A terrible disaster may destroy their original homes and may make them feel scared, but it will never erase the desire to fight against evil spirits. On the bluestone-paved mountain path, a couple walked hand in hand. They each held a wooden basin and headed for the natural hot spring at the end of the village. As we all know, a swordsmithing village without hot springs is not a good swordsmithing village. This is also an important indicator for site selection. Kamiyama looked around warily. Mitsuri was not there, there were no strangers or acquaintances, and everything was going well. I have to say, the state of transparency is even more useful than radar. Really, what are you looking at? Kochou Shinobu leaned over curiously, his lavender eyes full of curiosity. I'm going to see if there's anyone getting in the way. You're disturbing our time alone every day. You be asterisk 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 D. Kamiyama pouted and cursed. Hearing this, Kochou Shinobu smiled indulgently, then stood on tiptoe, kissed him on the side of his face, and said, "Now, are you happier?" "Of course I'm happy, ha ha ha." Kamiyama laughed towards the sky. After a while, the two arrived in front of the hot spring. There is a men's bath on the left, a women's bath on the right, and a mixed bath in the middle. Kamiyama scanned the room with his senses and found no one inside. Of course, who has time to soak in a hot spring at 1 in the morning? Walking into the hot spring, there was a refreshing breeze mixed with the hazy mist, neither too cold nor too hot, just right. All naked? Kamiyama looked at Kochou Shinobu expectantly. You're naked, put on your underwear. Kochou Shinobu glared at him fiercely like a cute tiger. Oh, I'm just taking a look, I'm not going to do anything, Kamiyama muttered to himself, then changed into his shorts. Kochou Shinobu walked to the side. It was foggy and I could only see a rough outline of it, but the hazy beauty was the most attractive. Advertisement soon. Kamiyama saw 2 lavender waves swinging upward. Kochou Shinobu walked out of the mist, wearing a lavender bikini set that Kamiyama bought from Kyoto. The Demon Slayer Corps is just far away from human habitation, not isolated from the world. Shinobu lowered her head and bit her lower lip gently. Her fair skin had a healthy flush, and she looked a little shy and timid. Such unrestrained clothing is too rude for primitive, like her. Does it look good? You pervert, why in this world do clothes like this exist? Kochou Shinobu grumbled softly, blushing deeply. Great, Kamiyama gave a thumbs up and smiled. Forget it, as long as you like it, Kochou Shinobu muttered softly. She would never wear such clothes in front of strangers, it was so embarrassing. The two walked into the hot spring, leaned on the pebbles, and were wrapped in the hot current, and their fatigue disappeared instantly. The mountains are quiet, with only the occasional chirping of cicadas. All the good things gathered in this moment. The two of them didn't say too much. They were very happy just being with each other. Shinobu, thank you this time. Kamiyama suddenly spoke. In the battle with Hyakume, at the last moment, Shinobu had been standing by him all the time. Don't thank me, that's what I should do. Shinobu looked up at the starry sky and replied softly, every time you protected me, I thought that one day I could protect you like you did. You know, I'm very happy because I can protect Gen too. I'm so happy. Kochou Shinobu's ending note is high, and his heart is leaping with joy. Hearing this, Kamiyama reached out, gently took Kochou Shinobu into his arms, and then kissed him gently. Then thank you my ninja lady, I am so happy. That's for sure, Shinobu raised his proud little head and smiled. Soon, the hot spring returned to calm, with only the gentle, gurgling sound of spring water flowing. After an unknown amount of time, a long voice sounded. This voice passed through the mist and floated gently into Kamiyama's ears. It's great to have you. He turned his head and looked over. Shinobu had fallen asleep leaning on his shoulder, her rosy little nose moving slightly, like a sleeping cat. That's right, it's great to have you, he responded with a big smile. Chapter 237 The knot has been resolved, your ramen. The enthusiastic voice of the shop owner was heard, and the steaming hot ramen was served. Thank you very much, Namo Amitabha. Xingming clasped his hands together and expressed his sincere gratitude. The shopkeeper politely retreated, and he relied on his perception to accurately pick up the chopsticks beside him. Apart from Kamiyama, Himeji Kiyome is the pillar in the Demon Slayer Corps who currently has the most hope of reaching the state of clarity. As the most senior pillar, he is recognized by everyone as the strongest person except Kamiyama. Slurp. The sound of slurping noodles was heard, and just after taking a bite, Xingming suddenly raised his head. Under the blue sky, a crow flew over. He was Xingming's special one and his name was Wahia. Wahia landed steadily on his master's shoulder, and then announced in a low voice. Master, the Swordsmith village was invaded by evil spirits, but Master Shin beheaded the 100-eyed demon, and the crisis is resolved. Hearing this good news, Xingming nodded and smiled. He had already guessed that Gen had definitely set foot in that field. Oh, and Tanjiro, Kanroji-sama, your apprentice Genya, and Nezuko defeated the Muzan clone. Of course, Lord Kochou protected the villagers from this surprise attack. Wahia reported the good news to Xingming one by one, and the latter nodded frequently. Okay, thank you for your hard work, excellent. As he spoke, Xingming took a bowl, poured some water into it, and then took out some rice from his arms. His crow is like this, it won't eat unless it repeats the message completely. In this way, the man and the crow ate quietly. After eating, he placed a coin on the table, raised his voice, and said, "Shopkeeper, check out." "Okay, sir, 5 bowls of ramen will cost you a total of." A crisp female voice sounded, but she stopped abruptly before she finished speaking. Xingming clearly heard the sound of the account book falling to the ground, and the breath sounded familiar to him. In a trance, scenes from the past emerged in his mind. That year, Xingming was 17 years old. He was a monk in a temple. He took in some helpless children and treated them as his own family. But one night, a selfish child led the evil spirit in order to save his own life. The children were all dead. No, Xingming still managed to save a 4-year-old girl named Sayaka. At daybreak, the police looked at a room full of broken limbs and blood, as well as a terrified child and a sturdy monk covered in blood. Shaddai pointed to where Xingming was, trembling and crying, and said, "It was that monster that killed everyone. It was Brother Xingming who protected us, it was." Due to her crying, her speech was unclear. The police frowned and hastily closed the case. After all, the evidence was there and there were witnesses to testify. Seo also fainted due to excessive shock. Advertisement. Since then, Himejima Kiyome no longer trusts children, as he believes that children will deceive others by relying on their weak appearance. 10 years later, Seo, who has grown up, reunites with Guillaume. After the temple incident, she was adopted by the couple who run this noodle shop. "What's wrong?" Xingming asked. "Brother Xingming, I'm Sayaka, and I want to say, back then." Without waiting for the other party to finish, Xingming turned and left, muttering, "No need to look for me anymore. I'll never see you again, benefactor." In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the spot. A woman's voice came from the noodle shop, very kind. "Shaddai, what's wrong?" "No, it's okay." She shook her head, her eyes full of guilt. There were some things she wanted to tell Xingming. Gradually, the sun set. It happened that the sky was cloudy and heavy rain came suddenly. The mood of the sky was also unpredictable. Xingming sat under the eaves of Fuji's house, listening to the sound of rain. He sighed and murmured. "This rain is very chaotic, Namo Amitabha." The bird is still flying around in the rain. It particularly likes rainy days. It feels very comfortable flying around in the rain. Suddenly, it saw a dark shadow passing by. As an old bird, it could tell at a glance that it was a ghost, and the direction it was going seemed a little familiar. Human life was at stake, so it dared not delay and flew quickly to Teng's house. In the small noodle shop, the Fujino couple were checking the account book, while Seo was sitting absent-mindedly beside them. "Are you worried about something, Sayaka?" Mrs. Fujino asked softly. Although she was adopted, the couple usually doted on their daughter very much. "I'm fine, Mom." Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang and the store door was violently smashed open. Under the powerful shockwave, the Fujino couple fainted on the spot. Sayaka's body was covered with blood marks from wood chips and her consciousness was blurred. She struggled to stand up, and when she saw the ghostly figure at the door, she was stunned. "It's a ghost, just like the monsters I saw in my childhood." At that time, she made a mistake and hurt the person who was protecting her because of fear. At this moment, she was not afraid anymore. "Don't kill my parents, eat me. Please, ghost." Sayaka struggled to stand up and walked towards the ghost at the door step by step. The cold raindrops hit his face and the rain mixed with blood flowed down. Advertisement. The evil ghost was stunned for a moment. It was the first time it heard such an abstract request and asked for death right away. After a brief period of adaptation, its figure flashed, and its claws, flashing with cold light, cut through the rain and went straight to Sayaka's neck. Seo closed her eyes, her tone full of regret and guilt, and murmured, "Brother Xingming, I'm sorry that I couldn't apologize to you in person. I'll give you my life." Clang. The sound of metal colliding was heard, and the broad axe cut through the rain curtain, instantly killing the evil spirit. "Since you're alive, why should you seek death?" Xingming's slyly sad voice sounded. Hearing this, Seo suddenly opened her eyes, burst into tears, and shouted in self-blame. "Brother Xingming, I wasn't referring to you that day, I was referring to that monster. But the monster disappeared, and I was so scared that I fainted. It's all my fault. I was too scared. I'm the one who put you in jail. You can beat me up, scold me, and if you still can't get rid of your anger, kill me. I owe you this life." Sayori was overwhelmed with emotion and knelt in front of Himejima Kiyome, with blood mixed with tears. Xingming was stunned. He had been killing ghosts for so long that he was used to the fact that sunlight could destroy ghosts. It was not until this moment that he realized that Shaddai was referring to the ground beneath his feet. It was the evil ghost that was destroyed by the sunlight. Maybe he himself didn't notice it, it was a misunderstanding. He has been in the mountains for all these years, so he will never know the full picture of the mountains. He was trapped in such a misunderstanding for 10 years. "I saved you. Why should I kill you?" Xingming said slowly. He paused, rubbed Seo's head, just like he did 10 years ago, and murmured. "Let bygones be bygones, Seo." This time, he did not say donor, nor did he say Namo Amitabha, but her name. Brother Xingming, I'm sorry, wah. Sayaka hugged Xingmei and cried bitterly. After a while, Xingming took out the $3,000 to save your life, the wisteria seeds, and the sachet, and said. This medicine can heal injuries, also, always keep wisteria flowers on hand. Live well, we'll meet again if we're lucky. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the store. Looking up, the rain had stopped and a ray of pure moonlight penetrated the dark clouds and fell on Xingming's chest. Chapter 238. Stay away from Grandpa. UB ******* D. Demon Slayer Corps Headquarters. Daoju's residence. Kamiyama opened the door, took a deep breath, and felt refreshed. Hey, good morning, Jen, Shimi waved as he passed by. Good morning. Kamiyama waved and stretched. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar yet unfamiliar breath. He looked up and saw a tall figure appearing on the horizon. This is Himejima Kiyome. In the blink of an eye, Kamiyama came to Xingming, who still looked as steady as a rock and was not frightened at all. Really, is there something wrong? Xingming asked expressionlessly. Brother Ming, you have changed and are closer to that state. Kamiyama, who was in the state of transparency, could feel that Xingming was different from before. Hearing this, Xingming nodded, then put his hands together, congratulated Kamiyama, and said. It seems that your aura didn't disappear for no reason, congratulations. Thank you. We'll have a chance to talk. Kamiyama raised his eyebrows, although the other party couldn't see it. Can't we communicate now? No, I want to go home to see my grandfather. Zenitsu has already left. Bye. Kamiyama waved his hand and strode towards the exit. Xingming stood there, muttering, this guy is so strong. But this is a great thing, Namo Amitabha. As he said this, he clasped his hands together and couldn't help shedding tears. Momoyama. The shadow of the night gradually eroded the setting sun. Old man Kuwashima was sweeping the yard with a broom as usual, while thinking about what vegetables to buy tomorrow. Counting the days, those two brats will be going home soon. When darkness enveloped the peach forest, a figure with a knife at his waist was getting closer and closer on the mountain path. He was coming towards the cottage. But the smile on the old man's face disappeared visibly. Based on his years of experience in slaying ghosts, there was no doubt that it was an evil ghost. When the figure came closer, I could finally see the whole picture clearly. It was Kaigaku, the guy who once wanted to become Momoyama's disciple but was rejected by the old man because of his evil intentions. For those whose hearts are not right, holding a knife will bring disaster. Now that they met again, the old man began to regret not killing him. Kaigaku looks very similar to humans, except that he has fangs, pointed ears, pale skin, black eyes, and black tiger-like ghost stripes on his face. He was also wearing the black Demon Slayer Corps uniform, tied at the waist with a blue ribbon. But wearing this outfit on him is undoubtedly an insult to him. Advertisement, old man, long time no see. Kaigaku put his right hand on the hilt of the knife, stared at the old man with a playful look in his eyes, and said sarcastically, you are so old that you are almost dying. I'm telling you, I'm incredibly strong now. I am an upper rank, stronger than any of you pillars in the Demon Slayer Corps. As he spoke, his eyes lit up, and the upper string in his left eye and the lower string in his right eye were so clear. Hearing this, the old man said disdainfully, strong? You're not even as good as my little apprentice. Those who give up on themselves have long lost the qualifications to be powerful. Pathetic fellow, you. Seeing the old man's indifferent and even contemptuous attitude, Kaigaku was furious. He cursed, what qualifications do you have to judge me? To me, you, Kamiyama, Agatsuma Zenitsu, you are all evil. Those who have a correct evaluation of me and agree with me are good. Those who have a low evaluation of me and disagree with me are evil. You Momoyama clan are the great evil ones. Without you, there's no way I could become a ghost. Kaigaku roared hysterically, wishing he could eat old man Kuwashima alive. The old man crossed his arms over his chest, sighed, and said, I should have killed you back then. As soon as he finished speaking, Kaigaku held his forehead and laughed uncontrollably. Ha 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 ha, I am dying of laughter. You are an old man who is about to die, a cripple, and you want to kill me. Are you kidding me? Go get the knife, I'll give you a chance. There was only contempt in Kaigaku's eyes, and it wanted to crush this guy's contempt with its own hands. And if we kill this guy, those two bastards will definitely feel bad. The old man remained calm and limped into the wooden house. After a while, he came out with the Nichiren blades. Don't think that he usually beats Kamiyama and Zenitsu with his sword skills, but in fact, that is just superficial work. Even if he really wants to beat them, breaking their legs is not allowed. Even so, he is also a swordsman and a ghost hunter who has struggled all his life. It's shameful to back down in front of such a guy. This is Mr. Kuwashima's stubbornness and his persistence. Don't be afraid or surrender in front of a strong person. Clang. The Nichiren blades were unsheathed, the blades were stained with red gold, and the old man stared at Kaigaku intently, looking ready to die. Advertisement, Kaigaku, I may die, but I will never recognize you. From the moment you betray humanity, you will be despised forever. Haha. Kaigaku sneered twice and slowly pulled out the Nichiren blades. The black arcs of electricity crackled and the ground beneath its feet cracked into several holes. This was just the pressure of drawing the sword. Old man, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and beg me, and I won't kill you. How about it? You don't want your apprentice to be sad, do you? The old man frowned, snorted coldly, and said, no need to talk nonsense. As soon as the words came out, 2 lightning bolts, 1 black and 1 gold, lit up Taoshan. When everything returned to calm, the cabin behind the old man turned into ruins, and a hideous knife wound pierced his chest. Kaigaku didn't kill him, he just wanted to show his strength first, humiliate him, and then kill him. Otherwise, it would be difficult to relieve the hatred in his heart. Old man, you are too weak, I just moved my fingers. I think you are not worthy of teaching me, you only deserve to be stepped on by me. As he spoke, Kaigaku raised his right foot and stepped towards the old man's head. Pooh. The old man spat a mouthful of blood at Kaigaku and cursed, you beast. All you can do is bully an old man. You will never be strong. Shut up. Kaigaku roared with dark lightning flashing around him. At this critical moment, a golden lightning suddenly lit up from a distance, and a voice full of anger rang out. Stay away from Grandpa. You be asterisk 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 d. Kaigaku's feet stopped in midair. He turned his head and saw Zenitsu wrapped in lightning. He smiled contemptuously and said, here comes another one seeking death. But why did you use the one type, damn it? Clang, a crisp sound echoed throughout the entire Peach Mountain. This was the second time that Zenitsu had exerted his original strength without being asleep. Kaigaku was shaken far away, but even if he was an upper rank, he could still be cut by Thunderbolt Flash and Super Speed. It stared unhappily at Zenitsu, who was protecting the old man like a hen, and muttered. How can the one type be so strong? Chapter 239. The evil ghost disappeared. Zenitsu ignored Kaigaku. Even though he was scared to death, he still trembled as he fed the medicine to his grandfather. Looking at the hideous bloody wound on his grandfather's body, his heart was bleeding. Why did you hurt Grandpa? Why hurt my family? B asterisk 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 D, damn evil ghost. Zenitsu's anger level soared and exceeded the threshold. He was a child abandoned by his parents. It was Kuwajima Jigoro and Kamiyama who gave him a second home. They were family members without blood ties. Such a family is even better than a family bound by blood. So, Zenitsu values these 2 people more than his own life. He gently laid the old man flat, and the old man held his hand tightly and said kindly, kid, run, you are no match for him. Keep alive, you are still young. No, I want to protect Grandpa, Zenitsu said firmly, and his shaking hands stopped shaking. At this moment, the old man was stunned, and then he laughed. He understands his apprentice better than anyone else. This is the real Zenitsu. This child is usually noisy and timid, but in fact he is a very brave and kind child. The moment Zenitsu turned around, the golden Nichiren blades turned visibly red, and the red blades were activated. Then, golden lightning lines climbed up along his neck, finally circled around his right eye and stopped on his forehead. The markings opened, and he bit off the pill on his wrist. Thinking of the shocking wound on his grandfather's body, Zenitsu became extremely angry. He stared at Kaigaku and shouted word by word. A-hole, I will kill you, childish. Kaigaku rolled his eyes at Zenitsu and sneered coldly. As soon as the words fell, it disappeared from the spot. By the time Zenitsu came to his senses, Kaigaku had already come to him with a knife raised, and activated thunder-breathing land-type lightning thunder boom. Boom. In an instant, the starlight dimmed, and a dark lightning suddenly burst out. The lightning was like an extremely ferocious poisonous snake, twisting its body with fangs and claws. The poisonous snake held lightning in its mouth and bit Kuwajima Jigoro. That's right, Kaigaku's target was the old man. Despicable! Zenitsu shouted angrily, and spun the blade at high speed. The blade wind transformed by the golden lightning lingered around the old man, forming a layer of protection. After a loud bang, a large charred pit with a diameter of 10 meters appeared halfway up the mountain. Zenitsu flew backwards holding the old man. He used himself as a meat shield and tried his best to protect the old man. Bang, bang, bang. After crashing into several peach trees in succession, the 2 still showed no intention of stopping. Advertisement in the distance, Kaigaku raised his sword again, ready to strike a fatal blow. Suddenly, a big hand was placed on Zenitsu's shoulder, and a gentle voice sounded. Zenitsu, good job. Senior brother. Little stars lit up in Zenitsu's eyes, and the despair in his heart disappeared. It seemed that as long as his senior brother was there, he would not have that feeling. The next moment, Kamiyama disappeared into the night. He just came back a little later than Zenitsu, who knew that AB************ D would steal the house. Kaigaku was stunned. He was so frightened that cold sweats broke out. His legs couldn't stop shaking wherever Kamiyama was. It heard that this guy killed all the 100-eyed demons. It knew very well how powerful Beimegui was. Go to hell. You be asterisk 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 D. I should have killed you long ago. Who gave you the courage to kill Grandpa? Was it Muzan? No one can help. Muzan must die too. Kamiyama's voice was like the whisper of a devil, echoing in Kaigaku's ears, frightening it so much that it couldn't even hold the knife. The fear that came from biological instinct made it dare not move. Suddenly, an aura that Kamiyama found extremely disgusting appeared. When his knife slashed across Kaigaku's neck, its entire body was covered in dark purple mud and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Dakong, you're looking for death. His eyes turned and he immediately locked onto a corner, but within a breath of time, the breath disappeared. Tisk, you run pretty fast. Kamiyama sheathed his sword, and his eyes, which had been as cold as ice for 1,000 years, returned to normal. He walked quickly towards the old man and Zenitsu, and after sensing them, he found that they were not in danger of life. For the next week, Kamiyama stayed with the old man and Zenitsu in the town to recover from their injuries. As for Momoyama, he could not stay there for the time being. After the old man's injuries healed a little, he and Zenitsu took the old man back to the headquarters. Also tell Yubayashiki Kagaya to pay attention to other trainers. But according to the investigation results, Muzan did not target the trainers. The attack was just Kaigaku's personal revenge. Infinite City. The cross-dressing man Muzan stood on the high platform, and on the platform not far away from him were all the remaining upper strings. The sky, the clouds, the sky, the clouds and the sky. I've told you not to show up and not to leave Infinite City for now, do you understand? Muzan's eyes swept around and finally landed on Kaigaku. Advertisement. The latter knelt down tremblingly, with his head pressed to the ground, and frantically admitted his mistake. Snort. There won't be a next time. Now, there's only one goal, and that is to find the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. I want that girl. Ever since he witnessed Nezuko overcoming the sunlight with his own eyes, in the eyes of the scumbag boss, the blue spider lily is nothing. It's better to eat that girl than to find that thing. Overcoming the sun is just around the corner and the future is promising. Nikim. What's going on? The surging air blew away Nikim's long hair, exposing her single eye, with 2 more words in it. Up 3. Report to the master, we are still searching, but it should be soon. Rarely, Muzan was not angry, but just said calmly. Keep looking. Yes. It took another look and felt something was wrong, so it swept its big hand and Kaigaku covered his eyes and screamed. As it moved its arms away, the original landing had turned into an attack. Of course, with the current 12 Kazuki, numbers no longer mean anything. In the boundless underground city, the evil spirit's shrill roars could be heard from time to time. In the dark underground, there is a huge army. They are the evil spirits mass-produced by Muzan, and they are the bargaining chips for the decisive battle. For the next month, the evil spirits seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth, and the Demon Slayer Corps' intelligence system did not detect any more incidents of evil spirits injuring people. A crow flew across the blue sky and slowly landed in the Lord's mansion. Yubayashiki Kagaya took out a bowl of water and a dish of rice and rubbed the little head of the crow. This is the oldest of the existing crows, named Shadow Robbery. Reporting to my lord, there are still no incidents involving ghosts, Shadow Jia said with his black gemstone-like eyes sparkling. Got it. Thank you for your hard work. Yubayashiki Kagaya picked up a chess piece and tapped it on the board. Opposite him, Kamiyama, who was wearing a black uniform, also tapped a black chess piece. Boss, it looks like the final battle is coming, what do you think? Kagaya had a calm face, without a trace of emotion in his eyes, and replied. I hope so. I have been waiting for hundreds of years. Clatter, the white piece landed on the chessboard with a slight sound. I've been waiting for this moment. Chapter 240 Training begins. Demon Slayer Corps Headquarters. Meeting room. Soft light fell on the wooden floor, and Kamiyama walked into the meeting room in the moonlight, followed by 2 ghosts. Tamayo and Yushiro. Ms. Tamayo, Mr. Yushiro, please. Yubayashiki Kagaya hurriedly stood up to greet them, and the other pillars stood up one after another. The drugs developed by these 2 people provided great help to the Demon Slayer Corps, and they deserved the respect of any Demon Slayer. My lord, please take care of yourself. I appreciate your kindness. Tamayo nodded and said with a smile. Yushiro crossed his arms, and although he still looked aloof, there was a hint of tenderness in his expression. Tamayo and Yushiro took their seats, while Kamiyama came over to Kochou Shinobu. This meeting of the pillars can be said to be unprecedented. The cooperation between humans and ghosts has only one goal. Murder Kibutsuji Muzan. Of course, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Inosuke, Genya, Kanao and others also attended the meeting as exceptions. As rising stars, their achievements are equally dazzling. 22 people attended the pillar meeting, and 19 of them had pillar-level combat power. This meeting is extraordinary. Throughout the history of the Demon Slayer Corps, they have never been so powerful, even in the era when the only true god, Yoriichi Sugakuni, existed. Yubayashiki Kagaya coughed a few times, and a weak and gentle voice sounded. Everyone, I'm sure you've noticed that the evil spirits have disappeared. I think this may be a sign of the coming decisive battle. Muzan is anxious because of Nezuko's appearance. So, before the headquarters is exposed, we have to start special training, that is, training for the pillars to guide. In a war, we rely on everyone's strength. If you have any opinions, please feel free to speak up. Kagaya smiled slightly, looking at the room full of people, and felt strength in her heart. Well, I have good news. It should be considered good news, Tamayo's slightly nervous voice sounded. It was her first time to attend a meeting of the Demon Slayer Corps. Facing so many pillars at once, she felt very oppressive. Speaking. Tamayo nodded, slowly stood up, took a deep breath, and said, with Nezuko's blood sample, the development of the human transformation drug has been accelerated. I think it should be successful in at most half a month. Really? Really? Tanjiro, who was sitting at the back, exclaimed. He was happier than anyone else that his sister could turn back into a human. But he suddenly shouted, scaring everyone. Soon, Tanjiro realized that he had lost his composure and immediately wilted. Sorry, I was too excited. As soon as the words fell, everyone in the room laughed, and Kamiyama complained. It's normal to be excited, boy. Advertisement. After laughing, Tanjiro scratched the back of his head and sat back down. Zenitsu beside him tilted his head and said in a mean way. Tanjiro, when Nezuko turns back into a human, can we get married? Tanjiro. Mitsuri in front of her twitched her ears slightly, accurately catching the two words. Get married. A stream of hot air gushed out from the top of her head. Xiaobane noticed something was wrong, turned her head and whispered, what's wrong? Get married. Mitsuri kept repeating, but these two words were like a bolt of lightning, shocking Xiaobane. Marry? He couldn't help but shout out, immediately attracting everyone's attention. What's going on? Are you two going to get married? Congratulations. Have a baby soon, 1 fetus, 10 treasures. Hey, what are you talking about? Xiaobane glanced around and shouted in his heart. No, you heard it wrong. We're in a meeting, be serious. Just then, Yubayashiki Kagaya's voice rang out. Bane-chan, Mitsuri, I can be the witness. My lord, did you really hear it wrong? Mitsuri blushed as she explained, it's not what you heard. Don't you two want to get married? Kamiyama suddenly complained, getting to the point. No, yes, no, aren't we discussing training? What does that have to do with anything? Obane and Mitsuri were in a panic. They're shy, said Giyu, a married person, calmly. Ha 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 ha. After a burst of cheerful laughter, the meeting continued. Be happy when you should be happy, and be most efficient when you should be doing business. The training plan soon emerged and was divided into 5 parts. The first part, physical training, was led by Uzui Tengen and Kyojiro. Advertisement. The second part, flexibility training, was led by Kenroji Mitsuri. The third part, physical training, is handled by the Tokido brothers. The fourth part, sword technique guidance, is in charge of Iguro Obanai and Shinazugawa Sanemi. The fifth part, physical improvement training, is in charge of the big brother, Himejima Kiyome. Of course, everyone else has their own tasks. The Kochou sisters from Butterfly House cooperate with the Mayo Pharmaceutical, and the rest of the people are responsible for patrolling day and night. The above are trainings for ordinary team members, and there are also pillar-level trainings for each of you. I'm sure you all know the person in charge. Kagaya gave a mysterious smile. The next moment, everyone looked at Kamiyama, who smiled wickedly and said, Everyone, I will not show mercy. Why are you showing mercy? Tisk, Xiaobane retorted immediately, saying unhappily. Now I really want to know how strong Gen is, ha ha ha. Sabito was eager to try, with fighting spirit in his eyes. Stop, the meeting isn't over yet. Mikomo pinched Sabito's waist and the latter became obedient. At the end of the meeting, Yubayashiki Kagaya slowly stood up, his voice raised with emotion, and said, Everyone, let's cheer together, for a tomorrow without evil spirits. For a tomorrow without evil spirits, for, everyone looked serious and agreed. Above the blue sky, crows left the headquarters one after another. They fly over mountains, across lakes, and between cities. Every swordsman outside received the call-up order, and everyone stopped what they were doing and returned to the headquarters. Evil ghost, wait for death, training camp, here I come. Everyone, let's work hard together, for a tomorrow without ghosts. A week later, all 198 swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps returned to the headquarters. The people in charge of logistics were also busy, purchasing supplies, preparing vegetables, meat, eggs, etc., and they provided escort for the training camp. In the knife-making village, the knifesmiths are busy smithing. In the quiet mountain valley, the sound of ding-dang-dang can be heard continuously. The training camp has begun. Every member of the Demon Slayer Corps is fighting for one goal. For a tomorrow without evil spirits. Chapter 241. Don't disturb the training, you jealous guy. The rocking chair was rocking. Old man Kuwashima narrowed his eyes slightly, and Zenitsu pushed open the door early. Yo, has this kid changed his personality? The old man felt very relieved. Grandpa, I'm leaving, the training has begun. Zenitsu said hello and hurried out the door. Practice well, go ahead. The old man waved his hand, then smiled and said, You've grown up. That's for sure. A figure suddenly appeared beside the old man, scaring him so much that he almost fell down. You be *********** D. You walk without making any sound. The old man glared at Kamiyama and said unhappily. That's because we're afraid of disturbing your grandmother Shizuko. Kamiyama complained in a mean way, while dodging the old man's kick with ease. What are you talking about, you little b*************** D. The old man cursed, but Kamiyama had already left the mansion. He crossed several paths and came to the place where he was to take over, where Giyu was waiting early. Morning. Okay, I'll go first. Giyu nodded and quickly disappeared at the end of the path. After a while, a shadow appeared on the distant horizon, followed by excited shouts. Charge forward. Charge forward. I am number 1, ha ha ha. The physical training is a timed run that circles the entire headquarters. As long as you can cross the finish line within the specified time, you will meet the standard. The finish line is in the area that Kamiyama is in charge of. Hey, let's practice in the afternoon. Kyojiru's hearty laughter came before he even arrived. Looking up, he was leaning against a big tree with a stopwatch in his hand. He was the symbol of the finish line. Okay. Kamiyama waved his hand. Just as he finished speaking, a brilliant golden lightning flashed past him, making his feather robe rustle. No doubt about it, it's Zenitsu. When I looked at the finish line again, a beautiful girl full of energy was already standing there. It was Nezuko. Come on, brother. Brother, come on. Nezuko waved her little hands and spoke incoherently. That's right, besides wanting to avenge his grandfather, Nezuko also played a big role in Zenitsu's efforts. Behind Zenitsu is Tanjiro standing side by side with Inosuke. Nezuko noticed Zenitsu, but lately Inosuke kept whispering his name in her ear, even forcibly erasing Zenitsu's name. Advertisement, Inosuke, boss, come on. Zenitsu's heart was broken when he heard these words. Instantly, an astonishing murderous aura broke through the sky. He gave up the first one, turned around and pounced on Inosuke. Hole, what did you teach the cute Nezuko? I'm going to kill you. Inosuke didn't react in time and was pinned by Zenitsu. As a result, Tanjiro crossed the finish line first, followed by Genya and Kanao. Not bad, you all passed. The eldest brother rubbed the heads of the swordsmen one by one, just like everyone's eldest brother. But only about 20 people passed. As for the punishment for failure, of course you have to run again until you finish within the specified time. The swordsmen who didn't make it through in time walked back to the starting point with sighs. Zenitsu and Inosuke are still fighting. You two idiots, what are you doing? No internal fighting. Huali Bang Bang punched each kid with 2 punches, and then dragged the 2 of them towards the starting point. You two are such unglamorous idiots that you can't even fail at this. You will be punished to run 100 laps. Brother Huali was cursing. After all, based on the level of the 5 little ones, they should be the first batch to complete the training. Several people could have directly participated in the pillar level training, but in order to play a leading role, they were arranged to go through the process. Who knew that Zenitsu and Inosuke would appear? Practice room. The sound of bones crackling mixed with screams echoed in the room. The swordsmen were all wearing gymnastics uniforms with distorted expressions. Some were doing splits, while others were doing 90-degree folds. Mitsuri wore a ribbon with the words, "Come on," written on it on her head, and her gentle voice rang out. Come on everyone, after doing these simple stretches, just do a dance with me. It's super easy." Hearing this, the swordsmen's mouths twitched. Is folding the body 90 degrees just a simple stretch? This flexibility training is horrible. Student, be careful, don't fall. Mitsuri rushed to help him, but the swordsman only felt a chill on his back, as if he would die if he was touched by Lord Renzu. You will definitely die. Advertisement under the powerful pressure. He actually learned to do the splits and miraculously kept his body steady. Mitsuri. She scratched her head, then smiled and praised, "Amazing, you have talent." Ahem, thank you. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Ganlu Temple. The swordsman's heart beat faster because he felt the suffocating murderous intent growing stronger. The murderous intent was like a dark cloud, covering the entire training room. Even Tanjiro and Genya felt a chill. Kanao, do you feel that? It's scary. I always feel like I'm being stared at by a pair of eyes. Tanjiro asked in a low voice. No, Kanao shook his head, looking confused and a little silly. At the same time, outside the training room, there was a quiet and deserted corner. A pair of eyes as sharp as knives stared at the situation inside, and Xiao Banei's jealous voice was like the devil's whisper, floating out from time to time. Damn it, how dare you have contact with Mitsuri? Kill him. Huh? How dare you stare at me with such lustful eyes? Death penalty, must be death penalty. Huh? You be asterisk 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 D. I'm going to kill you. Suddenly, a figure floated over, and Xiao Banei was completely unaware. Hey, I say, you're a pervert, viper. Kamiyama grabbed Obanai's shoulder, giving her a fright. You walk silently now? Damn it, are you trying to scare me to death? Obanai glared at Kamiyama and cursed, Before he could finish, Kamiyama grabbed Obanai by the back of his collar and dragged him out of the practice room. You put pressure on them, how can they train? Everyone respects Emily, don't mess around, you jealous person. Little Banei was flapping his arms and legs like a fish out of water. Kamiyama, let me go. No, I need to keep an eye on those bastards. Come on, Serpent Pillar, stop acting like a pervert. Ah. The swordsmen in the training room were startled. What a resentful shout. Mitsuri quickly ran to the door, looked left and right, then scratched her head and said in confusion, Is it an illusion? Why did I hear Xiao Banei's voice? However, after this shout, the dark cloud hanging over the swordsmen's heads disappeared. Chapter 242. Training time for the pillars. The setting sun looks like blood, and red satin-like clouds are hanging from the distant sky. Suddenly, a wooden sword cut through the red silk, and another wooden sword was taken with it. The state of transparency, so powerful, Shinazugawa Sanemi stood there in a daze. The moment he noticed the attack was already over. Are you familiar with that feeling? Kamiyama asked, raising the corner of his mouth. The setting sun stretched the figures of the 2 men very long. Shia did not look disappointed. Instead, he said passionately, I feel something, but we still need to continue fighting. Come on, fight another 100 games. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Banai appeared next to Xia like a snake and said slowly, I'll hit you in the head, get out, you loser. Huh? Shimi's eyes widened, and just as he was about to have a passionate argument with Xiao Banai, a big hand was placed on his shoulder and a hearty laugh rang out. Xia, you've already fought for several rounds, it's our turn now. That's right, I also want to experience the legendary realm. Subito appeared from the other side and said with a smile. Suddenly, a blade wind carrying a vast stream of water passed through the crowd, aiming at Kamiyama. Clang, Kamiyama drew his sword to block, but even though it was a wooden sword, it made a metallic sound. Giyu, it has to be you. No nonsense, all action. With the earth as their stage and the bright red clouds as their curtain, the two men moved back and forth like martial arts actors. Damn it, you dead-eye, expressionless man. Xiao Banai, who was the first to arrive at the battlefield, cursed loudly, then raised his knife to attack, but was pulled back by big brother Xingming. Don't disturb the practice, Namo Amitabha. The breeze blew across the green grass. In the shade of the trees in the distance, several ladies sat together, eating dessert. I miss it so much. When I first joined the Demon Slayer Corps, we also practiced here, Kanae murmured with the sunset reflected in her eyes. When? How come I don't know? Mitsuri said vaguely with a sakura cake in her mouth, looking confused. Mitsuri, we didn't know each other at that time, Kochou Shinobu reminded. That's right. At that time we were still learning from our master in Sagari Mountain. In the blink of an eye, it was already 10 years ago. Mikomo held a cup of hot tea with a smile on his face. When I looked up, I saw Yuling lying on a thick branch, staring into the distance in a trance. Hey, are you shy, little Ichiro? Mikomo teased. Even though he is really your master, we are all your brothers and sisters. Yes, would you like some sakuramochi? Hearing this, Yulang turned his head to the side and said proudly. I am not a child. I am only 5 or 6 years younger than you. Snort. Brother Tokito is only 14 years old, the youngest among all the pillars. After all, the average age of everyone is 20 years old, and even the eldest brother is almost 30. Advertisement in front of everyone, these two are indeed children. Ha ha ha, he really is a little Tsunere, just like Banai and Sane, Kochou Shinobu complained with a laugh. Really? So Banai-chan is a Tsunere? Mitsuri realized belatedly. Why, won't he kiss you first? Kanae asked with a gossipy look on her face. Mitsuri lowered her head, her face flushed, and she mumbled, unable to utter a word. Kissing and such, it's so embarrassing, so embarrassing. The girls started talking and chatting about love and gossip, and bursts of cheerful laughter could be heard from time to time. When it comes to the topic of love, Ichiro runs away at lightning speed. Come on, master, come on, Muichiro was like a living treasure, shouting for encouragement from the side. If you didn't know, you would think Kamiyama was in trouble. Ichiro appeared beside his brother, his face flushed, and words like, kiss, were still in his mind. Elder brother. The moment he turned his head, Muichiro was startled. Why are you blushing like this? It's the sun. But it's already sunset. Shut up. Oh, the fight continued, but Giyu was clearly outmatched by Kamiyama and was quickly defeated. It's my turn. Obanai rushed forward and a white snake shadow quietly emerged, seemingly leaving no chance for Kamiyama to breathe. After all, the entire Demon Slayer Corps only had this sandbag for sparring. The rest of the pillars finished their rest time and started practicing against each other. The daytime is the nightmare of the team members, while the evening is the carnival of the pillars. On the open grassland, the sword skills were like gorgeous rainbows, interweaving and colliding with each other. From a distance, they formed a beautiful picture. Who drew this picture? Of course it was Brother Huali. He stood on a mound with a canvas in front of him, a brush in one hand and a paint tray in the other. Gorgeous, so gorgeous, ha 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 ha. The jeweled necklace sparkled as Uzui Tengen added the final touch and strode towards the distant meadow. Boom, advertisement. There was a long explosion and Kamiyama's cursing voice was heard. Brother Huali, we agreed not to throw bombs. You be asterisk 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 D. Oops, I got the wrong one, don't mind it, don't talk nonsense, come and fight if you're a man. As the fight went on, only 2 people were left on the field. The Way of Heavenly Beings, Kamiyama and Himejima Kiyome. The 2 strongest members of the Demon Slayer Corps. The other pillars stood in the distance, staring intently, afraid of missing any details. Clang. The sound of swords echoed under the setting sun, and this time they were not wooden swords, but real weapons. Brother Ming, let's start. Xingming held the broad axe and meteor hammer in his hands and nodded. The war was about to begin, and if he wanted to become stronger, he had to let go. Don't be afraid of hurting me, Xingming shouted and swung the meteor hammer over. The mountain-like sense of oppression descended, and the onlookers couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. On the other hand, they couldn't detect any trace of Kamiyama. Often, the unknown is the most terrifying. Kamiyama's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye he appeared in front of Xingming. He slashed with a knife, and everyone's heart was lifted. Fortunately, the latter had trained his body to the extreme, had amazing reaction speed, and was able to block with his broad axe in time. After a while, the fight was over. Kamiyama put away his knife, waved his hands, and said with a wry smile. No, I can't bring myself to kill him. It's okay, I still gained something. Namo Amitabha. Xingming clasped his hands together and said with a smile. Gradually, the silver light overshadowed the red clouds and the night deepened. Everyone who needs to rest rests, and those who need to patrol, and a day of hard exercise ends. The Demon Slayer Corps during this period is like a group of energetic young people, full of motivation every day. Whether it is endurance, flexibility or sword skills, the swordsmen are steadily improving. And through repeated battles with Kamiyama, the pillars gain new insights into the highest realm every day. Everything is moving in the best direction until the final battle. No one will let up. Chapter 243. I have an unreasonable request. No, you don't need to do that. I don't agree, we're here. The teacup in Kamiyama's hand shattered, his tone was agitated, and he stared at Yubayashiki Kagaya intently. Just now, the latter told him the plan of using himself as bait. Really, if you want to inject the drug into Muzan, Ms. Tamayo is an important part, but you need a bait to divert attention. Kagaya smiled and tried his best to soothe Kamiyama's heart. You are not needed for that. You are the lord and you have to command everyone. There is a way to deal with the medicine. I just need to hold Muzan back. I have the ability to do it, trust me. Kamiyama realized that he was too excited and softened his tone. Hearing this, Kagaya was stunned for a moment, a sincere smile appeared on his sick face, and he slowly raised his fist. Seeing this, Kamiyama raised his fist and touched it. I trust you. There's no need to use yourself as bait. Kagaya sighed imperceptibly. He knew Kamiyama would not agree, but he was the main combat force against Muzan, so he had to discuss things with him. Tisk, you shouldn't have such thoughts, it's so stupid. Kamiyama returned to his usual playful appearance. In his transparent state, he could feel that the other party had not lied to him. The previous topic was too serious, so Kagaya had to change the subject and asked. How's the training going? Very good. In the past half-month, the swordsmen have made great progress. Everyone has worked very hard. It turns out that half a month has passed. A gleam of light flashed in Kagaya's eyes. The training camp started just like yesterday. I just don't know how long such peaceful days can last. I'm too weak to accompany you, it doesn't matter. All you have to do is live well. Kamiyama teased, with a hint of resentment in his words. I won't use myself as bait. I'm totally giving up on that plan, seriously. Kagaya was very good at observing people's expressions and immediately emphasized it. I didn't say anything else. Kamiyama curled his lips and complained. Ha ha ha, whatever you want. Oh, right, the specific strategy. Well, listen to me. The two chatted for the whole afternoon, and in the blink of an eye, it was dark. After Kamiyama finished his meal, he walked towards the gate happily, but Yubayashiki Imane called him. Thank you so much for convincing Kagaya. No one wants Kagaya to die, especially Yubayashiki Imane. In the eyes of others, Yubayashiki Kagaya is an understanding and extremely good leader. He is the best leader in the history of the Demon Slayer Corps. Advertisement, but in Imane's eyes, he was just her husband, an ordinary person. She could accompany her husband to death, but she didn't want her husband to die. The only one who could persuade Yubayashiki Kagaya at the moment was Tendo Kamiyama. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? Stop it. Kamiyama flashed and supported Yubayashiki Imane, who was about to kneel down. I can't watch my friend die, this is what I have to do. Leaving behind a word, he left the Lord's mansion. The clean moonlight shines on the path, and at the junction of light and shadow, a figure quietly emerges. Hey, isn't this a coward bro? Kamiyama complained in his usual mean way. Logically, Yushiro should have responded with a fiercer counterattack, but he just said expressionlessly. The medicine is ready. Master Tamayo wants you to come over. Yushiro hid in the shadows. No one could see the endless sadness in his eyes. He could only try his best to calm himself down. That's right, Tamayo, like Yubayashiki Kagaya, intends to use himself as bait. Or maybe she was just seeking death, and everything she did was to kill Kibutsuji Muzan. For hundreds of years, she has always lived in the past, that tragic tragedy. Yushiro knew everything. He had always suppressed his love for Tamayo. He could die for Tamayo, but he could not accept her death. Kamiyama couldn't see it, but he could feel the deep sorrow, so deep that the moonlight seemed much colder. A man and a ghost, one in front and one behind, strolled in the bamboo forest, just like usual, but different from before. Suddenly, Yushiro stopped, but didn't dare to turn around, because he knew that what he asked was too much. That might only make things more difficult for Kamiyama. After hesitating for a long time, he turned around and knelt down with a thud. What do you want to do? Don't be so polite. Kamiyama picked up Yushiro and said calmly, if you have something to say, just say it. I have a humble request. Yushiro lowered his head and spoke slowly, if possible, can you save Tamayo-sama's life? He still kept his head down. He knew how much pressure Kamiyama would feel facing Muzan, but he didn't have many friends. Not only that, he only had one. The only friend he can rely on at critical moments is this human being who usually quarrels with him. Able. Kamiyama said firmly. Advertisement, sorry to trouble you. Yushiro's heart trembled. He didn't expect this guy to agree without hesitation. Guilt, happiness, warmth. At this moment, his mood was extremely complicated. Hey, don't act like Tamayo is dead, it's annoying. Kamiyama slapped Yushiro and cursed. A hole, don't curse Lady Tamayo. Yushiro shouted out reflexively. Ha ha ha, it feels good. Let's go, coward. Kamiyama laughed and walked forward with big strides. A beam of moonlight pierced straight into the bamboo forest and stopped between a man and a ghost. You be asterisk 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 D. I'm not a coward. Yushiro cursed as he passed through the moonlight, his mouth curled up, and he muttered, thinking of the first time they met. This guy is still the same as before. Having friends like this is enough for my life. What are you mumbling about? Kamiyama looked back and asked. None of your business. You just knelt down before me, so I am your godfather. Ye your mother. After a short bickering, they arrived at the deep mansion where Tamayo had been waiting for a long time. In the living room, one person and two ghosts sat together, with a small black leather box in the middle. Really, this is the potion that turns you into a human. You can open it. I couldn't believe it was made. As for the specific effects, there is no time to verify it. Of course, if we use it directly on Miss Nezuko, we can draw more accurate experimental conclusions. That way I'll know if there's anything that needs improvement. The transformation potion is a cure for Nezuko, but it is a poison for Muzan. This is my guarantee as a doctor with hundreds of years of experience. Tamayo pushed the box in front of Kamiyama and motioned him to open it. Then let me take a look. Kamiyama took a deep breath, unfastened the buckle, and slowly lifted the lid of the leather box. Under the soft light, 3 potions came into view. Advertisement Chapter 244. The medicine takes effect, a moment of leisure. Under the soft light, the 3 syringes reflected a bloody halo. A wisteria flower was engraved on one of the syringes, which also showed its difference. The one with the wisteria flower engraved on it is poison, prepared for Muzan. Tamayo saw Kamiyama's confusion and explained. Should we go find Nezuko tomorrow or now? Kamiyama asked with a slight smile. It would probably be hard to find another person with Tamayo's medical skills. What's more, he already knew that the medicine wouldn't go wrong, so there was nothing to worry about. Let's do it tomorrow. I heard that you have been training recently. It must be very hard. Let everyone rest more. Tamayo said in a soft tone, with tenderness between his brows. On behalf of everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps, I want to thank Dr. Tamayo. Kamiyama stood up, bowed deeply, and spoke solemnly. We help each other with only one goal, which is to kill Muzan. When mentioning Muzan, the tenderness on Tamayo's face was replaced by endless anger, and her voice was trembling. The next day, Butterfly House, private ward. There were only 4 people in the room, the patient, Nezuko, the doctor, Tamayo, and the assistant, Tanjiro and Kamiyama. Tanjiro, are you sure you want to give Nezuko the medicine? Tamayo looked at Tanjiro, less gentle and elegant and more serious. I believe in Ms. Tamayo. I believe in Nezuko. She can definitely turn back into a human. All this journey has been for this moment. Nezuko, you mean? The sunlight shone through the glass window, illuminating only half of the ward. Nezuko was sitting in the sunlight. When she heard her brother's voice, she suddenly raised her head and smiled warmer than the sunlight. Brother, I want to change back and live happily with everyone. Okay. Tamayo picked up a syringe, her heart beating faster, because Nezuko was both a patient and an experimental subject. She was confident in her pharmacology, but still afraid of the unknown. Gently pushing the piston of the syringe, a drop of light red medicine slipped out of the needle. Tamayo took a deep breath, and inserted the needle into Nezuko's artery. Ghosts' bodies are different from humans, and arterial injection can show the effect of drugs the fastest. Nezuko, do you feel any discomfort? Tamayo asked while pulling out the needle. No, I just feel dizzy and want to. Before she could finish, Nezuko fell down. The bulging blood vessels under her pale skin looked like cracks in lava, which was shocking. Nezuko. Tanjiro rushed over, and the moment he held his sister's hand, it felt like he was holding a red-hot iron, very hot. Soon, Nezuko's pale skin turned red like a boiled crab, and her breathing became rapid. Tamayo frowned. She knew that the potion was taking effect. Next, I need to observe you closely. Please go out. Tamayo regained her composure. She pulled over a chair and sat in the shadow beside the bed. Advertisement. By the way, let Shinobu or Kanae keep an eye on this place. Okay, if something goes wrong, remember to call us. Ms. Tamayo, I'll leave my sister in your care. Tanjiro bowed deeply, his eyes red and his voice trembling. The two pushed the door open and left. The Kamado family had been waiting outside. Tanjiro, how is your sister? Kamado Aoi asked anxiously. How's my sister? Brother, are you crying? Brother, facing the concern and worry of his family, Tanjiro quickly adjusted his attitude, smiled warmly, and said. Ms. Tamayo said that Nezuko will definitely be able to change back, but we just need to wait for the medicine to take effect. Mom, hurry up and go to headquarters number 3 with everyone. After chatting for a while, the Kamado family reluctantly said goodbye. The war is imminent, and in recent days, non-combat personnel have been evacuating from headquarters number 2. Today is the deadline because the evacuation is basically complete. No one knows when the ghosts will attack, so everything must be prepared in advance. In the ward, Tamayo stared at Nezuko intently, silently taking note of her symptoms and changes. The golden light gradually faded from the room, and the silver moonlight fell on Nezuko's profile. Her brows were furrowed, as if she was struggling with something. Butterfly House roof. Kamiyama lay there alone, looking up at the starry sky, with the chirping of insects in his ears and the faint scent of wisteria in the air. Everything is so comfortable, beautiful and nostalgic. Suddenly, a playful and cute smile blocked the stars in the sky. Kochou Shinobu smiled dimples and asked, "What are you doing?" Seeing this, Kamiyama raised his hand, gently pinched the other person's soft face, and said with a smile, "Look at the stars." Looking at the stars again, Kochou Shinobu lay down beside Kamiyama, looked up, and said with some nostalgia, "The first time I went to Momoyama, we also watched the stars on the roof with you. But the stars are not as beautiful as you." Kamiyama suddenly turned his head and put his arms around Kochou Shinobu. "I won't look at the stars when you were here." Smooth talk. Kochou Shinobu lectured lovingly. No, I really mean it." Kamiyama smiled even more and said humorously, "Can you go to number 3? I don't want you to." Advertisement. He changed the subject quickly, but with an index finger on his lips, Kochou Shinobu said softly, "I understand, but whether we live or die, we are together. I can't let you face it alone, don't talk about that again." After that, she withdrew her index finger and kissed Kamiyama on the lips. "I see." A breeze blew by, ruffling the 3,000 black hairs, and the hair fell on Kamiyama's face, carrying the scent of wisteria flowers. Before they knew it, the two fell asleep in each other's arms. The summer breeze is not cold, and the night is like a warm bed. This night is particularly peaceful, a moment of leisure, very comfortable. The dawn light fell, illuminating the profiles of the two people. Kochou Shinobu slowly opened his lavender eyes and snuggled into Kamiyama's arms again. "I don't know who covered the two of them with a blanket. Come to think of it, probably only my sister would do something like this. Brother Gen, it worked, Miss Tamayo's medicine worked. Ha 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 ha. Nezuko can finally turn back into a human." Tanjiro rushed out of the ward yelling, and if Kanzaki Aoi had not already evacuated, he would have been scolded. Kamiyama woke up suddenly. He had never slept so soundly. It seems not bad to see the lover as soon as you open your eyes. Woke up. Did you hear that? Shinobu and Shin smiled at each other and sat up together. Tanjiro happened to see this scene. "Brother Gen, Sister Shinobu, why did you two get on the roof?" "Oh, by the way, Ms. Tamayo's medicine." Before Tanjiro could finish, Kamiyama scratched his ears and said with a smile, "Your voice is as loud as a pig's, I know. Congratulations, it was all worth it." Just as he finished speaking, a flash of lightning flashed across the yard and Zenitsu's perverted laughter rang out. "Nezuko, here I come." Chapter 245. The decisive battle begins with an explosion. Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Looking from afar, the night was dark and the entire Demon Slayer Corps headquarters was shrouded in a layer of mist. The star-like orange-yellow halos are mixed in the mist, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. Clatter, the black chess piece fell on the chessboard, making a crisp sound. In the huge mansion, there were only two people sitting opposite each other. Suddenly, footsteps were heard in the fog in the courtyard. The sound was so small that it was difficult for ordinary people to hear it unless they had strong perception. The white fog dispersed and gathered, and a man in a white suit walked out of the mist. His deathly pale skin was colder than 10,000 years of ice. His scarlet vertical pupils suddenly lit up, and the surrounding mist trembled violently. Two figures were reflected in those red eyes. A young man with a crimson high ponytail and a black-haired young man who looked sick. Clatter, the white piece landed, and Kamiyama slowly turned around, with a fierce murderous intent in his bright golden eyes. Muzan was stunned, and at that moment, he wanted to turn around and run away. The reason is naturally Kamiyama's outfit today. A red high ponytail, a yellow special Demon Slayer Corps uniform, a red haori, and sun earrings swaying in the wind. Looks like it, very much like it. Could this guy be the reincarnation of Yoriichi Sugakuni? No, absolutely not. Muzan immediately denied what he was thinking. He is not Sugikoku Yoriichi, he is Tendo Kamiyama. That's right, this suit was designed by Kamiyama specifically to disrupt Muzan's mind. It turns out that the effect is good, but compared to the seemingly unapproachable Yoshichi Sugakuni, Kamiyama has a more carefree look between his brows. You are such a boring person. Muzan calmed himself down and sneered. It scared you, didn't it? Coward, Kamiyama sneered and retorted. Muzan just stood in the yard without taking a step forward. After all, there might be a trap, so he had to be cautious. Kibutsuji Muzan. A soft voice sounded, in stark contrast to Muzan's bone-chilling coldness. Hearing this, Kamiyama turned sideways. He will witness. King versus king. After hundreds of years, the ancestor of the evil spirits and the lord of the Demon Slayer Corps met for the first time. Yubayashiki Kagaya was wearing a white suit and looked gentle and modest. Advertisement Muzan is also dressed in pure white, but behind it are mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It is a sin that cannot be washed away even in hell. Its white is bleeding. If you look closely, you'll find that the two leaders look 80% similar. Why aren't you dead yet? Muzan looked at Yubayashiki Kagaya with disgust and cursed. Facing the other party's vicious curse, Kagaya didn't care. He slowly spoke, no longer gentle, but questioned. Muzan, you and I are of the same origin. The curse of Yubayashiki originated from you. How many people have you killed? Aren't you ashamed? What do you regard human life as? Ashamed? Human life? What is that? Ridiculous. Muzan suddenly laughed, his eyes full of contempt, sarcasm and disdain. I am the immortal king. I am only one step away from becoming the most perfect creature in the world. As long as I eat that girl, what can the sun do to me? What does Yubayashiki's curse have to do with me? Those ants, just die, you think you can kill me? Madness. From the beginning to the end, Kibutsuji Muzan is the most selfish guy, who doesn't care about anything except itself. Haha, a mouse that can only hide in dark corners? A coward who was frightened by Sugikoku Yanechi. You are not a ghost king, nor are you a perfect creature who is only one step away from perfection. Kamiyama's words were like a knife, piercing into the deepest part of Muzan's heart quickly, accurately and ruthlessly. You're just a coward who's afraid of death, that's all. As soon as he finished speaking, Kamiyama raised his middle finger. Damn it, you're looking for death. Muzan roared in anger, veins bulging under his pale skin. It hates Sugikoku Yoriichi, hates that hair color, hates the sun earrings. Or perhaps, all these would remind it of how it had exploded into 1,800 pieces before escaping in a panic. Do you think you were Yoshichi Sugakuni? Muzan questioned. He wanted to use this to undermine Kamiyama's self-confidence. After all, as a fellow swordsman, especially a swordsman with great talent, wouldn't he be jealous of that guy? At least that's what Kokushibu did, it kept chasing the dead guy. Ha ha ha, I'm not, of course I'm not, I am who I am. Kamiyama, we can accomplish what he has not accomplished. Kamiyama raised his voice and uttered those ironclad words. Advertisement, kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a tube of blood from his arms and threw it aside. At the same time, the sound of a fuse being lit was heard underfoot. Kamiyama picked up Yubayashiki Kagaya, and a red gold lightning dispelled the fog and illuminated the entire villa. The tube of blood was still flying in the sky and it would take another second before it landed. On the other hand, Muzan's heartbeat quickened, and his red vertical pupils were filled with greed. It's that girl's blood, it's that girl's blood, it's my chance to overcome the sun. Ha ha ha. The next moment, Muzan turned into a white phantom and rushed into the courtyard. Trap? Explosives? None of this matters to it anymore? Boom, the explosion resounded through the sky. Everything was within Kamiyama's calculations. The fuse fell to the ground much faster than the tube of blood. The point where the blood fell to the ground was the center of the explosion. The raging flames shot up into the sky, engulfing the blood that was about to fall to the ground, leaving no residue behind. Ah! The heart-wrenching roar even drowned out the sound of the explosion. What could be more despairing to Muzan than missing the opportunity he had been pursuing for 1,000 years? The answer is, no, what it is seeking is right before its eyes, but only right before its eyes. Boom boom, the entire Demon Slayer Corps headquarters shook violently, as if there was an earthquake. The flames were like a raging dragon, devouring everything without mercy, and the dazzling light surged in all directions. At this moment, the night is as bright as day. Immediately afterwards, a huge, inky black mushroom cloud rose into the sky. With a deafening roar and billowing smoke, the Lord's mansion was razed to the ground in an instant, and in its place was a bottomless, charred pit. Wisps of black smoke billowed out of the pit from time to time, and the pungent smell of gunpowder filled the air. If someone stood in the sky and looked down, the charred hole would look more like a meteorite crater. In the center of the pitch-black pit, stood a skeleton covered in burnt flesh and blood. The charred bones turned white in the blink of an eye, and red blood vessels began to connect to each other. That was the ancestor of ghosts who was so arrogant just now and looked down on humans as if they were ants. But at this moment, it can no longer be described as miserable. The decisive battle between humans and demons. The curtain opens with an explosion. Chapter 246 Infinite City Match. Red gold lightning flashed across the sky. Kamiyama carried Yubayashiki Kagaya to a high slope, and Rengoku Makijiro was in charge of the response. Really, be safe. Looking at this younger generation who can hold up the whole sky, Makijiro gave instructions with a sincere gaze. Kamiyama turned and returned to the battlefield, and Yubayashiki Kagaya shouted, True, take care. For a tomorrow without ghosts. Wait for me to come back for tea. Kamiyama waved his hand and disappeared from their sight. My lord, let's go. Good. Fiery red fighting spirit ignited under Makijiro's feet, and he quickly moved away from the battlefield. In the charred pit, filled with smoke, Muzan's lower body had fully recovered and muscles had grown on his upper body. Suddenly, it felt a chill on its spine and quickly turned sideways. A swift lightning flashed past its eyes, and the scarlet red blade brought a scorching airwave. Tiandao Kamiyama, you damned B********************. D. Muzan roared, all the muscles in his body trembling, his rage soaring to the sky, and the materialized murderous intent enveloped Kamiyama. The next moment, the long sword tore through the murderous intent, and Kamiyama disappeared on the spot. Even Muzan was a little unsure of his position, but it didn't matter. 9 whips came out at the same time, whipping in 9 directions. The air vibrated and wailed, but Kamiyama appeared from the 10th position, above Muzan. Instantly, 8 more whips flew out from Muzan's legs, so fast that Kamiyama could barely see them clearly. There are a total of 17 whips, crisscrossing each other to form an impenetrable net. At this moment, Muzan's attention was all on Kamiyama, and he wanted to tear him apart completely. Because this guy shattered his own hopes with his own hands. Just then, a ghost hand pierced Muzan's chest. Kamiyama blocked all the whips with one move of Xuanwu. His growth really surprised Muzan. In a few years, this guy might really be able to catch up with Yoshichi Sugakuni. Unfortunately, that's not possible now. Muzan controlled the whip and fought with Kamiyama. While looking down, he said sarcastically. Tamayo, this is your revenge? Just to seek death without any pain. Its hatred for Tamayo is immeasurable. After all, he is one of the few who betrayed it. Without even a second thought, Muzan manipulated the cells in his body to absorb Tamayo's arm, and became even more excited when he noticed that the other party was resisting him. In less than a second, Tamayo's resistance failed. But what puzzled Muzan was that she smiled. Ha 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 ha. Muzan, I'm here for revenge. Advertisement. The means of revenge is to take you with me to death. I have prepared it for you. Tamayo laughed wildly, her long black hair scattered in the wind, tears of blood flowing from her eyes, no longer as dignified and elegant as before. Everything, in the end, turned into murderous intent, and those two words filled with endless hatred fell. Poison. This is a human transforming drug specially prepared for Muzan. Of course, it is impossible for Muzan to turn back into a human. It has 4 functions. The first one is to transform into a human. Muzan will definitely fight against the medicine and be able to delay time. The second is accelerated aging, which can make Muzan age 50 years in 1 minute. Third, prevent division, which is the experience Tamayo summarized based on the failure of Yoshikazu Sugakuni. Fourth, destroy cells by targeting Muzan's massive concentrated wisteria toxin. This potion is hidden in the flesh of Tamayo's arm. The reason why she desperately resists Muzan's cell assimilation is to make it relax its vigilance. As it turned out, Tamayo succeeded, but the price is that she will be killed by Muzan. Muzan sensed something was wrong and immediately cut off Tamayo's entire arm. Its chest was split open and its fangs were protruding, as if it wanted to chew Tamayo into pieces. Cough cough cough. It began to vomit blood in large quantities, instantly dyeing the surrounding charred ground red. Tamayo closed her eyes and waited for death. She still could not forgive her past self, the self who ate her own child. Life was like a revolving lantern, with thousands of figures appearing, and the picture in her mind was fixed on Yushiro. How could she not know what the other person felt, but she felt that she was not worthy. Yushiro, I'm sorry. At this critical moment, a dazzling sword light suddenly crossed the sky. At the same time, a huge flaming wing suddenly burst out from the Nichiren blades held tightly in Kamiyama's hand. The scorching flames of the blade cut through the pipe whips surrounding Kamiyama, forcing Muzan back with one blow. Ms. Tamayo, that guy begged me to save you on his knees. Remember, your past self is dead. Before he could finish his words, he picked up Tamayo and threw her far away. At the same time, Yushiro jumped from the edge of the pit and caught Tamayo steadily. Tamayo and he looked into each other's eyes. Tears were glistening in Yushiro's eyes, and everything was said without words. Cough cough cough. Damn it, you guys, cough cough. Kamiyama noticed that Muzan's breath was fading rapidly and the corners of his mouth curled up. At this moment, a figure as tall as a mountain blocked out the moon and descended from the sky with endless anger. Kibutsuji Muzan, be executed. Namo Amitaba, rock breathing type 1 serpentine bipolar. This is Himeji Makiyome. Just as he finished speaking, 12 figures rushed towards him from all directions of the pit at high speed. Advertisement, breathing of flame, 9 forms, Rengoku. Breathing of the wind 9 form Waituo Tientai wind. Flower breathing land type vortex peach, water breathing form 11 Nagi. Water breathing, pickup form, flowing, water breathing type 11 Taki. Snake breath form 5 long winding snake, breathing of love land style Nekazuki love wind. Breathing of sound, 5 shapes, overlapping strings. Kasumi's breathing 7s type Oboro, cloud breathing, type 8, mist hidden. Breath of insects dance of dragonflies hexagonal compound eyes. Breathing of Dao thunder form Kilin. The god of fire Kagura, the dragon of the halo, the head dance. Clang, 15 figures, 15 Nichiren blades. 15 hearts filled with anger, murder, and war. At this moment, various fighting spirits intertwined and permeated the sky. They condensed into a knife. A knife called Faith, across time, cut off the ears. For one goal only, to kill Kibutsuji Muzan, for a tomorrow without ghosts. Damn it, come on, it's still unknown who will die. Damn Demon Slayer Corps, damn Ghost Hunters, us. Clank, clank, clank. The clear sound of the pipa tore through the night and echoed in the mountains. There was a sudden light under Muzan's feet, and an ancient wooden door opened. It disappeared, and the voice was still echoing. See you in Infinite City. As soon as he finished speaking, 15 doors emitting orange-yellow light appeared at the same time. 15 swordsmen also disappeared with Muzan. But there was no panic, fear or surprise on their faces, only indelible murderous intent. The Infinite City match has begun. Chapter 247 Entering the Infinite City. Clang. The sound of the pipa fell from the sky, and Inosuke looked up blankly. There was a lunchbox in front of him and fried shrimp in his hand. His keen perception made his hair stand on end. He ate the fried shrimp in one bite and grasped the 2 swords beside him. The next moment, an orange light lit up from underground and a door opened on the ground. The breath of the evil spirit surged up, Inosuke's eyes lit up, he laughed, and jumped in on his own initiative. Under the ground, there are crisscrossing vermilion porches, which are all staggered up and down, left and right, and light shines out from every room. A pair of scarlet eyes opened, and Inosuke excitedly removed the gauze wrapped around the two swords, his eyes boiling with fighting spirit, and his voice shook the sky. Ha 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 ha, evil ghosts, I'm here, charge forward. Clang. The sound of the pipa came with the wind, startling the wisteria tree in the courtyard. A few petals fell slowly, and the dim light gave the flowers a layer of warm color. Kanao's skirt flew upside down and fell straight down. In her peripheral vision, she saw Daiwu, murmuring. Sisters, you're such a big brother, come on, I am coming. She continued to fall downwards as if she was weightless, and finally landed on a square platform of several square meters. The rooms around her opened up, and about a dozen ghosts surrounded her. As the door above my head gradually closed, through the lighted gap, I could vaguely see pink petals flying all over the sky. Clang. Zenitsu, who was still practicing with the sword, turned back suddenly. The crisp sound was too clear, like some kind of call. He straightened his clothes and finally, his eyes fell on the rocking chair in the yard. The old man's voice, appearance and smile seemed to be right in front of him. That time, he almost lost a family member. This time, he wants to avenge the old man. Grandpa, senior brother, I'm here. As soon as he finished speaking, the portal of the Infinite City opened, and Zenitsu stepped in, his body becoming weightless. There was endless darkness between the overlapping, endlessly intertwined red buildings. A cold murderous intent spread out from it, enveloping Zenitsu. In the past, he would have fainted from fear, but at this moment, his eyes were as sharp as torches, his goal was clear in his mind, his tone was even colder, and he cursed. You be asterisk 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 d kaigaku. Wait for your death, clang. Genya smiled when he heard the sound of the pipa. He glanced at the small leather bag on his waist, which contained 2 bottles of ghost blood and plenty of ammunition. This time, I will definitely fight alongside my brother. That be asterisk 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 d dad doesn't seem to be dead yet. Now that you've turned into a ghost, just wait for me to kill you myself. Advertisement. The red gate opened and Genya fell through. The alternation of dark and light was so blinding that he could not open his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, his brother was sitting opposite him. Shinazugawa Sanemi. Shimizu also saw his brother. The decisive battle was imminent, and life and death were unpredictable. Shimizu, who had been a proud and arrogant man all his life, rarely smiled and said, "Don't die." The Shinazugawa brothers landed together, and under their feet was a room that looked familiar to them. This was their former home, the one in the slums. Looking at the decoration of the room, Shimizu drew his sword and Genya drew his gun. The door above their heads slowly closed, clang. Next to the charred pit, Yushiro looked anxiously at the empty ground below with a look of disbelief. Everyone disappeared. Where did they go? It may be an underground world created independently by Muzan. Tamayo coughed lightly a few times, her tone weak. She hesitated again, and just as she was about to apologize, Yushiro put her index finger on her lips and shook her head. Tamayo-sama, no need to apologize, you're not wrong. I just don't want you to die. As soon as he finished speaking, the gate to Infinite City opened. Suddenly, Tamayo kissed her and their cold lips pressed together. The past you is dead. This was Kamiyama's advice to her, and also his last act of help to his brother. After spending 20 years together day and night, how could we not know each other's feelings? One is seeking death, the other follows life and death. But this is the third ending, living together. Yushiro pushed Tamayo away and fell into the dungeon alone. All his tenderness stopped on Tamayo and he confessed affectionately. Tamayo-sama, I love you, but I'm going to help my brother. Wait for me. The door was closed, and only this gentle sound reached Tamayo's ears. She returned to her usual elegance, placed her index finger on her white lips and nodded. I'm waiting for you. Clang, 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 advertisement. The sound of the pipa was still echoing in the mountains. One after another, swordsmen who were ready to go fell into the infinite castle. Following them in were all the crows from the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. The crows were like elves in the night, flapping their wings and flying high in the chaotic world of Scarlet. A square piece of paper with an eye pattern was pasted on the forehead of each crow. This is Yushiru's blood demon art, shared vision. Through the crow's eyes, one could see a pair of extremely determined eyes. His gaze fell on the white paper, and Yubayashiki Kagaya's hands moved. He was drawing a map. It was his responsibility as the Lord to lead the Demon Slayer Corps. Rengoku Makijiro was holding a knife, standing by while a retired employee took up his post. On the other side is Yubayashiki Amane and Kagaya's only son, Yubayashiki Kirya. Several people were in a wooden house not far from the headquarters, so this place would not be affected. Cough cough cough. Yubayashiki Kagaya coughed violently several times, which made the other 3 very worried. Kirya said, "Father, let me take over." Hearing this, Kagaya just rubbed his son's head, and his voice as warm as the spring breeze sounded. "It's okay, father will fight alongside them. In order to put an end to all this in our hands." For a tomorrow without ghosts, Kagaya's voice was weak, but so powerful. In the blink of an eye, he looked through the eyes of the crow and met a pair of bright golden eyes. Those are the eyes of Tendo Kamiyama. Through those eyes, he saw the chaotic castle that existed underground, and the owner of the castle. Kibutsuji Muzan. Muzan, Tanjiro roared, and his extremely angry voice echoed throughout the dungeon. Muzan, wait for death. Muzan, go to hell. Muzan, kill you. Several others fell with Muzan, while the rest were randomly teleported away. The people present stared at Muzan intently, their eyes looked like the devil from hell coming to claim his life. There are a few white strands among Muzan's black hair, and its skin is shriveled. It cannot take action now. It needs to find a place away from these ants to decompose the poison. The thought of poison made it hate Tamayo so much. The most hateful thing is that I couldn't kill her, all because of every man on the other side. Tiandao Kamiyama, I haven't lost yet, I can't lose. Hearing this, Kamiyama raised his middle finger, his eyes full of disdain, and sneered. No, you lose, Muzan. As soon as the words were spoken, the sound of a pipa began to play, and Muzan disappeared. Chapter 248. Fire Thunder God. One strike, one vermilion wooden door after another was stacked together to form a spiral building that was 10 meters high. The cold wind blowing in the darkness disturbed the boy's hair. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Heavy footsteps came from the top of the spiral, and the sound finally froze in the void. Zenitsu looked up with a serious expression, and was met with a pair of dark eyes. Two pairs of eyes clashed in the air, filled with murderous intent, and the temperature in this space dropped suddenly. Kaigaku, we meet again. Zenitsu spat out a few words coldly. He seemed like a different person, no longer the noisy and cowardly guy he usually was. Kaigaku stood on the edge of the gate, looking down like a lion, overlooking everything and looking down on everything. He sneered. The weak will always be the weak. It was a pity that I couldn't kill that old man that day. But if I kill you today, that damn old man will definitely be in pain. Idiot, do you think you can survive without Kamiyama here? Under normal circumstances, Zenitsu would have been angry. But now he has changed. Since the training began, he has not relaxed at all. Everything he did was for only one thing. Even without his senior brother, he could still vent his grandfather's anger. He took a deep breath, half bent down, and grasped the hilt of the knife at his waist. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, the air around Zenitsu vibrated slightly, and within a breath, the vibration became louder and louder. Golden arcs of electricity were like surging seawater, surging in all directions with him as the center. Hee. Useless struggle. Kaigaku snorted coldly, and the moment he drew his sword, a black lightning struck down, shaking the void. In the endless darkness, the howling of evil spirits could be heard. In the blink of an eye, black lightning permeated the blade, and the knife in its hand expanded rapidly. A 10-meter-long black lightning blade was condensed. Kaigaku took a step forward, and the door under his feet cracked inch by inch. A rift-like gap ran through the 10-meter-high platform. Bang, crash. The high platform made up of countless gates collapsed, and red wood chips fell everywhere. From a distance, it looked like a bloody rain. As it lost its fulcrum, Kaigaku fell into the void, and the black lightning blade covered the sky and swallowed up the light around it. At this moment, the world is as dark as an abyss. At this moment, a pair of golden eyes suddenly lit up, and the dancing lightning was like swimming fish, submitting to their master. The first zenith. Advertisement rumble. Thunder rumbled in this lightless world, and tiny cracks appeared at its corners. The next moment, Zenitsu drew his sword. The void shook and thunder rumbled. At the moment the sword was drawn, one could faintly hear the roar of a dragon. This is the swan song of Breath of Thunder, the fastest blade in hundreds of years, the ultimate in speed. Breathing of thunder forms 7 Fire Thunder God. The dark world shattered, brilliant lightning rose, and a strong sense of oppression enveloped Kaigaku, which screamed wildly in its heart. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could this be the breathing of thunder? I don't accept it. I don't accept it. It gritted its teeth and tried its best. The words, Shengwu, in its eyes were illuminated by the dazzling lightning. From a distance, a giant golden dragon engulfed the blood rain in the sky. The world is quiet. Zenitsu climbed to a place higher than the original platform, and a golden trail divided the space. Clang. He sheathed his sword and exhaled a breath of hot air. The haori on his back was still burning, like a pair of outstretched wings. The huge black lightning blade fell apart, Kaigaku's eyes became dull, and then its head separated from its body. There was no collision of lightning, no competition of sword skills, only a simple. Just one knife. Ah! Kaigaku let out a shrill scream, and his body fell into the bottomless void. At this point, the man and the ghost switched places. Zenitsu looked down at the B***************** D who wanted to kill his grandfather and died. Upper 5, Kaigaku, die. A selfish guy can never become strong without a strong heart. Even a crying coward can have his moments of power. You are nothing more than that. Zenitsu raised the corner of his mouth and spat into the void. However, his calves were already stained with blood, and Flying Thunder God put a much greater burden on his legs than Godspeed. Advertisement. He took out the $3,000 to save your life from his pocket and drank half of it. After resting for a while, he pushed open the door in front of him. Looking through countless disorderly doors, there is a slightly warm house. The dark green blade wind swept across the entire house, and more than a dozen evil spirits whose strength was comparable to that of the lower rank one were turned into ashes. Bang, bang, bang. Bursts of gunfire rang out behind Shimi, and black bullets flew through the air, piercing the bodies of the evil spirits, leaving bloody holes. Why are these guys never going to stop? Damn it. We must find someone to reunite with quickly. Shimi got angry and cursed loudly. Brother, I guess these guys are used to delay us. This is the home ground of the ghosts. Muzan is poisoned, and it will definitely take time to fight against the poison. Shia chopped off the flying evil spirit and asked, when did you become so smart? Genya. 1_1. Bang, brother, did you listen carefully to what Brother Gen said? He said that this situation was bound to happen. Unless we find the ghost that controls the infinite city, we will be in a passive position. Okay, got it? Shimi took a deep breath, his sharp eyes fell on the direction with the least evil spirits. He didn't plan to go through the door, but planned to force his way through the ceiling. The breath of wind, the form of wind, rises up into the dust cloud. Nichiren blades swung in a large circle from bottom to top, the spiral blade wind shattered the ceiling, and a streak of purple light fell. The room was suddenly dyed purple, and the Shinazugawa brothers frowned, feeling something was wrong. Brother, there's a problem. I see, this aura doesn't seem to be from where we first came in. As soon as he finished speaking, Genya pulled out a black gunpowder pellet from his bag, threw it into the distance and fired at the same time. The projectile collided with the gunpowder pellet, an explosion sounded, and a wall was directly destroyed. A large amount of dark purple light poured into the room. There seemed to be a wider space in the distance, and the two seemed to be trapped. When did you get the explosives? I asked Brother Tengen for it a couple of days ago. I didn't expect to use it. Everything exploded. Good. Genya threw 3 more gunpowder pellets, and he fired 3 times in quick succession, sending a heat wave through the entire house, blowing away the surrounding demons, but unfortunately not causing much damage. All of a sudden, the wooden house collapsed. Looking around, the crisscrossing buildings disappeared, and the dim lights also disappeared. There is only a purple world. Chapter 249. Battle between father and son. Roar, roar, roar. The shrill roar echoed in the dark purple space, like a demon from hell, making people shudder. Shia and Genya stood back to back, looking around with a wary look on their faces. Suddenly, the evil spirits surrounding the two of them seemed to have received some kind of summons and stood obediently on both sides. They were like a welcoming team, waiting for someone to come. Gurgle. The ground in the distance began to boil, a large amount of bubbles gushed out, and a figure slowly floated up. It was skinny, with circles of dark purple rings engraved on its pale skin, sparkling with light, and it was wearing black trousers and a white short coat. 2 black numbers were engraved in the dark purple eyes. Go up to the 4th floor. My sons, long time no see. Daikong spoke slowly, with a playful smile on his tense face. Why aren't you dead yet? You want me to do it myself? You are such an unfilial son. As soon as he finished speaking, Shia roared like thunder, and all the muscles in his body were trembling. Shinazugawa Kyogo, go to hell, you heinous B******************. I'm going to kill you, ha ha ha. You want to kill your father, you beast. Jakong widened his eyes and cursed. Haha, you are not worthy of being a father. You gamble or beat our mother all day long. Have you ever taken care of us? Shinazugawa Sanemi's veins bulged. Let alone his father, the guy in front of him was not even worthy of being a human being, otherwise he would not have turned into a demon. Tisk tisk tisk. Then go to hell. As soon as the words fell, a violent hurricane arrived in the blink of an eye, carrying a sharp murderous intent and heading straight for the neck. A flash of red bloomed in the dark green wind, and a red sword opened. Windmill-shaped lines crept up Shimi's face, and the markings opened. His hatred for his D father reached such a level. Block, a dark purple kitchen knife blocked the burning knife. Jakong was timid when facing Kamiyama, but he had an extraordinary talent for being a ghost and absorbed a large amount of Muzan's blood. Although he is good at running away, he still has some strength. At least he can hold his own against a pillar. The terrifying shockwave spread in all directions, directly destroying the mass-produced evil spirits around. Bang, advertisement, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet wrapped in blood demon magic brushed past Jakong's ear. Tisk, 2 unfilial sons. Lazy Kong disappeared in the blink of an eye. This space belonged to its territory, and it could predict attacks in advance. Genya has a scarlet vertical pupil on his forehead, and there are also eyes on his hands. This power belongs to the deadly Hyakumeki. The aura of the upper rank surged. He took a step forward, and instantly arrived, appearing next to Jakong. Go to hell. You be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** no breathing techniques, could not open the markings, and did not need a red blade. All he had was a strong body and pure strength. Jikong sneered and disappeared on the spot. The blade wind filled with red blood mist fell, and a gap appeared on the dark purple sphere. Below the gap is the outside world, a bottomless dark void. How deep the infinite city is beyond human power. Blood vampire magic can break blood vampire magic. This space is not in the building. Genya understood both of these things instantly. Just as Genya expected, from a distance, a dark purple ball with a diameter of 30 meters was suspended above the endless abyss. If the ball breaks, everything inside will go to hell. In order to build this sphere, a core is needed. In the Battle of Hana Street, Guutaro and Docky are the core. This time, it's centered around itself. This was its second-hand preparation. It also had people it had to kill with its own hands, and those were its two rebellious sons. For this purpose, Daikong set up this trap. It always thought that the family had abandoned it, so it was jealous and resentful of everyone in the family. But the fact is that it abandoned its family. Genya glanced into the distance and saw two figures moving back and forth, but in the end the dark green figure still dominated the dark purple figure. Those mass-produced evil spirits who tried to get close to the center of the battlefield died in an instant. Ahahaha, sure, you rebellious son. That's enough to kill you, a-hole. The ground shook violently, and dark purple lines connected to Jiakong's body. One benefit of having a space centered around it is that it can gain blessings. Boom boom boom. Advertisement. The sound of a heartbeat like an engine echoed throughout the space, and all the evil spirits in the space disappeared. The lazy space began to expand wildly, and the surging dark purple waves blew Shimi away. Ha ha ha, power, what a great feeling. At that moment just now, Jiakong absorbed at least 100 evil spirits, and its body expanded tenfold. A 10-meter tall muscular giant stood under the dark purple sky. Its aura is so strong. Shimi gripped the red knife tightly, glanced at Genya and said, I can feel it. Genya stared at the figure blocking out the sun in front of him and clenched his knife. He was not afraid, after all, he also had the strength to rival an upper rank. You two little bastards, go to hell. With a roar from Daikong, his clenched fist smashed down like a cannonball. In an instant, an incomparably powerful force gushed out from his fist, forming a sharp gust of wind. The fist wind whizzed past, and wherever it went, the air seemed to be ignited and made a series of deafening explosions. Even the surrounding space could not withstand this tremendous pressure and began to tremble violently, as if it would collapse and shatter at any time. At the same time, the two found that the space seemed to have become smaller. The distance between Langkong and them was shortened instantly, and the attack was unavoidable. Brother, I'll take it. In desperation, Genya took a step forward, scarlet blood surging, and it took the powerful punch with its ghost body. Under the powerful pressure, the skin cracked and blood gushed out. Collapse and repair, this is his current state. What was strange was that Daikong seemed to be sucked in and did not take the next step. This is its disadvantage. The price of gaining great power is that each attack requires a cooldown. Although he also has a ghost body, Genya has a pretty good recovery speed. Brother, it's now. Good. Dark green fighting spirit suddenly burst out from his body. In the blink of an eye, the entire space around him was dyed with this deep green, like a turquoise ocean. Breathing of wind ninth form Y2O Tiantai wind. Xia leapt up and slashed at Jiakong's neck with a destructive gale. He roared and poured all his strength into the blade. Just at this moment, the cooling ended, and Daikong raised his other fist and smashed it towards his own neck. In front of that giant fist, Shimi was as small as an ant. Even so, he did not choose to dodge. In front of the huge body, the light of the red knife was very faint, but extremely dazzling. Beast, I want you to die. Go to hell, you scumbag. Chapter 250. We are looking for the ghost who controls this city. Ha ha ha, die, die, you rebellious son. The wind from his fist whistled past, and the voice of Daikong was like a deadly evil ghost, following closely behind Shimi. It went into cooldown again, but it overwhelmed Genya with one punch, and one punch was enough to kill Xia. Even with the blessing of space, it can't last long in giant form. At this critical moment, Genya twisted his hips violently, and a blood capsule flew up. At the same time, he drank 2 tubes of Baimui's blood. He didn't know what would happen. But there was no time to think about what was gone. He opened his mouth and crushed the capsule. Gurgle. The muscles on the side of his face began to move, making a sound like boiling water, and his 2 scarlet eyes suddenly opened. Snap. The knife in Genya's hand shattered, and his muscles expanded again. The skin of his arms was covered with cracks, but his strength surged. The huge fist pressing on him was bounced away, and he exerted force with his legs, turning into a bloody meteor and rising from the ground. Rumble. The other fist did not crush Shimizu because Genya stood between the two. He turned into a bloody man and his body collapsed at an accelerated speed. Likewise, he gained strength to rival that of a giant. Brother, leave me alone. Just kill this B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Jiakong's arm tightly with his bloody arm. The man and the ghost were in a stalemate. The dark green hurricane roared past like a giant dragon, and Shimi, who burst out with all his strength, tore Shikong's neck apart. An extremely huge head suddenly fell from the hurricane. At the same time, Jiakong activated the blood ghost technique to save his life. The ability to survive beheading once a year. As the core collapsed, the dark purple spherical space began to shatter, and light rain fell from the sky. And Lazy Kong appeared at the teleportation point set in advance. Its physical strength was exhausted, but its goal was achieved. The Shinazugawa brothers are dead. The two brothers lay on the dark purple body that was falling continuously. Genya took a step forward and grabbed Shia's arm with tears in his eyes. He planned to throw his brother up there, and with his ghost body, he still had the power to do so. Brother, stay alive. Kill him. He was about to exert force, but was beaten to it by Shinazugawa Sanemi, who used all his strength to throw it hard and at the same time stuffed the Nichiren blades to his brother. You talk too much nonsense. In the endless void, the two brothers were one high and one low. The elder brother fell and the younger brother flew up. Genya, I recognize you. You idiot! Shinazugawa Sanemi raised his hand, trying to touch his brother's head, but he couldn't reach it. Brother! Genya cried out in agony, his nails digging into his flesh. Advertisement. The next moment, a weak Jiakong appeared in his sight, and Shimi was aiming at the lost one. Ah! Die, you beast! Genya was unrecognizable, and at this moment, he looked more like a ghost than a ghost. A shadow appeared behind him. It was Shimizu. At this moment, the two brothers were of one mind. No, 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 Lazy Kong couldn't even move. He had consumed too much energy and looked desperate. The red blade swept through the air, creating a full circle. Genya's beheading was successful. He knelt down in despair, crying loudly. Suddenly, Mitsuri's voice sounded, very gentle. Hey, don't cry, little Genya. Genya's crying stopped abruptly and she looked behind her in disbelief. Mitsuri threw out the soft Nichiren blades, and the blade hung down like a rope. As the blade trembled, she exerted force with both arms and pulled it upwards. Two figures fell onto the platform. It was Obanai and Sanea. That's great. The moment he saw his elder brother, Genya fainted. Shia stood up, walked to Jiakong, who only had half a head left, and kicked him away. Go to hell, you beast dad. Pooh. The fourth moon of the waxing moon, laziness, emptiness, death. Well, you are such a filial son, Xiao Banei complained. Shia bit off the medicine on his wrist and asked, why are you two here? Surely it wasn't to save you. We are looking for the ghost who controls this city, Mitsuri said with a smile. She pointed to the corridor not far away where Yushiro was leaning against the wall with his arms folded across his chest. Mr. Yushiro saw it in the crow's eye, so he saved you. Thank you. Shia bowed in Yushiro's direction. It's okay, it's just a piece of cake. Yushiro waved his hands with a calm tone. A crow flew from a distance and landed on Shimi's shoulder. It was his exclusive liaison, Xuanlai. It's Xuanlai. Miri rubbed its little head. Thanks, partner. Stop talking nonsense, we are partners, Xuanlai said unhappily. Advertisement. Oh, we have a temporary base, you can send little Genya there. We'll leave first. Let's go, Hedgehog Head. Mitsuri and Obana quickly disappeared at the end of the corridor. They had their mission, and it was a very important one. Shia picked up the knife, smiled and carried his brother on his back. This guy has grown up, he muttered softly, and then walked away from here. Xuanlai led the way in front, and Shimi followed closely behind. When passing by a big door, he sensed a murderous aura. The moment he grasped the knife, the door shattered and a headless evil ghost crashed into the wall of the corridor. A familiar figure rushed out. Hey, Shimizu, looks like they just had a big fight. Kamiyama greeted with a smile. True, Shia exclaimed, and then asked, what are you doing? Find Muzan. As soon as the words fell, Tanjiro's voice rang out. Brother Gen, why did you stop? I know someone. As soon as he said that, Tanjiro ran out of the room, and when he saw Shia and Genya, he smiled brightly. Great, you're alive too. Genya, is he okay? He should be fine, he just fainted due to exhaustion. Shia replied, we are going to the base, who is there? Mei's sister, Shinobu, Mikomo, and some of the injured. Kamiyama said with a smile, of course, if you arrive, I hope you can act as a guard. After all, you have already beheaded an upper rank, and Muzan's side doesn't have much fighting power left. Oh, by the way, who died? UB *********** D dad. Shimi got angry when he mentioned this guy and wished he could kill him again. I'm going to have a father-son battle, which will satisfy your wish. Kamiyama showed an awkward but polite smile. This infinite city fate matching mechanism can only be said to be worthy of Nikim. Be safe, you too. The same to you. After saying that, Shimi followed Xuanlai and left. Tanjiro looked at Kamiyama with a puzzled look and asked, Brother Shin, what is the father-son battle? The current upper string 4 is the biological father of the brothers. He is a completely selfish gambler. He deserves to die. He should go to hell and never be reborn. Hearing this, Tanjiro sighed and said, what a twist of fate. Chapter 251 I am your ancestor. It's right in front, hurry up. Black wings flew low over the sky, and Xuanlai raised his voice to remind them. I understand. Shimi nodded and couldn't help but speed up. He carried Genya on his back into the next corridor. Looking around, he saw a dark mass of mass-produced evil spirits, at least 100 of them. It was obvious that they were attracted by the smell of blood. The evil spirits pressed forward like a wave. A graceful figure blocked the door, and light pink blade winds shot out one after another. Shia recognized the figure at a glance. It was Kanae. He took a deep breath, and the dark green wind blades wrapped around his legs like armor. He kicked out and beheaded an evil ghost in the blink of an eye. This move is Shimi's unique skill, specially designed to deal with situations where a knife cannot be used. Shimizu, welcome back. Kanae's gentle voice sounded, but she sounded very tired. She naturally noticed her lover. Well, I'm back. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark green beam of light rose from the ground, and the strong airflow blew away the evil spirits around him. Shimi turned into a meteor and rushed through the wave of evil spirits in one go. He rushed into the temporary medical center, which was a closed room with empty space on 3 sides and only one entrance. Kochou Shinobu and Mikomo were bandaging the wounded, and Shinobu said nothing, put his brother down, drew his sword and rushed out of the room. The vermilion corridors crisscrossed like a maze, and two figures moved quickly in it. When passing by an open door, the Tokito brothers stopped. The decoration of the room is very simple and quaint, giving people a feeling of going back hundreds of years. In the very middle of the room, a ghost wearing a purple kimono sat cross-legged, its 6 eyes closed, and a suffocating aura filled the room. Kokushibu. Ichiro immediately drew his sword and muttered, Muichiru, we've won the prize. Brother, why'd I have a familiar feeling? Muichiru pulled out the knife and asked in confusion. After he said that, Yuichiro also had the same illusion. I have no idea. As soon as the words fell, 6 blood-red eyes suddenly opened, and the golden pupils sparkled. Kokushibu stared straight at the two brothers, feeling the same sense of intimacy. After a few seconds of staring at each other, he seemed to have thought of something, and his originally solemn aura subsided. You two go away and don't show up in front of me. This was not a warning but a dissuasion, a gentle dissuasion, and Kokushibu had never shown such an emotion to any human being. The Tokito brothers were just confused, but with the evil spirit in front of them, running away was a cowardly choice. Advertisement. Ichiro took a deep breath, and activated mist breathing, landform, and instant lotus. Light blue mist surge, one at the door and one in front of Kokushibu. In the blink of an eye, the lotus at the door shattered, and Ichiro appeared in front of the second lotus. Nichiren blades quickly dyed red, and he Dao fired. Breathing of mist 7th formed 12 mist shadows. One after another, Ichiro, formed by light blue mist, appeared in front of Kokushibu at the same time, and it was impossible to tell the real one from the fake one. Having succeeded, Yuichiro's mouth curled up and he laughed in his heart. The next moment, the smile on its face froze because Kokushibu moved. Clang, the sound of swords clashing echoed in the room, and Yuzhilong didn't even see the other person draw his sword. Breathing of the moon type 1 dark moon palace of night. A huge light golden slash came down, and countless crescent-shaped blades surrounded the slash. This blow was not intended to kill Yuzhilong, but it was enough to break one of his arms. At the critical moment, a white cloud flashed by, and Muichiru combined his 10 swords into one, breathing of clouds, landform, and disappearance of moonclouds, and the two of them clashed in an instant, cancelling out Kokushibu's slash. At the same time, he directly used his strongest sword skill, mist-breathing 7th form Oboro. When Kokushibu quickly turned the blade, Muichiru turned into a white cloud that filled the room. Then, his figure appeared behind Kokushibu. At the same time, blue lotus flowers bloomed on the land formed by white mist, mist-breathing type 8 mist hidden. The two brothers realized the seriousness of the matter. Upper Moon 1 was as strong as their master, so they had to go all out. One blue, one white, one in front, one behind. It is difficult to tell the real from the fake. Even so, Kokushibu remained calm and even commented. Not bad, they work well together, but they are too young. As soon as the words fell, it disappeared from the spot, and the two Tokito brothers' attacks missed. It appeared in front of Ichiro, who was in the mist-hidden state, and instantly swung the sword, and the moon-breathing landform Long Night Solitary Moon Infinite was activated. Buzz buzz buzz. The air let out a wailing of fear, and in just one breath, 100 swords were swung out. The blood-red blade winds wrapped around the golden crescent moons, like a dense net. At the moment of life and death, floating cloud patterns emerge and the patterns turn on. Even with the help of the stripes, Yuichiro barely managed to avoid the vital points. His body was covered with dozens of knife wounds of varying sizes, and blood gushed out, turning him into a bloody man. Elder brother. Advertisement. Muichiru roared and swooped down. Crimson cloud patterns emerged and white clouds fell like meteors, all slashing towards Kokushibu. Ding ding ding. A series of crisp sounds echoed in the room. Kokushibu held the knife in one hand, calmly blocking it, and turned around to slash with the knife. The powerful force directly knocked Muichiru away. He kicked out and a handleless knife shot out. Boom. After a dull thud, Muichiru was nailed to a distant pillar. The knife pierced his lung, restricting his breathing without endangering his life. Cough, cough, cough. Muichiru coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood and felt weak all over. A hole. The wounded Ichiro roared. Before he could swing his knife, Kokushibu hit him in the chest with the handle of the knife and then kicked him out. After this blow, Ichiro's eyes rolled back and he slammed hard into the wall in the distance. Less than 10 minutes from the start of the game, Kokushibu resolved the battle. He glanced at Muichiru and saw that he was still bleeding. He couldn't help but feel a little worried, so he walked slowly towards the pillar. Damn it! Stay away from him! You be asterisk 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 D. Yuichiro roared like crazy. He hurriedly drank a bottle of 3,000 life-saving drugs, then bit off the pill on his wrist. The drug took effect, but it would take time to heal. Kid, shut up, you can't talk to me like that, it's disrespectful to our ancestors. Kokushibu turned around and glared at Yuichiro, and said with a serious face. But it was stunned for a moment, because in the state of transparency, it found that the side effects of activating the stripes were actually being gradually offset, and the boy was recovering rapidly. Is this era already so advanced? Your recovery mechanism reminds me of someone? At this point, Kokushibu paused and said slowly, Tiandao Kamiyama. It had already walked in front of Muichiru, but the next second, Muichiru was dumbfounded. He saw with his own eyes a ghost feed the medicine to his brother, and also fed the pill on his wrist to his brother, and then tore off a corner of his clothes and wrapped it around the wound on his brother's chest. The upper one is saving people. How is this possible? Why would you do that? Facing Ichiro's doubts, Kokoshibu's deep voice rang out. Because I am your ancestor by blood. Chapter 252. This attack, the ultimate of the pig's sudden advance. After hearing Kokoshibu's explanation, Ichiro was confused. Ancestors? My ancestor was actually a ghost? Impossible, I don't believe it. It's up to you to believe it or not. This is the truth. Blood is thicker than water. I believe you have that feeling, too. For hundreds of years, I have felt a sense of familiarity with you. If I remember correctly, you two are descendants of the children I left behind hundreds of years ago. As soon as he finished speaking, Kokoshibu pulled out the handleless knife from Muichiru's chest, picked him up and threw him to Ichiro in the distance. You two, let's go. This is my final warning. Since you are my junior, I don't want to kill you. At the moment when Yuichiro caught his brother, the ceiling of the room shattered and a red meteor hammer fell down. The horrible aura caused the air to emit a series of sharp explosions. At the same time, Moon Breathing Form 5 Moon Soul Disaster Vortex was activated. This is the only defensive sword skill in Moon Breathing, and there is no need to draw the sword. Kokoshibu quickly turned his body, and the blood-red blade wind spread out with him as the center. In the blink of an eye, a ball was formed and directly bounced off the meteor hammer. The next moment, it swung its sword, and the Moon's Breathing Type 2 Juha Nong Yu was activated. The blood-colored blade wind blasted into the ceiling like a skyrocket. Boom! The ceiling shook violently and most of it collapsed, and Himejima Kiyome also fell down. His arms were covered with black rock patterns, and the pills on his wrists were gone, which showed that the patterns had been activated prematurely. Kokoshibu's eyes fixed, and he exclaimed in undisguised admiration. Human, your body is the strongest I have ever seen. Interesting. Thanks for the compliment, but please go to hell. Sheng Ming nodded, and then his body shot out like a cannonball, activating rock-breathing Rhyolite Type 4 Speed Conquest. He tightly grasped the chain, and the red meteor hammer and broad axe formed two turbulent and terrifying wheels, slamming towards Kokoshibu. At the same time, a winding azure dragon rushed out from the left side of the room. It was so fast that it arrived in the blink of an eye. Wherever the dragon flowed, it lifted up a large area of the floor. It is Sabito's unique skill, his 11th form, Taki. Two people? Kokoshibu's face was calm, still extremely confident, and he didn't take the two people seriously at all. Advertisement boom boom boom. There was a sudden sound of a violent heartbeat from Kokoshibu's sword, and then the ground beneath its feet cracked, and side blades emerged from both sides of the blade. Circles of red gold ripples spread out from Kokoshibu, and when viewed from above, it looked like a full moon stained with blood. The spirit of Shuku is gone, liberated, and full power is unleashed. Breathing of the Moon Form 8 Moon Dragon Tail is activated. Kokoshibu swung his sword in an instant, and a huge blade wind swept out like a dragon's tail. The originally light blood color turned into bright purple, and the swarming crescent blade wind turned blue. After a loud bang, Xingming and Sabito's attacks were completely disintegrated. Under the terrifying attack, the ground collapsed and the three of them fell 3 floors in a row. They came to an open hall, surrounded by vermilion pillars that stretched as far as the eye could see. Without waiting for Xingming to steady himself, Kokoshibu swung his sword, moon-breathing 7th form Evil Mirror Moon Reflection. 5 dark purple shockwaves flew close to the ground. They formed an unavoidable fan and flew out at great speed. Suddenly, more than a dozen black gunpowder balls appeared in the path of the shockwave. Under the friction of the blade wind, the smell of gunpowder exploded together. A black mushroom cloud several meters high rose up, shattering all shockwaves. Amid the billowing smoke, Uzui Tengen made a brilliant appearance, brandishing a golden broadsword and throwing a dozen gunpowder pellets as it rushed towards Kokoshibu. Breathing of the Moon 9th Moon Descent Lianmian was activated, and countless purple blade winds crisscrossed in the air. Before the gunpowder pellets could explode, they were split into fragments invisible to the naked eye and fell to the ground. No way, is this possible? Brother Huali exclaimed, but the sword energy net had already trapped him to death. Kokoshibu arrived in an instant and slashed down with his sword, directly cutting off one of Huali-ji's Nichiren blades. If Sabito hadn't supported him in time, he would have been cut in half. This guy is so strong, fighting with this guy is simply magnificent, ha 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 ha. Brother Huali laughed and took a few steps back. He narrowly missed Xingming's broad axe, steadied himself, and then chopped at him with a knife. The azure fighting spirit that erupted from Sabito dyed half the sky, and the 3 men, one in front, one behind, and one on the left, chopped down with all their might. At this moment, the ceiling changed color, light blue and white divided the place, and the Tokido brothers roared and fell from the sky. At this moment, Kokoshibu was surrounded by 5 enemies on all sides. Advertisement seen from a distance, the various fighting spirits flying all over the sky and interweaving with each other were like surging waves, overwhelming Kokoshibu with overwhelming force, and instantly submerged him completely. Even so, it remained calm and composed, holding the Shuku Shen tightly in both hands, and activated the moon's breathing, the 14th form, the fierce change, and the sky full of slender moon. In an instant, a dazzling purple vortex carrying countless blue crescents rushed to the surroundings. The attack was huge and overwhelming everything with unstoppable momentum. After a loud bang, the huge wave of fighting spirit that engulfed Kokushibu shattered, and light rain fell from the sky. The 5 people flew in all directions, and suddenly, a figure with light gray fighting spirit lingering all over the body entered. It was Inosuke, who had been hiding in the dark for a long time, waiting for this moment. The reason why Kokushibu didn't notice him, besides being held back by 5 people, was also because of a trick Kamiyama taught him during training. Even though he couldn't reach the level of transparency, Zuzu could still hide his fighting spirit for a short period of time. With this strike, the red blade's patterns are fully revealed. This attack was Hashibira Inosuke's full effort. This attack is the ultimate of the pig's rapid advance. This attack is filled with the evil demon slayer's killing faith. Zuzu's speed reached the fastest speed in his life. The originally solid ground under his feet was shaking violently, accompanied by a terrifying roar, and the impact force tore a ravine. Countless scarlet wood chips poured down like a rainstorm, and the pig seemed to be walking under a rain of blood. The people in the distance only saw a light gray afterimage. This knife took advantage of Lei Hu's strengths. Breath of the Beast hybrid Fang Flash. Combining extreme speed and ferocious burst, within a few tenths of a second, Inosuke felt like his lungs were about to explode. Kokushibu, who had just been surrounded by 5 people, was half a beat slower, and his sword strike missed. Except for facing Yoriichi Sugikuni and his god-like younger brother, Kokushibu was defeated by others in terms of speed for the first time in his life. Zuzu's 2 swords had already cut into Kokushibu's neck, and victory was in sight. The other 5 who had recovered also rushed forward. At this moment, the strongest swordsman since the Warring States period, except for Yoriichi Sugumi and Kamiyama Tendo, was fighting against 6 pillar-level fighters alone and finally fell into a disadvantage. Is it going to lose? Chapter 253 The Moon Chasing the Sun? Inosuke's Nichiren blades were already halfway into Kokushibu's neck, when suddenly, the sound of golden swords rang out, and black and gold blades emerged from Kokushibu's body. The eye on the blade suddenly opened, and in order to save its life, it used the blood ghost technique for the first time, and the ghost eye on the blade released a mental shock. Inosuke's eyes were dull and he stopped what he was doing. Kokushibu seized the opportunity and deflected the red sword. The wound on its neck healed quickly, leaving only a red scar with a burning sensation. Moon breathing type 16 Moon Rainbow Solitary Moon is activated. A blinding light burst forth, and Kokushibu swung his sword with all his might. Bright purple enveloped the space, and blue crescents wove into a large net. Hundreds of huge blade winds descended from the sky, like falling meteorites, creating ripples, and the surrounding red pillars collapsed one after another. The pig closest to Kokushibu just came to his senses and turned into a bloody man, with warm blood dyeing a large area red. Death was imminent. The huge blade almost blinded his eyes, and he had no chance to fight back. Suddenly, a tall figure pushed Zuzu away. It was Himejima Kiyome. As the recognized big brother in the Demon Slayer Corps, he couldn't bear to watch the young man who almost ended the battle die. Death loomed over Xingming, but he had no regrets. At this moment, it is as calm and reassuring as the breathing of the rock. The next moment, a hint of warmth emerged from the cold chill, and Himejima Kiyome's body trembled. He felt the ultimate realm that Kamiyama talked about. The state of transparency. At this moment, in his eyes, the world seemed to stand still. Xingming's reaction speed reached its limit, and the effect of his extreme physical body was fully demonstrated at this moment. The broad axe and meteor hammer crossed together to block the fatal blow. Kokushibu's sword fell completely, like a blow that destroyed the world. The ground was covered with sword marks. There was no intact place within a radius of 1 kilometer. Sabito and Uzui Tengen had knife wounds all over their bodies, but luckily they were far away and were not hurt. The Tokido brothers, who were already seriously injured, fell down and fainted. The fierce battle entered a short half-time break. Kokushibu looked at the sword in his hand with disbelief. He was a proud swordsman and had sworn that he would never be defeated by anyone who used a sword. This was the venomous oath it swore after its defeat by Sugumi Yoriichi. In order to chase the sun in the sky, it gave up its family, abandoned its wife and children, and even gave up its identity as a human being. All of this is done to pursue his younger brother, Yoriichi Sugikuni. This unique moon has never failed since the sun set. But today, in order to survive, it threw away its pride. No, I didn't lose. Advertisement, I won't lose. Except for Sugikoku Yoriichi, I have never lost to anyone. Kokushibu roared like crazy, his hair disheveled, his clothes torn, and he still held his knife tightly. It's a swordsman. You are all going to die. As soon as the words were spoken, murderous intent enveloped the entire place. Breath of the moon type 16 Moon Rainbow Lonely Moon. Without waiting for Kokushibu to swing his sword, Xingming took a step forward. He stepped heavily on the chain and activated rock-breathing second form Sky Shatter. A red meteor streaked across the sky and hit the hollow god with a clang, interrupting his sword skills. After all, Kokushibu was in a state of confusion. Xingming quickly threw out the broad axe and took back the meteor hammer. His condition was better than ever, and the meteor hammer and the broad axe fell alternately. Each blow was like a mountain falling down on one's head, leaving deep holes on the ground one after another. Kokushibu muttered to himself as he dodged, "No, no, I can't hide." As he muttered to himself, his 6 eyes lit up, and the cold breath was like 10,000-year-old ice, which made Xingming's back chill. He swung his sword in an instant, using the moon's breathing pickup type piercing the face Luo Yu. In an instant, 3 crescent-shaped bright purple blade winds swept out and surrounded Xingming like a meat grinder. At the same time, more than a dozen gunpowder balls flew out from behind Xingming, and Hualiji's voice rang out. Look down. Hearing this, Xingming lowered his head and used rock breathing form 3 skin of rock body. The traces of the broad axe and meteor hammer formed an absolute territory. The next moment, a golden broadsword flew past the area, brushing past all the projectiles at the same time. At this moment, Danwen happened to come in front of Kokushibu. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions sounded, a small mushroom cloud rose, and Kokushibu bled from all 7 orifices. In the billowing black smoke, Sabito suddenly rushed out, a water dragon hovering in the air, and slashed down fiercely. This sword was focused on one point, and its target was Kokushibu's sword. Snap! After the crisp sound, the crying god disappeared. Kokushibu was holding the half-cut sword and was about to chop it down when Inosuke in the distance raised his hand and threw out the Nichiren blades. In the blink of an eye, the rapidly spinning double swords cut off one of Kokushibu's arms. This is the explosive throw and split slash that Zuzu thought of on the spur of the moment. Advertisement Sabito seized the opportunity and swung his knife at Kokushibu's neck. Blades emerged from his body like mushrooms after rain, and the mental attack was launched. Sabito took the attack hard, which was his purpose in the first place. At the same time, Hamejima Kiyome leapt up, his tall body blocking out the sun, and smashed Kokushibu's other arm with a meteor hammer. The broad axe fell, delivering a fatal blow. Moon-breathing Type 5 Moon Soul Disaster Vortex is activated, Kokushibu spins itself, and a light golden blade wind spins, blocking the broad axe of the descending Ming. In an instant, a figure jumped up, stepping on Xingming's back, holding Hualiji's golden sword tightly in his hand. It's Pig. Explosives are a cover, Sabito is a cover, and even Xingming, which seems to be a killer move, is a cover. The real killer move has always been the pig that can temporarily block the fighting spirit. Come on, Piggy, chop him away from me in a spectacular way. Pig-headed boy, I leave it to you, Namo Amitaba. Inosuke, hello. Wali Jie, Xingming and Sabito were shouting wildly in their hearts. At this moment, the world is silent. At this moment, there was only the crisp sound of the blade cutting through the air. The 6 people's best efforts were all combined into one sword. Inosuke stepped on his senior's shoulder, and the golden sword drew a perfect arc in the air. Kokushibu's world is turned upside down and he is decapitated. Ha ha ha, I beheaded the upper rank one. I am the strongest, ah ha ha ha. Piglet's hearty laughter echoed in this broken world. Xingming held the triumphantly shouting Zuzu in one hand and the drowsy Sabito in the other, and quickly retreated to Hualiji's side. Kokushibu's pupils gradually became dilated. He looked at the 4 bloody men in the distance with disbelief and muttered. Did I lose? At this moment, it was in a trance and saw a figure walking out from behind the 4 people. The man had a crimson high ponytail and was wearing a red haori with a golden lining. He stood there like a son. Chapter 254 Obsession. This is Kokushibu's obsession, the figure he wants to pursue throughout his life. Can't lose. I can't lose yet, I absolutely can't lose. Its head turned to ashes, but its body did not fall down. As the flesh of the cut squirmed, an ugly spider head grew out. Kokushibu broke through the limit, and its aura became stronger. It was so difficult to behead this guy even once. Now that the upper moon one has returned, who is far beyond his prime, he will be invincible. Why aren't you dead? Damn it, the pig, who had been so happy just a moment ago, protested loudly. 6 crimson eyes stared at the 4 people, and they felt a chill down their spines. Kokushibu has surpassed his heyday, but they have consumed too much physical energy and even their striped state cannot be maintained for long. It moved, and the god of void made a humming sound, and several giant crescent-shaped blades appeared. Breathing of the moon type 16 moon rainbow solitary moon is activated. A giant bright purple blade wind fell from the sky like a towering tree, with countless blue blade winds engulfing it. Rumble. The earth trembled, the air made bursts of wailing, and the breath of destruction surged in like a surging wave. A series of clanging sounds echoed in the empty corridor. As the blade wind disappeared into nothingness, Brother Huali crashed into the wall behind him and fell unconscious on the spot. Sabito was half kneeling on the ground, his body covered with obvious wounds. Hamejima Kiyome spat out a large mouthful of blood, and protected the pig behind him. He clutched the bloodstained chain and said, Inosuke, run, get support, and make sure to get this message out. Damn it, impossible. No, I will never leave. Inosuke's veins bulged as he gripped the golden sword tightly. Kokushibu walked towards the 2 of them step by step, dominating them. At this moment, it is the strongest swordsman. Suddenly, there was a sound of a knife cutting through the air behind it. Clang, it waved its hand casually, and the flying Nichiren blades turned into fragments all over the sky. Ichiro's hoarse and weak voice sounded, and his words were full of sarcasm. Ancestor, are you worthy of being my ancestor? Advertisement? Look at you, a monster. You don't look like a swordsman at all. You have abandoned the swordsman's heart. These were what Ichiro really meant, and he had wanted to say them since the beginning of the fight. If there was such an ancestor, he disagreed. Hearing this, Kokushibu froze. The flying debris was like mirrors, reflecting its ugly face. Is this still me? Kokushibu muttered, its hand holding the knife shaking. Is this the stance of a samurai? Is this really what I want? Yoriichi, tell me, it roared, with a look of disbelief on its face. Sniff sniff. Several fragments of the Nichiren blades pierced into Kokoshibu's body, first causing tiny nicks, then cracks that spread out in all directions, and its body was crumbling. In a trance, the scene in its eyes changed. In the empty yard, there was a kid with a ponytail practicing swordplay. He was full of energy. That kid was Sugikuni Michikatsu. Not far away, there was a dull and silly-looking child, staring at Iwakatsu intently. He was Iwakatsu's twin brother, Sugikuni Yoriichi. Brother, is your dream to become the strongest warrior in this country? A childish voice sounded, but with the most sincere emotion. Yan Sheng was stunned to hear his brother speak so fluently and almost forgot to breathe. Because his younger brother had never spoken since he was a child, everyone thought he was mute. Yes, I must become the strongest warrior, he replied with a smile. Then I also want to be a samurai. Since my brother wants to be the strongest, then I will be the second strongest. Yoriichi smiled brightly, then took out a bamboo flute from his arms. This bamboo flute was made by Yan Sheng himself a few years ago. He once said, if someone bullies you, blow the flute and your brother will come to protect you. But according to family rules, Yenyi will be sent to the temple soon. Twins are an ominous symbol in this era, especially those born with spotted spots. But gradually, Yenyi's amazing talents were revealed, and his father, the clan leader, began to think of changing the heir. The identities of the two brothers were reversed, and Yansheng, who had always felt sorry for his younger brother, became the pitfall one. Later, his mother passed away. After saying goodbye to his brother, Yenyi went to the temple alone and said that he would cherish the flute his brother gave him. Even if the flute has become a broken flute that can only play out-of-tune music. Advertisement. As time passed, Yansheng lived a stable life for more than 10 years. He got married and had children. He lived a leisurely and boring life every day. He felt that the passage of time became slow. But this peace was broken. When he was camping in the wild one day, he was attacked by ghosts, and the time that had been stagnant started moving. The missing Yenyi appeared, killed the ghost and saved Yansheng. Moreover, Yenyi's swordsmanship has reached the pinnacle. The moment he saw his brother, Iwakatsu's original calmness was completely destroyed, and his internal organs were once again burning with jealousy and hatred. Later on, the fire of jealousy grew stronger and stronger. Sugikuni Michikatsu abandoned everything, became the strongest upper rank, and became Kokoshibu. The last time the two brothers met was 60 years later. Yuichiro, who was in his 80s, still had the strength at his peak and almost killed his brother with a single sword. But human life is limited after all, and he died. The enraged Kokoshibu cut his brother's body in half, and the flute that the elder brother had given to his younger brother when they were 5 years old was also cut into pieces. A tattered flute, Yuan Yi treasures it for a lifetime. At this moment, Kokoshibu burst into tears. The strongest ghost hunter is gone, but Kokoshibu's desire to not lose to anyone and his determination to win have become stronger. Clang, the hollow crying god fell down, and the sound of golden swords broke the deathly silence, and Kokoshibu suddenly came back to his senses. Most of its body has disappeared. A lament was heard. Why was I born into this world? Tell me, Yoriichi. After saying this, Kokoshibu completely turned into ashes, and it left one more word for its descendants. My name is Sugikuni Michikatsu. Junior, please take good care of those 2 bamboo flutes for me. The torn clothes fell to the ground and 2 pieces of bamboo flute rolled out. The younger brother has been wearing this flute for his entire life, and the older brother has also been wearing it for his entire life. The moon chasing the sun has set. The moon is unique, so why trap yourself? Upper Moon 1, Kokoshibu, Death. The brothers Yuichiro and Muichiru supported each other and staggered to the relics, and each picked up a piece of the flute. This the ancestor finally went to hell. Yuzhilong said unhappily. Yes, our ancestor made a mistake and must go to hell. But this flute must have been given to him by someone he cherishes. You idiot, who knows about this matter that happened hundreds of years ago? Ha ha ha, that's right. They are of the same blood and are twins, but they have completely different destinies. Chapter 255, Map completed, Fight for control, cough cough cough. Yubayashiki Kagaya coughed violently, and warm blood splashed, staining the map in front of him red. Connecting hundreds of crows for a long time was a very exhausting task. Father, let me take over. Kirya's eyes were red and he hurriedly supported his father. He couldn't bear to see his father like this. Amane handed over a bottle of Save Your Life $3,000. Kagaya took it tremblingly and drank it in one gulp. He gently wiped the blood off the map with a smile on his face. I see everyone's efforts. They're very capable. How can I back down? From now on, this city will be controlled by the Demon Slayer Corps. As soon as he finished speaking, through the eyes of the crow, he saw the shadow of a huge white snake winding forward. Wherever the giant snake passed, evil spirits were killed. Mitsuri stood beside Yushiro, looking around vigilantly. Suddenly, she and Obanai's crows cried out together, and then flew in the same direction together. Xiao Bane, I guess the Lord knows where the guy who controls this city is. Good. You lead the way, and we'll sprint forward with all our might. As soon as the voice fell, Xiao Bane came to Yushiro and squatted down, saying, Yushiro, I'll carry you, or you won't be able to keep up. Yeah. Yushiro didn't act pretentiously, after all, what he said was the truth. Looking around, there were hundreds of evil spirits blocking the way ahead. Mitsuri took a deep breath, and the cherry-colored fighting spirit rose from the ground like a fountain, and the pink light lit up the entire space. Breath of Love 5-type swaying love ran claws. In the blink of an eye, a pink corridor was violently created, with Xiao Banei following closely behind. The two of them instantly passed through the wave of evil spirits. Roar, roar, roar. The roar echoed in their ears, and the two men turned into one or two shooting stars and quickly shook off the pursuers. Suddenly, dozens of evil spirits emerged from both sides of the corridor. At the same time, crows flew out from the gap and more than a dozen swordsmen rushed out. They stood between Obanai and the three in the army of evil spirits, and rushed forward without looking back. Snake Pillar Sama, Love Pillar Sama, leave this to us. Go, for a tomorrow without ghosts. We may not be as good as the pillars, but we are definitely not cowards. Brothers, charge. In the narrow corridor, inspiring shouts echoed, and every swordsman was working hard, regardless of who was better. Faith transcends life and death, everything is just for a future without ghosts. The two did not look back, as that would only be a waste of time. All they could do was move forward, forward, and forward again. Advertisement. He went through numerous obstacles, smashed hundreds of doors, and killed hundreds of evil spirits. Snap. The last vermilion door split in two, and Obanai and Mitsuri stood side by side on a platform. The dim light was falling, and when I looked up, I saw a woman holding a pippa sitting on a high platform of several square meters. Nikim, the hub of the infinite city, finally exposed to the demon slayer core. Clang. The clear and ethereal sound of a pippa rang out, and the floor beneath their feet turned into an open door. But having suffered a loss once, they will not be stumped by the same problem a second time. Obana and Mitsuri jumped on the edge of the gate. After all, the sound of the pippa was the triggering condition. If they mastered this rule, it would not be difficult to avoid it. Clank, clank, clank. A series of pippa sounds rang out, and dozens of doors opened at the same time. They covered the sky and the earth, covering them like a big net. An evil spirit fell from the gate above and was beheaded in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the world turned upside down, and only Obana and Mitsuri moved forward unswervingly. They were getting closer and closer to Nikim. No difficulty can stop them. In this lively melody, the two of them are like excellent dancers, performing a dance performance of speed and magnificence. Ah! Yushiro, who was lying on Xiao Banai's back, felt dizzy and almost fainted. Seeing that she couldn't stop it, Nikim had to change the melody. The next moment, the ground beneath her opened up. Seeing this, Obanai immediately threw Yushiro over. Mitsuri's Nichiren blades entangled the door hinge nearby. She used Obanai as a foothold and also jumped high, shouting awkwardly. Mr. Yushiro, I'm sorry. Yushiro. Then, Mitsuri kicked Yushiro in the back, causing the latter's speed to increase fivefold. Ah! I'm going to die. Yushiro yelled and rushed towards Nikim, who was about to play the biwa when a Nichiren blades flew over and pierced the biwa. In the distance, Xiao Banei gave her the middle finger. Then, Yushiro and Nikim fell into the cave's gate together. Obana and Mitsuri rushed over, the latter's face flushed red as she kept apologizing. Advertisement, sorry, there's nothing we can do about it. Please do forgive me, Mr. Yushiro, I was wrong. Yushiro ignored the two of them and hurriedly adjusted the direction of the falling body. He was on top and Nikim was on the bottom. They were in the same straight line. It's a pity that his speed still can't keep up. In desperation, Xiao Banei picked up a chair that had fallen from somewhere and threw it down with all his strength as if he was throwing a shot put. The chair hit Yushiro, giving him an acceleration. Before Nikim could create the next biwa, Yushiro thrust his hands into her temples. At this moment, it felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. With Nikim as the battlefield, Yushiro and Muzan's cells engage in a fierce battle. Boom, the two ghosts fell to the ground, and the sound of their fall sounded the clarion call for this silent confrontation. Nikim let out a miserable roar, his whole body shaking. Yushiro's blood vessels bulged and he was also suffering from excruciating pain. Scarlet bloodlines climbed up his arms like spider webs. Soon, the bloodline rushed up to the upper arm, but under Yushiro's suppression, the bloodline retreated. At the same time, in a remote corridor, Kamiyama and Tanjiro were still searching for Muzan's voice when a scream broke the silent atmosphere. Brother Gen, what is this? Tanjiro was startled by the shrill roar. Yushiro must have succeeded. It seems they are quite close to us. Just then, a figure covered in blood ran out from the corner. The moment he saw that person, Tanjiro's eyes lit up. It's Kanao. Brother, Tanjiro. Kanao smiled slightly. When she passed by the two of them, she looked at Tanjiro and whispered softly, be careful. Good. After that, she shouted behind her, front, safe, the medical team keeps moving forward. Then, several swordsmen rushed out. They carried the wounded on their backs or on homemade stretchers. The injured players are Inosuke, Wali Jie, Muichiru, Ichiro, Sabito and Xing Ming. The moment he saw the two, Inosuke boasted loudly while coughing up blood. I, cough, chopped, cough, chopped off the upper rank one, ha 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 ha, cough ha. Chapter 256. Still water. Let's go back to the moment when Muichiru met Ichiro and their ancestors. At this moment, another fateful encounter took place in a narrow corridor. The dim light cut out two figures, and hearty laughter echoed in the corridor. Kyojuro held the knife in one hand, staring at the scene in front of him, and said, "Akaza, we meet again. Kyojuro, long time no see." Akaza crossed his arms over his chest, the corners of his mouth raised. It stretched out its right hand and made a final invitation, its tone sincere and its eyes full of admiration for Kyojuro. "Would you consider turning into a ghost? No need to think, no need to hesitate, the answer is still the same as when we first met." "I refuse." As soon as the words came out, the blazing long sword was unsheathed, and the red color visibly permeated the blade. The orange-red flame passed over Kyojuru's side face, leaving behind dancing flames and stripes. He swallowed the pill. "Ha ha ha ha." Akaza laughed loudly, took a step forward, and the destruction-killing needle unfolded. An ice-blue 12-pointed snowflake centered on it quietly bloomed like a gorgeous firework. Woo 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 woo. The air around made a harsh whimper, vibrating, crying, and roaring. The vermilion building was peeled off piece by piece and was slowly lifted up by two powerful fighting auras. Two beams of light shone in from the top, and the space suddenly became clear. It was several hundred meters square, with crooked doors and windows all around. Looking up, there was deep darkness, like a night sky without stars. Kyojuro and Akaza are in the center of the stage, and to the far right of the man and the ghost stands a confused figure, who is obviously Tomioka Giyu, who doesn't know why the surrounding buildings are floating. The floating vermilion sawdust fell as if weightless. The next moment, the sawdust all over the sky started to burn. A roaring tiger opened its huge mouth and pounced on Akaza. At the same time, Giyu moved, and the water dragon hovering above his head opened its red vertical pupils. It was the red sword. The blue dragon, the red tiger, the dragon and the tiger, accompanied by each other, their intertwined fighting spirit occupied most of the stage. Seeing this, Akaza grinned. The more powerful people there were, the more excited it was. When the dragon and the tiger were almost in front of it, it moved. Destruction Kill Ghost Core 8 Core is activated. In the eyes of Kyojuro and Giyu, Akaza disappeared, replaced by 12 ice blue afterimages. Unknowingly, the compass needle had spread to the feet of the two. Those 12 figures are the brightest stars in the night sky. Advertisement: the stars shine, and 12 become one. The dragon and the tiger suddenly shattered, red and blue light rain drifted, and the empty stage became like a dream in the blink of an eye. Akaza did not hold back at all, this was the highest respect in its heart. Kyojuro and Giyu were exposed to the twinkling stars. They were like insignificant existences among the stars, about to be wiped out. Tick-tock. Such a crisp sound appeared without any warning, and blue ripples appeared on the pitch-black curtain. Water-breathing form 11 Nagi. The twinkling stars are hidden in the water, and the ripples stop at the darkness. Everything returned to calm. On the originally gorgeous stage, only Akaza was left. What an interesting sword technique, good, very good. You two are worthy enough to be my opponents. I, Akaza, recognize you. The compass needle quickly gathered under its feet, and an excited sound rang out, like the echo of an empty valley, lasting for a long time. Suddenly, a rose-colored flame jumped out from under the black curtain. 2, 3. A hot breath poured out with the flames, as if Rengoku's hellfire was gushing out. A giant rose-colored dragon hovered up, and its golden vertical pupils slowly opened. A huge wave rose up on the calm water surface, and with a click, the disappeared breath returned. Boundless flames enveloped Kyojuro, and rose-colored flames gushed out. He became stronger and infinitely close to that realm. The sword technique named after it is the culmination of the skills of successive heads of the Rengoku family. Breathing of Flame 9 type Rengoku. In an instant, a giant rose-colored dragon swooped down, and Kyojuro seemed to merge into it. Giyu followed closely behind. He twisted at high speed, water-breathing 10 form flowing. In the blink of an eye, he had already turned 100 times. This was his limit and also unique in the Shui Hu lineage. The water dragon and the fire dragon were entangled together, and white mist rose up. Under this false starry sky, move forward courageously. On the other hand, Akaza had already retracted the Luo needle into his body, and the 12-pointed snowflake mark was branded all over his body. His short pink hair was dancing wildly. An extremely destructive aura was brewing in his body, and he performed the most basic movement, horse stance. Destruction Kill Final Style Blue and Silver Random Light. Advertisement: in an instant, balls of light shot out. They were all incandescent in color and surrounded by an ice blue halo. Looking from afar, Akaza created a real sky full of stars. The terrifying pressure caused the space to tremble wildly. Hundreds of light balls were like dragon locking chains, trapping the giant water and fire dragon. Boom 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 boom. A series of explosions sounded, and platforms within a radius of several hundred meters collapsed instantly. Doors and windows were rearranged to form a strange ground. Akaza landed safely, and two blood-stained figures fell from midair. Above the black hole-like curtain, the explosion is still continuing. At this moment, the sky brightened. The moment Kyojuro and Giyu landed, two silver lotus flowers bloomed beneath their feet. The two of them were like being hit by a technique called immobilization, which was a move that Akaza learned during his battle with Kamiyama. Destroy, kill, Lujun, change, and fall in silver. He could have used it at the very beginning, but he didn't. he liked strong people, and only by defeating his opponent with the strongest move could he be worthy of killing his opponent. Once upon a time, even if he used his strongest moves, he still lost to Kamiyama. But this time, it won. It turns out, it got stronger. Akaza locked onto Giyu, and in a flash, it appeared in front of the latter. Destruction and killing mode activated. Kyojuro was the first human it had admired, and it wasn't like it wanted to be the first to kill him. Even when facing death, Giyu remained calm, as if he was not panicking even when facing a catastrophe. He and Sabito took different paths belonging to water, one was as quiet as still water, the other was surging. Giyu followed this path to the end, but before the fist fell, Akaza heard the soft and affectionate female voice again in his mind. Kamaji ni-san. Ever since he broke through the boundaries of ghosts, this voice has appeared frequently. It was during this moment of distraction that Giyu swung his sword and broke free from Luoyin's restraints. At this moment, he implemented his own way. At this moment, he broke through his limits. At this moment, he stepped into that realm, transparent. Chapter 257, The Legacy of Rengoku, Kamaji's Story. The azure fighting spirit around Giyu disappeared, and the light spots around him seemed to calm down along with him. The red blade passed by, and the red light brushed past Akaza's neck. It came to its senses and quickly distanced itself from Giyu, and Kyojuro also untied itself. Both he and Giyu were confused, because they both clearly felt that Akaza was distracted just now. Get on it. As soon as the words came out, Giyu flashed, followed by Kyojuro. As the sword slashed down, Akaza punched out, and ice blue energy poured out, deflecting Giyu's sword. Without waiting for Kyojoro's knife to fall, Akaza turned around and kicked out several times in a row, destroying the killing kick-style flying star thousand wheels. The ice blue light spot was like a drifting star. Kyojuro couldn't determine where the light would land, it all happened in an instant, and the tiny light that should have pierced his chest landed on his head instead. Suddenly, a deep blue water wheel turned between the man and the ghost, blocking the attack. At the same time, the rose-colored flames suddenly erupted, like a long dormant volcano erupting, and a scorching heatwave exploded. A line of fire as bright as a star passed straight through the water wheel, and the blade left a naked wound on Akaza's chest. The burning sensation suddenly stimulated its nerves, and the girl's gentle voice sounded again. Brother Kamaji, I. The voice was unclear, Akaza's brain stopped working, tears flowed uncontrollably, and his body became stiff as before. Giyu seized the opportunity and burst out with all his strength, slashing the red blade into Akaza's neck. In an instant, the compass needles automatically contracted, which was a completely instinctive reaction. Two Blood Demon arts were activated at the same time. Blood Demon Art Needle modified Silver Falling, Destruction Kill Final Style Blue and Silver Random Light. Its bright golden eyes were imprinted with icy blue snowflakes, and Giyu's knife seemed to be sucked in, unable to cut in at all. At this moment, the world stopped. In the starless night floated tiny 12-pointed snowflakes, which grew brighter and brighter. Akaza's two Blood Demon arts merged into one. Destruction Kill Combination Final Style Starfall Afterglow Flash. Bright snowflakes floated up, and then turned into dazzling balls of light, falling at high speed. They were silver all over, with a circle of cyan cross-shaped halos around them. An empty space, three figures in a stalemate, a dark curtain, and falling light rain. All of these things make up the grand stage, performing the magnificent epic. Go! Kyojuro pushed Giyu away, because only Giyu, who was in the state of transparency, could dodge this move, and both of them couldn't die here. Advertisement. The moment he pushed Giyu away, his blood began to boil, and figures appeared behind him. The figures lined up in a row, the one closest to Kyojuro was Rengoku and then his grandfather. These people all have common features, flaming hair, bright eyes and a hearty smile that can be seen at a glance. Kyojuro, you are my pride, Xiao Xingzi, let grandpa see you. Junior, you have done a great job so far, you shall live up to the name of Rengoku. Kid, you did a great job. The belief passed down from generation to generation and the smile as bright as the sun are integrated into each figure. The figures turned into golden dots of light all over the sky, floating into the Nichiren blades bit by bit, and the fiery power poured into Kyojoro's body. Rengoku is a lineage, and one life is passed down from one person to another. The belief that has united the family for more than 100 years has reached its peak in this generation. Kyojoro's breath suddenly disappeared, and Akaza, who had come to his senses, grinned. His opponent, in this life and death situation, took that step. This afterlife is grand. The pinnacle of martial arts blossomed and bore fruit in this generation. How fortunate I am to witness the birth of two insightful swordsmen at the same time. This life is enough. At this moment, Akaza was in a trance, and it always felt that something was missing in its heart. What is the purpose of becoming stronger, brother Kamaji? I love you. The tender voice fell in the sky full of stars, and on the shining screen, Akaza saw the girl. She had her hair tied up, wore a light blue square kimono, had a beautiful smile and a tender look in her eyes. Lien Shui, I'm sorry. Akaza burst into tears, surprising Kyojuro. He burst out with all his strength and swung his sword towards the sky. The blade drew a sun and melted the snow. Akaza pulled the Nichiren blades out from around his neck, then kneeled down, holding his head. Giyu caught the knife, stood side by side with Kyojuro, and said subconsciously, congratulations. Akaza, what is this? Have no idea. Advertisement. Never seen it before. It looked very strange for the two men and the ghost to just stay like that. The originally grand stage turned into a man's crying. Kyojuro and Giyu didn't know whether they should take advantage of the situation. Because the two of them noticed that Akaza's aura had changed, and all the murderous intent had disappeared. Instead, there is endless regret and sadness. After a moment, Akaza stood up. There was light in his eyes, and he remembered the meaning of becoming stronger, which was not to kill, but protect. Over the past few hundred years, he has long forgotten his original intention. He once said to Lien Shui, I will become stronger than anyone else and protect you forever. You too, would you like to hear about my past? Right now, Akaza can't find anyone else. Hearing this, the two were stunned for a moment, but still nodded. Thank you. This thank you made Kyojuro and Giyu confirm that Akaza was dead and that the person in front of them was someone else. My name is Kamaji, that's my name when I was a human. Kamaji told the story with a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. He was born in the Edo period, which was not a good time, at least not for ordinary people. When he was born, he had a mouth full of pointed teeth, which was an ominous sign, so people called him the son of the devil. When he was 11 years old, Kamaji's relatives died one after another, leaving only his seriously ill father. This further confirmed the suspicions of the people in the town that he was unlucky and had killed his family. He didn't believe in fate, and because of his extraordinary physical fitness and crazy training, even adults couldn't beat him. Even so, he only suffered countless contempts and discrimination. Although everyone thought he was ominous, his father alone did not think so. His father was a gentle man. But his family was too poor to buy medicine, and they didn't have the money to hire a symbol of disaster. In desperation, Kamaji could only steal things in exchange for money to buy medicine for his seriously ill father. A hemp rope always breaks at the thinnest part, and misfortune always strikes upon the unfortunate. At the age of 15, after Kamaji was beaten with 100 sticks that would have made a grown man faint, he heard bad news from his neighbors. His father committed suicide. It turned out that the father was very sad about his son's continuous criminal behavior, and at the same time believed that it was his serious illness that dragged his son down. In order to allow his son to be a good person and start over, he chose to end it this way. Not long after, Kamaji was exiled and began to live a wandering life. But fate is always unpredictable, and Kamaji's fate took a turn. Chapter 258 Decisive Battle. Kamaji was wandering around, and one day, he beat up 7 thugs who were looking for trouble. A teenager beat 7 adults so badly that they had no chance to fight back. Little did he know that this move was seen by Qingzang, who was passing by. He could see at a glance the other party's talent in martial arts. So, when Qingzang went to persuade Kamaji, who was about to kill, he was scolded by the other party for meddling in other people's business. Such a young child should not be allowed to degenerate like this, Qingzang thought. He demonstrated his strength by beating up Kamaji and then taking him back to his Soryu dojo. After arriving at the dojo, Kamaji discovered that he was the only disciple who was brought back by force in the entire dojo. In response, the master said with a wry smile, because he had no special skills, he had caused his wife and daughter to suffer a lot in the past. His wife even committed suicide by drowning not long ago. Keizo's daughter is named Koyuki, and like Kamaji's father, she suffers from an illness and is weak. Kamaji became a disciple without knowing what was going on, and the master asked him to help take care of his daughter, but he refused. The reason was, as a prisoner, he was not worthy of taking care of his master's daughter. Seeing this, Qingzang patted the boy's shoulder and said with a smile, I have already dealt with you as a sinner, no problem. Just like that, Kamaji met the person destined for his life. Lien Shui, a sickly but extremely gentle and considerate girl, never minded Kamaji's identity and even treated him as a brother. Kamaji also did not think that the sick Koyuki was a burden and took care of her day after day. In the Suryu dojo, you can always see people of the same age playing around everywhere. One day, Lien Shui asked with guilt, Brother Kamaji, you should go outside to get some fresh air occasionally. It must be painful to stay with me, a patient, and not be able to go out into the world, right? For Koyuki, she thought that she was the one who deprived Kamaji of his freedom. Hearing this, Kamaji said nonchalantly, It doesn't matter, it's enough for me to take care of you, and that's enough for me to be happy and satisfied. For Kamaji, his master gave him a home, and this sister is also very good. Hearing Kamaji's answer, Lien Shui's face flushed. Girls mature earlier than boys, and this is probably the case when it comes to love and the innocence of youth. Why, do you have a fever again? Kamaji frowned and put his hand on Liangzu's forehead as usual, which resulted in the latter's face getting redder and heat starting to come out of her head. Of course, when it comes to love, Kamaji has 6 out of 7 senses open, but nothing is clear. Good times are like a small boat, moving slowly in the river of time. The life of 3 people is simple and happy. Of course, there were happier times. At a fireworks display, Kamaji carried Runshui on his back to watch the fireworks in order to fulfill her wish to go out. Under the brilliant fireworks, Lien Shui plucked up the courage and confessed her love. Kamaji realized it later, and then realized his own emotions, and promised with a serious face. I will definitely become stronger than anyone else and protect you forever. Advertisement. Of course, Qingzang wholeheartedly supports this marriage. What could be more suitable than a child he himself would raise? Definitely not. He also decided that after they got married, he would pass the dojo to Kamaji and take care of his grandchildren himself. A few days later, in order to inform his father in heaven of the good news of his upcoming marriage, Kamaji returned to Edo on the eve of his wedding to visit his father's grave. Little did they know, tragedy struck. The dojo next door coveted the large Pisu Ryu dojo which had only one disciple, so they poisoned the well and killed Qingzang and Lianshui. After Kamaji came back, he learned the truth and was furious. He went alone and killed more than 100 people in the dojo with his fists and kicks. Muzan happened to pass by and heard about the murder. As a human, Kamaji killed so many damned people, and Muzan admired him very much. He forced Kamaji to become a ghost and erased his memory. Since then, Komaharu died. In pursuit of the strongest upper rank 3, Akaza is born. After saying this, tears flowed from Akaza's eyes, and this cold body regained its temperature. He bowed and said, "Kyojuru, Giyu, let me atone for my sins." As soon as these words were spoken, the two were stunned and then rushed out. 2 gentle knife lights flashed, and Akaza succeeded in his death wish. "My name is Kamaji, thank you very much, both of you." Kyojuru and Giyu were speechless for a long time. They didn't know how to face this guy. The obsession disappeared, and Akaza, no, Kamaji slowly turned into ashes. Upper Moon 2, Akaza, has come to an end. In a trance, Kamaji saw that figure again, and the voice was so real. Lian Shui threw herself into his arms, smiling and crying, with all the tenderness in the world blended into her words. "Husband, welcome home." When Akaza was killed, Kokushibu also died. At this point, the only one left under Muzan is Nikim, who is being fought for control by Yushiro. Under the orange candlelight, Yushiro was covered in cold sweat, and his blood vessels were bulging, especially in his arms, which were blue and red, with countless bloodlines fighting each other. As the blue bloodline gradually took over the battlefield, he finally won the confrontation. At the same time, the Pippa took shape, and Yushiro suddenly opened his lavender vertical pupils. A gust of wind blew by, and Nikim's single eye glowed purple. Clang! The Vermilion Gate was standing up, and inside the gate, Obanai and Mitsuri were very surprised. Then, Mitsuri cheered excitedly, "Mr. Yushiro, you are so amazing. Shut up and stop making noise." Yushiro was sweating profusely, obviously under a great pressure. Advertisement clanked, clanked, clanked. The ethereal sound of the Pippa echoed throughout the infinite city, and all the mass-produced evil spirits disappeared into nothingness together. This battle between humans and ghosts has entered its most intense stage, but the attack and defense are alien. Clang. A door with a faint glow appeared in front of Kamiyama and Tanjiro. The two smiled at each other and said in unison, "Kibutsuji Muzan, checkmate." Clang. The crisp sound of the Nichiren blades was particularly loud and clear as they rushed into the gate one after another. Crunch. There was a sound of friction between the door hinges and the wooden door, and the vermilion door slowly closed. Kamiyama and Tanjiro came to a tightly closed door. A foul odor hit their noses. Tanjiro frowned and stared at the door in front of him. In the dim room, a constantly beating cocoon stood in the center of the room. It was made of flesh and blood, and its surface was covered with throbbing blood vessels. These blood vessels were densely packed, like a big net. Inside the blood cocoon was Muzan, who was still decomposing the poison. It underestimated the strength of the Demon Slayer Corps, and in less than 2 hours, all of its upper-rank soldiers were killed. But it has not yet completely digested the poison, but there is no time, it has just learned that Nikim is under control. This also means that this infinite city is not under its control. For Muzan, anything that is not under control is a threat. But there is nothing it can do, it can only break out of the cocoon in advance. Puff! A pale hand pierced the blood cocoon, and sticky blood flowed out. The crack became bigger, revealing a frowning face, and purple blood vessels floated on the surface of the pale skin. Even though he still looks young, he exudes an air of old age. His head full of white hair is proof of this. Even though only 2 hours had passed, Muzan had aged more than 6,000 years, and the effects of the drug were still continuing. Damn it! Muzan cursed angrily. Except for the time when he faced Tsugaru Yoshichi, he had never been so embarrassed. As soon as the words came out, the door was cut off by the sword. 1 ghost and 2 people, 3 pairs of eyes looked at each other. Muzan, I'm here to kill you. Muzan, go to hell. It's you who deserve to die. 3 voices rang out at the same time, and voices filled with endless anger stirred in this criss-crossing infinite city. Chapter 259. Before dawn. Boom boom. The criss-crossing corridors in the sky began to collapse. In the starless darkness, patches of vermilion light lit up, and from a distance, they looked like bloody stars. Infinite city collapsed. The sound of cracking buildings sounded the prelude to dawn. Yushiro struggled to pull his hands out of Nikim's head, while Obana and Mitsuri beside him looked solemn. Nikim is dead, this place is going to collapse. His words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, and the ground around them collapsed inch by inch. The next moment, the 3 of them were trapped in a twisted dark red space vortex. Not just the 3 of them, but everyone entered the vortex. In a certain neighborhood, the ground was shaking violently, and ruined buildings rushed out of the ground like bamboo shoots after rain. Earthquakes are a regular occurrence in this country, and people living nearby quickly evacuated their homes. The light of the silver moon fell into the mortal world. 3 figures flashed. the red sword light cut off the silver light, and 17 whips pierced the night sky. A series of clanging sounds were heard, Kamiyama's sword drew blood, and Muzan retreated in embarrassment. Tanjiro flashed past Kamiyama, and the fire god Kagura dance was activated. Indistinctly, a sun could be seen rising from behind him. The 12 postures are connected to form the 13th posture of sun breathing, which is specifically designed to restrain Muzan's 5 brains and 7 hearts. But at this moment, Tanjiro still lacks a key factor, that is transparency. However, things are different now. In this world, there is another existence, that is Heavenly Way Kamiyama. The incandescent light burst out, and another sun rose. Before this dawn, before the real sun came out, these humans who were comparable to the sun had always existed. Be they strong or weak, ghost hunters have never ceased to exist for hundreds of years. Kamiyama took a step forward and instantly came in front of Muzan. He stared straight at Muzan with endless murderous intent in his eyes. He did not restrain the breathing of the son of the 5 brains and 7 hearts, but in this era he no longer needed to do so. As long as he drew his sword fast enough, no matter what kind of hearts you had, they would all die. An incandescent light suddenly lit up, and a giant dragon hovered in the sky. Muzan was in the dragon's mouth, and its red eyes radiated rolling heat waves. On the other side, Tanjiro, who had mobilized his physical strength to the extreme, drew his sword, and another red dragon opened its huge mouth. One red and one white, one on the left and one on the right, 2 giant dragons, one inside and one outside. The 2 kinds of light superimposed together, and from a distance, the incandescent light ball was covered with a layer of red halo. This is the sun, Muzan, you lose, Muzan, go to hell. The 2 roared loudly, and circles of red and white ripples spread out. The surrounding buildings collapsed, and the light became brighter and brighter in the billowing smoke and dust. I won't lose, ever, Muzan roared unwillingly and gave up on breaking down the poison. It had always despised life, but for the first time it felt death was imminent. It used blood magic for the first time, even though it had never used it before. Black blood thorn is activated. In an instant, the blood in Muzan's body compressed and then burst out from his pores. Thorns with barbs, formed by the blood of the ancestors, sprang out. They rotate at high speed with Muzan as the center. An astonishing amount of energy erupted from that sun. Advertisement boom. After the loud bang, under the full moon, a blood-red mushroom cloud slowly rose, surrounded by countless black thorns. Buildings within 100 meters radius turned into ruins, and a big pit appeared on the ground. Looking from high above, the bumpy crater that is hundreds of meters in size looks like it was formed by a falling meteorite. Tanjiro slammed into the pit wall, his body covered with knife wounds. Kamiyama's condition was much better than his. He was still able to move, but he also turned into a bloody man. Cough cough cough. The sound of coughing broke the silence of the night. Muzan half knelt in the middle of the crater. His originally young skin was covered with wrinkles, and his messy white hair was swaying in the wind. The move just now caused Muzan to age 4,000 years faster. It now hated Tamayo to death. The medicine that B************** D had made was more powerful than it had imagined. If it was left alone, it would cause immeasurable harm to it. It can be said that the best support in this game is definitely Miss Tamayo. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter, Tendo, Kamado Tanjiro. Who do you think you are? Kill me, are you kidding me? Muzan laughed loudly towards the sky, his tone full of contempt. If Jikoku Yoshichi was not good enough hundreds of years ago, his descendants would be no good either. I am the ultimate creature, I will kill anyone. Before Muzan could finish, the red blade slashed down, leaving a hideous scar on its back. Idiot. I'm still alive. Kamiyama raised the corner of his mouth and swung out the second knife. Muzan controlled the whip and black thorns to resist. Countless sword beams and black lights intertwined under the night sky, and the clanging sounds echoed continuously. Muzan has only one weakness, which is the sun, so he has to wait until dawn. Just as the fight between the 2 men became increasingly intense, 2 bright sword lights, one blue and one red, lit up from a distance. Breathing of water, picking up the form, flowing forever. Breathing of flame 9 type Rengoku. Support from Big Brother and Giyu has arrived. Really, here we come, yes, here it comes. The 3 colored sword lights intersected, trapping Muzan to death. Damn it. Muzan frowned. The toxin must be decomposed first. These guys can't kill me anyway. At this moment, a giant white snake appeared above Muzan's head. It was Xiao Bane. After him, there's Mitsuri. Not long after the 2 arrived, 4 colors of fighting spirit lit up from all around. Breathing of the wind 9 form Waituo Tiantai wind. Flower breathing land type vortex peach, advertisement. Breath of insects, dance of centipedes, belly of centipedes. Water breathing, pickup form, flowing. Shinazugawa Sanemi, Kochou Kanae, Kochou Shinobu and Mikomo. The 3 people besieging Muzan instantly increased to 7. Throughout the thousands of years, there have been times when one person was more powerful than Muzan, and there have been times when Muzan was lawless, but there has never been an era like today. This era of endless vitality and unity has forced the ancestor of demons into a desperate situation. This is the only era in thousands of years where victory is guaranteed. Ahole Muzan, I'm here, charge forward. The pig's cry sounded the clarion call for a counterattack, and Muzan would eventually pay for his sins. thunder-breathing 7th form fire thunder god. Under the night sky, a golden thunder dragon came at high speed. Opposite the thunder dragon, a red gold Qilin was roaring. The two figures crossed, Kamiyama and Zenitsu smiled at each other, and Muzan was decapitated. Under the control of the crowd, it has no way to escape. In just 1 second, Muzan returned to its original state. Its body was so strong that it was beyond imagination. Even the red sword could only bring it a burning sensation but could not suppress regeneration. At one end of the pit, Kanao helped Tanjiro up and fed him a bottle of Save Your Life 3000. Are you okay? Kanao asked softly, tears in his eyes, and he was extremely worried. It's okay, I can still fight. After all, everyone is working hard. Tanjiro raised his hand to wipe away the tears on Kanao's cheeks. He seemed to have come to his senses and said, don't cry. It won't look good if your face is covered with tears. Yeah. Kanao nodded, wiped away her tears, and stood side by side with Tanjiro. In the distance, Kamiyama and his men hacked Muzan so hard that he had no chance to fight back. Just wait, until that dawn, until the sun comes out. Muzan it will definitely die today. Time passed by minute, and Muzan was beheaded at least 10 times, but its recovery speed was getting faster and faster, like a last gasp. The sky was turning pale, and it would soon be daybreak. Not far away, many crows were watching here. In the cabin, Yubayashiki Kagaya and others were watching this place. There were swordsmen rushing here all around, and they were also looking at this place. The wounded looked at this place. Xingming, Muichiru, Yuilong, Sabito and Walije, who were wrapped in bandages, stood up with burning eyes. In the bamboo forest at the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters number 2, Tamayo is watching here. In the shadows of the block, Yushiro looked at this place. Everyone who is fighting on the front line and has faith in their hearts is looking here intently. Each of them had a piece of paper with an eye pattern on it stuck on their forehead. Witnessing the end of thousands of years with your own eyes, this is Yushiru's gift to every swordsman. Before this dawn, people witnessed a miracle. Chapter 260. A tomorrow without ghosts, end. Broken clouds hung in the distant sky, and a faint light as water passed through the clouds, casting a hazy light. Suddenly, a layer of blood-red ripples spread out, and Kamiyama shouted loudly. Retreat quickly. But it was too late. Muzan's aging aura disappeared, his scarlet vertical pupils suddenly widened, and both the whip and the black thorns stood upright. In an instant, an invisible shockwave spread out with it as the center. Blood Demon Art. Paradise of the Dead is activated. Muzan originally wanted to split and escape, but until that moment, it realized that Tamayo's damn medicine blocked its possibility. But day was about to break, and it had to run. This blood demon technique was so powerful that it was beyond the imagination of the Demon Slayer Corps, and it was unavoidable at close range. Except for Kamiyama, everyone seemed to be under a spell, unable to move. It's not that they don't want to move, the Paradise of the Dead can cause confusion in the human body's nervous system and cause convulsions. However, this move consumes a lot of energy for Muzan, and he cannot use it a second time in a short period of time. If it were Muzan's peak period, everyone would be killed instantly, even if Yunyi came. Hundreds of years later, Muzan is undoubtedly the strongest in the world. Seizing this opportunity, Muzan launched the black blood thorns again. The thorns were like poisonous snakes spitting out their tongues, winding and attacking everyone at the same time. It will kill most of them before escaping. But it forgot an important point, this era does not belong to it, this era belongs to Heavenly Way Kamiyama. The incandescent light was as bright as stars, and a circle of white flames enveloped the surroundings. Under the leaping flames, the thorns collapsed. Muzan, you don't stand a chance, go and make amends for those innocent lives. Kamiyama turned into a white afterimage, with her red haori fluttering. From a distance, she looked like a white meteor with a red tail. At this moment, he's the sun before dawn. The red knife cut through the hazy sky, and a perfect arc blossomed under the dome. Muzan's head fell to the ground, it was decapitated. At this critical moment, it drained its body and released a small paradise for the dead again. Compared with before, the range was only a dozen centimeters. Kamiyama was barely covered, but Muzan was stunned that he was only bleeding from all 7 orifices and his movements were not restricted. But those few tenths of a second were enough for him to escape. A headless corpse with wrinkled skin covered with age spots rushed out of the encirclement. Once upon a time, the Ghost King, who was high above and looked down upon everything in the world, disappeared. All that was left was an old Muzan, who was exhausted and looked like a dead dog. It was so embarrassed, just like when it faced Giyu hundreds of years ago. Hundreds of years later, the young men who inherited Yuichiro's will have forced the arrogant Ghost King into an even more miserable situation than before. No, this is impossible, I can't die. I can't die. This is simply impossible. I am the ultimate creature, I am invincible, how could I lose to those bugs? Muzan's head grew back, its eyes were dull and its tone was crazy, it kept muttering like a lunatic. In the blink of an eye, it had run to the edge of the pit, and when it raised its eyes, it met those deep red eyes. Advertisement. No, miserable. Tanjiro's ferocious voice sounded, as if it came from the 18th level of hell, the voice of evil spirits demanding his life. The sound echoed in his ears, and Muzan trembled with fear. The next moment, the black blood thorns gathered all its strength and broke through the air. It swept past Tanjiro and rushed towards Kanao, whose breath was weaker. At this moment, Muzan is on the left, running for its life. Kanao is on the right, she cannot react in time. Tanjiro stood in the middle, leaving him only a few tenths of a second to think. If you choose to save Kanao, Muzan will run away, and that would disappoint everyone. If he chooses to kill Muzan, Kanao will die and he will regret it for the rest of his life. Suddenly, someone pushed him. It was Kanao with bloodshot eyes. At that moment, Kanao activated flower breathing, final form, red eyes of the other side, but she still couldn't avoid Muzan's desperate attack. But she can help Tanjiro make a choice. With tears in his eyes, Tanjiro understood Kanao's lip movements. She said, I love you. The fire god Kagura, the final dance, the sunshine song is launched. A blazing red dragon shadow emerged in the morning light. Tanjiro was at the dragon's head, and he was the dragon's eyes. A drop of crystal tear floated to the back, and suddenly, a giant incandescent dragon appeared with a roar, and the black blood thorns turned into residue under the white flames. Kamiyama saved Kanao with a warm smile on his face. At this moment, the two auras resonated. Tanjiro's body trembled, and the world suddenly became clear. Extreme sadness, extreme anger, extreme happiness. This change made his thoughts clear and he achieved a state of enlightenment. Tendo Kamiyama and Kamado Tanjiro stood side by side, red and white light intertwined, and lines of halo floated behind them. Figures emerged one after another. A few ordinary swordsmen, hidden in logistics, they represent silent dedication. This sword is dedication. Hotaru Katsuga, the swordsmith, represents the hammer that strikes the ore, and this sword represents toughness. Shinazugawa Sanemi, Shinazugawa Genya, Tokito Ichiro, they represent the attachment to home, and this sword is protection. Iguro Obanai, Kanroji Mitsuri, Hamejima Kiyome, Uzui Tengen, Suyuri Kanawo, they represent reconciliation with the past, and this knife represents courage. Kochou Shinobu, Kochou Kanae, they represent saving the dying and healing the wounded, and this knife represents benevolence. Tomioka Giyu, Sabito, Komo, they are from the same school and help each other. This knife represents unity. Agatsuma Zenitsu, Kamado Nezuko, Tokito Muichiru, Hashibira Inosuke, they represent pure hearts, and this sword is sincere. Tamayo, Yushiro, they represent the ghosts that have escaped from Muzan, and this sword is unyielding. Yubayashiki Kagaya, Rengoku Kyojuru, they represent the belief of slaying demons from generation to generation, and this sword is a legacy. Behind countless figures, a red-haired giant stood up. He was Yoshichi Sugumi. With this sword, he was the one who moved forward. Kamiyama and Tanjiro were on the left and right, and Muzan was sandwiched between the two dragons. This knife was the future. The light and shadow merge into the blade. Everyone is walking on the road. Their eyes were burning. They never gave up. When the faith of the present reaches its utmost, Sugumi Yoshichi, who represents the past, raises the blazing blade. Kamiyama and Tanjiro cut down with their swords, and Yoriichi's sword followed suit. Advertisement at this moment, their minds were united. For a future without ghosts, one red and one silver, two figures crossed each other and a giant dragon submerged Muzan. No, a desperate and long voice sounded, and the dawn light shone down, illuminating the broken limbs on the ground. Clang. The crisp sound of the long sword being sheathed echoed under the sky. Muzan turned into ashes. The ancestor of demons, Kibyutsuji Muzan, go to hell. Warm golden light illuminated the earth and cheers shook the sky. Great, we won. Muzan is dead. Ha 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 ha, I won. I finally won. Woo. Tomorrow without ghosts is coming, half a year later. Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Wisteria flowers dance in the wind, and the lavender petals, carrying fragrance, fly over every inch of this peaceful and tranquil land. Rectangular tables were placed in the square, and of course, there was a double table in the corner. The tables were filled with drinks and delicious meals. Everyone gathered here happily. Today, everyone wore casual clothes and did not carry swords. They don't need to think about killing ghosts anymore, they just need to enjoy life. Yubayashiki Kagaya led his family to stand at the front of the square. He did not speak, but led his family and bowed to everyone. Everyone, on behalf of the Yubayashiki family, thank you. A soothing voice sounded, and everyone said they didn't want to do that. After expressing his smile, Kagaya stood up with his family and raised his voice. As the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, I hereby declare that from today on, the Demon Slayer Corps will be disbanded. All your affairs after death will be handled by the Yubayashiki family. Today, we drink to our heart's content. As soon as he finished speaking, Kamiyama stood up, raised his goblet to everyone, and shouted happily. Cheers, everyone, cheers. Ha ha ha, cheers, cheers. The party lasted until the evening. When the last rays of the setting sun faded away, the clear starry sky cast a soft glow. It's getting dark, but the laughter and joy remain. From now on, the night will no longer be scary. This world has ushered in a tomorrow without ghosts. End of full text.